Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. If you'd like to help support the channel and contribute to the costs of maintaining and producing new content, you can donate via PayPal. Even a small contribution goes a long way and is deeply appreciated. Part 6. Interesting. I said. And it was. That would imply that convenient backstory only worked when the story you gave yourself was not already in the script. There was a pause in the conversation that I didn't know what to do with. So I turned to leave and head back upstairs to the courtyard to triple-check things. What do you think the end of my subplot is supposed to be? She asked. What are we supposed to be doing on that? Because if it's just a fight, Riley, I don't think we're going to win. I just have this awful feeling. So did I. They say the best plans don't survive contact with the enemy. But we had barely contacted the enemy. I had no idea how things were going to go or if our chemical-based rolling silver was going to do anything at all in the long run. The silver necklace plays into it, I said. Should I go grab it? She asked. It's just sitting there in the crypt. I thought for a moment. I'll tell you when, I said. I used the insert shot to give you the moment that you need to go get it. Because I think it's all about timing. And what will happen? She asked. Do you understand what it does? Drawing out a curse will that do what we need? It could mean so many things. It could be the weapon for defeating the werewolves. It could be a trap. It could be useless. It could be a distraction against the werewolves or against us. But it would be something. It would be important. And the longer we let the audience wait to find out what that was, the more potent it would be. I shook my head. Whatever happens, we have to play along. And that is something you are good at. She smiled, laughed, and wiped away a tear. Yeah, we'll see, she said. I left her there because I had to make sure everything was ready upstairs. And because the finale was moving faster than anything before it, as it almost always seemed to. Not 5 minutes later, Kimberly reemerged from the underground. And when she came back by me, we went on screen. We basically had the same conversation we had just had, but in character. And this time, she wasn't crying, she was confident. When she asked me about the silver necklace, I had another answer. I don't know what it is, I said. But when we find out, I don't think we'll be ready. I had to play my character afraid of whatever power that necklace had. Diffusing a curse could mean so many things to a creative entity like Carousel. And if we set it up just right, I believe that Carousel would reward us. What else could I believe, Antoine? I woke to the faint hum of a refrigerator and the soft rustle of curtains moving in the breeze. My body ached to stretch, muscles tense but unfamiliar, like a coat that no longer fit quite right. When I opened my eyes, the room was bright with midday light. I went to move, bracing for soreness, for pain, and there was none. My body moved like a tightly wound spring. I looked around. No. I sniffed the air. My sense of sight was not dominant anymore. My sense of smell was. I wasn't in the woods anymore. The forest stamp. Earthy smell had been replaced by something cleaner: fresh linen, faint soap, and wolves. The scent was thick, clinging to the air like smoke, comforting and unmistakable. It was in the walls, the furniture, and even me. The room was ordinary, a small, cheaply furnished motel room, a plain bed with a thin, floral pattern comforter. A cheap table with a single chair pushed underneath. On it sat a stack of neatly folded clothes, jeans, a t-shirt, and boots. Like an invitation. Like a reminder that I was a person again. The wolf understood. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, testing my body. Everything felt whole. My hands, free of claws, flexed easily. My feet, no longer mangled by silver, met the carpet without pain. I felt the strong. Rested. Healed. But the undercurrent of power was still there, humming beneath my skin. The wolf wasn't gone. It was waiting. It called to me, singing a sweet moon melody that only my heart knew. I ignored it and pulled on the clothes. When I opened the door, the cool air rushed in. I stepped outside, and the motel's exterior stretched before me: chipped paint, rusty railings, and the faint hum of flickering neon. I was on the second floor, looking down onto the gravel lot below. It was nearly empty, save for a few parked cars. And then I felt it. The connection slammed into me like a wave. flooding my senses with an awareness I hadn't asked for. Wolves everywhere. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. Hundreds of them scattered throughout the town. Their presence tugged at me, faint but insistent, like an echo I couldn't quite hear. The motel wasn't just a stopping place, it was the center. The wolves were everywhere. Their scents layered into the streets, the buildings, the people. I leaned on the railing, staring out over the little town, and the pull became sharper, narrowing into a single thread that drew me forward. I followed it without thinking, moving down the stairs and across the street. The pavement was warm underfoot, the fading sunlight bathing the small diner ahead in gold. The neon sign above the door flickered weakly, its letters spelling out open. Through the window, I saw her. Serena. Her name was not letters or sounds. It was a feeling carved into my bones. She sat at a booth near the back, her head tilted as she laughed at something one of the human form wolves around her had said. Her presence wasn't loud or commanding, it was effortless, magnetic. My feet moved before I could stop them, the pull too strong to complete. I pushed the door open, the bell jingling softly as I stepped inside. The smell of coffee and grease hit me first, followed by the overwhelming scent of wolves. The town seemed to fade behind me as every head in the room turned, their eyes on me. Some watched with curiosity, others with recognition. I didn't know them, but they knew me. Sarah looked up, her dark eyes locking onto mine. She smiled, a small, knowing smile that tugged at something deep inside me. "Antoine," she said, her voice low and steady, as though she'd been waiting for me all along. "Come." I didn't question her. I couldn't. Her presence filled the room, pushing out everything else, even as my human side bristled at the weight of her gaze. The wolf in me settled, pleased, its growl fading into something closer to a purr. The connection hummed between us, pulling me deeper into the current of her power, and I realized, with a sinking certainty, that I was no longer running from this place. I was part of it now. My fingers drummed against the table as I tried to ignore the tension in the air. Every glance, every movement in the diner felt deliberate, like the room itself was holding its breath. "What do you think?" Sarah asked, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, inviting, but it carried an undeniable weight. She leaned back in her seat, one hand resting lightly on the edge of the table, the other holding a mug of coffee. My voice low and scratchy. My eyes flicked to the waitress cleaning the counter, then to the grill cook flipping burgers behind her. Both of them carried the same scent, a quiet, unmistakable power. Wolves, but calm. Wolves, but human. That's one way to put it. "Not what you expected?" Sarah asked, amused. "No," I admitted. "Wolves don't live like this." Wolves clung to the outskirts of humanity and fed on vermin, nabbing a hiker here and there in their search for food. They drank and mated and wilted their lives away until someone like me stopped them. "Don't they?" she replied, arching an eyebrow. She gestured to the window behind me, where the town bustled with life. People walked down the streets, carrying groceries, laughing with neighbors. "There's nothing strange here, Antoine. Just people living their lives." "And wolves," I said, my tone sharper than I intended. She tilted her head, studying me. "And wolves," she echoed. "But why should that matter? You're one of us now." I opened my mouth to argue, but the waitress appeared at the side of the table, a notepad in hand. Her hair was tied back in a loose ponytail, and she had a tired but genuine smile. "What'll it be?" she asked, her voice casual, but her gaze flicked to Sarah briefly, like she was checking for permission. "This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience." I glanced down at the menu Sarah had placed in front of me. It was greasy and worn, the corners fraying. My stomach twisted. I hadn't thought about food since when the wolf had taken so much from me. Hunger, fear, time. "He'll have the special," Sarah said smoothly. Before I could respond, she sipped her coffee, then added, "And bring him a coffee. Black." The waitress nodded and disappeared into the kitchen. "You didn't need to order for me," I said, irritated. Her smile widened slightly. "Didn't I?" The conversation shifted as our food arrived. Sarah's presence was overwhelming. She was too calm, too steady. Every question she asked felt like a hook, pulling me deeper into her world. She told me about the wolves here, about how they lived among humans without detection. "Not everything has to be a battle," she said at one point, slicing into a plate of steak. "Sometimes, We're just people. Sometimes, we're more. But as she spoke, I couldn't shake the growing pull in my chest. The invisible thread that connected me to her, to this town, something bigger. It was comforting and terrifying in equal measure. Why Carousel? I asked finally, interrupting her. Why stay here? What makes this place so special? When I said Carousel, I almost scared myself. I had meant the fictional Carousel of this storyline, but hearing myself talk about Carousel the entity, I had almost forgotten about it. I was a wolf now, not a player. Her fork paused midway to her mouth. For a moment, I thought she wouldn't answer. Then she placed the fork down gently and leaned forward, her expression softening. This place holds something for me, she said. Something I can't quite explain. A connection to the past too. She trailed off. Her eyes distant, like she was seeing something I couldn't. Someone, Clara, I said, surprising myself. The name felt foreign and familiar at the same time. Her head snapped toward me, her eyes narrowing. So, how did you learn that name? The others at the manor have been researching, I admitted. I couldn't lie to her. They've been learning about her. They found her body. For the first time, Sarah lost her cool demeanor, and for a moment, I thought she was going to transform. But she calmed down. She was silent for a moment, contemplating. Her gaze softened again, and she nodded. Clara was the first, the original wolf here. She was everything to me. She was stolen from me. It makes sense that they would seek her final resting place. I can't believe they found it. I think a piece of her lives on. It walks around, talks, slowly learning, remembering its old self. I think right now, that piece lives in our friend Kimberly. That name hit me like a slap. Kimberly. My Kimberly. The pull to her was almost overwhelming. But it wasn't the same as before. It wasn't human anymore. It was primal, possessive. The wolf in me stirred, murmuring about siring her, making her part of the pack. I pushed it down, but the feeling lingered. Sharp and dangerous. I need to protect her, I said, my voice shaking. It just came out. From what? From you? From me. From all of this. Fear rose up in me. How could I say this? What would she do to me? Sarah chuckled, a low, rich sound that sent a shiver down my spine. You already have, Antoine. You've been protecting her since the attack at the summer camp. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't be alive today. I owe everything to you. You stopped me when I couldn't stop myself. And now, I've built all this. A pact to end all pacts. A real future. Her words hit something deep inside me, stirring memories I didn't want to revisit. But before I could respond, she stood, smoothing her jacket. Double quotes. Come. Walk with me. The streets were quiet now, but the scents of wolves were stronger than ever. She led me down the sidewalk, pointing out houses, storefronts, and people. There are wolves everywhere, she said casually. The waitress, the grill cook, even the man who owns that hardware store down the block. They're part of this place, just like everyone else. We've been here for years, hiding in plain sight. Why? I asked, glancing at her. Why not leave? Why not go where you wouldn't have to hide? Because this is where the connection is, she said simply. To Clara, to the pact. To everything I've built. Leaving here would mean severing that bond. She paused, turning to face me. And I don't think I can. Her words hung in the air as we reached the edge of town, the forest looming in the distance. The wolf in me stirred again, whispering about loyalty, power, submission. I ignored it, but my chest felt tight. What happens next? I asked. She smiled, her teeth flashing in the fading light. That depends on you, Antoine. The forest loomed ahead, its shadows stretching toward us like hungry fingers as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The wolf in me stirred, hyper-aware but calm in Sarah's presence. I couldn't deny the pull anymore. It wasn't just the pack, or the town, or even her. It was everything. The connection to her was woven into every scent, every sound, every part of Carousel. This place, Sarah said as we walked, her steps light and deliberate, is more than just a town. It's a tether. A place where things started and where they're supposed to end. Her voice was steady, but it carried an edge of something deeper, grief, hope. I couldn't tell. I hesitated, the words catching in my throat. Why do I feel this a pull? She glanced at me, her eyes sharp and knowing. Because you're one of us now. Because I've shaped this curse for nearly 2 centuries. And the bond ties us all together, even you. She paused, her gaze piercing. But it's not just me, Antoine. It's Clara. Her spirit lingers here, pulling at all of us. And through her, Kimberly. Kimberly, I said, the name heavy in my mouth. She doesn't belong in this. She doesn't belong here. Sarah stopped, turning to face me. You think I don't know that? Do you think I haven't tried to understand why she's part of this? Her voice softened, but the intensity remained. When I met her, I lost control. I nearly destroyed the only connection I had to Clara. Again. That was my wake-up call. Antoine, Kimberly is here for a reason, and this time, I will find out why. Sarah studied me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. You feel it too, don't you? The bond, the connection. That's what ties us all together. The pack, this place, everything. It's what makes us stronger. She took a step closer, her presence overwhelming. But it's also what makes us dangerous. This is the night we find her and we find out how she fits into all of this. How we fit into this. We find it all out tonight. I clenched my fists, trying to drown out the wolf's growing need to obey her, to fall into step with her rhythm. There's something else, I said. Something you don't know. They have rolling silver. It's this weapon they made. The wolves, they tried it on. It was terrible. If we move on them. Why was I telling her this? Had I just betrayed Kimberly and the others? At that, Sarah laughed a low, rich sound that sent a chill through me. You think I haven't seen rolling silver before? A monster hunter from the Far East once came here with the same weapon. Do you know what happened to him? She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. I sent him back to the Far East with longer teeth. Her confidence was maddening. The human part of me wanted to shake her, to tell her how dangerous Riley's preparations were. But the wolf purred with satisfaction. Its growl low and pleased. She is powerful. She is right. They'll be ready. I said, my voice faltering. Riley, the documentarian. He'll make sure of it. My compulsion to tell her was too strong. Had we been on screen this whole time? I could barely see the red wallpaper in the haze. Anytime I looked at it, I saw a script instead. I wasn't a player. I was living it. It was all real to me. Sarah tilted her head, a curious smile tugging at her lips. Riley, she echoed. You seem sure of him. I hesitated. He's a different psychic, maybe. He knows things he shouldn't. He has a connection to this curse. Her smile widened, more wolf than human. Good. I don't want it to be easy. If he survives, perhaps I'll find use for him. Either way, we'll see who's more prepared. I've waited for Kimberly to return for nearly a decade. I knew she would, and we will meet our destinies together before she leaves. Clara has a message for me, and I intend to find it. Her calm confidence settled over me like a heavy blanket, smothering my fears. The wolf within me hummed with agreement, pushing away the lingering worry for Kimberly and my friends. It was like cool water pouring over a burn, numbing the pain, leaving only clarity. You'll join us tonight, Sarah said, her tone leaving no room for argument. The full moon rises, and the pack will run together. I felt a pang of guilt, sharp and fleeting. But then the wolf stirred, loud and insistent. It pushed past the fear, past the conflict, drowning it all in a wave of certainty. My lips moved before I could stop them, my voice not entirely my own. Whatever you tell me to do. Sarah's smile was serene. Good. As we walked back toward the motel that evening, Sarah's voice changed. It became deeper, resonant, carrying through the air like a command. Come to me. The effect was instant. From all over town, people stopped what they were doing. A woman at the gas station let the nozzle fall from her hand. A man hauling lumber onto his truck froze mid-step. A child playing in the yard set down their toy. One by one, they began to walk toward the forest, toward Sarah. Their movements steady and unhurried but filled with purpose. I watched them go. Hundreds of them. Their faces glowing with excitement. Thrilled. Ready. The wolf in me growled its approval. And for the first time, I didn't try to silence it. I let it hum in time with the pack, with the current that bound us all together. The full moon was rising, and it was time. Kimberly. I felt like my heart was connected by live wires. The finale was moving forward so fast. As the day went by and the sun started to set, it was our last day. We had to survive. And I didn't even know if surviving through the night was enough or if we had to defeat all of the werewolves. Either way, if we didn't find a way to beat the pack leader, we would fail our rescue. And everyone who had died or been turned into a werewolf would stay that way. I had to fight back tears. I wasn't the precious, beautiful starlet. I had to be a fighter. That's who my character was in her own way. But she never fought with guns. She fought with something else, something more tender. And she had lost Dot in this dire moment. Why was it I could only think of this woman I had never met? I could feel her tears running down my cheeks, her breath in my lungs, her solemn warning to run, to flee, but not from the wolf. The she-wolf gave her no unease at all. I tried to lock those feelings away because they weren't useful to me, but I couldn't do that. Riley would have been able to. Antoine would have, too. Antoine could hide anything, but I couldn't. So, I had to make them useful. I had to be the one to protect that scared young woman who was so mysteriously connected to me. And I would have to do it soon. Riley, as he often was right about what would happen next. The fort was a large complex of old crumbling stone walls, but it was still just a large square with stone walls on all sides. There were lookout towers hastily bolted onto the walkways upon the walls so that we could get a good view of our surroundings as the night wore on. We waited hours without so much as a peep. The night grew darker and darker. But when the fight came, it came all at once. I gripped my rifle like it was part of me. We had practiced shooting. Since we all had high hustle, we were all crack shots. That made sense for our characters. And it helped us gain the respect of the remaining mercenaries. From the top of the tower, one of those mercenaries who had stayed behind started screaming. Everyone inside became alert, picking up their weapons. None of us were going outside the fort. The main entrance was closed off. The werewolves could jump over any wall, but that was part of Riley and Andrew's plan. But the man on the top of the wall wasn't screaming about wolves. He screamed, "Survivors!" at the top of his lungs. The cold wind jerked a tear from his eyes, and his scream broke his voice. Riley was up the ladder onto the wall, and I followed. Breathe in, breathe out. I had to be tough. We did have survivors, all right. In the distance, at the edge of the forest, I saw the blonde mercenary being hauled out by another mercenary. The second one was bald and had a large claw mark on his chest. The blonde mercenary was limping like he'd been injured. "Help!" the blonde mercenary screamed. They were approaching the fort as fast as they could. The blonde mercenary kept screaming, "We were attacked. It was an ambush. There are more survivors. You need to send help." He kept repeating that in exasperated cries like it took every ounce of his will to keep screaming. His cries echoed over the hollow field, and they were all I could hear outside of my own heartbeat. I had to look suspicious of him. I was on screen, and this was my time. The mercenary who had been on the wall with us, the one who had screamed, was calling for the others to go out and help them. But before anyone could follow along with that, I aimed my rifle and quickly pulled the trigger. My hustle was high, so my aim was dead on. The silver bullet struck the kneecap of the blonde mercenary's supposedly injured leg. He roared in pain, roared. The mercenary who had been on the wall with us heard that beastly cry and went suddenly silent. He looked at me like I was a stone-cold killer, or maybe like I was psychic. I couldn't tell. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. We were on screen. So, I decided to give Riley's explanation. That little drop of werewolf saliva transformed Antoine into a werewolf in a day and a half. I shook my head. I never believed it. It should have taken weeks. The only way someone transforms that fast is if they had helped out suddenly. I was off screen again, and the blonde mercenary and his friend were back on screen. Riley was right. He was always right when it came to stuff like this, it seemed. After a few moments of trying to feign pain and confusion, the blonde mercenary began to laugh, and then the hair started to grow. The claw marks on the bald mercenary who had been supporting him began to disappear, and he, too, transformed. One bit at a time, but they weren't alone. An army of wolves appeared from the forest beyond, and I didn't have to pretend to be choked up with fear because this was an amount we had never even considered. Dozens, Riley said. Double quotes, hundreds. How is this possible? Was he pretending? Or was he afraid, too, sometimes? It was hard to tell with him. I knew that part of him was excited for the reveal, as if he had been playing a game of chess with Carousel and finally figured out what it was up to. That part of him scared me, but it was also the part we needed to win. The werewolves charged. Shots only. Riley called as he directed me back down the ladder. "Pick them off as they come," he said to the mercenary who remained, and the mercenary did. He was a good shot, and these NPCs were built for battle. He must have killed 5 werewolves or at least hit 5 before the first one jumped the height of the wall and tackled him into the courtyard below. The werewolf had the man pinned to the ground right beneath us as we descended the ladder. The werewolf raised its sharp claws against the man, but as we climbed down, Riley drew out a long silver knife, almost long enough to be a sword. It had a trope attached, something about blades. It was the silver serving spoon. Riley must have had it melted down and reforged. He then fell off the ladder, maybe on purpose, onto the back of the werewolf, skewering it and quickly bringing forward his small sidearm to pop it in the head. As he drew his knife out, he looked up at me as if he wasn't quite sure he had actually managed to kill one. I wasn't sure it was on purpose. We were on screen for that. But it worked for his character too. We didn't have time to celebrate, more wolves were coming. We needed to get to the back wall, where the palisade walls were the highest, and the wolves would have the hardest time getting to us. If we could just get to the top, where a nice perch had been set up, and Andrew was waiting for us, we would be on our marks for the plan. The mercenaries that remained, however few there were, followed the exact orders that Andrew and Riley had given them, taking out any wolf that tried to jump over the walls. Then, the phases of the battle started to march like clockwork, exactly as they had been planned, more or less. All I could do was get a few shots in and wait for my moment, because as soon as the waves of wolves thinned out, the real fight would begin. Andrew Phase 1 Firearms. We were not conducting a battle against an experienced general. We never believed the werewolves would use advanced siege tactics. Their attack would be simple. A powerful full frontal assault was expected, with a few twists to keep things interesting. Yet, when we designed our defenses, we did feel as if we were planning against a siege, because Carousel was our true enemy. We had to cater our defense to its sensibilities. Riley was proficient at this part of the planning. Together, we developed a plan of battle that would give Carousel premium footage and hopefully result in an optimal outcome for us. When the assault started, we did not immediately activate the advanced rolling silver RS. Riley suggested we start with old-fashioned silver bullets. The wolves attacked from all sides. The back wall, where we had set up our stand amongst the destroyed remains of some old lookout tower, was right up against a steep drop-off, providing extra security for us as the wolves could not clear the wall and the embankment. The wolves would pop up over the front and side walls 1 or 2 at a time, at speeds I could hardly fathom, and we would shoot them back. At first, it worked. "Just keep on firing," Riley said. "Knock him down." Except, of course, that couldn't work forever. Battle must ebb and flow, and soon, the enemy began to overwhelm us as the wolves started to pour over the side walls and into the courtyard below. We lost most of our remaining mercenaries one at a time. They fought bravely and managed to get several clean kills in their time. They proved quite useful. They, however, were not going to win this fight for us. I steeled my nerves and simply shot enemy after enemy until it seemed my shots began to lose their effectiveness. I couldn't describe why they were failing. I thought I was hitting my targets, but after the first handful, strikes became less effective. The werewolves could only be killed in climactic ways, and getting shot out of the air while jumping over the palisade wall satisfied this for a moment, but it couldn't last. The wolves were now gathering in mass on the side walls to enter. Riley predicted that silver bullets would be most effective at the beginning of the battle, but only as a prelude to our chemical concoction. So we needed to get as many hits in with them as possible before the audience saw what we had prepared. We were surprisingly successful with this method. I estimated we killed nearly 10% of the wolves this way before their trope started to protect them from it. No matter how many trick shots you made, a simple barrage of bullets could not remain climactic. I aimed my pistol a final time at a wolf that had leaped over the front wall of the palisade, and though I was certain I had hit it, reality begged to differ. They were practically immune to that attack now. We needed to escalate. "There are too many," I screamed. "We can't get them all." Riley and I looked at each other. He was fighting harder to hold back a smile than he was to kill the wolves. It was time for Phase 2. Even I had to suppress a nervous smile for that. Andrew Phase 2 the funnel. Light the fuses. Riley cried as he fired another shot uselessly at a wolf bounding toward us. The wolves crowded the fields to the front and sides of the palisade walls. Some tried to climb the back wall with little success. I aimed my pistol at a small black string sticking up over the side of the left wall of the palisade. Focus. Control. Fire. The bullet struck the black fuse against the stone of the wall, and a spark flew, igniting the fuse. The fuse started to burn down into the ground outside the wall, and out across the outside of the wall itself. To my surprise, the wolves seemed to understand what was going on, or at least they thought they did, as they braced for an explosion. Riley extolled the value of a fuse being lit on screen. He said everyone loves the shot of a fuse burning as it snakes along the ground. Great for tension, he said. On the right side, Riley had shot another fuse. The payoff was huge because the fuses were not connected to bombs. The design was based on an idea Riley had that I perfected. His idea came from videos involving Diet Coke and Mentos. I had seen them when I was younger, and I saw how scientists in white coats would rig up Diet Coke bottles so that Mentos would fall into them in a coordinated display, causing the soda to spew into the air like a fountain. We created many containers of silver nitrate and distilled water. We laid them out strategically, burying some and hanging others on the outer walls. We affixed the fuse so that it ran over the top of the container, mostly glass jars and bottles, and then used copper wire to hang copper scraps from the fuse above the open mouth of the container. It was tricky finding a way to bury the containers and the fuse then, but we managed it with the help of the diligent mercenaries and some roofing shingles that could be used to stop dirt from falling into the silver nitrate. When the fuse burned, the copper wire would have nothing suspending it any longer, and the copper scraps would fall into the silver nitrate, beginning the process of precipitating pure silver. I would never sign off on this plan in real life, but in a movie, it was practically guaranteed to work with our high savvy. And it was technically a feat of hustle because of those accurate shots we did. Riley wanted us to use hustle. The fuses burned as planned, and as I watched over the left wall, a blue glow, artificially inserted by Carousel to match the natural hue of copper nitrate, started to light up the battlefield as the fuse ran from container to container, creating an intricate pattern of light that seemed to come from the dirt and grass itself. I could almost hear the reactions, even though they should have been silent. What I did hear moments later were the wolves. The wolves climbing the walls were immediately incapacitated and fell. Those standing in the fields to the left and right of the fort ran like they were on fire, those that could. Others dropped to the ground immediately. They were in excruciating pain as the jars we had buried began to react, purifying silver and, in some manner I didn't quite understand, causing immense pain to any nearby werewolf. The werewolves were smart. They learned their lesson quickly. If they were going to get to us, they'd have to do it from the front wall. We were funneling them toward us. In ebb and flow. The funnel had been successful, and yet, as I observed the wolves' reaction to us, I noticed something odd. Several of the wolves began to flee. That might not have been unusual, but every scrap of literature I had found suggested that wolves were unflinchingly loyal to their pack leader. That was the reason so many were charging enthusiastically to their deaths. Why were some just now losing heart? Some of the wolves fleeing didn't even appear to be substantially damaged. As I watched, shooting any wolf that leaped over the front wall, I felt I could see a faint shimmer in the blue glow, a shimmer, a line that shone over the wolves. I could have been imagining it, but either way, a hypothesis started to bubble into my mind. What if the connection the werewolves had wasn't metaphorical? What if it wasn't hand-wavy nonsense magic or some animalistic dominance behavior? After all, we never figured out why rolling silver worked. Perhaps there was some interaction inherent to rolling silver that we didn't understand. What if the reaction wasn't simply for the story created by our dog pursuit of the rolling silver subplot? Perhaps this reaction was a real observable phenomenon that Carousel was using. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. I had to think on it. Phase 3, the frying pan as the funnel succeeded. We enjoyed a renewed effectiveness of silver bullets for a short time, but then they began to fail again. The courtyard below started to fill up with wolves that would soon be in the range of our platform. I carried a jar of silver nitrate in my hand, and as soon as the werewolves started threatening to jump up to us, I dropped copper bits into it and shook it gently. Oh, Carousel had fun with that. The wolves would leap 20 feet into the air, almost reaching us, and as they neared our chemical rolling silver, they'd go limp like fish and drop back to the ground, howling the whole way down. They wouldn't get back up. The mercenaries placed strategically around the courtyard made sure to shoot any wolf immobilized by the silver nitrate concoction, but they couldn't get most of them. The wolves were fleeing, not all of them, not enough of them, but many of them were fleeing as soon as they came in contact with the purification traps. If I wasn't mistaken, it looked like the wolves were pausing and thinking for a moment before they ran. 30, 40, 50 wolves. The numbers were unfathomable, fleeing into the night. Dozens died there, of course, and others took their moment of clarity to decide to continue the fight. Time wore on in the courtyard below, which was filled with wolves. We went from fighting successfully to being overwhelmed within moments. As nearly 70 wolves entered the courtyard, climbing and leaping, we realized we were at capacity. It was time. This time, we didn't use the fuses. Riley wasn't sure they'd work again. He couldn't articulate his reasoning well. Instead, we used a simple string method. 20 large jars of silver nitrate had been buried in the courtyard. They were fitted with lids and a unique mechanism that allowed me to thread a string through the lid and dangle bits of copper from it. When I pulled the string, the copper would drop into the silver nitrate. Similar to the fuse. So, I did. I pulled the string, and suddenly, the jars at the front of the courtyard started to activate. There a natural blue glow filling the fort. I continued to pull as the string activated more and more jars until all that was left were the cries of wolves in a pain I wouldn't wish on anyone. It's time to go, Riley said after we had activated it. And so it was. Phase 4. The grenades. We had also employed devices with a much simpler design. We took mason jars and soda bottles, added silver nitrate, and glued bits of copper wiring to the tops inside. As they sat still, the copper didn't touch the silver nitrate, but when turned over, thrown, or rolled well, the reaction was obvious. As we ran, these grenades had been laid out for us along a path. All we had to do was knock them over, and they would activate, leaving any wolf that managed to follow us with a nasty surprise. During our experimentation, Riley and I had argued about different techniques and tactics to employ. This kind of peer review was invaluable in academics and, apparently, in setting traps for werewolves. We had developed some truly useful ideas, some only theoretical. You know, those silver nitrate tests you wanted to do on the effectiveness of the solution itself against werewolves. Riley cried out to me. Yes, I said. Let the testing begin. He shouted, throwing one of the jars of silver nitrate into the air toward a group of wolves standing in our path to the next phase of our plan. I knew what he wanted. I grabbed my sidearm, aimed at the bottle, and fired as it sailed over the wolves. It turned out that silver nitrate was quite effective as an acidic solution against these creatures. Even though it wasn't pure silver and the effect wasn't as extreme, it was clear the acid was doing tremendous damage, melting their fur right off. It almost appeared as if parts of them were turning human again, but they never fully did. "Where is the pack leader?" Riley screamed. How prophetic. He had to have seen her, across the ground, by the light of the moon, and surrounded by the largest wolves of the bunch, was a gigantic wolf whose title on the red wallpaper read, Serena, the Cursed Lover. She had other character posters on the red wallpaper that were not lit. She probably had many different versions of herself, depending on which subplot won out. One for Michael's subplot involving his people, another for my medical research subplot, another for Riley's documentary, and another for Antoine's brother subplot. Riley explained that all of those possibilities had fallen away, some by neglect or bad luck, others by intention. As Kimberly's story came to the forefront, now, Serena, or Sarah, or whatever other name she had, was the cursed lover. Beside her was a rather large wolf whose entry on the red wallpaper differed from the rest. It was Antoine. Now, a full enemy. Kimberly and Riley seemed to have noticed this, and even the 3 surviving mercenaries looked on in awe. We had drawn out the big bad. Riley said we needed to give the pack leader and Kimberly an opportunity to interact for story reasons. That would surely happen now. "I've got one right here for them," he said, holding a jar in his hands, ready to throw when the time came. So far, we had used Riley to great effect. Him being the target in the media and Kimberly being the target in the story made the werewolves predictable. But it couldn't last forever. The jar Riley was holding shattered, and he quickly dropped to the ground, clutching his gut. We looked around, trying to figure out where the shot had come from. In the distance, I saw the blonde mercenary holding a rifle. It was so easy to forget that humans were weak to silver bullets. The blonde mercenary quickly fled out of sight. Riley lay on the ground, still alive, but barely. This was a wound someone with higher grit might have survived, but he was bleeding fast. I thought about stopping to help him as the resident healer, but he sent me away, screaming for me to run. So, I followed Kimberly as she raced toward the field where the next part of our plan was to take place. I looked back at Riley and was surprised to see him sitting up. I didn't understand how he could survive that wound, but I noticed many wolves, 20, maybe more, gathering around him. Their acid burns enraged them, their human parts seeping through their wet, burnt fur. He looked up at them and, in a tired, defiant voice, said, "You fellas ever seen a mummy movie?" And with that, his stats jumped. He gained grit, hustle, and moxie. What was his plan? He stood to his feet and started to run, not toward the field, but toward the manor itself. The wolves didn't care about me. They followed him. After all, he did have the lowest effective plot armor, even with his buff. Was he really going for it, Riley? Ever since we had unearthed Clara Withers, there had been this lingering question. What were we going to do with her? The answer couldn't be to leave her underground and ignore her. There were just too many possibilities. We could have tried to set things up so that, when we removed the necklace from her desiccated body, the werewolf curse itself would fail. But I had no faith in that plan. We could have tried to lead the pack leader to Clara in hopes that she would suddenly lose the will to fight when she found the corpse. And fortunately, I had never been able to confirm the exact relationship between those two parties. Just guesses. I suspected their relationship changed with the story. I mean, I wasn't an idiot. I knew this was a tragic romance situation. But there were all sorts of things that could happen in a tragic romance. We knew going in, thanks to Cassie and her prediction, that there were two women to lovers fighting. Was that fight still happening? I had no idea. In the end, we were going to have to play it by ear. I had it all pictured. I could take the necklace off the body, magically reviving Clara and putting an end to the violence all at once. As the two of them finally embraced each other after so many years, assuming that was the thing they were inclined to do, Kimberly would pop the pack leader in the head with a silver bullet. Yes, it would be tragic. But at the end of the day, our goal wasn't just to put a stop to the violence. We had to kill the pack leader or otherwise save ourselves from the werewolf curse. And it wasn't clear how we were going to do that. But suddenly, as I lay bleeding out in the dirt with werewolves running toward me, I realized, and I thought that Andrew also realized, that this werewolf curse wasn't just a metaphor for a disease or some hand-wavy magic. There was something physically in the air, even if we couldn't sense it easily. Werewolves didn't just obey the pack leader, they were controlled. We watched in amazement as some wolves, I'd go so far as to say half of them, simply gave up the moment rolling silver seemed to disconnect them from the pack. It was a remarkable thing to see. I started thinking about what we knew about werewolf hierarchies. These were things we had largely taken for granted because they seemed so basic. These werewolf packs were not based on physical dominance. The literature didn't even use the words alpha or beta to describe these relationships. And none of the other players understood how funny that was. No, it seemed to be the other way around. The werewolves became more powerful depending on where they were in the hierarchy rather than the reverse. New wolves were so completely submissive that the humans within them basically had no control. With the revelation that this was all some sort of quasi-mind control, I realized there was an extra option, something we could do with Clara Withers that I had not considered before. If it was true that the werewolves seemed to obey the oldest wolf with the greatest connection to the magical curse, what if we were to find one even older? What if we could introduce a little chaos? I didn't like to be playing things on the fly like that, but in the blue glow of the advanced rolling silver concoction, I had seen something. I had seen the magical force that made those wolves tick. We all had. I couldn't ignore it. My body was losing vitality. So, I decided to activate my raised by television trope in hopes that it might give me just enough grit and hustle to get down into the underground crypt. And it had. That trope had seemed so unwieldy when I first received it, but now it fit like an old pair of jeans. With a few extra points of grit, I could barely even feel my body shutting down. But since I was still alive, those wolves, or at least many of them, were still after me. I ran as fast as I could, suddenly regretting that I had given my silver trope knife to Kimberly in anticipation of my imminent demise. I just needed to run as fast as I could to the manor. It was only a football field or two away. I could run that. I just had to put one foot in front of the other, crunching the leaves underneath as I made a beeline for the manor. The issue was that Carousel likes to create a variety among its mobs when creating monsters. You'll have enemies that have the same tropes but different arrangements of stats. We didn't need the Atlas to know that. It was obvious if you ever had a bunch of monsters running after you. Some of these wolves had their physical stats placed into grit, others had it placed into metal. But unfortunately, about a third of them had most of their stats in hustle, and I could not outrun them. I quickly realized this as I looked over my shoulder and saw a dozen wolves gaining on me. Luckily, Carousel had given me plenty of time to think ahead. We had placed a bunch of advanced rolling silver grenades along the path to the manor, and as I ran by them, all I had to do was kick them over for them to activate. Those wolves were scared to death of whatever the process of purifying silver was doing to them. They would give the grenades a wide berth, effectively nullifying their hustle advantage. I managed to get to the manor doors with a 10-yard advantage and quickly headed down the stairs into the basement, where I found two werewolves quietly whimpering in their cages. They had become mere scenery by that point in my mind. They were only there to remind us of why we had come, because we needed to rescue allies. I ran deeper into the tunnels. This time, I didn't run around in circles trying to make the path look longer than it was. I could feel myself growing cold. Even with a few points of extra grit, I didn't have long. And although I was not technically hobbled from the gunshot wound I had received, I was holding my gut and able to get a full sprint through the tunnels to the little hole that would lead to the crypt. It didn't take long for the wolves to catch up. As I rounded a corner and found a straightaway that would lead me to the crypt, a wolf came right behind me. It could easily have grabbed me except for the fact that it suddenly lacked coordination. It kept going instead of banking and crashed into the wall. Two more wolves did the same, crashing into each other. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. It was the silver in the walls. I knew we should have tested what effect that had on the wolves. It had kept Logan and Avery sickly. Perhaps we should have had the final battle down here. But I didn't have time for regrets, as the wolves seemed to have become incredibly clumsy underground. I could hear them sniffing rapidly, as if their senses were suddenly dulled so greatly that they could barely make out where they were going. And fortunately, the underground wasn't really that complicated, and I needed a light to see where I was going, so they could surely find me. The hole leading to Clara's grave was too small for the wolves, so it would buy me some time. As soon as I jumped through the hole into the crypt, I turned on one of the lanterns we had left down there. I also set my flashlight up so that I could get a good view of the mausoleum. Then, I took out the little handheld camera Carousel had given me because my character was a documentarian. I was probably doing a terrible job filming myself, and I wasn't even sure if this outdated camera could pick up visuals from the meager lighting sources I had. But I had a feeling it wouldn't matter. The camera was just a prop. I just had to find the right words and say them with conviction. I turned the camera at myself as best as possible and began my rant. How long have we sought to understand the hierarchical structures of a werewolf pack? I asked, tired, panicked. They defy anything else seen in nature, but again, they are not natural, they are supernatural. It has occurred to me that werewolves need a dominant leader, but that leader is not chosen based on physical prowess. As it seems, their physical prowess is arbitrarily assigned and without relation to the original body of the host. I paused, my thoughts racing. No, I believe there is some measurable magical connection between these wolves. I was interrupted as the wolves started digging into the hole to get into the crypt. The sound of their claws against the stone sent a chill down my spine. But I pressed on with my speech. It appears to me, I continued, that there is one solution to disrupt these wolves' devotion to the she-wolf. To this pack leader that would have them kill me and the others, I need to introduce another wolf. One with a stronger connection to this ancient curse. something to disrupt their absolute obedience, if only for a moment. It was clear to me that the rolling silver process was curing them of some sort of manipulation or supernatural suggestion that the pack leader had over them. I believe that introducing another werewolf, an older werewolf, might be exactly what we need. I entered the mausoleum and shined my flashlight down into the coffin of Clara Withers, onto her corpse. I breathed a sigh of relief that she was still there. I was half expecting it to be empty again. Luckily, I was on screen, and Carousel didn't feel like playing any pranks on me this time. This may be too much to suggest, I said, but if the werewolf curse is indeed a curse and is inherently magical, and if it is true that the only way to kill a werewolf is to pierce its heart or organs with a silver object like a bullet or knife, undoubtedly disrupting this magical power, then I have to ask, how is it possible that Clara Withers, reportedly the most notable werewolf of her time, is dead? I paused for dramatic effect, letting my voice falter with emotion as I heard the werewolves breaking into the crypt. I filmed down into the coffin. I pointed the camera at the necklace. I can feel its malignant presence, I said, my voice shaking. I can feel it continuously fighting something, continuously draining. Why would it need to do that unless there was something within this coffin to fight? I confess that these matters are beyond my understanding. I didn't have to pretend to be nervous. I could almost puke at that moment. I was on the edge of passing out. Heck, I was on the edge of dying, but I didn't stop. I don't have much time left, I said. But if I can disrupt these wolves long enough for my associates to survive, then I must. I reached down into the coffin, grasped the silver necklace, and tugged. In movies, necklaces come off by tugging. You don't have to lift them over your head or undo the clasp somehow. They just rip right off without breaking permanently. This silver necklace was no different. At first, it felt normal, like a piece of jewelry. But then I suppressed a smile as I realized that not only was it a piece of jewelry, it was costume jewelry. It was plastic. It was another prop. The real one, if it existed, was still out there. But I, among many other things, was an actor. The power of a psychic or the grandson of a psychic is determined by how hard they sell it. Anyone who had seen 13 Ghosts, dumbly stylized as THR 13 and Ghosts, would know that. I acted like pulling that necklace off her corpse was the hardest thing I'd ever done. As if it weighed 10,000 pounds. As if it had needles sticking out of every edge. In truth, it was just a small plastic vial filled with some silver liquid. But I pretended it was the sum of all evil. I didn't have to work hard to pretend to be in pain. Eventually, I got the necklace off. I fell back against the wall, sliding down to the ground, and hoped I was right. There was silence. Nothing happened, none at first. And Carousel, as I was getting used to, had its own tempo. Something started to move in the coffin. I couldn't see it from my position on the ground. My strength had left me, but I looked up, intent on seeing whatever it was. The werewolves had got into the mausoleum and were about to enter, ready to tear me to pieces. But right before they did, they stopped. They seemed to see something in front of them, something rising out of the coffin, something that scared even the wolves. A body rose up. No, it sat up, desiccated, dry, and dead, yet shaking as if possessed. I could see her blonde hair, her empty eye sockets. I could see the gaunt look on her dried face. Then those thin, bony limbs started to get thicker, and her arms began to grow longer. Silver light washed over the mausoleum, lighting everything. Wine blew from nowhere, making it hard to breathe. It was so powerful. My flashlight flickered, and every time it did, the corpse of Clara Withers became bigger and hairier. What started as a scratchy gasp became a growl, then a roar, as the dead rose and transformed into the largest werewolf I had seen outside of the pack leader. By the time it had finished, the creature before me, once dead, was alive again. I had to look at it, stare straight into its eyes, and not flinch. I could not let the audience think I regretted my decision. I had to show them my conviction, my psychic intuition, even through all my doubts. It was all down to Kimberly now. She was the one who might be able to take this lupine resurrection and turn it into a victory. I had to trust her. She had trusted me. I fully expected the resurrected wolf to attack me, but it didn't. It just stared back at me until it heard a whimper outside the mausoleum. The wolves began to howl, bark, and cower. They were running. They were fighting each other. I had wanted to inject a little chaos, As the wolf jumped from the coffin it had sat in for nearly 200 years and out the exit of the mausoleum. I hoped that I had done a good thing, that the others would figure out what to do. It gave me one last look before leaving. And while the wolf didn't kill me, it didn't need to. I was raised by television, and I died by it, too, bleeding out in a crypt. In the blink of an eye, I was sitting in the theater again. It had been a long time since I had gone there. This time, something strange was happening. To my left and right, I could see people leaving the rows of seats as if they had been sitting in this very theater until the moment I showed up and were now being ushered out. I could hear them behind me, whispering. I could hear the sound of their clothes swaying and rubbing against each other. I could hear their steps. I could feel them staring at the back of my head as I sat frozen, my eyes locked on the movie screen at the front of the room. After a few moments, the room fell silent. No more whispers. No more footsteps. I was helpless now. All I could do was watch and hope that Kimberly and Andrew might be able to finish what we had started. On the screen, I saw Kimberly standing in the clearing. Most of the wolves had fled. There were 50 or so left, maybe up to 70. It was hard to tell. The smaller wolves were freaking out, no doubt due to the introduction of a new potential pack leader, one older and more connected to the curse than the one before. Kimberly and Andrew stood next to the one remaining mercenary. They had just activated the next phase of the fight, the one we called Christmas lights. We had no shortage of glass containers, silver nitrate, or copper bits, and plenty of nimble fingers to assemble our plans. Now, as the fight started to close in and the pack leader got closer to Kimberly, she began to transform back into a human. Bottles hanging from the trees all around started to glow. They had been rigged so that, with a pull of a string, they would flip and swing down from the branches. The branches, combined with the wind, agitated the contents, creating a perfect battlefield where werewolves would be at their weakest. The trees all around glowed with that brilliant Windex blue. Kimberly was making her last stand, our last stand, perhaps. The pack leader, who turned out to indeed be Sarah, from Kimberly's photo, stared at her with respect. She wore a smile and nothing else. It looked like we were going to lose that PG-13 rating, if we ever had it. I sat and did nothing else because I could do nothing else and watched my fate unfold. Kimberly, I had pulled every thread. I knocked on every door. It had all led me here to a field glowing beautiful and blue under the full moon, with monsters approaching from the darkness. We had guns, we had bullets. All left here for our final stand, for our last moments, our last chance to save each other. Riley said we needed a showdown. And now we had one. Were we ready? Was I? The wolves howled. I could feel the sounds in my chest, they were so loud. The blue jars and bottles hanging from the trees were doing their job all around us. The wolves wouldn't go near them. There was one wide opening that the remaining pack members could walk through to reach us. And in the center of it all was the largest wolf, the pack leader. On the red wallpaper, she was called Serena. But I knew this was Sarah. My character knew who this was, and I believed her. Suddenly, the howling changed. It became more frantic, confused. The wolves started acting weird. They weren't closing in for an attack. No, they were panicking. Some ran in circles. Others scratched at each other. And others howled a pained, lonely cry. Many ran away into the forest. What's happening? I asked. These wolves were not close enough to the rolling silver for that to be the culprit. Riley, Andrew answered. We were on screen. His answers were limited. The necklace. I said. He got to the necklace. Is that what's doing this? We watched as more wolves ran to the woods while others ran toward the manor. He awoke the original. Andrew said. That crazy son of a bitch. Perhaps he was right about all of this. The wolves are connected by magic. The rolling silver has a magical function beyond our understanding. He told me he thought that Clara was alive in some way, that her curse remained. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps the power that gives the pack leader control has been diminished. He was trying to explain what was happening to the audience in case Riley hadn't been able to. The sleeping wolf, the original, had awoken to claim her pack again. We had no idea how that would turn out when she arrived, but it seemed to be helping now. Sarah was losing wolves rapidly. The wolves are conflicted, I said. They feel another power. Riley might have had a better way to put it. I was trying. I delivered the line with awe and amazement. That was the best I could do. The remaining wolves appear loyal to the pack leader, Andrew said as he watched those that remained. When we use advanced rolling silver, many get disconnected from the pack. What if, instead of disconnecting the individual wolves, we use it on her? Disconnect her? I asked. If they are linked to her and their loyalty really is the result of some magical connection, then disconnecting her should be far more potent than attaching the other wolves individually. I wish I understood this phenomenon better. I really do. But given what we know, it is our best line of attack. Disconnect the pack, and in the chaos, take out the pack leader. I watched as more wolves fled, as more ran to the manor, called by some unseen force. We would never have a better shot than this. Andrew had to be the one to state the plan. He was high savvy. After all, you get the pack leader's attention. I will look for an opening to get one of these rolling silver jars near her. He said. That was a plan. The trouble was we couldn't just attack. We needed the villain to have a scene with me for the finale. We had yet to speak to each other. It was time. Andrew moved away, closer to the stores of weapons we had left her near one of the blue trees. As if waiting her turn, the pack leader, Serena, approached. Several of her guard wolves trailed behind her, including Antoine. He was one of them now. I had to ignore that. My character wouldn't know it was him. She slowly began to transform back into a human. She was beautiful. Carousel was sure to show that. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. What do you want from me, Sarah? I asked, my voice trembling despite my best efforts. She chuckled softly, almost playfully, as though my question amused her. Sarah, she said, shaking her head. Sarah is just one of my names. A mask I wear for convenience. My real name, the one that I was born with, the one I can still bear to hear, is Serena. Her eyes lit with excitement. But even that is just one of many. I've had names in every tongue, in every place I've wandered. None of them mean anything. Only Clara's name means anything to me. I quietly repeated Clara's name like I was taking in a magical spell. Clara, whose fate led to all of this? Clara, mine but taken from me, Serena said, her voice softening. For a moment, she seemed far away, lost in a memory. She was my light. My love, my beginning and my end. She was everything to me. And then she was gone. She looked at me then, her expression almost fragile. Do you know what it's like to lose someone like that? To feel their absence like a gaping wound in your chest that never heals for decades, centuries. Her words hung in the air, and I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know if she even wanted me to. She gave me this curse, you know, Serena continued, her voice quiet and steady, with a kiss. I thought it was a sign, a gift, that we were bound by something greater. She was taken from me, and I felt her go. The connection between us frayed and snapped like a thread torn by a dull knife. I knew she was dead. I felt it. Her jaw tightened, and her tone shifted, sharp with barely contained anger. And yet, something remained. A ghost of her soul. A piece that never left. It clings. Clings to what? I asked. The question barely more than a whisper. I was afraid of the answer. To you, she said, her voice cold and pointed. To girls like you. It isn't natural. It's a cruel, twisted joke. Clara should be free, but instead, her soul is bound, scattered, like shards of glass lodged in the world. And every so often, one of those shards finds its way back here, just as you have always found your way back here. I took a step back, but her gaze pinned me in place. I tried everything, Serena said, her tone shifting to something more distant, like she was reciting a painful story. I spent decades searching for answers, chasing whispers across continents, begging soothsayers and sorcerers to tell me how to put her soul back together. They all told me the same thing. The shard must be freed. The host must die. Her words sank in, cold and heavy. My breath caught in my throat. So you killed them? She nodded slowly, her eyes heavy with guilt. Mine did, every one of them. I told myself it was mercy. I told myself Clara would be whole again, that her undying body was still cursed, still capable of life. But she never revealed herself to me. The shard, or whatever it was, would disappear, only to resurface years later in someone else. And I would begin all over again. I stared at her, horrified. And now you think killing me will work? Her voice snapped, desperate and raw. No, don't you understand? I don't want to kill you. That's why this time is different, with you. I see another way. You don't have to die. Not yet. Not ever. Perhaps. She stepped closer. And I froze. There was something in her voice, pleading, yet unrelenting. I can feel Clara's soul near you, she said, her tone softening again. I've felt it since the day we crossed paths. It's in your shadow. In there around you. You're a prison for her. An abomination. I flinched. And she seemed to notice. Her expression softened slightly, and she exhaled. It isn't your fault. You didn't choose this. But Clara doesn't belong to you, Kimberly. She doesn't belong anywhere but here, with me, as she was meant to be. What are you going to do to me? I asked, my voice shaking. Her gaze locked onto mine, sharp and unwavering. I'm going to free her. But not by killing you. Not this time. Killing you would be another failure, another wasted chance. This time, I'm going to give you what Clara gave me, a gift. Though it won't be with a kiss. I'm going to curse you, Kimberly, into one of us. Into a wolf. The curse will bind you to the pack, to me. And through that bond, Clara's soul might be able to reconnect to her, as we are connected to her. My chest tightened as her words sank in. I shook my head, a tear slipping down my cheek. You think that will bring her back? Her expression flickered with something close to pain. You don't understand what this curse is. It's more than power, more than pain. It's connection. It's eternity. I've spent years gathering a pack strong enough to bear this burden. Wolves who won't falter, who will stand with me no matter what it takes. And with you, with Clara's soul alive in you, we may finally see my life's work complete. She turned away, her shoulders slumping slightly as her voice dropped to a near whisper. I know how it sounds. I know it's madness. But what else am I supposed to do? Run, hide? I've tried that, Kimberly. For over a century, I've tried. And every time, I end up here, back in Carousel, back where it started, where Clara's heart stopped beating, where mine should have stopped, too. The wolf in me told me to rest, to stay in the shadows. But now I know that won't work. It never has. Her words hummed in the air, heavy and final. When she looked back at me, there was no malice in her gaze, only desperation. I won't lose her again. Not this time. You're the key, Kimberly. Whether you like it or not, you're part of this. And I'll do whatever it takes to make sure Clara regains the life that was taken from her. I'll reconnect her to the curse through you. Already, I can feel her waking in the distance. Tonight is the night. I stared at her, my heart pounding. You don't have to do this. Her voice softened, a sad, almost apologetic note creeping in. Don't you see? I don't have a choice. If you live long enough, you start to realize that some decisions are inevitable. I can't put this off any longer. Her tone dropped, her eyes hardening. This isn't just about you. It never was. Riley had said she would have some emotional justification for chasing me. That this villain wouldn't just be pure evil. She would have some reason for all she had done. He said Carousel could take it in a dozen different directions, so her motivation would fit the story that had come before. It took all of my self-control not to just shoot at her. It wouldn't work. I knew, but I was afraid. And I didn't want to die just so the villain could monologue. But that's how it worked. We were here to tell a story. As I stared at Serena, I saw truth in her eyes. She was so desperate she would do anything. Carousel might have given her some lines to speak, but that didn't mean that parts weren't true. After all, so many in Carousel were here out of pure desperation. I felt her sorrow. I felt her mourning. I felt that she just wanted this to be over. Soon, it would be ... The wind carried away my shame, my weakness. It whispered through the trees, filling me with the strength and joy of the pack. The wolf reveled in it, delighted to belong, to run, to protect. I felt the pull of Serena now, the pack leader, like a thread in my chest, binding me to her will. There was another force in the distance, but Serena shielded me from it. I hardly noticed as other wolves fled or defected. They were weak. I was not. She was the storm, and I was a part of it, a vital part. She leads, and we follow. The pack surged around Kimberly, and my wolf heart soared at the sight of her. She will join us, it thought. Serena's jaws would mark her, and Kimberly would belong to the pack, just as I did, just as we all did. It was exhilarating. It was perfect. It could be this way forever. But beneath that joy, a pang of something else stirred, a shadow of pain, guilt, fear. It wasn't the wolf's. It was mine. It was my weakness. And the wind couldn't take it all. Please, please take it all. I prayed to the wolf god, to the pack leader. For a moment, I hesitated. I looked at Kimberly bleeding, defiant, and the pain grew sharper. I was supposed to protect her, wasn't I? That was what I had always done. I was the knight in shining armor, wasn't I? My claws twitched in the dirt, and the wolf growled, restless and annoyed. Protect her. She doesn't need protection. She needs the pack. She needs this. The pang faded, swallowed by the wind and the wolf's certainty. It was easier that way. Easier to let go. Easier to belong. Easier to forget. Isn't that what I always did? Forget. All of the bad things were just a nightmare, right? The endless wandering in the trees. The sickly certainty that I could find the exit at any moment. And then the abject terror as all I ever found were more trees. Just a nightmare. Don't think about it. The wolf ran, leaping across the field, its muscles thrumming with energy. Around me, the pack howled, their voices weaving into the night. Everything was as it should be. Everything except the blue orbs. They hung in the trees like unholy stars, their glow pulsing faintly, painfully. The wolf recoiled at the sight of them, instinct screaming a warning I couldn't fully understand. I tried to focus on them, to make sense of the blur, but my vision faltered, twisting and dimming. The light wasn't natural. It wasn't right. I veered away, skirting the edges of their reach. The wolf pushed the fear aside, its focus narrowing. The orbs didn't matter. Kimberly mattered. The pack leader mattered. The pack mattered. Serena shifted back into her wolf form, her powerful body sleek and dark beneath the moonlight. She was magnificent. She moved like a force of nature, bashing away Kimberly's gun in a flash. Her jaws clamping down on Kimberly's leg, Kimberly screamed, her voice slicing through the air. A small choked voice from the shadows deep inside screamed, "Help, Kimberly! You idiot! Help her! Save her!" The wind became stronger until I couldn't hear that voice. I was the wolf. The weak voice was gone. And then, the man appeared. He charged through the chaos, his military gear dark and angular, a mercenary. The pack descended on him before he could aim his rifle, and he went down in a blur of fur and blood. But behind him came another tall, intelligent man carrying one of the glowing blue orbs. His face was sharp, familiar. Andrew. The name came to me, a memory clawing its way through the haze. Andrew, please save Kimberly. Andrew's gaze locked on Serena, his expression calm but determined. The orb pulsed in his hand, its light searing through the air, through me. He was going to throw the orb at her. The wolf's growl deepened, low and guttural. Danger. Protect the pack leader. I didn't hesitate. I, a loyal wolf, leapt, claws slicing through the air, and tackled Andrew to the ground. My claws tore into his side, hot blood spilling across the dirt. But the blue orbit reacted. Its light flared, burning through my chest like fire. Pain erupted, sudden and overwhelming. It wasn't the sharp sting of a wound or the ache of exhaustion. It was deeper, heavier. The light pulled at me, draining something vital. The wind, the power, the joy. It was all being sucked into the orb, leaving nothing but raw, empty me. The wolf whimpered, retreating into the shadows of my mind, and suddenly, I was me. I was Antoine again. My claws twitched against the ground, and I staggered back, breathless. The connection was gone. The thread tying me to the pack, to Serena, had snapped. The air felt cold, hollow, and wrong. I could still feel Serena, but I also felt the call of another, a stronger wolf. Where was that coming from? As much as the wolf and me wanted to reconnect with Serena, the wolf also wanted to heed this other call, this other wolf. It was confused. Kimberly's screams cut through the numbness, raw and desperate. I turned, my hind legs trembling beneath me. Serena was on her, biting, clawing, teasing, her massive jaws nipping into Kimberly's arm. She wasn't supposed to kill her. That wasn't the plan. She was supposed to curse her. She couldn't risk eating Kimberly's heart. No. The curse must be applied delicately, or Kimberly might die in cursed, gentle bites. That was the way to do it. But she wasn't being gentle. Not anymore. Her bites were getting deeper. She was losing control, tearing flesh. The pack leader's movements were becoming more wild and unhinged. She had promised to pass the curse to Kimberly, but her wolf only wanted to eat. She was going to kill her. Stop! I tried to scream, but my jaws only emitted a pain bark. Serena didn't stop. She didn't even hear me. Kimberly writhed beneath her, blood pooling around them. My claws dug into the ground, and I clenched my teeth, fighting the urge to sink back into the wolf. The wolf whispered, coaxing me, "Wait, just wait. The light will fade. The connection will return. Everything will be fine again. Just wait." The wolf was too distracted to take control. He kept thinking about this other powerful wolf in the distance. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Just wait, he whispered. Just wait, and it will all be okay. But Kimberly's screams shattered that lie. I couldn't wait. Not this time. The embrace of the wind. The wonderful nothingness of all my flaws disappearing, all my pain fading. It was so tempting. The loss of my sense of self and my very sense of reality. Surviving something no man was meant to, surviving so many things. The pressure, the shame, they really were a nightmare, but I couldn't forget them. Tears rolled down my wolf face, wetting my fur as I watched Kimberly fighting, trying to stab Serena with a long silver knife. Just wait. The wolf sang to me from his hiding place in the dark. It will all go away. The nightmare will fade, and the wind will take us freely. I wanted to listen. I wanted the game at Carousel to end. I wanted the wolf to take back over and let me hide, save her. A voice whispered to quiet for any but my wolf ears to hear. It was the man. Andrew. I looked down at the evil my wolf had done to his broken and shredded body. Andrew. The wolf laughed at him. It laughed at me. The wind seemed to join in, laughing at one man's pathetic, dying attempt. If I win, the wolf promised, we will win forever. Just a few more minutes. Minutes. I suddenly remembered the timer that ticked down in my mind. At sunrise, we would lose forever. Minutes. Eternity would be here in a few minutes. Suddenly, the wolf's words took a new meaning. If the wolf won, it would win forever. If the wolf won at all, it would win forever. If the wolf won at all, it would win forever. If the wolf won at all, it would win forever. I couldn't let it win. I didn't want to live forever, hiding from what I had done or what had been done to me. Forever was a long time in or out of the forest. The wolf was afraid of the glowing blue light. I didn't have the strength to fight the wolf or the wind. But the light did. Where was it? The little jar of blue light had rolled a distance. With every fiber of my strength, I jumped on it and let the light peel the very hide off the wolf inside, to force the wolf deep inside the shadows it had built for me. The pain was beyond anything I had felt before, and soon I had to run from it or I risked collapsing. But when I ran as myself, a wolf body, but a man inside. My body lurched forward, clumsy and desperate. I didn't run with the wind anymore. I ran into it. I slammed into Serena, tackling her off Kimberly with a snarl. For the first time, I felt nothing, no connection, no bond, no joy. Only defiance, only the faint, flickering remnants of what was still me. Get off her, I roared in a voice only a fellow monster could understand. Serena's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed. Her lips curled into a snarl, and she laughed as well as a werewolf could, a low, guttural sound that made my stomach turn. Her stance, her teeth. She didn't think much of me or my chances. She might have been right. She had been a wolf longer than me, but Kimberly needed me, and I wasn't going to wait any longer. Serena lunged, her claws slicing through the air. I barely dodged, the tips raking across my shoulder. The pain flared, but I ignored it. My focus was on Kimberly, on her bloodied body lying in the dirt. She was looking at me now. Serena saw where my gaze lingered and bared her teeth. As my body weakened, strength anew flowed into me. Grit, metal. I didn't know where it was coming from at first, but then I remembered. I was the knight in shining armor again. Maybe for the last time. I was getting buffed for protecting Kimberly. I snarled, leaping forward with all the strength I had left. I collided with Serena, driving her back a few steps. My claws found her fur, and I ripped at her side, but it wasn't enough. She twisted, her jaws snapping inches from my throat, forcing me to back away. The wolf inside me growled, frustrated. Let me back in, it whispered. You can't be happy without me. Let me take the pain. Let me take the fear. I could barely hear it. The wolf snarled. Kimberly is almost already gone. Wait, and it will all disappear. But I couldn't. IWOULD in single quotes T. With a roar, I lunged at Serena again, slamming into her with everything I had. My teeth found her shoulder, and I bit down hard, tasting blood. She howled, her body twisting as she threw me off. The fight blurred into a frantic rhythm of snarls, slashes, and blood. Serena was faster, stronger, and impossibly precise. Each time I lunged, she was already gone, her claws tearing into me before I could react. Pain ripped through my sides, my legs, my arms, but I kept moving, kept trying. The wolves that remained watched from the edges of the clearing, their eyes gleaming in the moonlight. Some howled, their cries echoing through the fields. Others stood frozen and certain. The pack was crumbling without the connection, without Serena's control. But she didn't care. She was focused entirely on me. She could attack and retreat before I had time to strike. She was too fast. She had too much hustle. Her claws raked across my side again, and I stumbled, blood dripping into the dirt. My breath came in gasps, my vision swimming. I turned and ran, my paws kicking up the blood-soaked earth as I bolted across the field. Serena followed. Her enthusiastic breaths rang as laughter rang in my ears. She was running around me, teasing, readying a strike, her body a blur of dark fur and shining teeth. I veered toward the edge of the clearing, toward a patch of fallen leaves under a large oak. As I leapt over the leaves, she followed me with ease. And then I heard her dot the howls, the sharp screams of a dog in pain. I ran a distance and then turned to lock eyes with her. She was on the ground, silver objects poking out of her wolfish paws and her torso. I had been here before. I had been caught in a trap under this very tree. A trap of rope and silver spikes. The rope was gone, but the silver caltrops remained, waiting for an unsuspecting wolf to wander into them. She had picked up several as she fell. A silver spike in the paw had the result I wanted. After all, enemies could get hobbled. Now, I was the faster wolf, and I had to take advantage of it. I lunged, slashing at her side with my claws. She yelped, her body twisting as she tried to evade me. For the first time, I landed blow after blow, my teeth and claws tearing into her flesh. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. We ran across the fields again, lunging, biting, slashing. I was faster. I was winning. But my claws were not designed to kill other wolves. I needed more. I needed silver. We were now back in the clearing where Kimberly was now facing down a dozen wolves or more, alone and bleeding. Serena and I had our final bout. I tackled her to the ground. With a guttural snarl, I pushed the wolf down, forcing the shift. My body twisted and cracked, fur receding as the beast inside me gave way to the man one bit at a time. The pain of the transformation was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the fire burning in my chest. One of her claws had found its mark and cut deep. I didn't care. I wasn't looking to survive this. I didn't deserve it. My human hands again reached for one of the silver caltrops embedded in her torso. The metal bit into my palm, but I gripped it tightly, ignoring the searing pain as the sharp edges burned my skin. Serena lunged at me, her jaws wide, her eyes filled with fury. I dodged, barely, with everything I had left. I drove the thin silver spike into her chest, between her ribs, forcing it further than it could easily go. She howled, a sound so loud and guttural it shook the air around us. Her body convulsed, her claws raking at me as she tried to pull away. But the caltrop was in deep, its silver bite searing through her. The silver found her beating hard. The air changed. The night seemed to shudder. I could feel the wind blowing toward us, the power of her connection to it fading destructively. I could feel it, the wolf inside me, the connection to the pack, the strength that had shielded me from my pain, all of it slipping away. Serena collapsed, her body heavy and still, blood pooled beneath her, the dark fur on the wound matted and slick. I fell beside her, my hands trembling, the scent of silver and blood overwhelming my senses. The wolves scattered, their howls fading into the distance. Some fled into the woods, others stood frozen, watching as the pack leader, their leader, died. Or so I thought. She was becoming human. She was moving. No, I thought. She needed to die. My body was bleeding from her claw marks, and the curse that had been able to heal me before was gone. I was dying. She was still moving. I had failed. I must have. I looked at her face. For the first time, it wasn't filled with rage or dominance. Her features softened, her breathing shallow. There was a peace there, a quiet I hadn't expected. "Clara," she murmured, the name barely a whisper. Her lips curved into the faintest smile. She wasn't dead. She should have been dead. I exhaled. The weight of everything crashing down on me. My wolf was gone. The curse was gone. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I was truly just me. My body ached, the wounds burning with every breath. I lay back, trying with all my might to keep my eyes open. The stars blurred as my vision dimmed, my strength fading. I didn't need to survive. I needed to protect Kimberly. Serena wasn't dead. How was she not dead? She must have had a trope to help her. But I had seen her tropes when I was her ally. And she had several unique tropes. But I didn't remember one that would help her here. I hadn't paid enough attention then. I was a lapdog, not a player. I had to finish the job, but my health stats were going crazy. I was almost gone. Serena, though, she was crawling, moving toward Kimberly, toward another wolf. A bigger one. A wolf whose name was on the red wallpaper was Clara Withers. That was the other wolf. The one that had distracted my wolf. Serena was alive. Clara was alive. Kimberly was alive. For now, Kimberly was struggling, fighting wolves and staring at the big Clara wolf in the distance. I had to help her, but I couldn't. I tried to fight it. I tried, but I knew there was no coming back from my wounds. I sank into a darkness, a different darkness than the one the wolf made for me, a darkness that was the end. Silently, I prayed Serena was defeated and that her desperate crawling didn't mean Kimberly was still in danger. But then, as the reality of my potential failure overcame my other thoughts, I heard a familiar voice and a familiar line. "Congratulations, you've won a ticket." "You're here?" I asked. But it was more of an accusation. My heart was beating, my muscles tensed. I was standing. I wasn't lying on the ground bleeding out anymore. I wasn't gored by the claws of a wolf. I was wearing my cardigan again. Jeans. I was me. What a disappointment to die after exerting every ounce of my will, to finally be done, only to be reminded that this was all a sick game. Silas, the mechanical showman, stood about 15 feet away. The front of his box pointed directly at me in the clearing. There were no wolves. Kimberly was gone. Sarah or Serena, whatever her name was gone too. It was just me and Silas, the expressionless puppet. Suddenly, I remembered our time in the forest so long ago, when he appeared to me, offering me my prize. And when I pressed the button, I sealed my fate, acquiring bad luck magnet and beginning my 100 years of torment. Of nothing, of hunger, of sleeplessness, of that little dribble of hope that somehow tricked me into believing that if I just walked a little further, I would make it out of the forest. He looked at me blankly because that was the only way he could look at you. His paint was chipped, and his lights crackled like they were ready to burst, ready to dim. He didn't care whether you were gaining your aspect or being punished for the bad luck of being alone in the forest when a scapegoat was needed. And I knew I couldn't escape him. I had to press the button because this was a game. That was the truth. I felt sick to my stomach. I was sweating. How long did I stand there, staring at him? Who came and decided that I had to have this reaction? That this had to be me? That I had to stare at some little carnival machine and wonder if I was going to spend another 100 years in purgatory? And I would have to stand there staring until I pressed that button. That red button that could ruin your life and had ruined mine more than once. As I walked toward Silas, I listened to see if the wolf inside was still there. He wasn't. I had killed his master. And I was now alone. "Congratulations, you've won a ticket," Silas said again in his eerie mechanical voice that somehow sounded so intentional, so sarcastic even though it was a recording. Played every time he showed up. I had no choice. I pressed the button. He started reciting a poem, the same one he had when Kimberly had gotten her aspect. He was slow and deliberate. "You can pick one from 3. What will it be? No matter the choice. Number room to rejoice. All 3 can save your skin or tear it off again. The question remains. You must choose your pains. In this game of dread, you can choose well and still be dead." Silas, the mechanical showman, laughed just like he was programmed to. He ejected a small ticket. I grabbed it quickly and read it. "You've reached a level where the game starts to get more difficult. Luckily, You are about to get the tools to fight back. Having achieved plot armor 21, and having afterward accomplished the requisite feat of besting a significant physical-based enemy in a contest of mettle, hustle, or grit in the finale, you have now unlocked your choice of aspect. Choosing an aspect allows you to decide what type of athlete you wish to be. Good luck. Bested a physical-based enemy. I said, I did beat her, right? I beat her in that fight. I killed her. Then why was she still moving? Why was she still crawling toward Kimberly? If she's dead, if I actually bested her in combat, why was she still alive? If it was a trope, I wished he could just tell me. But that wasn't in the cards. I must have beaten her. I must have, otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Silas had no answers. Silas had tickets. He ejected for more, one of which listed my 3 aspect choices, my potential rewards. I read it carefully. As an athlete, you represent the pinnacle of human health, spirit, and physicality. However, what you represent matters little in Carousel. What you do with your gifts is all that counts. You must choose among the different paths: the sport, the stud, and the health nut. The choice of aspect will shape your abilities and influence your journey in significant ways. Sport. This aspect emphasizes the athlete's physical prowess and competitive spirit, represented by participation in various sports. A character embodying this aspect leverages their athletic skills and teamwork mindset to tackle physical challenges and outmaneuver adversaries. Their defining stats are high mettle and hustle, showcasing their physical strength and agility derived from sports training. Sport has tropes like buzzer beater, which boosts success in last-second efforts, dirty play, enhancing effectiveness with underhanded tactics, and workout montage, providing stat buffs and healing through training sequences. Stud. This aspect highlights the athlete's confidence, charisma, and natural ability to inspire and lead others. A stud uses their self-assured demeanor and leadership skills to motivate their team, win over authority figures, and navigate social situations with ease. Their high moxie reflects their charm and ability to gain favor with potential love interests, allies, and even the audience itself. Tropes like the show-off, which boosts physical stats when trying to impress. Not such a bad guy, which offers narrative redemption for earlier jerk-like behavior. And be cool, which enhances success through confident actions. Make this aspect a perfect blend of athletic prowess and social dominance. Health nut. This aspect underscores the athlete's dedication to maintaining peak physical, mental, and spiritual health, highlighting their wisdom and their intelligent approach to fitness and well-being. Health nuts use their high savvy to make strategic decisions, enhancing their overall endurance and adaptability in challenging situations. Their healthy lifestyle is reflected in their elevated grit, showcasing their resilience and ability to bounce back from setbacks. Health nut has tropes like I don't drink, which boosts grit through visible health-conscious choices, deep breathing, which enhances focus, and hustle by simulating slowed time, and keep your eyes peeled, which allows savvy to reinforce hustle and dodging, making this aspect a strong blend of inner strength, tactical thinking, and physical endurance. Choosing your aspect is a crucial decision. It not only determines your abilities but also sets you on a unique path. Whether you're a sport, a stud, or a health nut, your athleticism will make you powerful, but your approach to it will define your journey. Choose wisely. Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. I had been preparing for this choice for so long, ever since Camp Dyer. I had met players of all 3 aspects. I read over the aspect trope for the sport. Practice makes perfect type, ruled buffer chit type. Athlete aspect, stat used, medal or hustline sports movies. Repetition is the language of growth. A visual shorthand that speaks directly to the audience about dedication, struggle, and triumph and justifies even the most unbelievable of physical performances. Each deliberate motion refines your skill, turning practice into precision and consistency into greatness. Torchbearer. The player will represent the virtues of their aspect, providing boosts to saving throws and causing all tied stat matchups to favor the players. As a sport, you are the torchbearer of mettle and hustle. With you in the story, mettle and hustle checks and saving throws will weigh more in favor of the players, and even lost rolls may result in less severe penalties. repeatedly performing the same physical action such as scaling walls, throwing punches, wielding a specific weapon, or sprinting across multiple scenes grants a powerful stacking buff to metal or hustle, making you increasingly skilled and efficient at that exact act. Only scenes that will make the final cut will provide a buff. This ticket is granted after the player beats a significant physical-based enemy in a test of metal, hustle, or grit in the finale following the achievement of Plot Armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the sport aspect. Mastery isn't born in a moment, it's carved out by every repeated attempt. My brother was a sport. Christian needed to be powerful on his team because he was their main fighter. Still, he had to work hard to break out of that role and often used backgrounds instead of his aspect trope. I was the main fighter on our team, too, but somehow that rang hollow. What use was I as a fighter if I couldn't even control myself? If walking through a forest was like walking into a rut in my mind, where I never knew if one train of thought could derail me and turn me back into Straggler Antoine. Pure buffs to physical stats could be useful, but we rarely chose storylines that were straight-up fistfights. No, I couldn't be a sport. The crown of confidence type, ruled buffer type, athlete spect. Stat used in movies. You can always pick out the main character, the leader, at a glance, radiating confidence and charisma that draws everyone in. When it comes time to put up or shut up, you best hope that confidence isn't an errand torchbearer. The player will represent the virtues of their aspect, providing boosts to saving throws and causing all tied stat matchups to favor the players. As a stud, you are the torchbearer of Moxie and plot armor itself. With you in the story, Moxie and plot armor checks and saving throws will weigh more in favor of the players, and even lost rolls may result in less severe penalties. Your lowest physical stat is added to your Moxie stat. This ticket is granted after the player beats a significant physical-based enemy in a test of metal, hustle, or grit in the finale following the achievement of Plot Armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the stud aspect. Everyone will be looking to you now. Whether you succeed or fail, you'll do it with all eyes on you. The crown of confidence. What a joke. I had tried so hard to inspire my teammates, to hide the straggler within me, but I hid that about as well as I hid the wolf. Adding my lowest physical stat to my Moxie now, that was quite the buff. It would be incredibly powerful to have high Moxie, like Riley or Kimberly, who seemed to be able to mold the story to their desire. I could use it to power up my "you were having a nightmare" trope. It might even be powerful enough to make me forget about the straggler forest. Powerful enough to make me the old Antoine again. The guy who could take it all in stride, who had nothing to regret, who had no shame, who could do it all so effortlessly. I could make it all go away if I had enough Moxie, but I could never put enough points into that stat before because I was the fighter. I needed my stats to be in metal, hustle, or grit. Moxie was a luxury, but with this trope, I could get extra Moxie for free. I could end my troubles, and I could just forget all the bad things, like I had been. Like the wolf promised me, I could be the old Antoine. I'd never even remember being the new, lesser version of me. Could I do that? Could I truly forget? Just thinking about it sent electricity through my gut and excitement I could hardly contain. I could forget this. I could forget Wolf Antoine. I could forget Straggler Antoine. I could be everything I was pretending to be. All my time since the Straggler Woods could be gone. When Kimberly looked at me, it wouldn't be out of pity. She wouldn't have to protect me. She could look up to me at my crown of confidence and I could be the man I always wanted to be again. But what if it didn't work? What if I tried and tried, and that damn trope could never let me forget? Because you can't really forget when you know the nightmare isn't just a nightmare. It can't fade into your memory. It becomes a ghost, a specter staring over your shoulder, whispering in your ear. Go in days praying not to remember the truth, hoping I wouldn't get lost in thought and end up back in the forest, seeing people in the distance and having a visceral fear that they might be one of the other stragglers. What if all of this was a hallucination? What if I might still be in the woods? Could I deal with that? Would I even know that fear? Would I remember it? Forgetting only works if you can forget absolutely. But I couldn't do that. So much of what I had become and what we were attempting to achieve had come to involve my flaw. My memories were tainted. Could Carousel rebuild my broken mind so well that I forgot it was ever broken? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. Finally, I read the third trope. If I picked this one, it would give me the aspect of health net, the mountain as a metaphor type, rule of healing buff archetype athlete aspect health nut state used. In movies, physical trials represent mental or spiritual obstacles, turning something that is literally a challenge of the body into a metaphorical achievement as well. Torchbearer, the player will represent the virtues of their aspect, providing boosts to saving throws and causing all tide stat matchups to favor the players. As a health nut, you are the torchbearer of grit and savvy. With you in the story, grit and savvy checks and saving throws will weigh more in favor of the players. And even lost rolls may result in less severe penalties. Physical challenges, particularly those in climactic moments, will serve as concrete representations of the player's physical, mental, or spiritual struggles or as manifestations of complex intellectual obstacles they face. Overcoming these physical challenges will aid in resolving those struggles, even healing physical, mental, or spiritual injuries, and provide a boost to grit or savvy, depending on the context. This ticket is granted after the player bests a significant physical-based enemy in a test of mettle, hustle, or grit in the finale following the achievement of Plot Armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the health nut aspect. You spend your life climbing the mountain until the climb becomes your life. Every stone beneath your feet carries the weight of your becoming. Health nuts back at Camp Dyer did yoga. They did breathing exercises. Could that be me? I read over the trope. I found myself reading it multiple times, making sure I understood it, controlling my mental health problems with physical challenges. I wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Could this really work? How would I know if this was any different than just making me forget? Overcoming these physical challenges will aid in resolving those struggles, even healing injuries. A cure. I looked at Silas and asked him because who else was I supposed to ask? Will this actually fix me? Or will it just be more of the same? Hiding in the shadow of the wolf, forgetting but not forever. Silas didn't answer, but I knew the answer. If I picked stud, sure, it would be helpful. The extra moxie, the ability to be like Kimberly, a crowd favorite. I would be able to use my nightmare trope to just forget. But forgetting wasn't a solution. I was the man with the bad memories. I was the man lost in the forest. To forget would be to kill myself in some small way. It would be to give in to the wolf again, to his promises of peace and happiness. I stood there before Silas, just thinking, what if this was a real cure and not just some cheat? And then, as I thought about it, a beautiful vision spread out before me in my mind. What if I could become the man who beat this problem? What if I could remember the forest, and the wolf, and all my mistakes and not shudder, and not desire to hide in the shadows? What if there was a future where I remembered, and I was still okay? If that future existed, I could never get it with all the moxie in the world. That future required grit, not just the stat. It required me to tough it out, to stop hiding. I took the aspect tropes for stud and sport, and I put them into Silas' slot. They were sucked back in dot, and then, in an instant, I was lying on the ground again. The blue lights in the trees lit up the sky, but they didn't bother me anymore. The gashes were back in my chest, and yet somehow I felt like the lights on all of my statuses were blinking less often, that my dead status specifically was barely lit at all. And not for long. I had lost one of my TROPs. It had come unequipped. But now the mountain as a metaphor was equipped. Was this it? The faint assistance that trope promised in healing and grit. It didn't matter. I was alive enough to see Kimberly or what had become of her, even if I wasn't strong enough to get to her. I could at least see it. I saw her standing tall amongst the wolves. She was on screen. Next to no time had passed while I got my aspect. I couldn't protect her, not from all the way over here. Not bleeding out. Not now that I had lost the wolf. She was the only one of us left. The timer in my head had disappeared. If I had beaten the pack leader, then all she had to do was survive. To end the movie on a high note, it would have to come down to her. Riley for a moment. I panicked as I watched the big silver screen. We had not planned on Antoine recovering. Sure, we had hoped for it when we used his nightmare trope to try and ease some of his trauma so he might stand a fighting chance against the wolf. But that was a pipe dream. It was uninformed. It was meant to make Kimberly feel better. Somehow, he had beaten the curse. I couldn't be sure. but I assumed it was because our advanced rolling silver disconnected him from the pack. Maybe it was even the emergence of Clara Wolf. Whatever the case, it did create a dilemma. With the pack leader defeated and essentially out of the picture except for some cheesy little dramatic final words, it meant we had an undead werewolf running around with nothing to do. We had relied on this being our endgame, on using the wolf Clara as a key to beating Serena. We had talked through several scenarios for this, but now that Serena was out of the picture, how did Clara fit in? The good news was that we had beaten the rescue. Our only win condition was beating the clock. And we had certainly done that. Points to Antoine. What mattered now was our final score, and it was up to Kimberly to bring things home. I watched as she stared down the large undead wolf with rugged determination, tears streaming down her face. The screen cut to a pitiful sight at the edge of the scene. Clara, Serena called from where she had crawled after Antoine defeated her. Clara, she screamed out. She had silver in her heart. There was no way she was going to last for much longer. But the script insisted. It was possible she had a trope for it. Heck, the undead Clara Wolf might have had a trope that caused this to happen. It could also have been the result of our improvisation altering the script. I had no idea. That's not her, Kimberly said, her voice cracking. Tears held back. That's not Clara. Not really. She was confident. Serena crawled across the grass, and the Clara Wolf did nothing. It seemed confused. No. It was waiting. It was waiting to see what Kimberly had to say. Clara Wolf looked at Serena. It saw her. It took in her scent. Still, it didn't move. It and the wolves that had decided to follow it just stared down Kimberly with possible ill intent. They growled. They howled. They filled the air with terror and wind. These remaining wolves were one complicating thing with this storyline. Even if you beat the pack leader, there would still be a bunch of hungry wolves around who wanted to eat humans. Now, Kimberly had to find a way to defend herself against the rogue wolves. The wolves loyal to Clara, and Clara Wolf herself. Kimberly held my silver spoon knife, ready for a fight. She had a gun in her other hand. And then she lowered them. I remember everything, she said, her voice strained but resolute. It came to me in dreams. I remember the darkness, the loneliness. She paused as if suddenly struck by another memory. Mother. She said mother like she was saying a demon's name. Was she using convenient backstory? That wasn't the normal use of that trope. Normally, it was for changing your backstory to get skills. But she had used it to gain psychic powers before. And it would seem that adding a reincarnation backstory to your character was fully within the power of that trope. I remember your mother. My mother, she said faintly. And sure of whether those were the right words, she seemed afraid. More than she had before, and not of the wolf in front of her. Where was this fear coming from? Her character, frankly, I didn't know. But we did discover that Clara's mother may have been involved in her death. After all, Amadeus Singh was convinced Clara's parents had murdered her. How any of this tied together, I didn't know just yet. Secret lore really did live up to its name, and Kimberly was playing fast and loose here. Serena continued to scream for Clara, but she grew quieter and quieter. She eventually died without the wolf looking at her. It was truly sad. The details of her story were a mix of fiction and truth, but the feeling was real enough that I couldn't deny it. It was a tragic death. The wolf Clara got closer to Kimberly. Kimberly dropped the knife and the gun. You aren't going to hurt me, she said. She was giving this moment her all. Because you protect me, don't you? In life. And after, you're not Clara. You're her wolf. My wolf. I know you. I'm her, aren't I? Not just a piece of her. I am Clara. I remember this place. I remember you. What happened here? Kimberly looked absolutely emotionally wrecked as she prayed for answers. And Carousel took it from there. Flashes and memories started to play rapidly on the screen. I was watching an edited cut of the film in the theater. So this was how Carousel chose to wrap things up. With one of those vague flashback explanations. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. Kimberly's voice played over the flashbacks. They were simple. A woman crying over a young, pale, beautiful Clara, who lay deathly still, her eyes open. My mother tried to cure me, Kimberly said. She couldn't. She was trying to kill you, to kill the wolf. But she killed me instead. It was an accident. She was crying. I could hear it in her voice. The flashback supported Kimberly's story. Serena wanted me to run away with her, but I didn't. I couldn't leave my family. They entombed me in that crypt and didn't know I was still there, that I lingered as a spirit, and able to truly die. You were there with me, waiting to, and even when I was called away, I still came back over and over again. The flashback cut to Kimberly as a teen approaching the manor with her friends. Then, it showed a similar scene with a different young blonde woman, then another. The flashback ended. Kimberly looked at the ancient wolf and at Serena, lying dead in the grass. There was silence for a moment. Then the Clara wolf howled. With that howl, all of the rogue wolves yelped and ran into the forest. Even those wolves that had decided to follow Clara back down, fleeing. Kimberly and the wolf locked eyes and stared as the first ray of dawn reached over the horizon. The night was over. The wolf began to revert to human form or something resembling it. Its hulking frame began to shrink, the thick fur receding like shadows pulling away from the light. Its massive head diminished, the sharp, feral features softening, collapsing into the delicate proportions of a young woman. But this was no vibrant, healthy figure. What emerged was a grotesque, withered shell, a desiccated, mummified corpse. Its skin stretched taut over fragile bones as though the curse could not return life to the human form. The camera cut in and out along with the transformation. When the camera returned, the hollow remains toppled forward, crumpling to the ground in a brittle, lifeless heap, a mere shadow of what had been before. Kimberly fell. The needle on the plot cycle switched to the end. And I heard people clapping behind me. I heard them cheering. I heard sniffling. I didn't know if the movie deserved that kind of attention, but apparently, whoever it was that stood behind me thought so. The movie ended with a few scenes where Kimberly found Antoine dying of his injuries as a helicopter landed in the clearing next to Clara's body. Egan Curse stepped out and ran into the manor, moments later exiting with his son and his son's girlfriend. They were covered in blankets, human again. Curse was crying tears of joy, hugging Logan as his son as they walked back to the helicopter. More helicopters arrived with more mercenaries, no doubt here to clean up the carnage. All of the dead werewolves were turning back into dead people. Curse made eye contact with Kimberly as he boarded the helicopter. There was an acknowledgement in his eyes, maybe even a thank you. His butler or servant, or whatever he was, walked up to Kimberly and gave her a check. She stared at it and looked down at Antoine as more of Curse's men arrived to help take Antoine away for medical services. Kimberly mostly just stared at Curse's helicopter as it flew away, doing that thing where the survivor takes everything in and contemplates what had just happened. Any minute, the credits would roll, and it would all be over. A successful rescue. And while it had its flaws, we had done spectacularly. Messy lore and strange character decisions aside, I could feel we were in for great rewards. But then the movie just didn't end. Instead of going to the credits, the image on the screen divided into several smaller screens, all rolling at the same time. They weren't even on screen, they were off screen, like surveillance footage. I had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, there was a shuffle behind me. Someone burst into the theater and said, "She triggered secret lore." People there must have been at least a dozen of them behind me now gasped at the revelation. They didn't seem to understand how that had happened. They didn't even talk to the maid at the tavern. How could they have triggered secret lore? A man asked. What maid? What tavern? Upstairs is saying that she had a vision of the real family, and that was enough to trigger it. The person who had run in said again. Suddenly, I heard footsteps again as people tried to leave. They weren't even being quiet about it. "What do we do with him?" a woman asked. And I had a feeling she was talking about me. "Don't send him back until the story is over," a man answered. The woman who asked the question was standing behind me, directly behind me, grabbing onto something. I could feel the hair on my neck being moved. When I was a ghost in the diecast, I had seen my body from above in the theater. Whatever magic it was that these people, these behind-the-scenes helpers, used, it involved a strange ticket on the end of a lanyard I was wearing. The woman was grabbing onto my lanyard. I strained to see what was going on, but I couldn't move. I couldn't interact with the world in any way. I watched the screen as suddenly the footage of the manor we had come to know transitioned. No longer the old decrepit building, no. It was beautiful and new, filled with people. It was a party of some kind, being held 200 years ago. I didn't get a good view of it. If this was a secret lore scene, it would happen off-screen. So it wouldn't be cut together nicely for me to view. I would have to just watch the pieces and hope to understand what was going on. All of the little screens flickered and changed, moving away from the story we had just run to another story, something older, something less cinematic. Finally, I saw Kimberly at the party. She looked terrified. She was scared. I was helpless. Could she die in the secret lore scene? What would that entail? Surely, it would be the same as a normal death. We had already won the storyline, right? We were fine. Then, why was everyone behind me acting nervous? Out of the corner of my eye, I got a single glimpse of something silver. I knew what it was, so out of desperation, I used the insert shot on it. That was my sole means of interacting with the world. I couldn't do anything else, and I was truly panicking, unable to move, not knowing what was going to happen, and the trope worked. Suddenly, I got an image in my mind of a hole punch being held in the hands of a woman. The woman was staring straight ahead, with tears in her eyes, and she was wearing clothes that felt familiar to the 1890s but also a little to the 1950s. She held the hole punch in one hand and the ticket on the end of my lanyard in the other, staring forward at the screen. I realized this image wasn't just in my mind. Kimberly saw it, too, because the look on her face changed from fear to shock. If only for a moment. More than that, one of the screens displayed that image, if only for a few seconds before it was replaced, like all the others, with footage from the secret lore scene. Then I heard whispering as I struggled to get my bearings. "You're still in there, aren't you?" It was the woman standing behind me. I couldn't answer. Of course. Had she seen the image of herself in the small corner of the screen? Did she know I had used the insert shot trope on her and on that little silver hole punch? "Riley, you're running out of time," the woman whispered. "If you can hear me, if you can understand me, you need to hurry. You're losing momentum. Carousel runs on narrative momentum. Don't you understand?" My blood chilled. Whoever this woman was, whatever she was she trying to help? "You must move forward. You must attempt a through line. There's talk about abandoning you and your people to Carousel's wrath if the situation becomes more dire. And if that happens, I don't know if you can possibly survive. You must play the game more aggressively." Oh, folly. Can you even hear me? I could hear her, but I couldn't communicate with her. All I could do was sit and watch Kimberly try to survive the reveal of secret lore and hope that, whatever it was, she would come out okay and not be scarred in the way Antoine had been. As I sat and watched, I contemplated the fact that my trope had somehow successfully worked in the theater on one of the mysterious strangers. It worked on them. But what could I do with that information, Kimberly? I waited for the storyline to end, but it never did. The needle on the plot cycle said the end, but like normal, the needle never reset back to the beginning. So there I stood, bleeding from my wounds, watching as the sun rose higher. I was off screen. Everything was off screen. In my heart, I knew what that meant. Secret lore. When nothing started happening, when Silas never arrived with his red button, all I could do was begin to wander around. That was when I realized, from a distance, that there were no vehicles parked in front of the manor house. There had been enough vehicles for each of us. I had a convertible. Antoine had a truck. And then there were several others, but none of them were there now. The fountain, too, was gone. There had been a beautiful water feature of some kind, a statue of a woman, but it was also not there. As I observed that, Maya was drawn to the manor house itself. It was beautiful. It was no longer the decrepit, dying place that teenagers would call haunted. It was new. None of the windows were smashed or boarded up. With no other path clear to me, the only thing I could do was walk toward the manor. As I did, I began to hear music, but not the type of music I would expect to hear from a manor like this. Instead, it was a combination of drums and singing in a language I had never heard before. I stepped closer to the manor and, determined to end the movie, I opened the door. The inside of the house was missing. It wasn't as though it had been stripped or burned out, no. When I opened the front door to the manor, I was opening a door to another world completely, a world of bright colors and beautiful smells. Of people dressed in a way I had never seen anyone dress. They were lively shades of orange and blue, along with brass chains and jewelry. There were booths set up and people trading fish, clothing, and dozens of other different goods. some of which I couldn't even describe. I was in the middle of a bizarre magical market from a place unlike anything back on Earth. As soon as I walked through the doorway, the door disappeared. And it was just me. The people didn't seem to notice me, not at first. They shopped and told each other jokes, and went about their day. But then I heard a voice that sounded familiar to me but that I had never physically heard before. "This is Susan," the voice said. And it took me a moment to realize that the voice wasn't inside my mind, that it was literally right behind me. I turned, and I saw two young girls, maybe 15 years old. They did not dress in the style of the people of the bazaar. No, they had much more European or American sensibilities, or that was the closest I could compare them to. One of them, the one who spoke, was smiling at me when I finally locked eyes with her. I knew who she was, even though I had never actually seen a proper picture of her. It was Clara Woolsey. She had blonde hair, but otherwise, she didn't actually look that much like me. That was all for the storyline. She smiled. "This is Susan," she repeated. She was my first crush, but I didn't know that back then. Susan talked to her energetically, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. It was muted. I could tell it was the type of talk that all 15-year-old girls were known for throughout time. Secrets and dreams and so many exciting things. "Come on, quick," Clara said to me again, with Susan not hearing. "We have to go before my mother notices. Father is busy speaking with the sharecroppers about a business deal. Hurry." Though she was dressed like she was from 200 years ago, she spoke in a much more modern manner, almost as if she had been reincarnated many times. She and Susan began to run through the bazaar, stopping at stalls and trying on scarves and jewelry. No one got in their way. There were guards posted around the bazaar, guards that did not belong to whatever culture or country we were currently in. This was occupied territory. The girls ran left and bought food that looked delicious. It took everything from me to keep up. They were young. They were free in a faraway land. I would have been the same at their age. They continued to run until they ran out of market to run through and found themselves in a place within the city that I didn't think they should be. But I knew better than to warn them. I was just a passenger in this story, taken from Royal Road. This narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. We were in a place like a cemetery or some type of churchyard from a religion that I could not understand. As they turned a corner, they stopped suddenly. Their eyes locked on something. I walked up behind them to get a better look. It was the strangest sight I had ever seen, even in Carousel. Before us was a large stone table of some kind, with a man chained to it, lying down with his arms and legs outspread, facing the heavens. People were surrounding the man, grabbing onto his arms and legs, holding him still despite how much he struggled and spat and screamed at them in a foreign tongue, in many foreign tongues all at once, making sounds that no one person should ever be able to make. His screams sounded like stadiums of people screaming, and sometimes they sounded like a monster's roar. At the head of the table was an ornately dressed woman who was clearly highly revered from the way that people looked at her. She was speaking a language I didn't understand, but I could tell she was praying from the way she held her hands on high. She was sprinkling the man with some strange red dust as she said the words. This was an exorcism, I realized. She was trying to expel demons or whatever this place had instead of demons. Somehow, the woman knew that Clara and Susan were there. She turned her head and simply said, "You should not be here, young ones." And she was right, because the man on the table seemed to notice the girls too. He stared at them. And after that one look, Susan ran, shoving me out of the way. Though Clara couldn't take her eyes off the man. I had never seen anything like it before. She said to me, "A man possessed a man going through true suffering. I lived a sheltered life, and that was the first time I had ever seen something so horrifying, but not the last." The man continued to struggle against his chains and against the people holding him down while screaming profanities into the air. Somehow, through a great burst of strength, the man managed to get one of his arms free from the chain, breaking it away from the stone table and pointing directly at Clara. He said some arcane words that seemed to travel through the air and wrap around Clara's throat. She fell back onto the ground. Out of instinct, I dropped down to try to help her. But the moment I did, all the sounds of the market in the distance disappeared. The sounds of the man on the table with his obscene tongue were gone in an instant. We were back in the manor house. Clara was lying in bed, sickly ill, chunks of her hair missing. A man stood over her, checking her eyes and skin. Behind him, a man and a woman stood holding each other. On the red wallpaper, they were known as Thomas and Agnes Woolsey, Clara's mother and father. The man had good news. This is far less dangerous than it seems. It is a simple curse, as it were. And a simple herbal remedy is all that is required as a cure. He took out a notebook and began writing down a list of ingredients. Then he went over to Agnes Woolsey and began describing to her how to administer the herbal treatment. I still stood next to Clara. Father was ashamed. She whispered to me, of himself, of having brought us to that foreign land. Whenever I was sick, he couldn't stand to look at me. Mother began to treat my curse herself. She became such an attentive mother. In an instant, the room I was standing in was empty, and I could hear talking out in the main room of the manor house. I followed the sound and found a group of high society women sitting around a large collection of chairs. Clara was among them, seated in a large chair that towered over her. She was washed and dressed in her best clothing, but it was still clear she was under the effects of the curse that the possessed man had given her. "You poor young child," one of the women said. "You are so blessed to have a mother who could take care of you." "Oh yes," another added. "Most would not be so knowledgeable. My family has long forgotten our traditional remedies." The women continued to talk until one asked why the curse had been cast upon Clara. Clara stayed silent. She was completely out of it, an empty shell. "Well," Agnes Woolsey said in a sickly whisper, "one of the local tribeswomen caught her husband staring at Clara and cast a curse upon her." "Oh goodness," one of the women said. The other women reacted similarly, telling Agnes how they would never bring their children to another land, to an uncivilized place like that. Agnes assured them that she had fought against it, but her husband had overruled her and he never would again. The women continued to talk and to cast praise upon Agnes for her ability to keep her daughter alive. Agnes liked that praise, it was so clear. She reached out to hold Clara's hand, summoning the closest thing to a tear that she could, and confessed to them, "It is a mother's purpose, after all, isn't it, to care for her children?" Suddenly, an image of a woman holding a one-hole punch filled my mind. I wasn't sure what that meant. I didn't have time to give it thought. Once again, the people in the room disappeared. Instinctually, I ran back into Clara's room, where I found Thomas, Agnes, and Clara together again. "I bought you this from overseas. It is a powerful relic and amulet that is said to have the capacity to contain any curse," Thomas said as he wrapped a silver necklace around Clara's neck. She wasn't an empty shell on this day, so she thanked him and admired her beautiful necklace. From the look of it, it was a glass vial filled with clear water on a silver chain. It was not quite how it looked in the picture or when Clara's corpse wore it. There was no silver liquid inside. It was just clear. "Now," Thomas said, "I trust that this illness will end. Can you promise me that?" Clara looked at him, confused, but she said that she promised. Then she turned to me and said, "I didn't realize it at the time, but looking back, I think my father doubted that I was still sick. He thought I was faking it. Maybe that's what he had to think, that this curse wasn't continuing to haunt me over a year after I had contracted it, that my poor state of health wasn't his fault." As I watched the glass vial on the necklace, the crystal clear water started to darken just a little bit as Clara wore it. "She will wear the necklace every day until this wretched curse is gone. Is that clear?" Thomas said. "I've spent a small fortune on it, and I expect it will cure what ails her." "Yes," Agnes said, clearly bothered by it. "I suppose that when she's cured of it, we will have you to thank." "Darling," Thomas said, "I know that it is your healing hands that have kept our daughter from oblivion. But this amulet is said to be very powerful. There's only one like it. The water inside is from a holy spring, surely. It will only help in your efforts." Agnes pursed her lips. I couldn't place the look on her face. The way she stared at that necklace. Was it anger she felt? And then things began to get weirder. I heard speaking in the next room, so I quickly left. But I didn't find myself in the main hallway like I expected. It was another version of Clara's room. I had simply walked from one version to another. Inside of the second room, Clara sat staring forward as if she were in a coma with her eyes open, with nothing else to see. I continued moving forward out the other door, and I was yet again inside another version of Clara's room. This time, She had lost a lot of hair and looked terrible. Agnes stood over her, spooning some strange concoction into her mouth. There, darling, Agnes said. This will make you feel stronger. Mother's love is the best cure. I left the room again. And in the next room, Clara was stronger. She was practically radiating youth and beauty. In the next room, she was sickly again but not comatose. The next room was once again filled with women who cried and applauded as Agnes detailed the level of care she had to give her daughter. Agnes worked up a tear and told them again it was just a mother's duty, that she came from a long line of healers, truth be told, and that she always intended to pass her craft down to her daughter. But I never prayed for these horrible circumstances in which to teach her. In the next room, Clara was lying in bed, and a young woman sat at her side, reading a book to her. The young woman continued to read as Clara looked at me and said, "Mother and father have always provided me with one of the servant girls to help me when I was sick. I'd gone through half a dozen by this point until, eventually, they picked her. You're not even paying attention," the young woman reading said with a smile. And I recognized the woman. It was Serena. Her long black hair, her striking eyes. I was never going to forget that face. Serena reached out a hand and grasped Clara's. Even though neither said anything, I could see that they were in love. They stared at each other as if they were dying to say those words. Then they disappeared, and I went on to the next room to find Clara alone, painting a picture of the tree that stood outside her window. "I never knew how I would feel the next day," she said as she saw me. "Some days, I was as healthy as a normal woman, healthier, even, other days. It was only my mother's medicine that kept me alive." I heard shouting from the next room, and when I walked through the door, I was yet again in Clara's room. This time, she and Agnes were having an argument. "You're not making me better," Clara said. She looked older now, maybe even an adult. "You must be getting something wrong." "Who do you have to thank for being alive right now?" Agnes asked. "I have been toiling over you incessantly, and this is the thanks I get." The argument ended as the two disappeared, and I wandered into the next room to see Agnes blowing strange black smoke from an incense burner into Clara's face. "This will help your treatment," Agnes said. "Breathe it in." And strangely, Clara did breathe it in without argument. Her eyes were blank, dull, lifeless. In the next room, Clara was comatose again. In the one after that, she was bright and beautiful, doing her studies at a desk. I heard yelling from beyond that, and when I left, I wasn't in Clara's room again. I was in an office of some sort. Perhaps it was Thomas. "She's going to the Mondale Sanatorium, and that is it," Thomas yelled at Agnes. "She needs sea air and a second opinion. She is a woman now, and she is losing her best years to this." As soon as they were done speaking, I left the room and found myself walking out onto a vast green field next to the ocean. Clara was there in the distance, sitting under a tree on a picnic blanket. Serena was with her. I walked out to see them. Clara didn't speak to me directly this time. She and Serena were engaged in a conversation that was muted, like many others, a secret between themselves that wasn't mine to hear. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, I was standing in the main room of the manor house. Clara was walking through the door, home from the sanatorium, looking radiant and beautiful. Her father greeted her with a sincere hug, running his finger over the silver necklace, which was now filled not with clear water, but with the inky silver that I was used to seeing. Agnes was not nearly as warm but did greet her daughter. I blinked again, and the room was empty, but I heard screaming outside. I went to the front door and saw Agnes calling for help in the distance. Serena must have heard her from the other side of the house and ran out to greet her, as did many other servants and eventually Thomas himself. I followed along until I was close enough to hear what Agnes was saying. "She's been bit. One of those vile wolves I told you to have killed bit poor Clara," she declared. The entire group ran in the direction Agnes pointed. There, we found Clara lying on the ground with a strange mark on her leg. Clara was asleep, having lost the radiant beauty she had attained at the sanatorium. "Why was she out in the woods?" Serena screamed. "She wasn't feeling well. Why did you not have me attend to her?" Agnes was having none of it. "My daughter wanted to go on a walk to regain her health. Is a mother not allowed to assist her daughter on a stroll through the woods?" Serena stared at her, clearly suspicious. But more suspicious than Serena's look was the strange mark on Clara's leg. It wasn't a bite, if anything. It looked like a scratch that was almost completely healed. Agnes looked on with disbelief. No, there was a bite, Agnes insisted as she saw the faded wound. It was clear teeth marks. A wolf came from nowhere and bit her, took a gash out of her leg. She genuinely looked confused. All I could notice was the necklace, the silver liquid inside the vial. It was bubbling. We need to have a doctor called, Agnes said. A wolf bite can be dangerous. They say wolf madness can be found in these woods. There was a case just last year. I blinked and found myself back in Clara's room. Another doctor of some sort was standing there, speaking to Agnes and Thomas. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Again, I must say that the risk of exposure to wolf madness is extremely low. The bite has to break the skin in order to spread the disease. And I'm not seeing any piercing here on her leg. In fact, I can't tell where she was wounded at all. Perhaps you're being a bit overcautious because of Clara's medical history. Agnes was still terribly confused and refused to believe what was happening. No, she said. She has wolf madness. I'm sure of it. I need you to begin a course of treatment, or otherwise instruct me how to do it myself. The doctor looked at Thomas, and Thomas wrapped his wife in a hug and said, My dear, Clara is in good health. She will recover. She merely had a fainting spell again. Then he continued speaking to her in a muted volume. I blinked again, and it was night. I was alone in the room with Clara when Agnes walked in carrying a lantern and a small book. She walked right past me after closing the door and immediately grabbed the blankets, ripping them off Clara. Clara started to wake. Agnes then retrieved something from a pouch hidden on her person. Go back to sleep, Agnes said before Clara could tell what was happening. And Clara did go back to sleep almost immediately. Agnes held the lantern up to Clara's leg, completely unable to believe that there was no bite mark or gash or whatever it was that she expected to be there. She took the object she had retrieved, a small cloth wrapped up in a bundle, and unraveled it, revealing a mixture that looked like seeds or spices. She grabbed a pinch of it, held it over Clara's leg in the exact same spot where she had claimed there was a gash, and started to sprinkle it while chanting strange words. As the dust fell on Clara's leg, a gash began to form a bite. I peeked over Agnes's shoulder to look at the book she had carried, to see the title of the page she was on. I couldn't read the words, they weren't in English and Carousel wasn't translating them for me. But there was a drawing on the page, a drawing of a wolf. As I watched this, a voice I had never heard before began speaking in a way that only I could hear. It was a man's voice. He had some kind of accent I couldn't place, but I could tell he was educated and intelligent. The werewolves of my youth were nothing like the creatures I encounter today. Then, the affliction, what we called wolf fever, was a pitiable illness, akin to leprosy or rabies. Victims suffered a natural hair growth, feverish aggression, and madness during the full moon. They were unmistakably human, suffering from a disease, not transforming into monsters. Now, I see something far darker. These modern werewolves abandon humanity entirely, their bodies reshaping into beasts under some unholy law. What caused this evolution? Has the curse itself grown and adapted? Or has humanity changed in ways we do not yet understand? I cannot reconcile this shift, and the truth behind it feels more elusive with every passing year. Yet my thoughts keep returning to Clara Woolsey, whose illness began not as lycanthropy, but as a simple demonic jinx. Her symptoms defy explanation: emotional hollowness like the victims of voodoo, zombification, an aversion to sunlight reminiscent of hexes from the Black Mountains, and a profound lethargy akin to the physiological rebound observed following the application of potent restorative compounds. These irregularities suggest something far more complex at work. Rumors abound that Clara was the first of these new wolves, the origin point of this unsettling transformation. If true, her case is more than unique, it is pivotal. I must ascertain the connection between her affliction and the monstrous evolution of lycanthropy. In her story may lie the key to understanding, perhaps even undoing, this terrible curse. The voice stopped speaking. Clara was the first of the modern werewolves. We knew something like that. How is this happening? Agnes cried to the heavens. What magic is this? The wound she had just created on Clara's leg was healing again. Agnes could not believe her eyes. At that moment, She noticed as I did that the silver inky liquid inside the glass vial around Clara's neck was bubbling gently. "That wretched thing," she said under her breath. "I thought its power was long spent." Agnes reached up to the necklace and swiftly yanked it off Clara's neck. "That was a huge mistake. Come here." A voice called from behind me, and I turned to see the younger Clara standing there in the doorway while the adult Clara lay in the bed. The adult Clara didn't quite look human anymore. She was beginning to look like a werewolf. Agnes took note and screamed. I listened to the younger Clara and followed her out of the room. "We have to hide from Mother," Clara said. She took me by the hand and ran with me until we were upstairs. She ran further down the hall to the bookcase that I knew slid out to reveal a hidden room. "Come on," she said. I followed her and helped her move the bookcase out of the way. Inside, there weren't stacks of books like there had been in the storyline. Instead, it was a little girl's playroom filled with dolls and toys. "Come on, hurry. I don't want my mother to see," young Clara said. I followed her inside, and we closed the bookcase behind us. We sat there in the darkness while roaring and screaming commenced downstairs. "What's happening?" I asked. "This is secret lore. This is what really happened." Clara didn't answer. She just shushed me. So, I waited and waited in the darkness until, in a moment, I wasn't in the darkness anymore. I was back in Clara's room. Much of it had been destroyed, but she was lying back in bed, wearing her necklace again, with her father and mother looking at her in disgust and fear. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I understood enough they were terrified of her. And then things began to speed up. Serena broke into her room while Clara was inside alone. She begged Clara to run away with her, but Clara was clearly terrified of herself and told her no, that she was only a danger to Serena. Then Clara turned to me and said, and that was the moment that changed my world, because that was the moment Serena grabbed Clara and kissed her. I watched with tears in my eyes. Still, Clara would not go with Serena, though it clearly pained her. She wanted to protect Serena from the wolf. From there, all I got were flashes. Clara being hauled underground and stuck in a room in full darkness, hardly fighting it at all. Serena, on the next full moon, transforming. After all, we knew she had gotten the curse from a kiss, just as Cursed had tried to curse us with one little prick of werewolf saliva. Serena ran, and if I understood, she ran and didn't return for months. The seasons had changed. She couldn't find Clara. Clara lay still, night after night, flashing before me. I could see her there in her underground chamber, all alone. Serena searched and searched, both as a wolf and as a woman, but she could never discover where Clara had been put. The nights flashed by as Clara went from a beautiful, if cursed, young woman to nothing but the dried-up body I had seen in the fake crypt from the storyline. Clara's body remained lying on the bed in an underground room. Forever. And then it was all over. I wasn't at the manor anymore. I was standing in front of the diner in southeastern Carousel. People were around. This wasn't the 1980s version, it was the modern one. A more real one that didn't feel so rural or out of the way. There were crowds of people and all kinds of tacky tourist shops lining the streets next to the motel, the diner, and all the other locations I recognized. I was in Carousel proper again, and yet the plot cycle had not reset. Was the secret lore story over? "Kimberly," a woman called out behind me, and I turned to see her. I recognized her. "Clara," I said. She was all grown up. She was beautiful and dressed like a normal modern woman. "What's happening?" I asked. "Nothing," she said. "It's over. I was supposed to chase you around as a wolf, but I couldn't really do that since you were technically me." "Isn't that what you said?" She laughed. "You said you would protect me during the storyline, so I protected you." I had felt fear during the storyline, her fear, and I had said I would protect her. But that was impossible. I couldn't do anything to help her. I couldn't help myself. I was crying at seeing what she had gone through. "Your mother cursed you," I said. "She was the one that kept you sick." Clara nodded. "She never quite let my curse go away. And sometimes she would add something to it, something to make me more obedient, to make me less emotional, more dependent on her. Sometimes she would go too far and have to heal me to make me beautiful again, to restore my youth. And then, in the end, when she saw that I was outside of her grasp, she tried to give me wolf fever. It was the amulet, wasn't it?" I asked. "It created a new kind of werewolf. True werewolf, she smiled, but more to comfort me than anything else. The necklace took in all the magic that my mother had used on me, and it combined it into one thing. The wolf fever was the last straw. All the good spells and the bad spells combined and created something new. That was the secret. Why did it matter to the game at Carousel? I had no idea. I'm sorry that happened to you. And now that you're here, it's just going to keep happening over and over again, I said. She didn't speak for a while, but she did smile in an odd way. Like she knew something I didn't. Yes, it might, she said. But I think things are looking up. How could she think something like that? How? How can anything get better? There are no happy endings in Carousel, I said. She smiled again and hugged me, then started stepping away down the street. You're right. There are no happy endings here. You are absolutely right, she said with a small smile as she stared around the street, looking at the people and the stores and the sky. There are no endings at all in Carousel. Not really. She turned and kept walking until I saw where she was headed. A tall, black-haired woman, Serena, was down the street waiting for her. When Clara caught up to her, they clasped hands. They walked away together, fading into the crowd. At that moment, the plot cycle reset. The story had ended, and I dropped to my knees. I was back in the field by the manor. It was over. I woke in the darkness. In one hand, I held the plastic, fake version of the silver necklace that Clara had been wearing. In the other, I held a flashlight, one of the ones we had brought into the crypt. As I clicked the light on and looked around, I realized there was no crypt anymore. I was underground, and I could hear the earth around me shifting. I quickly crawled toward the exit. No sooner had I pulled myself out of the hole and into the hallway of the underground passages than I heard the earth collapse behind me. I found my way out of the tunnels to the large room where the caged werewolves had been, but they were gone. Logan and Avery had been cured and taken away. I bounded up the steps and found myself in a version of the manor house I hadn't seen before, a version converted into a museum. None of the artifacts or exhibits had been placed yet. All I saw were empty glass display cases and placards with nothing on them. Carousel really did reuse everything. I left the manor house behind and ran to the field where I had last seen Kimberly, the place she had been returned to after surviving the secret lore sequence. It had been a surreal experience to observe from my view in the theater. Kimberly had been ushered through a bizarre maze of scenes from Clara Woolsey's life. Throughout her journey, a werewolf lurked just out of sight, but it never approached her. I couldn't discern its purpose, perhaps a deadly obstacle, but it merely observed. Kimberly had made it through, learning the truth about the werewolf curse. The words of the faceless person in the theater echoed in my mind. How could we have found secret lore when we hadn't spoken to the maid at the tavern? What did that even mean? What tavern? What maid? I dropped this train of thought as I found Kimberly kneeling in the field, tears streaming down her face. Taking a chance, I approached and hugged her. She hugged me back. After a moment, she asked something strange, wiping her tears. She looked at me and asked, "Do you think you do so well here in Carousel because it offers something that real life didn't?" The question seemed to come out of nowhere. "I don't know," I said, and sure, I wasn't finished sorting out those feelings myself. She looked at me strangely and then said, "Never mind." I began pacing, watching the blue lights of our chemical traps go out around us. "We did it," I said after contemplating her words. She nodded. "We did it." I tried to strike up a conversation about the ending, how we'd handled things when Serena was killed by Antoine, but the conversation was cut short when Antoine himself appeared in the distance. Something was different about him. I couldn't pinpoint what, but his smile and the joy on his face made it clear something had changed. He had an aspect now. He was a health nut. It came with a new trope already equipped. The mountain as a metaphor. It would be an asset. Though I couldn't help but wish I'd seen his other aspect trope choices. He and Kimberly embraced and whispered to each other while I stood awkwardly nearby. The next to appear was Andrew. As he approached, I extended my hand. "Good work, Doctor," I said. Double quotes, "Yes. And you too," he replied. All our planning had paid off. We'd made mistakes, but we'd overcome them. I was certain we'd given Carousel enough footage to construct a good film. Andrew and I talked about the silver purification plan, how well we executed it, and what adjustments we might have made had we better predicted how the weapon interacted with the werewolf curse. It was idle chit-chat for us. Finally, the people we had come there for, Logan and Avery, arrived, wearing the clothes they must have been lured into the monster's lair in. Though I had technically met them while they were caged, it was clear that wasn't really them. They'd been exhausted and said very little, both on screen and off screen. Logan looked like he was heading to a casual beach wedding, tall, tan, with dirty blonde hair just long enough to brush off his forehead. He might have been in his mid-30s, which led me to believe he had been de-aged to play Cursed Son. He approached Andrew with a half hug and several pats on the back. "Did you understand what I was saying?" Andrew asked hurriedly. "Was it you in the cage?" "You didn't respond." "I was in there," Logan said. "But the script was in control, so you heard about..." Andrew began. "I heard everything," Logan said. "Leela came to apologize during the storyline. Gave us a whole speech. She does seem genuinely remorseful," Andrew said. "Well, it would be best for her to seem that way, given our circumstances," Logan replied with a half-smile. Avery, still shaken from the whole being dead thing, smiled despite the tears in her eyes. She wore an oversized red sweater that wrapped around her fashionably, her red hair held back with a headband. She was an eye candy with the beauty aspect, and her aspect choice made sense at a glance. She put a lot into her presentation. Kimberly greeted her, and they talked for a while. Antoine introduced himself, putting his people skills to good use. I stood by, watching as our group of survivors grew a little larger. Time passed. "You waited. That makes you the film buff," Logan said after a lull in the conversation. "That's me," I replied, shaking his hand. "So you're the one who knows what's going on, how?" he asked. I shrugged. "No, that's somebody else." He laughed a sardonic laugh. "Not Joyce. I look forward to stumbling through hell with you," he said. "You as well," I replied. But my response was cut off as Leela appeared. She didn't say anything at first, and eventually, someone noticed her standing at a distance, afraid to approach. Her porcelain face was red with tears. The next part, Antoine, Kimberly, and I didn't listen. This was a group moment for them. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but there wasn't anger, at least not from Logan. Avery, however, did seem to have some lingering resentment, which was more than understandable after having been lured into the jaws of the werewolves. Logan, though, didn't seem to care. I couldn't see it anyway. He acted like all she had done was spill milk on his pizza, getting him and his friends killed. "Don't let it happen again." An interesting attitude. When their little group came back over to us, I heard him saying, "Next time you revive me, wait until the game is almost over." He had that little bit of darkness in him that made this place survivable. Dina had the same thing. So did I suppose. Finally, Michael arrived. He and Logan shared a big bear hug, complete with more of those slapping pats on the back. I didn't get where that was coming from, but it must have been their group's thing. Good for them, their group was back together. Ours was still fractured, but not for long. What happened next was no surprise. There was a small crack in the air, and suddenly, a mechanical man appeared, informing us that we had won a ticket. Oh boy, had we won tickets. Most of the time, I waited for others to go first, but I just had to know whether everything we had risked was worth it. We had been down to one viable player in this storyline. If Antoine hadn't regained his sense, if our plans hadn't worked, if Kimberly had died before she could get to the end, that would have been it. We would all have been gone. I wondered if I would have been stuck in the theater, watching random camera angles for eternity. I slapped that red button on Silas's front before anyone else. I got a handful, not as many tropes as I had anticipated, but not a small amount either. I got 3. It wasn't really the tropes I was after, though. It was the stat tickets, because they would determine whether or not this whole using rescues to grind levels when needed thing was going to work. And it did. I got 6 stat tickets. That was more than I had gotten when I was dragged along on the grotesque, grossly underleveled. At that, of course, the grotesque wasn't exactly our best performance. It was a functional, clean victory, not designed to be fancy or to score high, but just to survive. Didn't even really tell much of a story. 6 stat tickets explained why all those former players had been willing to risk it all to exploit the rescue mechanic. Why they had spent months scouting out rescue opportunities where they might find an edge. It explained everything. Our average level was around 27. and this storyline's level had to be in the mid-30s. Most of the vets would never do something like that unless they had no other option. We would have to do this over and over again, pressing our luck, because when we got closer to level 40, things were going to slow down, and even running rescues would only get us a few stat tickets. But we would have to do it. We would have to keep pushing forward. And if the woman who stood behind me in the theater was correct, we would have to start doing more. We might even have to do Carousel's through line. After all, the reward for that was supposed to be escape. The stat tickets and the tropes weren't all I got. We all also got fresh luggage tags with higher weight capacities. We got a couple of coupons to restaurants around Carousel that were supposed to allow us to eat there without risk of danger, but I would have to consult the atlas to make sure those were what they seemed to be. And finally, the biggest card in the lot, we got secret lore. Congratulations, you found secret lore. Secrets of Carousel 14, A Mother's Love. Bring this ticket to the Carousel Public Library to collect your prize. Collect 10 for a huge reward. Well, my curious friend. You've pried open the lid of a dark and tragic tale. Let me introduce you to Clara Woolsey, a beauty of her time, pale as moonlight, with a life so fragile it seemed to sway with the slightest breeze. One ill-fated day, she wandered to for a while abroad and stumbled into something she should never have seen. An exorcism, fierce and fiery, with curses flying like arrows. One of those wicked darts found her, latching onto her with cruel precision. But do not pity her. Not yet, for Clara's fate was not sealed by the curse alone. No, it was her mother, dear Agnes Woolsey, who twisted that curse into something monstrous. Agnes was devoted, but not to Clara's salvation. No, her devotion was to the attention, the sympathy, the reverence she gained as Clara's endlessly suffering caretaker. To keep her daughter weak, compliant, and dependent, she became a mistress of dark arts, layering spells like stones upon a grave. Here is what Agnes wrought. One cruel enchantment after another, a voodoo hex to bend Clara's will, burying her emotions in the dark and leaving her pliant. A ghoul's curse to keep her within the house, avoidant of the light of day. A beauty tonic to preserve her delicate, flawless features, like a doll in a glass case. A powder for youth to ensure she always looked the perfect age, no more, no less. A love charm to bind her to her family's affections, though it never quite touched her mother. Health potions to stave off death and prolong her suffering, ensuring she stayed alive just long enough. An infusion of hardiness to make her endure the strain of this wretched life. And finally, wolf fever, an illness of madness and hair, a rabid curse of the body and mind. A disease of desperation meant to drive Clara back to her mother's arms. Broken and dependent, a silver vial on a silver chain, a simple gift from Clara's father containing what he believed to be holy water, became the anchor for all the curses, binding them together into an unholy amalgamation. But Agnes, in her greedy desire for control, overlooked the most potent curse of all, true love. The bond between Clara and Serena, her lover, broke through the layered magic like sunlight through storm clouds. A single kiss spread the amalgamation of curses, twisting wolf fever into something new, something primal, something enduring. From that moment, the first real werewolves were born, not mindless beasts, but creatures of strength, passion, and sorrow, cursed to walk the earth in Clara's tragic shadow. All werewolves are in love, they say, and for good reason. Even now, the echoes of Clara's tale linger in the moonlight, her fate carved into the wilderness and woven into the howls of the cursed. Do you feel it, dear seeker? That chill on the air? Perhaps it's Clara herself, watching from the trees. Or perhaps it's only your imagination. In Carousel, families are the heart of our community. Whether by blood or by bond, it's the ties we share that make this town special. Bartholomew Geist, founder of Carousel. I read through the secret lore ticket before I even looked at my tropes. I just had to try to find the pattern in what secret lore was, in hopes that we could uncover more of it. I also hoped to figure out why we needed it in the first place. The werewolf curse had been the result of a woman with Munchausen by proxy in a world where magical curses existed. She had used those spells on a child who was wearing some sort of magic amulet that combined them all. That was interesting. In fact, that could have been a storyline in and of itself, but instead, it ended up as secret lore. I would have to figure out why. After reading the secret lore card twice, I turned to my tropes. I saw it in a movie. Type, action archetype, film buff aspect, filmmaker stat used. The ultimate meta move is to explain to the audience how movies work. Movies are another world. It's different there. The player can bolster their specific plans or improvisations by referencing a movie they allegedly saw such endeavors working successfully in. Sometimes, you just need to remind the audience of what medium they are watching. Essentially, this trope made it easier for me to accomplish tasks that might otherwise require proper planning and setup. Not a bad choice, but it would need to be a real time saver for me to consider equipping it. I had a feeling about you too. Type, action archetype, eye candy aspect, beauty. Stat used. Love is a force in and of itself. A power that can be greater than any magic and more destructive than any curse. The player can see any potential romance subplots and learn how to activate them. Any story could be a love story, but don't count on a happy ending. This was one of the tropes my psychic grandmother background allowed me to equip. I wasn't sure I would ever use it. In fact, it came across more as a joke. Either way, it was out of my wheelhouse. No stab in the dark type, ruler type, film buff aspect, filmmaker stat used. Cinema goes through phases, sometimes dark phases, but none so dark as when every scary movie suddenly started making scenes so dark the audience couldn't even see them. The lower the visibility in a scene, the less likely for any meaningful event to occur there. Deaths become injuries. Injuries become tussles. And tussles become strange noises. At least you don't have to cover your eyes during the scary parts. I could see myself using a trope like this. Being able to trust the darkness and use it as a shield could be a genuine lifesaver. I had to wonder, though, if its benefits could be ruined by using a flashlight. Callum Vex, a cursed werewolf. Callum Vex was a man of secrets, always lurking on the edges, watching, waiting. But secrets have a way of slipping into the wrong shadows, and one fateful night, they led him to Serena's pack. That night, his secrets were swallowed by the curse, leaving him bound to the will of another. Now, Callum moves silently within the pack, his cunning eyes scanning the horizon, but never straying far from Serena. The joy of the pack hums within him, a cruel comfort that dulls the ache of his lost independence. And yet, he would follow Serena, step for step, into the deepest darkness, for the curse demands no less. Apparently, the first wolf I killed was a guy named Callum. I was confident my self-defense claim would hold up in court. He must have been the one I skewered with my silver spoon-turned knife, the only one I managed to kill with it. That was neat. I got to keep the knife. In fact, aside from a few silver bullets, that was the only silver we got to loot. Everything else was gone. Some silver and a few guns. Who could complain? Leela was next. She was ushered forward by her group. She got for stat tickets. Her low level, combined with her sacrifice for first blood, and the huge buff she provided with bad luck magnet, countered her very small amount of screen time. Stowaway type, Percarcha type, wallflower aspect. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Stat used, hustle. The background actors and crew may not arrive in fancy limousines, but they still have to arrive somehow. The player can hitch a ride on any NPC-driven vehicle where there is room to get around the shooting location. It may be cramped, it may be slow, but it sure beats walking. She had complained that she had a difficult time getting to the manor house, and this was her reward. The real benefit would be outside of a storyline. Run for your death type rule. Archetype, aspect, stat used, hustle. A chase sequence before death is practically in the cheesy horror Bill of Rights. When death is imminent, the user is guaranteed a chase sequence before being killed for first blood. This chase can never save them in itself, but it can buy time and create a great scene for the movie. If you have to run around the block to get a little extra screen time, so be it. This exact trope would have allowed her to escape from Wolfie Antoine and successfully launch her death scream trope. It could have saved her. It was a solid trope. While it wasn't fancy, it made things predictable, and that was always a good thing. Place your bets. Type perk. Archetype, wallflower aspect. Underdog stat used, plot armor. Some characters never stand a chance. Their death is sealed from the moment they appear on screen. Occasionally, though, even the humblest of characters can surprise you. If the player remains first in targeting priority from their first appearance in the party phase to their last after the final battle, the entire team will get bonus rewards. I didn't even know he was still alive. I've been here the whole time. That was interesting. Having another way to boost our rewards was always an asset, though I wasn't sure if it would ever come into play. Andrew was next. He got 6 stats, just like me. He ended up being very important to the story, if only for his super scientist scenes and, from what I could tell, his clutch use of purification to snap on one out of it so he could save the day. I couldn't complain. After all, we were basically always on screen together until the end. It made sense that we got the same amount of stat tickets. Polymath type perk, archetype, aspect, stat used in real life. Being an expert in one field doesn't prevent you from being an idiot in another. In movies, however, the label of genius means you could be good at anything. The player may use any savvy-based perk trope. I'm a doctor, not a rocket scientist. I didn't know enough about savvy-based perks to be sure, but this sounded like a potentially broken trope. I was happy for him. Mental mathematician D perk, offer type, scholar respect, researcher stat used. There is no greater parlor trick to prove one's intelligence in a single line than doing mental math in an instant. The player will see the results of any math, chemistry, or physics problem they imagine on the red wallpaper instantly. Doing so on screen will buff the player's savvy. It's a lot shorter than reading them your thesis and slightly less obnoxious than listing out your resume. He had used math to calculate how much of each ingredient we had used for our plans. It would be useful to get instant answers. That said, I wasn't sure you'd ever use something like this unless you knew there was going to be science involved. The bone detective type, insider chat type, doctor respect, coroner stat used. The corpses of those long dead keep their secrets from the living, but when they speak loudly. The player will be able to gain insight into how skeletons and highly decomposed remains died by examining them closely. Vivid spoken descriptions will trigger small flashbacks to their actual death on both the red wallpaper and to the audience. Knowing what happened isn't enough. You have to paint a picture. I wasn't sure what information a trope like this could have gotten Andrew in Stray Dawn, but in some storylines, it would probably be crucial. A good autopsy scene was always cool to watch. And whenever an archaeologist or anthropologist managed to uncover insights from bodies that had been dead for centuries, it was always fascinating. Great content for a scene. Jonas Falk, a cursed werewolf. Jonas Falk was once a man of fiery passion, his voice carrying through every tavern and rally in his small, bustling town. But on a night thick with mist, his path crossed Serena's, and his fate was sealed. The man he once was fated with the rising moon. Now, as one of the pack, Jonas is quiet, his fire subdued but never extinguished. The joy of the pack sustains him, yet it feels like an echo of something lost. Still, Jonas would follow Serena without hesitation, the curse pulling him onward, even as his heart mourns the life left behind. Andrew had bagged many a werewolf in this story. This was his first. Kimberly got 7 stat tickets. We had all contributed to the final story, but she won the main character competition and steered the story's narrative. And with that victory came the spoils. If she could keep up this momentum, she wasn't going to plateau nearly as hard as the vets when we hit level 40. Apparently, at level 50, things slowed to such a crawl that you'd be lucky to get 1 stat ticket in 6 months of solid storylines. For now, we could celebrate. We could take one last squeeze of the lemon before leveling became a slog. They said the thing type, offercha type, eye candy aspect, celebritist used. Fans wait with bated breath for their favorite stars to reference their iconic roles from yesteryear. If you deliver them well, they will reward you greatly. If the player repeats an iconic line from one of their past storylines, they will be evaluated more favorably by the audience for a short period in all endeavors. They will win most roles and all saving throws for a short time. I don't know what just happened. The character said some non sequitur, and then the whole theater cheered for no reason. This seems like a trope with some potential growing pains. Trying not to sound cringy was going to be a priority. If she could pull it off, that would be really useful. Obsessed survivor type, background archetype, aspect, stat used. You've seen and fought things that no one would believe. You know the dark truth that evil exists and walks the earth, and it's all you can think about. You are certain evil will strike again, and next time, you will be ready. The player may now equip Compulsive Vetting Final Girl Scream Queen, the Quiet Witness Wallflower Underdog. Bat out of hell hysteric craven. Strength through scars bruiser brute. The joke is on me comedian cynic. Experience as a teacher scholar strategist. Go bag doomsday prepper. I'm still here final girl next door. Rally point final girl team leader. Kimberly obtained her first background. And it was a good one at that. The strength of backgrounds didn't just come from being able to equip tropes you normally couldn't. The real strength was in having a history you could leverage for the story. This background would be amazing. Being able to say you had survived a similar situation could be incredibly useful, especially when combined with something like convenient backstory. Kimberly was going to continue to be a powerhouse. I'm still Hera type, insider Chet type. Final girl aspect, girl next door stat used. They thought she was a flower. Everyone did. Then disaster struck and somehow, she made it through. She's not a flower anymore, but she doesn't know what she is. All she knows is that she's still here, and she's still fighting. The player's presence boosts morale in hopeless situations. In the finale, a speech about conquering the big bad that references the group's survival against incredible odds will debuff the big bad and all underlings in their offensive stat and grit. People may first notice the petals, but what they will remember are the roots. A solid final girl trope for team cohesion. We wouldn't need Kimberly to be doing that job much longer, but it was good that she had something for when we needed her. Eliza Crane. Accursed werewolfa. Poor Eliza Crane. Once a soul so easily overlooked, she wandered life unseen, and noticed. But under the light of the full moon, her fate was rewritten. Drawn into Serena's pack, she found the connection she never knew she craved. Bound to the pack's shared joy, Eliza no longer belongs to herself. She follows Serena, her pack leader, with unshakable devotion. A shadow she was, and a shadow she remains, forever cursed to find joy in belonging, even as it leads her to her own end. I wasn't sure how many wolves Kimberly had killed. The number had been high. After Serena was killed, it looked like Kimberly might have to fight through dozens more. Luckily, her improvisation tying together all the little pieces of narrative surrounding Clara did the job for her. Clara Withers. The wolf in the rhymes. Clara Withers, a name bound to nursery rhymes and ghostly tales. Once a sickly child, the curse gave her the strength she lacked in life. At a terrible cost. Her death remains a mystery. Did her parents end her suffering? Or was she hunted by fearful villagers? Legends claim her wolf form still roams the woods, her howl echoing through the night. Children still whisper her name, warning of the cursed girl who became a wolf. Does Clara still run beneath the moon? Or is she just a story now? Who can say? And Clara Withers, ye Woolsey. I wasn't sure if what Kimberly had done counted as killing an enemy. But maybe you really do destroy an enemy when you make them your friend. Ibex didn't seem to think that was enough. Antoine got 6 stat tickets for a phenomenal climactic final battle. It was really something to watch. Though I spent most of the fight worrying about how he had ruined literally everything we had planned by coming back from the dark side. Still, it all worked out. I had seen a lot of things on screen that I hadn't told the others. I had seen him hallucinating shortly after fleeing. If those scenes made it into the final cut, which I was starting to believe they would because of his role in the finale, I might talk about them. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring them up. If I understood correctly, Antoine had agreed to come to Carousel all the way back when he was just a kid, 13 or 14. He had always been so ashamed of being tricked into coming to Carousel, and I always thought he was too hard on himself. After all, his brother had seemingly facetimed him. But being warned and asking to come anyway, that, I could see being different, though I didn't blame him. And I didn't think anyone would. Pound of flesh type, ruler type, aspect, stat used. What's owed is owed. The player will lose in any matchup against an ally they killed in a previous storyline. This effect only works once per death. It's only fair. He must have gotten this for slightly murdering Leela and Andrew. At first, it seemed more like a punishment or some sort of snide mockery. But the trope could be truly powerful if used correctly. We would have to think on it. Willpower is magic type, ruler type, aspect, stat used. The human spirit may not amount to much in life, but in movies, it can overcome all things. All applicable enemy technology or magic is now resistible through sheer effort. Results vary. Effects vary. This will hurt. It may be the last thing you ever do, but it must be done. One of the best tropes in the game. Antoine's brother, Chris, had that trope. And it was what allowed me to break through possession in the strings-attached storyline. It was so useful that I couldn't imagine him ever going into a storyline without it again. Blood to the brain type, buff per archetype, athlete spect, health nut state used, healthy body, healthy mind. Running body, running mind. The player will gain a passive savvy buff from regular exercise. In a storyline, the player's savvy will be highly buffed during strenuous, meaningful activity. I get my best ideas while running from zombies. Who knew that athletes also catered to brain health? Serena Clark Heath lovesick werewolf. For 2 centuries, Serena Clark has searched the world for Clara, her sire, and the love she can never forget, through forests, ruins, and endless shadows. Her journey has yielded only heartbreak, carving a hollow in her soul that no time or distance can fill. In her despair, Serena built a pact not out of malice, but need, bound to her. They are a bittersweet echo of the connection she longs for. She leads them with quiet resolve, her every step driven by the faint hope that somewhere, Clara waits. Until then, Serena's search continues, an eternal wanderer carrying the weight of love lost. Now, that was a real trophy. Serena had been a big caller. Michael had been torn up about having dropped his subplot. That was why he was willing to sacrifice himself for Second Blood. Personally, I didn't blame him much. The rules had been a little weird in that storyline. Frankly, he was there to be a big gun, and I wasn't even sure what we'd lost with his subplot anyway. He sure blamed himself, though. He did well enough to earn for stat tickets. Being a blood sacrifice and putting on a great shooting display easily earned him that. Combined with his comparatively low level, it all made sense. Now, if he would just focus a little more on his character, he could be a real contender. Take a few with me. Type rule buffer type, soldier aspect, command stat used metal. A glorious death is mostly a myth, a rare, fleeting thing, especially in horror films. If you want a glorious death in horror, you need to take some enemies with you. The player will die for Second Blood. Any injury they receive or any debuff to grit in that fight will buff metal. Each enemy they kill will extend their life for a short time. Glory can be found under a pile of enemy bodies, the great sacrifice trope. Ideally, everyone on your team should have one. Bush scout type, insider type, soldier aspect. Stat used. Remember those fateful orders in a horror film? Go scout ahead. The player can see the enemy's tracks through the wilderness on the red wallpaper. They must act out their detection. He crumpled a leaf, licked a blade of grass, and then started running in that direction. Of all of the various enemy tracking tropes, this was one of them. 5, 4, 3, 2, type, ruler type, soldier aspect, command stat used. If movies are any indication, grenades cannot detonate until after the hero throws them back. The player can see how long it is until any explosive or similar detonates. The timer will slow while the player is handling the explosive. When the clock strikes 0, someone loses. Make sure it isn't you. This was a really cool trope, actually, but it highlighted the flaw with most combat tropes, especially those of the soldier or bruiser archetype. They were so specific. If your enemy didn't have something grenade-like, you just wasted a trope slot. What you really needed was some type of trope that would let you know what weapons your enemies had. That could make a soldier unstoppable in storylines that emphasize combat. Mara Lorne accursed werewolf. Mara Lorne once danced through life with laughter on her lips and mischief in her heart. A free spirit, they called her, until the night she strayed too far into the woods and Serena found her. That night, her laughter was silenced, replaced by the low growl of something other. Now, bound to the pack, Mara runs with the others, her joy entwined with theirs. But in the quiet moments, when the moon wanes and the forest grows still, a flicker of sorrow lingers in her amber eyes. She would follow Serena's will to the ends of the earth. Though the curse's joy has turned her freedom into a haunting, bittersweet memory. All of these werewolf cards were so sad. Monster tickets were generally sad. Eventually, we were going to encounter a bunch of pure evil monsters. Those were usually reserved for the higher levels. After everyone had hit the red button, we noticed that Silas didn't leave. Instead, he started to sing a little poem that only rhymed because of how strangely he delivered the lines. I had heard the poem when I got my aspect, and apparently, everyone else had to dot the Cliff's Notes version. There was no right aspect choice, but you still needed to choose wisely. But who was this poem for? It was for Michael, our soldier who could only unlock his aspect after participating in a rescue. He had made himself an asset in this storyline, and now he was being rewarded for it. Best of all, I would actually get to read all the cards Silas gave him, and like with Antoine. "Go ahead, big guy," Logan said. Michael pressed the red button, and he got all the normal, expected stuff. You've reached a level where the game starts to get more difficult. Luckily, you are about to get the tools to fight back. Having achieved plot armor 21, and having afterward accomplished the requisite feat of contributing meaningfully to a successful rescue, you have now unlocked your choice of aspect. Choosing an aspect allows you to decide what type of soldier you wish to be. Good luck. He also got a ticket explaining all of the different soldier aspects. Come to think of it, because rescues were required for a soldier to get their aspect, and rescues had been off the board for over a decade, Michael was the first soldier to get an aspect in quite a long time. When the stakes are highest, when the odds are stacked against you, and when your party is outmatched or outleveled, the soldier is the one you turn to, disciplined, resourceful, and unwavering under pressure. Soldiers thrive in crises. They are built for high-stakes fights and desperate situations, bringing a mix of strength, strategy, and resilience to turn the tide when survival seems impossible. Whether it's leading the charge into danger or executing a daring rescue to pull injured comrades from harm's way, the soldier's readiness to act makes them an invaluable force in the most perilous of scenarios. The soldier's journey branches into three distinct aspects: agent, and commando. Each of these aspects offers specialized strengths and unique abilities that will shape the course of your narrative. Agent. The agent is a specialist in investigation and tactical operations, excelling at uncovering the truth, navigating complex systems, and executing stealthy maneuvers. Whether working as part of an investigative agency, law enforcement team, or private mercenary group, the agent is skilled at using institutional resources and field expertise to gain the upper hand. Their ability to analyze situations, secure valuable intel, and bring order to chaos makes them indispensable in high-stakes scenarios. With strong savvy and moxie, agents can navigate bureaucracies, interrogate suspects, and coordinate efforts to expose hidden dangers and secure vital resources. Example tropes for an agent include undercover ops, which grants bonuses when working in disguise or blending in with NPCs, red tape specialist, enabling them to cut through administrative obstacles to secure critical assets or information, and interrogation tactics, which provides insightful information from characters through diligent questioning. The G embodies the everyman soldier, versatile, grounded, and profoundly human. They are the backbone of any operation, using a wide array of skills to adapt to the challenges they face. With a focus on mettle, moxie, and grit, the G shines in both combat and survival situations, often serving emotional anchor for a group of warriors or the frontline defense for non-combatants. Their balanced skill set allows them to adapt to practical and emotional challenges. Example tropes for a G include field repairs, which allows them to improvise fixes for equipment, ammo hound, a combat-focused perk that helps find ammo in crucial moments, and why do we fight? A humanizing trope that bolsters group morale and grants grit buffs to allies when reminded of those they defend. Commando. The commando is the quintessential frontline warrior, fearless, powerful, and adept in direct combat. First to charge into the fray, their skills revolve around raw strength and unyielding resolve. With high mettle and hustle, the commando is both a devastating attacker and a quick responder to emergent threats. Their determination and courage make them an invaluable force in critical moments. They may or may not be seen, but they will surely be heard. Example tropes for a commando include shock and awe, an overwhelming display of force that makes enemies seek cover and stop attacking. Fight or fight, a burst of speed and strength in critical moments, and no man left behind, which lets them shield or extract injured allies under heavy duress. Choosing your aspect is a defining moment. It determines not only how you confront the horrors of the narrative but also what role you will play in the unfolding drama. Whether you excel at subterfuge as an agent, adapt as a G, or dominate the battlefield as a commando, your skills as a soldier will be instrumental. Choose wisely. Dear Lord. All this information was so long. Whoever designed this system must have been really proud of it to force us to read all of this. I had to imagine there was a setting in the Carousel game menu where you could make all the text abridged. Like always, he got 3 aspect tropes to choose from. And whichever one he chose would set his aspect: crisis authority type, rule buff resquircha type, soldier aspect, stat used, moxie asterisk. Why don't they call the cops? A critic asks. As horror movie characters face deadly situations, well, sometimes they actually do contact the authorities. It can even be the thing that saves them. Emergency transmission. The player can be called into an active storyline as a lifeline. As long as the transmission is sent, the player can enter the story and complete it even if all allies are already dead. Narrative compatibility is strictly construed. Performance scores will be judged with intense scrutiny. As an agent, you can be called into a storyline as a member of a law enforcement organization, military apparatus, intelligence agency, or similar to assist in ways those organizations normally would in a movie. The player will get narrative weight in scenes involving stealth, bureaucracy, or information gathering. Their insight tropes will work better in those contexts. This ticket is granted after the player participates meaningfully in a successful rescue following the achievement of plot armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the agent aspect. The nameless, faceless enforcers of the bureaucracy sure look friendly after the killing starts. The citizen soldier type, rule buff resquircha type, soldier aspect, stat used, moxie asterisk. A single soldier, retired or otherwise, can be a vital lifeline to a group of scared civilian survivors. Even simple skills can make a big difference. So can a single gun. Emergency transmission. The player can be called into an active storyline as a lifeline. As long as the transmission is sent, the player can enter the story and complete it even if all allies are already dead. Narrative compatibility is strictly construed. Performance scores will be judged with intense scrutiny. As a G, you can be called into a storyline when civilians, particularly those hypothetically tied to your character personally, are facing a threat and require your leadership or practical expertise. The player will get narrative weight when protecting non-combatants or supporting combatants. Their support tropes will work better. This ticket is granted after the player participates meaningfully in a successful rescue following the achievement of plot armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the G aspect. Everyone's scared. Someone has to act anyway. Guns blazing type, rule buff resquircha type, soldier aspect, commando. Stat used, metal or hustline action films. The commando charges in as the ultimate escalation, armed and ready to turn the tide of battle. Their explosive entrance marks the moment chaos meets unstoppable force. Emergency transmission. The player can be called into an active storyline as a lifeline. As long as the transmission is sent, the player can enter the story and complete it even if all allies are already dead. Narrative compatibility is strictly construed. Performance scores will be judged with intense scrutiny. As a commando, you can be called into a storyline during or in anticipation of an imminent fierce battle as the narrative allows. You can bring any weapons your tropes or the narrative will allow. The player will get narrative weight in all fights, especially solo fights. Their battle tropes will work better. This ticket is granted after the player participates in a successful rescue following the achievement of plot armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the commando aspect. Subtlety's not my thing, but destruction, I'm great at that. By far. Emergency transmission was likely the most impactful archetype ability I had ever seen. All I got was Death Watch. Kimberly got center of attention, and Antoine had something called Torchbearer. All of those were really cool. But emergency transmission was something else. If I understood it correctly, it allowed a soldier archetype player who was not yet participating in the storyline to be called in for a rescue during the storyline. This worked even if you hadn't wiped out yet. If you realized you needed extra muscle, you could get it. Players would have to judge whether it made more sense to call in a soldier or just wait for another team to rescue them after they died. But it was still an incredible option. The Atlas mentioned this ability was really hard to pull off because it required a strong narrative framework to work. But if you could manage it, it was like starting a rescue before the original storyline was even over. With an ability like that, it was no surprise there were so few soldiers. With a glance at Logan, Michael chose Commando. He was the only fighter on this team, really. So, he needed to be the best. I wasn't sure who noticed it first, but someone pointed out that the advanced archetype tracker had been updated for all of us. Michael, Antoine, Kimberly, Andrew, and I had all gained at least 1 point in the Monster Hunter Advanced Archetype. Everyone but Antoine had gotten 2 points in it. Ironic, since his character was literally a monster hunter, though he hadn't spent most of the story that way. To make up for it, he got the Afflicted Advanced Archetype with 3 points. The Afflicted dealt with transformative curses or diseases like Jekyll and Hyde, vampires, or, of course, werewolves. It was actually a fairly common advanced archetype for players back at Dyer's Lodge, though they almost never used it. Andrew and I earned points for Mad Scientist, with Andrew getting 2 and me getting 1. Finally, Kimberly and I each got a point in the hidden advanced archetype marked only as on the red wallpaper. I had to wonder why we weren't allowed to know the name of this advanced archetype. It was good nonetheless. I had 6 points in that A. I would find out eventually. The mood was light and happy. We had won, and we would celebrate as winners, even later. When our momentum slowed down, we'd have to remember these days and hold on to these feelings. Leela, do you want to lead us home? I asked. I didn't know why I'd been so touchy about letting her open up sound stages to lead us around before, but I was tired, and I could sure use a break. She almost smiled when she accepted. Following her was like following the white rabbit through the rabbit hole, and entirely in real experience. We went through a back door of the manor and into one of the bedrooms. We climbed out the window. Suddenly, I realized we weren't in the middle of nowhere anymore. The manor house had been moved to a neighborhood, an old, expensive one with large trees. And so it continued. We'd turn corners into completely different places, climbing through windows, doorways, alleys, and, in one instance, a subway. Yes, subway, great. As she folded space around us. Finally, we came out 2 blocks away from Kimberly's loft. I took it from there. That was an experience, another one to add to the pile. And it was time to go find more of them. Our celebration was muted when we got back to the loft and found a note from the others. They had gone on a storyline. They couldn't even wait for days for us and had decided to get a jump on trying to find new rescue tropes. It was good news to me, but it meant I was going to wait to reveal my one-sided chat with the mysterious game maker who whispered to me at the theater. I wanted everybody to be there. Truth be told, I didn't even know if I should talk about it at all. But I hadn't been sworn to secrecy. I wished I had more information. I wished I just knew what to do. At the same time, whoever she was, did sound like she was risking a lot just to talk to me. I had prepared several storyline options for them. The storyline they chose was called The Groundskeeper. It was similar to the Astralist in that it was much simpler and easier depending on the archetypes or aspects you brought into it. Still, it had a good chance of dropping a rescue trope. According to the Atlas, Ramona, Isaac, Cassie, Dina, and Bobby weren't exactly the best-built team. Still, the Atlas made it clear that The Groundskeeper was a pretty simple story. Light on plot, light on character development, and closer to a puzzle. I was confident they could handle the puzzle. The Omen was a wallet sticking out of a pile of dirt at a construction site. Simple, straightforward. I trusted them. All I could ask myself was if we had done enough to prep them for it, as if that was my responsibility. I looked back at the days of Camp Dyer when I literally didn't think about any of the other teams most of the time, at least not as far as their runs were concerned. How things had changed. If they managed to find a rescue trope, that meant they could potentially get a good jump in levels, which they sorely needed. All of my plans about how we were going to gradually build up the players and rescue newbies were starting to get reshuffled as I considered the warning that we were somehow at risk of the audience abandoning us. What did that even mean? Because if it was literal, that would be an absolute disaster. When we got back, we had a nice dinner at the restaurant below Kimberly's loft. One thing that our rescue did not skimp on was the reward money. We were all able to replenish our funds from that one storyline. We averaged around $80 apiece. Antoine got even more because it was his rescue. I had hoped to walk away with some of the silver that Kirst had brought in, but the little bit I had managed to hold on to had disappeared at the end of the storyline, and it was not possible to plunder any. When Kimberly triggered secret lore, everything about the set had changed. On the bright side, we did walk out with a couple of guns and my large silver knife with the trope attached. As we ate our dinner, no one wanted to ask if we should go check the missing poster board to see if the others had failed and needed to be rescued. I could tell we were all thinking it, though, because Andrew was talking about how his brother and sister had been brought to Carousel. Isaac and Cassie. There was a tension in the air. At Camp Dyer, having a loved one lured to Carousel was a constant fear and something they were all too used to. It created a dark cloud no one could escape. We had seen it when we showed up. Still, we had all been trained to deal with the stress of waiting for another team to return from a storyline. To keep our minds off it, we watched the final cut of Stray Dawn. I thought we had done a pretty good job, but the final film was even better than I expected. Carousel filmed a lot of flashbacks to Clara's upbringing, or at least a fictionalized version of it to help fill in the story gaps. I didn't know if we got credit for that or not. Secret lore didn't seem to affect things because it was triggered after we had already run the storyline. Yet, watching those flashback scenes with Agnes Woolsey aka Agnes Withers, I could definitely sense an unseen darkness as they pretended to be a happy family. My mind, of course, wandered back to what that nameless, faceless man behind me in the theater had said about there being a tavern and a maid who was supposed to be the key to unlocking secret lore for Stray Dawn. I took to the atlas to try to find some tavern somewhere that would give the answers. I didn't find anything. The book was simply too big. I would look until I found it, as I always did. Antoine felt sincerely better. That's what he said. It wasn't an instant fix. No, but I could see a more genuine optimism in his eyes, not just cheering and rallying like he always did, but something honest. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. He started talking about picking up a jogging route and even asked me if I could go with him to scout. I said I'd think about it. The thought of going out into the world filled with omens for exercise seemed so silly. We might have to steal you a treadmill, I said. He laughed. The other team, which was something I quickly came to think of them as, started to act more like a unit as soon as we brought Logan and Avery to Kimberly's loft. I could see why Logan was their leader. He was older than them. And while he was a cynic comedian, that didn't stop him from being charismatic or from projecting something like confidence, even if it might have been apathy in reality. The night after we got back, we were up on the roof drinking and celebrating our win when I heard the story of how Logan came to Carousel. So, I go into the doctor's office because of some stomach pain. It was so bad I couldn't ignore it. I figured maybe I had an ulcer or ate something that didn't agree with me. Turns out, it was pancreatic cancer. He let the words hang for a moment, then said, "No sugarcoating, no optimism. Just, you've got cancer, and it's advanced. Better get a will written up." That sort of speech. I appreciated how direct it was. Logan was a big wine drinker. No, he didn't drink a lot. He was a big wine holder. All night, I watched him. He barely drank at all. He glanced at the glass, swirling the liquid, but not a drop of it touched his lips that I saw. "Katie, my fiancée, she wasn't ready to give up," he said. "She's got this determination, this belief that there's always something you can do." Me? I figured the experts had already spoken. I was already mentally planning vacations, figuring out how I would blow my savings, that sort of thing. I had 6 months to live and too much debauchery on my bucket list. He paused, lost in a memory. But Katie doesn't stop. She starts digging into every alternative therapy she can find. Meditation, acupuncture, diets I wouldn't feed a rabbit, you name it. She tried to talk me into it. I went along with all of it, mostly to keep her from losing her mind over this whole thing. But deep down, I didn't believe any of it would work. He paused again, letting the wind blow over the roof with a loud, haunting gust. Then, one day, she gets this letter. No email, no website link, a letter. It's from some clinic in a place called Carousel. They claim they'd heard about my case and had a treatment nobody else could offer. They didn't say much more. No details, no credentials, no doctor's name, just Carousel. His lips twitched into a brief smile. I told her it sounded sketchy as hell. She told me it was worth a shot. Finally, I put my foot down. I said no. I sent a letter back to the address we had, which didn't even exist according to the internet. I said, "This is bullshit. I don't believe it. Stop harassing my fiancé." He smacked the table as if to signify that was the end. Of course, we all knew what happened next. Got another letter 3 days later. They said it was a lie. There was no clinic. What they had was something else. Then they lay it out, the whole thing, the game, the deaths, the whole bargain. If you come here, you will die. But that might not be the end. For the first time, someone interrupted. So, that convinced you? Antoine asked. Just telling you the truth. Of course it didn't convince me, Logan said. I thought it was bullshit. But this disease was doing a number on me. I had months left. And I had to watch my fiancée lose the love of her life. She deserved better than that. I had to leave. I wasn't brave. I was a coward. It was easier to come here than to see her cry. He set his wine glass down. I figured, what the hell? I didn't have it in me to die slowly. So now, I die quickly and often. It was quiet after he told the story. He told it with a funny energy. But it was all for show. So, that is why I came to Carousel, he said. I suppose all invitees have a similar story, right? Surely, they did. He had a trope called awfully considerate symptoms, which made it so any terminal or life-altering illness he had only showed symptoms when plot relevant, apparently, outside of a storyline and his day-to-day life. His symptoms were never relevant to the plot. Carousel was an open-world game, technically, so the plot was rarely relevant. He lived perpetually, his disease held back by a plot device. So, he had the same backstory as Wade Wilson in the Deadpool movie. I didn't say that out loud. All of my worrying about Bobby and the others was moot because, a day and a half after we got back, they did too, though they were a bit worse for wear. They didn't tell us what happened because they didn't want to spoil us with the mesmerizing plot of the groundskeeper. But I could tell it had traumatized them. Bobby walked in as they arrived through the side door into the loft, holding a ticket high for everyone to see. He had earned a rescue ticket and a level. Ramona got to levels. And even Isaac earned to levels. I didn't know what that storyline involved to manage flipping his switch. But I was glad to see it, though he looked pretty messed up from it. Nothing a talk with his semi-psychiatrist brother couldn't help with. Antoine's trauma might have been too much for what Andrew was capable of handling. But a little battle fatigue was more up his alley, at least until he got better tropes. Bobby's trope was pretty great. Then resolved plot type, resquircha type, wallflower aspect, recast, stat used. The film cut to the credits before they resolved all of the subplots. How disappointing. Guess this is your chance to show them. It turns out that your character has been in the background of the film the whole time and is still able to resolve those dangling threads. Rescue. When a player enters a compatible storyline with this trope while possessing any missing posters of deceased players who died in that same storyline, the storyline will be changed into a rescue. Succeeding in the rescue will revive the dead players. This ticket will indicate on the red wallpaper if a nearby storyline is applicable. With this trope equipped and activated successfully, the player will begin running through a subplot to the failed storyline that tangentially interacts with the original, but that becomes dominant after the original ends. Applicable stories will typically be those with lots of plot threads and an ending capable of being reversed or amended in some climactic way. There must be tension left to be resolved. Table read. The player and any additional teammates who enter the rescue will be able to read the script from the original cut of the film on the red wallpaper. Takeover. This trope will cancel out any story alterations except those inherent to the archetype or advanced archetype associated with this ticket. This does not include alterations that were grandfathered into the original plot. Right the wrong and finish the job are the only win conditions. No others may be added to the rescue. Of course, they left stuff unanswered. They were setting up a sequel. I was ecstatic. It felt like we were making forward momentum. Now, with everyone back, the celebration could be done in earnest. Sometimes we ran storylines for big, important reasons. Sometimes we ran them for smaller ones, but I don't understand, Virginia, the NPC, said, frowning. If we're trying to get away, why are we loading a couch onto the truck? Shouldn't we just go? I told you, Isaac said, rolling his eyes. We need furniture in the back of the big moving truck so we don't bounce around on our escape. Now, if you want this to go faster, you could help. Virginia shriveled away, averting her gaze. That's what I thought, Isaac said at the end of his rope. Just ignore the NPCs. Avery scolded him. They're trying to guide us to what we're supposed to do next. They're not just messing with you. They are messing with me, Isaac muttered. They are. And none of you believe him. He stopped mid-sentence and yelled, "Eustace, Eustace, you get up off that bed right now. What are you doing lying down? Did you think you would take a nap? I swear, on everything holy, if you NPCs don't just stand here and wait, I'm gonna lose it." We had put him in charge of NPC wrangling, which comedians were supposed to be skilled at. Goodnight Neighbor had a simple storyline, maybe not an easy one, but definitely a simple one. It took a little bit of willpower and some planning, but if you worked around the limitations of the story, it had something to offer, something we sorely needed at Kimberly's loft: furniture. All the furniture we could ever want, or, more exactly, all the furniture we could load into the back of one moving truck with a 12-foot bed. Kimberly had gathered a posse and dragged us to the storyline. "What do we have left to load?" Avery asked. "Just all these mattresses," Kimberly said. "And that lamp over there with the gold trimming. I love that one," Avery said. She paused for a moment and then continued. "I also think we should also get a new shower curtain." Absolutely," Kimberly agreed. I wasn't trying to criticize. I know," Kimberly interrupted. "The silver one doesn't go with the bathroom. It's just, if we're already here, we might as well," Avery finished. "Exactly," Kimberly said. "Exactly," Avery said. "I wasn't there to help pick out the furniture. I was just there to help lift it and, hopefully, keep us on track so we didn't die to the night neighbors." Mattresses, check. All of the blankets and bed sheets we could ask for, check. Enough chairs so everyone could sit down, check. Couch, check. Lamp, check. It was all really coming together. "Eustace, get up off the chair," Isaac screamed at the elderly NPC who was along for the ride as we hid from the night neighbors. The irony of hiding inside a furniture store filled with comfortable places to sleep while running from a plague of memetic monsters that could travel through people's dreams was not lost on us. In fact, I had to assume it was intentional on Carousel's part. But Goodnight Neighbor was a great storyline in a lot of ways. For one, it only had two level variations, level 27 and, later, level 60. If everyone in your party was under level 60, you got the level 27 variation. It was super useful. Even if the furniture in this version was a bit bland, the store was having a going out of business sale. This storyline was a bit of a sandbox. There were infinite varieties of possible endings and win conditions. Players from yesteryear liked it for looting furniture. I wasn't going to complain. A little home decor would really make Kimberly's loft feel more like home. And the fact that we were getting it all for free was the icing on the cake. If you have to run storylines, might as well get a neat couch out of it. "All right, do we have everything we need?" I asked as we loaded the last of the items onto the back of the truck in the loading bay. Kimberly looked around the store, clearly wishing we could take more. "Kimberly," I said firmly, "come on. We can always come back." She grabbed a pillow off one of the display beds and said, "Yes, this is good enough for now." "All right," I said. "We don't go on screen until someone falls asleep." "Well, good thing," Isaac said. "These NPCs have been trying to sleep this whole time. It's like they're on the night neighbor's side. In a way, they probably were." I looked at the NPCs, an older woman, an older man, and a young boy. We rescued who we could, but our numbers had thinned. This was probably the worst day of their life, perhaps even of their real lives, and all we could ask was that they stay out of the way so we could load furniture onto the back of a truck. "Places, people," I said. We all scattered around the store. Not going on screen until one of us fell asleep was an insidious tactic. That's how the pattern of the movie had been going so far. It was a cruel irony that balanced the entire story. No matter what your stats were, you still had to sleep. And Carousel would leave you stranded without the plot cycle moving forward until one of you did. And once you went to sleep, you didn't get back up, not after that hypnotic signal went out over the radio and TV, awakening some sleeping people's inner night neighbor. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. It spread from person to person. If you fell asleep, you would stay that way forever. Your mind acting as real estate for the night neighbors, as an antenna, extending their power. Once enough people got infected and fell asleep, they were strong enough to overthrow the entire town, and I was going crazy wanting to know what they looked like. They were supposed to be spooky looking, but not in a scary way, more in an off-putting, liminal monster kind of way, basically human. But something was off about them. I had found a child's drawing of one creepy man of odd proportions and odd smiles. So, as the eldest instructed us vaguely, we were left in the furniture store, loading as much stuff as we could get our hands on. We all spread out around the store, doing our own thing. Isaac was in the back room where there was a 20-year-old computer, playing a video game. Kimberly and Avery were chatting. I just wandered around until, finally, we went on screen. "I see you." The voice rang out around the store. "You thought you could hide, but you could not. And now my neighbors are coming." We all stood up slowly from where we had found ourselves and moved toward the center of the furniture store. Where the sound was coming from, Eustace was a winner. He was the first to fall asleep. Eustace lay back on the sofa, his body slack as though sleep had stolen every ounce of tension from him. But his face was wrong. His lips twisted into a goofy, exaggerated grin, and his eyes, though closed, darted beneath the lids as if watching some warped pantomime behind them. "Don't you want to come with us?" he said, the voice emerging light and airy, tinged with a sing-song cadence that was completely out of character. It wasn't Eustachi's voice. The crotchety old man with a gravelly baritone was gone, replaced by something that sounded dreamy yet ancient. Each word hung in the air, unnervingly playful, like a clown inviting you to step behind the curtain of its grotesque carnival. "To the land of dreams," the voice cooed, stretching the words like taffy, sweet and sticky, drawing us closer at first despite ourselves. "It's warm here and soft, like sinking into a feather bed that never ends. Don't you want to rest those weary bones? Aren't you so tired?" We all took a step back, instinctively moving away from the thing Eustace had become, but he had sat up suddenly, snapping to attention in a jerky, puppet-like motion that made my stomach churn. The grin widened, impossibly wide, almost splitting his face in two. "You've worked so hard, haven't you?" it crooned, tilting its head at an unsettling angle. "Running, hiding, and running again. Always awake. Doesn't it hurt? Wouldn't it feel better to just stop, just for a moment? Just long enough for us to reach you?" The voice shifted again, growing deeper, slower, almost echoing within itself. "We are coming," it said, the sweetness gone, replaced with something ancient and raw, like the groaning of a rusted gate opening into darkness. The air in the store felt heavier, like it was pressing against my chest, squeezing the breath from me. The lights overhead flickered, and Eustace, or whatever had taken hold of him, began to laugh. It started as a giggle, high-pitched and childish, but quickly devolved into a cascade of unsettling sounds, wheezing, cackling, and guttural gasps. "You can't run forever," it whispered, the words cutting through the laughter like a razor. "You're all so deliciously fragile. Sleep will find you. It always does. And when it does, we'll be waiting." Eustachi's body slumped forward, his grin faltering for a moment before snapping back into place. His head bobbed like it was too heavy for his neck, the laughter still bubbling from him like a broken record. "Come play with us," he said, the voice returning to its sing-song lilt. "There's no pain here, no fear, no struggle. Just dreams, sweet, endless dreams." I felt my feet falter as if the words themselves were trying to pull me closer, to draw me into whatever void he spoke of. I was tired, so very tired. I clenched my fists, forcing myself to look away from Eustachi's grotesque grin, and turned to the others. "Sorry, Eustace," I said, my voice shaking but firm. I turned to the others. "Let's go. There's a truck in the loading dock. We can make a break for it." Eustace saw the night neighbor lean back into the sofa, his laughter subsiding into a low hum. His head lolled to one side, and his eyes fluttered open just a crack, revealing nothing but white. "We'll see you soon," he murmured. "One by one, you'll come to us. They always do." "But where do we run?" Kimberly asked. "Where in the world can we run where we won't need to sleep?" I shook my head. "I don't think they can follow us forever. I think they are geographically stuck near their hosts." The windows began to shake throughout the store as Eustace started laughing. The night neighbors were here, no longer bound to the world of dreams. They wanted to put us down for a nap. "We are here," he said, "if we drive far enough." "I think we can escape it," I said. "We had better be able to." That was what all the research I had done in the party phase indicated. The same thing had happened at a military outpost 20 years earlier. Everyone affected had died in their sleep. And those who survived did so by staying awake long enough for the afflicted to pass. They did it hopped up on amphetamines. We had learned from their wisdom, Isaac, more than the rest of us. We have to try it, Avery said in her thick southern drawl. That or we lay down dead, Kimberly nodded. Let's go. So that's what we did. We loaded into the truck that just happened to be filled with furniture because of course it was. This was a furniture store. No one in the audience would ask questions. I got behind the wheel. Kimberly climbed in next to me, and the others loaded into the back, and we just drove. Drove until Carousel became a distant memory behind us. But as we drove, we found others who had tried the same. Miles and miles of people had pulled off to the side of the road. They still slept in their cars. As we drove, we passed the occasional sleepwalker, subconscious runners attempting to escape the fate consuming them but unable to truly be free. How will we know? Kimberly asked me when we were on screen next. How will we know we've gone far enough? I put a serious look on my face but didn't answer. In that vague sort of ending where my character secretly knew we were doomed but was just trying to keep everyone's spirits high. We had been awake for nearly 2 days, and in the world of the story it had been 4. I was getting tired. And then I heard it, that voice. You'll never get away from me, the night neighbor said through Kimberly's mouth. I turned to her and saw that she had slipped into sleep. I started to scream. And then I woke up, still driving the truck. I had nodded off on the road. I looked to my right, and Kimberly was there. Is everything okay? She asked. Yeah, I said with a smile. Everything's great. And we kept driving. And soon enough, we found that although we had been driving away from Carousel for 40 minutes or so, for the storyline, we were somehow driving back toward it. We re-entered the city limits just as the story ended. We drove toward an office park where we found Ramona waiting for us. She had been the first blood of the story. Second blood had been the rest of the town. She climbed in as Kimberly scooted over. That wasn't so bad, Ramona said. You should go to Dreamland sometime. We're waiting for you. Don't start with that stuff, I said. I'm already going to have a hard time getting back to sleep tonight. Ramona and Kimberly laughed as we drove all the way back to Kimberly's loft and parked right in front of it. When we got out, Silas appeared to give Isaac a stat ticket but nothing else. Ramona got to stat tickets and a hysteric trope that would let her use Moxie to stay energized and awake. For her, this was a pretty difficult storyline. She had been a blood sacrifice. After all, were the night neighbors as beautiful as I imagined? I asked Ramona. I did cry when I first saw them, she said playfully. But I don't think it was because of their beauty. Who knows? As soon as we showed up, the others appeared to help us unload the truck. We had to do it before the omens started showing back up. Finally, after so long, we had a bit of furniture. We had mattresses to sleep on, just a bunch of generic twin-sized ones, nothing fancy. We had a nice big couch, or at least one that could fit inside the back of the truck. It was a nice haul. Antoine and some of the others had done a grocery run with the final straw. We had a functioning little guild. I had run this storyline while I planned our next real move. The warning I had received from one of them in the theater had scared me to my core. I didn't even know if I could tell anyone. Surely, they were listening. If I mentioned that one of their people had warned me, would there be consequences? I didn't know. But I had to find out. If we had to move forward, I knew what to do next. I had been planning it for months. Longer. We were going to rescue Anna and Camden. The others would get on board. The audience wanted a show. I had one in mind. You have to choose your battles in Carousel. We had chosen Stray Dawn. And we had won handily. Now, we would never have to fight that battle again. So, we decided it was okay to spoil the story to the others. We all piled into the living room on our new chairs. The girls got the couch. Chivalry was undad in Carousel. We were having a movie night, and we decided to watch Stray Dawn. Not the version we had just played, no. We wanted to watch the VHS we had rented so long ago. We wanted to watch Stray Dawn, The Mark. It was a movie starring the Bowlers, and while seeing our old friends again brought a certain pain, it also brought joy and nostalgia. We came to find that this version of the movie, altered by Grace's Detective A, was very different from the version we had played. It was about two sisters, played by Grace and Bella, who moved to a small town called Southeastern Carousel that was run down and in financial ruin. This version of Southeastern Carousel was much more like the one in Carousel proper. It had many tourist attractions, but not the expensive kind. Southeastern Carousel wasn't a tourist destination, it was a tourist trap, with all kinds of gimmicky places to spend your money, like a mountain you could climb to witness UFOs or an actual working wishing fountain. The few streets that comprised downtown Southeastern Carousel were filled with souvenir shops. A strange cult of overly polite congregants could be found holding signs condemning gambling and begging everyone to repent. Their compound was up on a different mountain, where they had a giant statue of the god they worshipped. I didn't get a chance to look at it when we were last there, but I did see that admission to the statue cost $5. Everything in Southeastern Carousel seemed to cost $5. You wanted your palm read, your horoscope, or a word from a deceased loved one. They all cost the same. There was a museum of oddities, similar to those Ripley's Believe It or Not buildings that were built upside down back in the real world. It was filled with all sorts of illusions and surreal attractions. The Atlas said not to go in there because literally nothing in that building was an illusion. The point was, it was a good place to lose money, especially if you kept going southeast and found the casino, whose jingle we knew so well. It was that sort of place. Every state, heck, every country probably has a town like that. They probably had several. Southeastern Carousel had every horror story that had ever risen in places like that. Honestly, I really wanted to go down there just to look around, but we didn't have the money to waste. Anyway, Grace and Bella rolled into town looking for a new start, getting jobs and meeting people. And fortunately, the people Bella met were members of a noisy motorcycle gang led by the rough and tough Serena. Bella wanted to be like Serena, and luckily for her, this being a werewolf movie, she had just the chance. Meanwhile, Grace was the main character and tried to save Bella from herself while simultaneously solving the murder of the curator of the Museum of Oddities. She lined up her suspects and found out that the murderer was Reggie Varga, of all people. But it was okay because the curator, it turned out, was evil himself and was using a magical stone to control the werewolf motorcycle gang. I didn't know which part was harder to look away from: the implied romance between Bella the bully bruiser and Serena the werewolf, or the fact that Reggie and Grace were also given a subplot originally meant for lovers despite them being brother and sister. I thought Carousel must have been messing with them. It was supposed to be an 80s movie, so that type of stuff wasn't exactly out of place, but still, it gave us a strong case of the giggles to watch them literally shake hands during a close-up shot as the sun rose at the end of the movie in a scene that would have usually called for it. I had heard of movies turning romantic subplots into friendship subplots and vice versa, but that was something different. The movie ended with them defeating the undead curator once again and Serena and her motorcycle gang of werewolves riding off into the distance with Bella, who had found her new life. Of course, that wasn't to mention the terrifying second half, during which the other team members were torn to shreds at the curator's behest. But still, overall, the movie reminded me of The Lost Boys more than anything, an authorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Yeah, it was The Lost Boys but with women in their 30s and a random murder mystery thrown in. Still, we hooted and hollered at every victory. We gasped at every death. And we clapped when the thing was over. Something that I didn't get a lot of, even though I had watched a lot of horror movies, was the experience of watching them with people. I had missed out on that. Sure, I had gone to theaters doing double features that got sold out and were filled with avid fans, but I had never had any friends of my own to go with. I had to come to Carousel for that, and as the credits started to roll, I knew it was my time to ruin the fun, because we had work to do. I stood up in front of everyone as the movie ended, and I flipped on the light. I needed to make sure that everything I said was clear and easily understood. I needed everyone to be on the same page. As soon as I got up there, Kimberly was looking at me like she could see something had been weighing on me, and she knew I was about to lay something heavy on them. I had tossed and turned, agonizing over how to tell them, over whether I should, but I had no choice. I had to get the ball rolling. We need to move up our plans, I said. They looked at me expectantly. Were they surprised or confused? Or did they just not know which plans I was talking about? We had so many plans. Plans to our new rescue tropes. Plans to find other bases to stay at. Plans for grinding levels. Plans for escape. How could they possibly know which ones I meant? We need to rescue Anna and Camden soon, I said. Now, Antoine asked. Why now? We were going to let the others level up for a bit. What changed? I cleared my throat. Information has come to light, and I'm not sure if I am supposed to know this or tell you this. I just don't know, I said. I let that hang in the air. You know how I go to the theater when I die. How there are people there, audience members, workers, I don't know them. The people behind it all. I looked out over their faces. Everyone knew what I was talking about. Even Logan and Avery had been let in on my little secret by then. It was hot news. I was that strange film buff. After all, the rumors of my odd encounter with them must have been great gossip. I heard them talking after Stray Dawn, I said. I didn't know if telling you this was a good idea or bad. I still don't. I took a deep breath. I think you need to know regardless. What happened? Kimberly asked. Heck, she wasn't the only one. They were on pins and needles, practically begging me to spill the beans. Hopefully, they weren't the only ones. First, when Kimberly triggered the secret lore, I said, they were talking about how it was weird we could do that because we hadn't talked to the maid at the tavern. Whatever that means, I don't know. I guess we have more research to do on secret lore. Maid at the tavern. Antoine repeated. What maid? What tavern? What does that have to do with Anna and Camden? They speculated for a bit. We'll look into that, I said. I looked at Kimberly and Antoine. That isn't the part I was most concerned about. So, after I heard that, I was listening, trying to catch every whisper from them, everything I could. I heard something I don't think I was supposed to hear. I paused for a moment and then continued. They said there was talk of them abandoning us, that we needed to be moving forward, and we weren't. There was a whole discussion about it. I guess they thought I couldn't hear them. Everyone reacted as I assumed they would: confusion, denial, and questions upon questions. What exactly did they say? Logan asked me, serious for the first time since I had met him. Exactly what I told you. We aren't doing enough. Maybe we aren't entertaining enough. Or we aren't making enough progress, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I went on to tell them everything the woman had told me about through lines and such, though I didn't reveal that it had been her to say it. If we were being watched, I didn't want to burn a potential ally. I didn't know if the woman who whispered to me was a friend or foe, but I couldn't be too sure. What did it all mean? Kimberly thought it might mean the audience was going to stop watching altogether. Antoine thought it was more than that these secret, anonymous people who helped Carousel function in some unknowable way would just abandon their post. And suddenly, many of the features we had gotten accustomed to would stop working. Still, Logan theorized that the entire system was going to shut down, that we would be stuck in this monstrous world, and everything designed to keep us from getting torn apart as nature intended would suddenly stop working. No more tropes, no more plot cycle, no invisible barriers keeping monsters inside their lairs, no script telling serial killers to act like normal people. Chaos. Basically instant death at that point, he said. They continued to discuss and suggest things, just as I intended. Hold on, I said, increasingly close to losing my calm. What I know for sure is that if things are about to get worse, we need to do our rescuing right now. I don't know if everything's going to shut down, but if it does, we need to get Anna and Camden back before that happens. We can't leave them there. I didn't have to fake the emotions. They were really there. There was silence for a moment, and then Antoine said, we can do it. Our levels aren't that far off from what they would need to be. Heck, we're not any more under-leveled for post-traumatic than we were for Stray Dawn. With a good strategy, we can do the rescue. It doesn't have to look pretty. It didn't have to look pretty. It probably wouldn't. We sat and discussed everything we knew about post-traumatic. While we didn't have a lot of plot details from the Atlas, we had learned some things, like how savvy and hustle were important. And since it was essentially a torture plot, we would need grit. Is that why you put 3 stat tickets into grit? Cassie asked me. Yes, I said. That's why. No use feeling all that torture. I figure that I'm going to be second blood. Given the nature of the story, Antoine looked at me and said, so you're planning on using your rescue trope? I think it's the best bet, but we can discuss that, I said. We may have to prep for it. But it won't be the first time we've set traps. And I figure we have a jailhouse with stone walls and metal bars. Time travel, however it works in that storyline, is complicated. Why go chasing a plot when we could make the plot come to us? Might simplify things. Bobby's new rescue trope was a real contender. My worry was that it would be hard to prep for. Mine gave us a solid setting that we could plan around. We had already determined it was better than Kimberly's. These were things we had discussed, but we had mostly discussed them in a hypothetical, far-off, distant plans kind of way. I needed us to go forward with it now. So that's what we did. We got up from watching the movie and started our planning. We had spent our entire time in Carousel waiting for an opportunity. This time, I was going to make the opportunity. All I could hope was that somewhere in a far-off building, they were listening. Kimberly kept the letter Anna had written us. She stored it in her bag. The one she used her luggage tag on. It was pressed inside a little book on home repair she had found at the bed and breakfast after we beat permanent vacancy. We sat her on the table and read it again. The memories flooding over us. Dear Riley, Kimberly, and Antoine, if you're reading this, that means Silas agreed to Camden's plan. Camden is a genius, by the way. This was all his idea. I'm sure you know this by now. But the helicopter ride we were meant to take to our storyline was doomed. We ended up running to the roller rink Riley pointed out near the airport. Reggie used a trope to sacrifice himself so that we could get there in time to beat the black snow. I hope he survived. I wish I could tell Grace how much of a hero he was. The storyline was called Post-Traumatic. It involved time travel. Camden tells me I cannot say too much because we don't want to spoil the story. Suffice it to say, he realized Carousel didn't use real time travel to make the story work. It just recreated the past. He figured that a version of the Carousel Atlas existed in the past. So, we went to pick one up. It was amazing. As much as I would like to say that we are going to try our best and conquer this storyline just the two of us, I know that isn't realistic. When Camden passes, I will officially be the last one alive and Silas will show up to give me my aspect. I will attach the atlas to the back of Silas so other players don't see it. It contains information that they should never see. I had written up pages and pages to send. I wanted to talk about the times we shared before Carousel. I wanted to talk about the feelings I have for each of you. And I wanted to tell you how much I love you all. I didn't include those because Camden showed me the atlas holder's journal. In those writings, I found hope. Horror, too. But above all else, you don't need me to send you a letter telling you how I feel because I want you to come and save me so I can tell you in person. I will choose the girl next door aspect. I think it fits my personality the best. Look it up in the atlas so you will know what to expect when you come to save us. With love, P.S. Camden says hello. He is in his own world right now marking up the atlas so that you can find the important information quickly. He isn't feeling very well either. The feelings were still so raw. It was finally time to finish Camden's plan. We were going to rescue them. I looked up the girl next door aspect for the final girl. Like Anna had asked us to. I had read it a dozen times at least. It was perfect for us. Final girls, it seemed, were designed to set up their team's rescue. That's why they got to be the last one alive. I read the aspect trope aloud. The heart type, ruled buffer type, final girl aspect. Girl next door stat used, Moxie asterisk. The final girl is the heart of any team she is on. As long as the heart still beats, the team may live. Lone survivor. The player will participate in their own rescue. As a girl next door, you are the heart of your team, and once you are the lone survivor, you may choose to end the story instantly, never needing to feel death's embrace, and keeping all character progress and narrative momentum you had previously. When a rescue team arrives, you will reawaken as a main character of the rescue storyline. Allies will be subtly buffed when protecting the player. This ticket is granted after the player is the last one alive following the achievement of Plot Armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the girl next door aspect. As long as blood pumps in your veins, there is hope. Whether it pumps through your veins and then out and open wound is a separate question. That was the final girl's gimmick. They could participate in their own rescue. Having her there to fill us in on everything that had happened would be a huge asset. We're going to see Anna again almost instantly, Antoine said. And she won't be locked in a cage or turned into a dumb NPC. We just might be able to pull this off. We just might. We talked for a bit about general strategies, things we had to shop for, to prepare. We were going to use Isaac's writ of habitation for the old jailhouse. It was built in a way that was easy to defend, but against a time traveler. There were plenty of opportunities for Carousel to throw a curveball, but that wasn't a flaw. If we tried to plan away all conflict, Carousel might get angry. We would have to adapt to whatever situation we came across. There was truly no telling what might happen. We didn't have a lot of information on post-traumatic as a storyline, not from the Atlas. At least, but we did have one good source. I had seen the trailer for the movie with my coming to a theater near you trope that allowed me to see trailers for other storylines being played. I didn't get a lot of use out of that one, seeing as there were no other players than us. But it had delivered on the day I received it. Surely, that was no coincidence. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Our friends in high places, our mysterious insider pulling the strings from who knows where, they had given us enough information to save Anna and Camden. Why they helped us, I didn't know. I didn't even know who they were. But I wasn't going to waste all the effort they had put in. I wasn't going to waste the sacrifices that had gone into making Project Rewind happen. I have to show you something, I said. I led everyone over to the small television that had a trope, allowing me to show them what I saw on the red wallpaper. I had told them about the trailer, but I hadn't shown them yet. There was no use traumatizing them until it was time. I turned the television on, and everyone gathered around to watch. They didn't take a seat. Instead, they silently stood as the trailer played, both in my mind and on the screen. Dark, foreboding music played in the background. The screen showed scenes of teenagers enjoying themselves at a roller rink. Everything looked vibrant and carefree. Laughter and joy filled the air, but the music remained heavy and ominous, creating an unsettling contrast. The screen faded to black as the sound of an explosion rang out. A strange, unsettling noise followed, a mix of a building collapsing and something far worse. The scene cut to a close-up of Anna, her expression troubled as she spoke. "You mean he's been traveling to moments in time where people are killed?" she asked. The room was dimly lit as Camden appeared, shaking his head weakly. "No," he replied. "He's targeting tragic events with that book. His amulets could only take him to points in time where humans suffered. The roller rink, the bridge collapse. Now he's creating his own mass casualty events." For a brief moment, the camera focused on a worn paperback book in Camden's bloodied hand. The cover, splattered with blood, displayed the title, "The Town of Carousel: Horrific Events Through the Ages." The trailer jumped to quick cuts of Anna and Camden sprinting down filthy alleyways and darkened streets, pursued by a menacing figure in an overcoat. A faintly glowing amulet around the figure's neck pulsed with an eerie rhythm. The tension rose, leading to a gut-wrenching moment. Camden was bound to a table, screaming in agony. His right arm was gone below the elbow, and the ominous figure from before stood over him. One hand held the glowing amulet, while the other clutched a wicked ice pick. As the figure used it to torment Camden, the amulet's glow brightened, pulsing in sync with Camden's cries. The camera panned to a cluttered table covered in yellowed newspaper clippings, each depicting black and white photos of disasters, fires, floods, mass killings, all tied to Carousel's grim history. The next scene showed Camden, even more battered and bloodied, but somehow having escaped. "If we're going to stop him, we need to get ahead of him." "Do it," Camden shouted. The screen cut to Anna, her hands trembling as she held a power drill. Her face was streaked with tears, filled with uncertainty and anguish. "Do it," Camden yelled again, his voice desperate. The shot lingered on Anna's back as the drill whirred to life. Camden's screams pierced the air, around Anna's neck. The glowing amulet began to flicker and pulse, a sign that their desperate plan was working. The screen faded to black. Finally, the title card appeared, "Post-traumatic," narrator's voice declared. "Some scars don't fade in time." Now everyone knew what I knew. Everyone saw what I saw. And they were quiet because what could you say after watching something like that? We always steered clear of the torture storylines. And yet here we were, ready to dive into one. I had taken the energy out of the room. I felt bad about it, but there was no getting around it. We were about to do something that would be incredibly painful. It was normal to be scared. "So, shopping tomorrow," I said, trying to lighten the mood. Kimberly, who had been very somber and had teared up at the sight of Camden with his injuries, nodded and said, "Yes, early morning. Business and pleasure." That was all she managed to say. Having completely killed the atmosphere in the room, I decided to climb to the roof, as I often did, to read the most evil book I had ever held in my hands. The Town of Carousel. Horrific events through the ages. I had been able to track some of Anna and Camden's movements just by reading through it. I had seen them as they surveyed disaster after disaster. I had read every word. I laid back on one of the chairs underneath the light. It was a starless night, a fitting backdrop for the thing we were preparing to do. I read back through everything, my notes absolutely filling the margins of the book. As far as I could tell, most of the horrific events depicted were taken from storylines, usually mundane ones. While there were tragedies I felt could only have a supernatural explanation, the book itself took a completely non-magical approach. That was ironic, given that we knew the bad guy used magic. In this final reading, I saw certain elements of the book in a different light. As the others gradually trickled up to the roof to get some air and hang out, I decided it was time to talk more about what the woman had whispered to me in the theater. I had told them everything, including her suggestion that we choose a through line, but I hadn't focused on it. We had made no plans. As I stared down at the book, I found a series of stars I had drawn into it, marking different tragedies, all involving one particular family, the Geists. Why that family was so important, I didn't know. I also found it amusing that their history, as presented in the book, was completely different from the one shown in Silas Darkin's through line. It was, however, exactly as Silas had described it. No matter what, members of the Geist family always met specific fates. I meditated on this while staring at a picture of Lillian Geist, not the one transformed into a terrible monster by a mad scientist in the tutorial, but another version. This Lillian had survived an accident involving a boat propeller. Well, most of her had survived. I'll just say, I didn't recognize her face in the picture. In this cursed history, Carlisle Geist and his immediate family had been drowned at the family boat docks by his personal assistant gone mad. In total, the Geist name was mentioned at least 10 times in the book. Most of the family members I didn't recognize. "What do you guys think about doing the Geist through line?" I asked. I didn't exactly expect enthusiasm. I mostly got silence as my response. Silas had created the through line, and after we narrowly avoided involuntary servitude to him, Carousel had taken it and reworked it so we could pursue it on our own, or at least, that was how Silas described it. That was also how it appeared on the throughline tracker. The trip back into the far past, following the Geists one step at a time to unlock hidden mysteries, didn't sound so bad as long as Silas Darkin wasn't in control. There was always a town, and there was always a family. The question was, could we do that through line while also pursuing others? It seemed the rules had changed on that matter, though I couldn't swear to what they were to begin with. Was it that we could only serve one narrator? We were just lowly players. Why should we get to know the rules of the game? If uncovering the answers hidden in the past might help us escape one day, or at least understand what was going on, was it worth it? If our goal was to entertain the audience, might the reveal of the true nature of the Geist family keep them watching a little longer? The response to my question was not exactly enthusiastic. But given that the only through lines we had involved secret lore or running Carousel's own, how many options were really in front of us? We would always be working on secret lore, but it was clear we hadn't yet figured out the right way to do it. The only person immediately on board was Ramona. She didn't go into detail, but we all knew why. Perhaps she felt that the version of her sister she knew was hidden somewhere in Silas' former through line. I wasn't so sure. Silas had developed an entire sound stage with a unique version of Carousel when he was in control. I wasn't certain we'd ever go back there. I didn't want to go back there. Somehow, Carousel was even stranger without its usual omens. Anyway, I'm just throwing the idea out there, I said. If we ever wanted to start the Geist through line, this storyline would be a good launching point. Anna and Camden seemed to figure out how time travel worked there. We could. I wasn't going to spend time trying to convince them. I couldn't even convince myself. Kimberly tried to make it seem like my idea wasn't bad, but I could tell she didn't like it. It was so difficult to make decisions about our future when we knew so little about what was going on. I closed the book and listened to the conversations the others were having, friendly ones, The kind you could almost hear if you weren't in Carousel. They were talking about going shopping and how excited they were to see Anna and Camden again. The truth was, we weren't going to move forward until we understood our place in this strange, horrific world. If only we could just get the truth. If only we could know who to trust. If only we had some way to talk to the insider or get a proper look behind the curtain. If only we were back at Happened Upon. The previous time we had been to the pawn shop, there hadn't been much of a selection, at least not anything we needed. But this time was different because we had played several storylines since then, and the stock was determined by the recent storylines that had been run. I was pleased to see that the weapon selection was far better. No doubt thanks to Stray Dawn having so many firearms and other killing tools. It wasn't like we could just buy a gun, and that would be it. You needed a trope to bring a firearm into a storyline. But this storyline was different because we got to prepare a base to defend. So, while buying a sci-fi military-grade sniper rifle might not be realistic, police-grade weapons would make sense to be found at a jailhouse museum. The Atlas suggested that Carousel respected the base building. But the players didn't have free rein. We couldn't get greedy. We just made sure that there were a couple of handguns and a rifle available, along with ammunition. We chose the ones that would look the best in a museum. Some guns had the same basic design for over 100 years. So that part was easy. And fortunately, those guns were usually slow to load. We managed to pick up one that was dark gray metal with a wooden handle. It was a big gun that would put a hole the size of a silver dollar in a cattle rustler. It was funny how revolvers had built-in drama because of how long they took to reload. Still, the revolver, a smaller handgun, and a rifle seemed reasonable to exist inside a jailhouse museum. We would have to cross our fingers. The good news was we could get them for cheap. The whole time we were in the pawn shop, Tar Bellows watched carefully. That was unusual because normally, he pretended not to even notice us until we were ready to make a purchase. The others were looking around at the various supplies available. We weren't all going on the post-traumatic storyline, but we were all working on it. We ended up getting hammers, screwdrivers, anything innocuous that could be used as a weapon in a moment of need. We had been by the jailhouse just to look in the windows at all the displays. We didn't want to activate the writ of habitation yet because it didn't last very long. Building tools, we're talking the basic stuff, could be very useful if we were smart. And like with Stray Dawn, we weren't aiming for the highest score possible. We just wanted to get the rescue done. A torture storyline was not something to get fancy with. We barely talked. The nerves were getting to us. Maybe that was why Tar was watching us. He was 6'5" and built like a bull. We could sure use a bruiser like him. If only. I took a glance at the tropes he had on display. But there was nothing special. I was fidgety and nervous, and Tar could tell. Got something on your mind? He asked. Always do, I said. What are you looking for? Exactly, he asked. Home defense, I said. He nodded. That can be a tricky one. You can never be too safe. Not in Carousel, I said. Sure enough. You know, the best home defense can be a good guard dog, he said. It's the bark that does it more than the bite. Was he giving us practical advice? Encouraging us to bring Bobby and one of his dogs along. Kimberly was right there next to me, or at least close enough to listen in. But we were warned, she said. If the dog gets killed, won't Bobby die too? He looked at her like she was naive, to put it nicely. He didn't say anything at first, but that look said enough. Wait, I said. The warning that Bobby got when he got his dogs was that they couldn't get hurt because the audience doesn't like to see it. Are you telling us that that was just flavor and not a rule or something? When Bobby got his license to bring those dogs into the storyline, it said that if the dogs suffered, Bobby would, too. We had taken that as strictly literal. But from the look on Tar's face, I was beginning to think that perhaps we had been foolish. Having a dog was not such an ordinary thing in a movie, even a horror movie. We called over Bobby and went through the entire scenario with him. After we were done, Tar pointed us toward an aisle that had some basic pet supplies, most of it used. Bobby picked up some leashes and collars. But I could tell from his face that he wasn't exactly excited about the prospect of turning his beloved pooches into guard dogs. Still, Tar had never given us a bum leave the tutorial notwithstanding. All the while we were talking about this, I could still feel Tar's eyes on me. When the others had left to continue looking around, I finally turned to him and asked him what he was staring at me for. He shook his head. Nothing I can say in polite society. What exactly did paragons know? Were they more like NPCs who were bound by the script? Or had he been to the theater? Was he privy to the things that the Whispering Woman had warned me about? One lesson I had learned since coming to Carousel was that, when in doubt, use your words. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Are you talking about the audience abandoning us? I asked. He squared his shoulders and looked at me. He said nothing. You can't talk about the people in the theater, can you? It's one of the restrictions on the script, I said. But you do know about them. You know what they're planning over there, right? A fellow hears things, he said. We're going to move forward, I said. We're going to pick a through line. It's just going to take some convincing. He didn't seem sure. But I couldn't exactly have a conversation where he couldn't even acknowledge what it was we were talking about. All we knew about them, the people at the theater, was that they did not like to be referenced at all. It was as if they were on the other side of the fourth wall. A funny concept given how meet a Carousel was. We could never mention the audience. Well, I didn't care much for that restriction. Unless I heard a certain axe murderer breathing in the distance. I was going to keep pushing until I got answers. Making decisions because we had no other choice was how we ended up in the tutorial. We needed real answers. And if they wanted us to move forward, they were going to have to give them to us. If I could just find a way to send that message without getting my head chopped off. A few old guns. Some building supplies gathered from whichever stores we could safely enter. And a new plan involving some big dogs. That was what we headed back to Kimberly's loft with. The prep didn't stop there. We were hard at work. He's angry and scared, Cassie said. He says that they're after him, and he can run for eternity. But he'll never get away. Is he talking to you? Can you speak to him? Kimberly asked. Cassie lay on the couch, her eyes covered with a small cloth. She shook her head. He's talking too. No, he's arguing with himself. He keeps speaking over himself. I don't understand what they're saying sometimes, she said. Are they talking about who is chasing him? I asked. No, she said. Not right now, but when they do, they're very afraid. Cassie was using her unblocked trope, which allowed her to obtain information about supernatural enemies from outside of a storyline. She had been going for a while, which gave us good information in and of itself. Normally, she would get cut off by now, since she wasn't. That meant our enemy had very low moxie, at least compared to hers. That wasn't necessarily a good thing. It meant that their other stats were going to be higher. He thinks he's being chased, Cassie continued. And he's talking about how they need to find a new hideout. But I think an older version of him thinks that the younger one is being paranoid. So the enemy was being chased. That was an element Anna didn't mention, and the trailers didn't reveal. That could be useful. I really liked having a bigger bat around. Oh gods, Cassie said. It sounds like one of the bad guys has been grabbed and is being tortured. And I hear sounds like sci-fi or magic sounds. He's screaming. She sat up from the couch. I'm blocked, she said. That took forever. Isaac teased. Can we be sure that she wasn't just daydreaming? Daydreaming? Cassie asked. I'm closer to being a real psychic than you are to being a real comedian. She threw the cloth that had been over her eyes at him. They continued with their brother and sister antics. That's good, I said. If there's more plot to this than just a drawn-out fight until dawn, we could use that. Something to take up screen time, Antoine asked. Exactly, I said. Maybe even something to help make up for our weaknesses. We talked about the various possibilities of what could be chasing a time-traveling serial killer. Once we had ruled out Time Cop and Doctor Who, our ideas started to come together. Kimberly, Antoine, and I had been doing most of the work, with Bobby upstairs preparing two of his biggest dogs for the role of their lifetime, and Dina ever present, absorbing but not relaying any of her wisdom. Ramona watched, too, nervous but not saying anything, even after a couple of storylines. It was still weird to watch someone have psychic visions for half an hour while everyone else sat around eating potato chips. All right, I'm gonna make the call, Kimberly said. Moments later, a familiar flamboyant talent agent's voice filled the room. Kimberly, it has been forever since you called me, Sal said. It had been a couple of days. Well, I couldn't wait any longer, she said. I was hoping you could tell me about post-traumatic. Didn't they get Riley Lawrence as a director on that project? They certainly did, Sal said. He's a real up-and-comer. Lots of gossip surrounding that one. You looking to attach your name to the project? I'm always looking, Kimberly said. Well, let me look at the details. Just a moment, he said, as the sound of paper being flipped through came over the speaker. Oh, here we are. Yes, I've been looking at the latest revisions of this script. This is actually kind of a reboot/sequel, a soft reboot, they call it. They're bringing back the main actress from the original movie that flopped and went straight to DVD. Really, Anna Reed, I like her, Kimberly said. I like her too. But she might be out of her league here, Sal said. But who am I to talk? In the original, they barely gave her anything to do. She just ran around, looking scared. I don't know what they were thinking. Hopefully, she'll be a more reliable lead in this one. Kimberly looked at me and then at Antoine. Anna wasn't just going to be in the rescue, she was going to be the main character. That must have been her trope at play because plot armor level has a big influence on that sort of thing. Can you tell me about what role I might play? Kimberly asked. I sure could. Let's see. I spoke with the producer, and he said that if you were to join the cast, they could do a rewrite where one of the minor characters, a spunky museum director, could get rewritten to be a larger role. What do you think about that? I love it, Kimberly said. Can you tell me about the antagonist? Do we have an actor attached? Yes, they do. His name is Grant Leitner, and he is great. He'll have to play a dozen different versions of the same character. They're going to expand on his role from the original film. You know how reboots are, everybody's got to have a backstory. The faceless killer that tracks people through time isn't enough to put butts in theater seats these days. How about my co-stars? Kimberly asked. I had gotten so used to the various questions that Kimberly asked Sal. It was like she was running through the options on a dialogue menu in a video game. There was a reason she asked them. They tended to get the best results. Well, you have a construction foreman who's been doing renovations on the museum you work at. A big tough fella. And you also have the media relations manager, who in a surprise twist will be played by the director. This enemy really did have low moxie if Sal was being this open and honest. Though to be fair, Kimberly had just gotten a bunch of levels since the last time she asked about post-traumatic. Will there be a lot of traveling for the shoot? Kimberly asked. You know how I hate living out of motels. It will all be shot in Carousel. Darling, Sal said. But yes, you will have to travel some. You can't shoot the whole thing in an old jailhouse museum. Not unless you want it going straight to DVD like the last one. What a strange place Carousel was. That the term straight to DVD was synonymous with permanent death. Any advice to really stand out? Kimberly asked after a few more questions that airballed. Well, strangely enough, I think this movie is going to rely on the director. We've got the actors. And the audience is absolutely ravenous. It's like they just ran through the previous seasons and are finally caught up. Nobody has patience these days. Everyone is anxious to see what he has planned. A chill went down my spine. What did they know? Was Sal controlled by Carousel or by them? Was there a difference? I understood that Carousel would know all my secrets. But the others, the game makers, felt more invasive, strangely. That was Sal's last contribution. She asked him more questions. But even with her huge moxie advantage, he was done talking. We had gotten a really good haul of information. Now, we just had to use it. As soon as she hung up, Antoine asked, So what do you have planned? Looking at me. A little tour of Carousel, I said honestly. I know we will end up in the jailhouse for the win condition. But I think we might want to play a game of hide and seek first. I do know a lot about Carousel's history. I've got some theories to try out. And we're going to power the tour through self-inflicted pain, Antoine asked. That is some good production value, wouldn't you say? You heard Sal. If we don't do a little bit of traveling, we're going straight to DVD. Antoine nodded. Then he looked at Kimberly, and they both looked back at me. Where's that demented history book? Antoine asked. We had some planning to do. We found an old guitar in the jailhouse. It had the trope weapons of mass absurdity attached to it. Isaac had that same trope and had apparently used it on one of those yard rakes with an extendable handle in a storyline. Ramona told this story. He was facing off against the enemy of the groundskeeper. And right in a climactic moment, he clicked the handle to extend the rake out all the way. The trope-empowered humorous weapons, a guitar, a leaf rake, both were weapons to a comedian. It was a funny story. Everyone laughed as we relaxed in the office space of the jailhouse. It was a good time. Ramona gravitated to the guitar, tuned it up, and was soon playing beautiful, melodic songs that spread throughout the whole jailhouse. For the first time since we'd gotten there, the strange ghostly sounds from the basement stopped. There were a few cells on the ground floor. The floor above that was mostly used for storage, while the cells in the basement with the ghosts had actual mattresses. There was no way any of us were going to sleep down there. It just couldn't be done. Instead, we all camped out inside the main office, which had a nice plush carpet. We brought our blankets from Kimberly's loft. We were doing what was required to change our official base from Kimberly's loft to Isaac's jailhouse. We had to spend the night. It wasn't that complicated, luckily. If you weren't paying attention, the ghosts down in the basement just sounded like the wind. Ramona played the guitar, and with some prompting, they got Logan to sing a song. I had heard it before, but I didn't know its name. It was an old, sad country song. All 13 of us were jammed into that office, eating food from the vending machine in the break room and nervously talking about what was to come. I didn't mind it. The jailhouse was a scary place, but being surrounded by friends didn't just cancel out the scariness, it elevated it to something else. It was like we were sitting around a campfire. The spookiness actually comforted me somehow. Most of the time, you don't know which moments in your life you're going to be nostalgic for, but I found myself willfully living in every moment that night because I knew it might be our last happy night in Carousel or anywhere else. No matter how we moved around the pieces, no matter how we tried to do the math, at the end of the day, our best bet was to bring our best players and our best strategies regardless of how well situated the remaining players were. Leaving someone with a rescue trope behind might appease the mind of an anxious man, but it wasn't really a better decision. If we lost, we would all lose. Even those of us who didn't go on the storyline. If we lost, the audience might abandon us. If we lost, it was over. I had to tell myself that because there was definitely a voice in my head formulating a dozen different variations that would be smarter. That voice was deafening, telling me to be cautious, to just take our time, and a path will open up. Damn, being smarter. Carousel was designed as a strategy game, but most of the time, you couldn't do the smart thing. At best, you had to do the dumb thing strategically. You couldn't just run when things got weird. You couldn't follow your rapidly beating heart away from the monster that you knew lurked in the darkness. You had to walk forward. It was in the town's bylaws. Wine blew through the jailhouse. Even though it had been retrofitted to be a museum, it was largely still in the same condition it had been 100 years prior. It was drafty. I couldn't sleep. Obviously, I literally could sleep. I had a trope just for that. I couldn't make myself trigger it, though. When I went to sleep, I would wake up, and it would be tomorrow. I felt like I would do anything to extend the time between that night and the next day. I got up from the room in the office and decided to do one last look through the jailhouse, the place that might hold our final stand. Most of the museum was on the ground floor. Everything was stacked away and packed up. The boxes were filled with nothing but those styrofoam peanuts. They were all props. I was sure this jailhouse had a history, but I didn't know it not just by looking. I had been through the upstairs multiple times. It was all the same, a lot of cool props, but it was all skin deep. Once you started digging into it, you just found empty boxes. We knew that the jailhouse museum would be our character's place of employment, so I was certain that when we started the storyline, all those props would suddenly become a lot more detailed. The game makers, those mysterious people, would walk all through the set and exchange our boxes of styrofoam peanuts with actual artifacts from the history of this place, or at least stuff that would play the part. I found myself walking downstairs into the basement just to look. It was safe. The ghosts were locked in their jail cells. I doubted that Isaac's writ of habitation would last long enough for us to see any action on the ghost front. When I got downstairs, guided by the dim light of the moon and the flickering lights of the basement, I was surprised to see that I wasn't the only one who had the idea to wander around. It was Ramona, staring into one of the cells, one of the locked, haunted ones. When she saw me, she said, "It almost looks like someone is sleeping in that bed, like they pulled the blanket up over their head to block out the light." I stared in after her. It did look like that, but it also looked like some crumpled up cushions and blankets. If there was a ghost there, and I was certain there could have been, it was hiding itself on the red wallpaper. One perk of being a ghost, I supposed. He's probably just blocking out the woman who's staring at him, I said. She smiled and punched my arm. We stared together for a bit. So, you're going to be risking everything again? She asked. Didn't you just do that with the werewolves? I took a moment to think before I answered. When you're almost out of chips, you go all in every hand, I said. There's a metaphor. That should end that conversation. But it didn't. And when you win, you don't win much, she said. That was true. We might risk it all and walk away no closer to our freedom. Well, this life isn't much, but at least it's exciting, I said. She didn't respond for a moment. She just stared at the pile of fabric that might have been a sleeping ghost. Everyone's talking about you, she eventually said. They say you've got some plan that's going to set everything straight, but you can't talk about it. I hated that people were putting their hopes in me. It was a burden I could barely lift. I do, I asked. Yes, I better draw one up. She smiled, but it wasn't a real smile. She was nervous. I couldn't blame her. More than the rest of us. Her future was nothing but question marks. What was her happy ending? We didn't talk about her situation. Like so many other conversations, this one turned into shop talk. We talked about storylines, plans, and the game. We must have talked for 10 minutes, just aimlessly. There was nothing else to say. I'll go with you, you know, she said. On the storyline, I'd probably end up first blood, but I'd still do it. Thanks for offering, I said. But your build is more about manipulating a storyline, and you're not high level enough to be able to do that. Oh, she said, sorry. No, I said. It's just a being underleveled. Being the first blood sacrifice in a storyline with a torturer, that's something I could never ask you to do. She stared into my eyes. Isn't Leela going to be first blood? Ramona asked. Well, yeah. But it was Logan who asked her, I said. We laughed until the ghost. The one that actually was a ghost and not just a pile of cushions and blankets. Shushed us, I whispered. Sorry. He must have been a man after my own heart, even in the afterlife. All he wanted to do was sleep. I stared at the blanket, and now I could see it slowly rising and falling with the breath of some long-gone prisoner whose name I didn't even know. In a way, he was lucky. At least he knew where he stood. He knew his fate. What was our fate? I had no idea. While I was contemplating big questions, Ramona was contemplating smaller ones. I didn't know what those questions were, but I knew what her answer was. She kissed me. We weren't even on screen. It wasn't even scripted. She just did it because of nerves, or excitement, or the ambience of the old jailhouse, or maybe just because she wanted to. Sometimes, girls will just kiss you. You gotta watch out. Finally finding myself able to turn off my brain, I kissed her back. For the first time in a long time, I felt normal. Like Carousel didn't exist, and I was truly living in the moment. Had I ever done that before, lived in the moment? I couldn't remember. I already knew that night was going to be one I remembered fondly. It was the first time in Carousel that I felt like the night was truly my own, our own. Those fleeting thoughts that maybe Ramona was a manifestation of Carousel weren't strong enough to ruin the moment. The moment stretched on, and time slipped away as we made memories. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. I knew I would value that night for the rest of my life, no matter how long it might last. I was glad to have an experience like that in that spooky basement jail where I had technically died once of electrocution. I just wished I didn't have to share the moment with half a dozen ghosts and the prying eyes of the audience. I wondered if they were going to change the channel now. The next morning, we dropped all the players who weren't going to join us in the storyline off at Ramona's cabin. It was finally summer enough for her writ of habitation to go into effect. It was funny. It was always summer in Western Carousel, but you still had to wait before you could use that writ. The cabin didn't have any big drawbacks, it was just kind of small. It was in a beautiful location, and I imagined you could hear the banshee very well at night, even through the thick log walls and shuttered windows. We bid farewell to Ramona, Avery, Isaac, Cassie, Michael, and Andrew. The rest of us drew the short straw. We had bought them a mobile home in something low level, A toy soldier that I suspected was as aware of us as we were of him. If you took his gun, you would activate the omen. They had Isaac as a scout, but his scouting trope wasn't foolproof. If they needed to run a storyline or run from a bad guy, they could just activate the omen, and they would be safe as they trekked out to run it. Purchasable mobile omens had their place. After all, Ramona and I had goodbye. She didn't go for a kiss, and neither did I. But I could see in her smile that she enjoyed having a secret. I didn't think Carousel was a place to fall in love unless you were a lesbian werewolf. And I wasn't the kind of guy girls fell in love with anyway. Still, of all my secrets, it was the most comforting. As soon as we started walking back, Kimberly was giving me the "did I just see what I think I saw?" I didn't acknowledge her silent inquiries. We had a mission. The team ended up being me, Antoine, Kimberly, Dina, Bobby, Leela, and Logan. Everyone had a job, a role, and we knew how to adapt depending on what Carousel threw at us. As we walked back toward the jailhouse, quite a distance from Lake Dyer, Antoine thanked Logan and Leela for helping rescue Anna and Camden. Leela said something like, "We owe you. We have to help each other." Logan, ever the straight shooter, said, "We are completely dependent on you all. If you're going to throw yourself at something like this, it's in our best interest to make sure you succeed. I just hope you know what you're doing." Not even a sarcastic quip. I would have killed for a sarcastic quip at that moment. If this storyline sounded scary enough to make Logan abandon his sardonic humor, it must have been really scary. But he was right. Every decision we made would affect them. As much as we wanted to pretend this was an alliance between teams forged of shared purpose, it was more than that. They needed us. We could not take them for granted. We walked to the jailhouse, did one last walkthrough to ensure all our preparations were ready, and then left for the roller rink. Carousel sounds so unserious on paper. Cruising the jailhouse museum, and then heading off to skate the days away. I was excited and nervous, and all sorts of other emotions. "We're going to see Anna soon," Kimberly said. I couldn't help but smile. That kind of instant gratification rarely happened in Carousel. Enter a storyline. See your dead friend. "We might even be able to see Camden," I said, "depending on how the time travel works and whether the first movie is canon." "Let's not get too excited," Antoine said. "We have to keep our heads." That was an odd remark coming from Antoine, who a month earlier couldn't be found saying anything short of a positive affirmation. It was an improvement from where I was standing. We walked until we saw the roller rink, the one that occasionally stopped existing and was replaced by a giant pit in the ground. "Everything check out?" Antoine asked me. I double-checked all my inside tropes again. And everything was as expected. With our new levels, technically, Post-Traumatic might have even had less of a level gap than Stray Dawn. But it was also a much harsher subgenre of horror with time travel thrown on top. As soon as we got into the story, we needed to get our bearings straight. We needed to know the lore, to understand what type of time travel we were dealing with, and what this enemy could conjure up against us. There was only one way to find out. We walked down the hill toward the roller rink. As soon as it reappeared, we stepped onto the asphalt of the parking lot. The rescue posters of Anna and Camden were held firmly in my hands. Our base was set to the jailhouse. We walked across the parking lot quickly, unsure if it would disappear on us. As soon as we reached the door, Antoine grabbed the handle. The moment I heard his hand hit the metal, everything went black, and all I could feel was the sensation of falling. Riley Lawrence is the film buff. His aspect is filmmaker. The filmmaker has a comprehensive understanding of the filmmaking process. They can manipulate the game environment effectively, altering the game's dynamics in subtle but impactful ways. Their abilities are a mixture of meat insight and meat rule trops. They have higher hustle, reflecting their ability to stay out of the way, stay alive, and remain unseen as they manipulate meta-movie elements. Riley has a plot armor score of 36, metal of 4, moxie of 9. Hustle of 7, savvy of 9, and grit of 7. Free background trope. My grandmother had the gift. A background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. Current trope limit. Trope Master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. Dead man walking buffs his grit considerably after death is imminent, stretching the moment of death out considerably. Method to the madness allows him to speak in character with enemies off-screen. The wrong reel creates a rescue where the player finds footage related to the original storyline and is beset by the enemy. Quiet on set allows the user to listen to the audio of the current on-screen scene while off-screen, depending on savvy and the information's value. Raised by television buffs the user to do one big meaningful action if they establish their inspiration from film and television to establish it. Escape artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. Director's monitor grants the user death watch upon their character's death. Cinemaseer buffs allies savvy and grit when meaningful on-screen predictions come true. Kimberly Madison is the eye candy. Her aspect is celebrate a celebrity. The celebrity aspect treats the player like an actor and the storylines like films they sign on to, using meta tropes to create hype, fan favoritism, and larger-than-life roles. The celebrity is the most versatile of the eye candy aspects, using past roles to help their career. The celebrity can specialize in virtually anything if they have long enough to build a career. Kimberly has a plot armor score of 34, Nettle of 5, Moxie of 13, Hustle of 8, Savvy of 1, and Grit of 7. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Convenient backstory allows her to believably change her backstory to assist with the current task. Buffing the relevant stat. Does anyone have a scrunchie? Allows her to shift Moxie's points into another stat by putting her hair up. The penthouse the character will get the nicest, safest accommodations in a multi-day storyline. The Hall of Fame the user gains center of attention and will have a heightened role in the story regardless of casting. Meta story elements are more central. Contract negotiations buffs the user's ability to improvise after discussing their plan with Carousel. Carousel Academy Awards buffs her Moxie based on the quality of her performance in the previous storyline. Breaking the veil of silence. The user will get warnings from knowledgeable NPCs outside of storylines. NPCs will warn of dangers to women and hint at storyline rewards. When in Rome buffs her grit until rebirth if her performance matches the tone of the movie. Social awareness allows her to see the Moxie stat of all enemies and NPCs and intuit relationship dynamics. Antoine Stone is the athlete. His aspect is health nut. Health nut. The health nut is devoted to maintaining peak physical, mental, and spiritual health, highlighting their wisdom and their intelligent approach to fitness and well-being. Health nuts use their high savvy to make strategic decisions, enhancing their overall endurance and adaptability in challenging situations. Their healthy lifestyle is reflected in their elevated grit, showcasing their resilience and ability to bounce back from setbacks. Antoine has a plot armor score of 33, Nettle of 9, Moxie of 4, Hustle of 7, Savvy of 5, and Grit of 8. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Jim Rot buffs Metal and Hustle by revealing athletic backstory. Brandishing a weapon is like a security blanket, buffing his grit and soothing his and his allies' fear. Willpower as magic makes all applicable enemy technology or magic resistible through sheer effort. Results vary, effects vary. This will hurt. Stronger together buffs mental health and healing when the user and allies are together in a group. Reload after cut takes the player off-screen when reloading a weapon. Timeout allows him to send a fight scene off-screen for a set time. Better make it count greatly buffs the last round of ammunition the player has available in a fight. The mountain as a metaphor boosts allies' uses of grit and savvy and allows the user to conquer maladies through metaphor by tackling physical challenges. Coyote in a trap plans that logically involve self-inflicted injury in a chase sequence or when captured have a greatly increased chance of success. Logan Mays is the comedian. His aspect is cynic. Cynic. The cynic wields sharp wit and high savvy to navigate chaos, using insight and meta irony to uncover truths and manipulate the narrative. Their imperviousness to meta challenges makes them masters of reframing chaos, adapting quickly, and turning even the direst situations to their advantage. With sharp analysis and biting humor, the cynic thrives as a critical thinker and unshakable ally. Logan has a plot armor score of 29, Metal of 6, Moxie of 4, Hustle of 5, Savvy of 8, and Grit of 6. Free background trope. Misspent youth is a background trope that gives Logan's character some secret criminal or quasi-criminal history. Current trope limit. Awfully considerate symptoms suppresses the effects of terminal illnesses, poisonings, and injuries until they are plot relevant. And moving facade prevents the user from feeling pain if they willfully act like they are not in pain. Knock on wood allows the user to assign first blood by sarcastically jinxing an ally. Gallows humor allows him to ease mental pain with dark humor after a tragedy. Comedic timing prevents the enemy from attacking while the user is quipping. Window shopping allows the user to identify and know the rough monetary value of any object they look at, including rare, technological, or magical objects, especially if it fits their backstory. Buy a background trope. The voice of dissent bolsters the player's current plan when the user confronts the team's planner and forces them to clarify, justify, or modify it. Last laugh retroactively buffs an attack when a humorous quip or similar is added to the end. If done well, this will end a fight scene. Class clown attracts the focus of enemies through distraction, often cinematic or comedic. Dina Kano is the outsider. No aspect has been chosen. Dina has a plot armor score of 24, metal of 3, moxie of 4, hustle of 6, savvy of 3, and grit of 8. Free background trope. A haunted past, a background trope that gives her character some past trauma that haunts her, often literally. Current trope limit. Guarded personality resists all inside abilities. An outsider's perspective alerts her to new, out of place, or unusual information. Encouragement from beyond soothes her when stressed, scared, or in pain and may provide useful information in the form of communication from the beyond. Buy a background trope. They fell off allows her to get out of handcuffs and similar restraints quickly. Who you truly are. Increases her PA as she performs her role. Makes her a major character in the finale with something important to contribute. Must start with the lowest base PA. Borrowed from Riley. Savvy Safecracker tells the character how long it will take to pick a lock of some kind. Buffs hustle in an attempt. No return address gives the user insight from anonymous letters and allows them to send similar letters to allies. Outside looking in grants her the ability to discern ideal spots to linger and observe events without actively participating in the narrative. Bobby Gill is the wallflower. No aspect has been chosen. Bobby has a plot armor score of 28, metal of 3, moxie of 8, hustle of 7, savvy of 6, and grit of 4. Free background trope. Actually, I'm a veterinarian changes his character's background to being an animal doctor. Current trope limit. Background noise allows him to get background information from NPCs when off-screen. Last-minute casting recasts him as an NPC that is moderately involved in the plot. The selection is seemingly random. He will get some limited background information for the character and some access to the NPC script. Pure protects the user from enemy targeting if they avoid the storyline's principal sin, until they interfere with the enemy's agenda. Craft services are the real heroes, ensures that there is edible food and water on set somewhere during the storyline. Character notes reveals general needs from allies until second blood, though specifics aren't provided. My only role is exposition gives him some useful information to be relayed on screen but takes it away if he starts to bore the audience. If you can't see it, it won't bleed allows him to temporarily mend wounds by covering them from the audience's view. Buy a background trope. Act like you belong lets the user blend into any scene by quickly adopting small, fitting elements like props or attire. However, all these elements must work together to maintain their cover. Animal Whisperer grants important animals the trope animals are psychic and allows the user to interpret their intuition. Buy a background trope. Leela White is the wallflower. No aspect has been chosen. Leela has a plot armor score of 27, metal of 1, moxie of 4. Hustle of 10, savvy of 5, and grit of 7. Current trope limit. A hopeless plea begging for release forces the captor to verbally deny it. If they don't, persuasion might succeed. A scream in the distance. A loud scream sends the user off screen, allowing an ally who hears it to appear on screen. There's been a murder. Discovering a gruesome scene lets the user scream, initiating an investigative scene with applicable characters. Not important enough, staying out of plot critical actions keeps the user safe from intelligent enemies until the midpoint, where they are written off. Grants limited access to the script. Dying last scream, a realistic death scream, sends the user off screen, allowing enemies to ignore them while gaining Death Watch and the dead status. The killer's wake, playing dead during a massacre, allows the user to escape safely after the scene and provides knowledge of the complete script for that scene. A cry in the dark or cry during peril alerts nearby allies to the user's location and status. Run for your death once death is imminent. The user is guaranteed a chase sequence before being killed for first blood, and that's lunch extends breaks between scenes and provides a timer to all players. Borrowed from Bobby Rec SCP-130 2018 15 hours 47 minutes and 36 seconds 40%. Get that damn camera out of my face. A voice screamed into my ear. All I could think about was the sensation of falling and the sudden realization that I had hit the ground. I was sitting down, but I wasn't out on the asphalt or down in the dirt. I was in the passenger seat of a truck, like a U-Haul truck, and the front of it had gotten messed up. It took me a moment to get my bearings and realize we were tilted. But when I did, I heard the voice again. I said, "Get the camera out of my face," the voice said. I suddenly realized the person was speaking to me and that I did indeed have a camera in their face. It was a nice camera, portable, high-tech, and strapped to my left hand. The truck driver, an NPC named Earl, was next to me, and he was not pleased. I turned the camera forward so that it wasn't filming him anymore and looked at my situation. Earl had driven the truck down into the pit where the roller rink had once been, and somehow I had gone with him. Earl was not happy with me, but he was even less happy with himself. "I don't know what just happened," he said. "I didn't mean to do that. We're all right," I said. "Everything's gonna be fine." I didn't know if that was true, but it felt like the thing to say. I opened my door and crawled out onto the pit's dirt, instinctively filming as I went. Looking back at the way we had come, I could see the clear path where the truck had turned off the road and down into the dirt. Up ahead of us, the front end of the moving truck had hit a dirt embankment, and that had put a stop to us. I backed away, climbing up out of the pit and filming the surroundings as I went. I didn't even notice I was on screen until I was almost out and up onto the road. Earl came after me with his head in his hands, apologies pouring out of his mouth one after another. "I thought I saw a parking lot," he said. I didn't comment on that but tried to reassure him. It wasn't long before an SUV pulled up on the road next to where we had turned off into the pit. Kimberly was driving, and Logan was in the passenger seat. She put it in park, got out, and started asking what was going on. "Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt?" she asked. I patted myself down and then called out, "I'm fine. How about you, Earl?" He held up a thumbs up, but I could see the worry on his face as he broke into apologies toward Kimberly. "I'm so sorry, Miss Madison. I could have sworn I saw a parking lot. I was going to pull in and wait for you all to catch up." And then he kept apologizing like a man about to lose his job. "Earl, it's all right. Accidents happen," she said as she got closer to us and started visually checking to make sure we weren't injured. Logan was out of the SUV and down into the pit with us soon after Kimberly. He didn't seem as concerned with our health or well-being. "We've been in possession of those artifacts for all of 7 minutes, and we already dropped them in a hole," he said as he started racing down into the pit toward the moving truck. He looked back up at me and said, "Stop filming and go grab the manifest." I went toward the SUV, taking a few moments to look through it. It was filled with small wooden crates, the kind museum exhibits might be contained in. I found the manifest, which listed different artifacts. It wasn't anything fancy, just the kind of stuff you'd expect to see in a jailhouse museum. Various paintings related to the history of the place. Some personal effects of judges and prisoners known to be connected to the jailhouse, that sort of thing. The manifest also listed the flight all this cargo had just gotten off of. I looked down the road and saw the airstrip. Putting two and two together, I realized our characters must have just picked all of this up. On my way back down into the pit with the manifest, I passed Kimberly, who was comforting Earl. Then, I worked with Logan as we sorted through the crates in the back of the moving truck to make sure nothing was broken. It was only a few minutes after we started that I had the presence of mind to look at the camera. On the red wallpaper was a trope, not a player trope like the items we had recently come across after the tutorial. It was one of those old-fashioned tropes like we'd seen on the Astralist's death machine. The trope was called found footage, and its description was simple. Press record to go on screen. Press stop to go off. I thought I'd give it a test. I looked at the panel on the side of the camera, found the button that said stop, and Stop Rec SCP-14. 2018 9 hours 23 minutes and 15 seconds 100%. We were in one of the jailhouse's offices, which had been completely renovated to look like a modern workspace. One huge section contained a workbench with various crates holding the artifacts we had brought from the airport. That was Logan's space. He stood in front of me, examining an old pair of shekels, or at least that's what he was trying to do. "Can you tell us who you are and what you do?" I asked, holding the camera out toward him. I held it steady using hustle. He kept his eyes on the shekels, moving them around with his gloved hands. Reluctantly, he spoke. "My name is Logan Mays. I am the historian here. I focus on researching and preserving the history of this building and its role in the town's justice system. My specialty is local history, and I work with records and artifacts to make sure the past is documented accurately." "That's about it. Can you tell us about what you're working on right now?" I asked. He stared at me blankly for a moment, then said, "This is a pair of shekels. These were alleged to have been stolen from the body of Calvin Monroe after he was hanged in Town Square over 150 years ago. We can't verify that, but I can at least ensure that these are authentic to the era." He turned his eyes back to the shekels and continued examining them carefully. "What do you like most about working here?" I asked. He placed the shekels back down on his workbench, looked at me very seriously, and said, "I appreciate the professional atmosphere that allows me to focus on the tasks I've been assigned. I don't like constantly being pestered for videos on social media. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more." He turned back to the shekels. I continued to record him, and he ignored me. "Just pretend that I'm not here," I said. He looked back up at me and started laughing. "The whole thing a joke between us. Stop." I had some time to figure out how the camera worked. I could take things around me on screen by recording them, but that didn't change the normal way that on-screen and off-screen worked. If Carousel had better ideas about what should be on screen, my camera would stop recording. On the other hand, I found that some scenes simply wouldn't start unless I was recording. This camera wasn't simply a prop. It was fun to fool around with, but it was very clear to me that this whole gimmick was designed as an obstacle. And it would certainly be one. Rec SCP 140 2018 10 hours 12 minutes and 46 seconds 100%. My name is Kimberly Madison. I am the director and acting curator of the Carousel Museum of Crime and Justice, also known as the Carousel Jailhouse Museum. Right now, you're watching as we transform this historical location into an active place of learning. This is the original jailhouse, courthouse, and police station of the town of Carousel and the county seat of Carousel County. A great deal of history happened within these walls. She stared at me, waiting for another question. "Well, not the original jailhouse, police station, or courthouse," I said. Kimberly smiled. "No, not the original. But the jailhouse was built on the exact same cornerstone as the original jailhouse at the Carousel settlement founded in 1718 before the original town was wiped out by the Carousel Valley meteor strike in 1742. So, in some ways, this is the original jailhouse. The history of Carousel was as liquid as a cat lying in a sunny spot. There was an exhibit about the meteor strike. It had destroyed the whole original town of Carousel. The town was refounded 40 years later. Can you talk about the sordid history of crime in Carousel and what someone might be able to learn about it by coming to the museum?" I asked. Kimberly looked past the camera and at me, her displeasure evident in her eyes. "Well, the focus of the Museum of Crime and Justice is on the positive history of the courts and police officers who have kept Carousel citizens safe. But we would be remiss not to include artifacts and historical anecdotes related to Carousel's darker history. After all, many of the most notorious criminals in our history came right through this jailhouse. They used to keep prisoners who were marked for death in the cells beneath us." "Didn't they?" I asked. "Yes. Pretty much every prisoner who was executed in Carousel had to stay at this jailhouse. I wasn't supposed to emphasize the darker history of Carousel." So Kimberly was eyeing me harshly. "And when was the last time we hanged a prisoner in Town Square?" I asked. 1978. Kimberly said begrudgingly. "You had better not be getting all joke footage. I really stuck my neck out to get you this job, Riley. Please don't make me regret it." "I won't. I'm getting good footage too," I said. She stared at me, clearly disbelieving. Stop. The storyline had been uneventful, and the plot cycle had barely ticked forward since we had begun, but I was learning a lot. The museum was nearly finished, and since this was a time travel storyline, the history of both Carousel, or this version of it, and the jailhouse itself was vital information. Learning from the various exhibits around the jailhouse museum, including those inside the old police station and courthouse, which were all connected, was essential. This was especially true since we had lost our copy of the book containing accounts of all the tragedies that had befallen Carousel. It made sense that our characters wouldn't have it yet, but it certainly got my heart beating fast when we realized it was gone. I had a feeling we would get an opportunity to get another copy the hard way, just as Anna and Camden had. I took the camera around, filming various exhibits while the others continued doing their jobs. Kimberly, Logan, Antoine, and Leela were accounted for. Dina and Bobby were missing, but that was to be expected of them. RECSCP 140 2018 13 hours 32 minutes and 8 seconds 60%. The only part of the museum currently open to the public was the police station section in the center of the building. Not only were there extensive exhibits including a weapons exhibit with some familiar artifacts inside, but there was also a station where you could get fingerprinted. A class of children, probably around 4th or 5th grade, was lined up, getting fingerprinted by Leela, who was an assistant of some kind. An NPC police officer stood with her, true to her nature. Leela was a background character, and while she hated being on screen, she didn't seem to mind me filming her. Perhaps it was only the invisible cameras she didn't like. I filmed from the other side of the room. Statistically, 1 in 4 of these children is going to be a murderer. Logan said off to my right, just quietly enough that the camera and I were the only ones that could hear him. This program is going to help us get out in front of their crime wave. I laughed and continued filming as the kids went through the line one at a time, smearing black ink on their fingers and then pressing them onto a piece of paper as instructed. I had done the same thing when I was a child, and yet, watching it happen here in Carousel, it suddenly seemed much more insidious. Lil is just asking for trouble over there, mixing with the criminal element, Logan added with a smirk. They're going to remember her. Leela seemed to hear her name. She looked up and saw me holding the camera. I waved at her, and she reluctantly waved back, managing a smile at the same time. As we did, a splotch of blood appeared on her poster on the red wallpaper. Logan had just sarcastically marked her for first blood. It felt really creepy doing it that way. Obviously, we had come together and decided who was going to die many times, but actively marking a teammate for death felt different. Still, if things went well, she wouldn't actually die this time. Only her character would. Stop. RECSCP 140 2018 16 hours 3 minutes and 54 seconds 40%. Antoine stood wearing a pair of khakis and a button-up shirt along with a neon orange vest and a hard hat. He was in charge of the renovation. I didn't get a hard hat. They had given one to Kimberly and Logan but not to me. Maybe that was because I would never show up on screen since I was the one holding the camera. Kimberly stood next to Antoine, more or less interviewing him. So, what are you working on right now? She asked. We're preparing the judicial wing of the museum, Antoine said. Most of these doors have been sealed off, probably to prevent vagrants or vandals from destroying the woodwork and crown molding. I panned up and around, showing off the dusty but beautiful antique wood panels of the original courthouse in Carousel. I was 95% certain this wasn't actually there the last time we were here, but since this entire area had been closed off when we were in the jailhouse last, I had no way of knowing. I put the camera back on Antoine and Kimberly. Have you found any artifacts or antiques during the small demolition? In fact, we have, Antoine said. We found all manner of documents. And if you look over there, he added, pointing toward a stack of envelopes on the floor near a sealed-up door. The courthouse was receiving mail for decades after it was closed. The mail carrier simply slid it in the mail slot and didn't think anything of it. We'll make sure that gets into the right hands, Kimberly said with a laugh. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them as one of Antoine's workers finally managed to break through some of the boards sealing up a door. They really didn't want anyone getting through there, did they? Logan asked. Hold up, Antoine said to his workers as he moved forward to investigate what they had just uncovered. Are those bricks? Logan asked. Antoine looked back at us and said, yeah, it looks like they bricked it up. He walked across the room towards some building plans laid out on an old wooden desk. Running his finger across the blueprints, he said, that should just be an alcove or a small closet. From the looks of it, the kind of place you'd hang art. We all looked at each other. Well, they didn't look directly at me, but they did glance at the camera. Why would they seal up an alcove that small? Kimberly asked. One way to find out, Antoine said. He turned to his workers and said, carefully break away the brick. And so they did, carefully chiseling out the mortar. When they had a good hold on the bricks, they pulled until the wall fell apart onto a thick drop cloth they had spread out. Dust filled the air, causing everyone to cough and cover their mouths and noses with their shirts. We waited for the dust to settle, and as it did, a ray of light helped us peek into the little alcove. It really was small, the kind of recessed area where a marble bust might be set on top of a column. There wasn't much room for anything else. As Antoine shined a flashlight into the dark alcove, we saw only one object. It was a wooden crate, not one of the museum-grade crates we had hauled the antiques in with, but something that seemed hastily fashioned and sealed with an excessive number of nails. Antoine and Kimberly looked at each other, confused. Logan, what do you make of this? Kimberly asked. We need to do this the right way. This could be an important historical artifact. Logan moved forward and examined the box. This is not the way they would have stored anything they found important back in those days, he said. I need to get it to my workbench to remove these nails. And so, he picked it up, noting that it wasn't particularly heavy. We followed him all the way back to the offices, where his workbench was. He had already finished examining the shackles, so there was space for him to set the box down. I filmed him slowly removing nail after nail until, eventually, he could lift the lid off the crate. What the? He said, peering inside. What is it? Kimberly asked, excited. Logan looked back at me, then at Kimberly, before reaching into the box and withdrawing an object. It's a videotape, he said, holding up a black recording tape for a camcorder. I moved closer, lifting the camera to get a good shot inside the crate. The box was filled with them. I don't understand, Logan said. These are not from the era when the courthouse was sealed up. These are about 8 or 9 decades off the mark. Unable to contain myself, I reached into the crate and grabbed one of the tapes. I read the faded label. Party time was the only thing written, all in lowercase letters. This makes no sense, Logan said, but he wasn't telling the truth. We all knew what was on those tapes, and we would soon have to watch them. Stop Rec SCP-21. 2018 13 hours 8 minutes and 21 seconds 80%. We had been in the storyline for less than 10 hours, but if you believe the clocks, calendars, and the camera I was recording with, it had been over a week. We had barely made any dent in the plot cycle. Carousel was collecting lots and lots of footage, and when I was off screen, I would sometimes take out my headphones and use my quiet on set ability just to listen around. It was surprisingly comforting to feel tapped into what was going on, even if all I heard was a conversation between Kimberly and Antoine or Logan ad-libbing a darkly humorous rant about some serial killer who managed to delay his execution by revealing the locations of his victims gradually. I went through my character's desk, looking for some kind of adapter that would allow me to view the material on the tapes we had found on the wall. But there was no luck. Kimberly was standing at the entrance of my cubicle, and I was playfully filming her. We hadn't established what our relationship was, but we were friends of some kind. I was a talented but irresponsible freelancer who worked part-time for the museum system of Carousel. It was just what we could concoct with our interactions, as if we had not just planned out our conversation. Kimberly casually asked me in the way a boss might, "Can you catch me up on those tapes we found? Have you been able to decode them?" Decode, I explained. They are archival quality and in good shape, but they have an outdated format. I don't have any way to read them with my current setup. But I put a call out to Tom Skelton over at the electronics shop. He was able to order the part. He says he'll come in tomorrow afternoon and open up the shop so that I can pick it up. Seemed very eager to help after I name-dropped you. Oh well, he's a good friend, Kimberly said. Clearly, I replied, with as much mischief as I could put into those words. She rolled her eyes. In reality, I had used the internet, which actually existed in this storyline, to look up a local electronics shop. After much mental preparation, I called them, and they said they could get it for me. It was all in a day's work for Riley Lawrence, horror detective. "So you'll have them ready by Monday?" she asked. I said. "I'm going to try and get a head start on it this weekend. I'll come in Saturday after my gig downtown." "Your gig?" Kimberly asked. "I thought this was your gig." "This is one of my gigs," I said. "Even my main gig, if you will." "What else are you working on?" she asked. "The Carousel Daylight Waltz," I said. "Oh, that's a big deal," she replied. "They needed elite camera work, so obviously they called in me," I said. "Told me I could name my price." "Obviously," she repeated with another eye roll. "Well, get back to me on those tapes. Stop Rec SCP 220 2018-14, 2347 60%. The Carousel Daylight Waltz was not really a waltz. And though it claimed to be a competition, it wasn't really one. It was more of a talent show with the locals, specifically the 50 and over crowd. Perhaps that's a little too cynical. The truth was, it was a nice tradition. Men and women dressed their best and brought the person they loved onto a stage at the bottom of a grand outdoor theater near downtown. The theater's seats were long, concrete benches built into the ground, all facing the stage. It was framed as a competition, but it was for charity. Even though it wasn't the type of event I would normally attend or enjoy, it was the kind of event I wished I could enjoy. Tradition. Something passed down between generations, a little local flavor. And boy, was it popular. We had a main camera set up to capture the stage. I had a team of 3 NPCs who would do whatever I told them to. Although I never let that power get to my head, I focused on getting close-ups of whoever was dancing at the center of the stage at any given moment. The event was lively and filled with energy, both in the crowd and on the stage. The mayor of Carousel was there, but it wasn't the paragon I had met before. It was just a random NPC. He was announcing and speaking as the people on stage danced. From what I could tell, the participants were mostly people from local families in Carousel, older women dancing with their young sons, fathers dancing with daughters, that sort of thing. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. There were a ton of entrants in the competition, so many that the stage was crowded with dancers, all trying not to bump into each other as they showed off the moves they'd been practicing. They waited for their names to be called so they could waltz into the center of the stage and perform. Kimberly, Logan, and Antoine were there somewhere, though they only interacted casually. Each had come with a separate group of NPCs who I supposed were their friends and family, but I couldn't be sure. I was vigilant in panning my camera around the crowd, making sure we captured good shots of people cheering and making their own dance moves as they watched the competition heat up. It wasn't a serious contest, but you wouldn't have known that by listening to the crowd. As much as I liked observing this little slice of wholesome culture, something I realized I hadn't seen in a long time, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I filmed as much as I could. Sometimes my camera would stop recording, but that didn't mean I, Kimberly, or the others would go off screen. No, we were still being filmed by Carousel's invisible eyes, or possibly one of the other cameras I had set up. When I finally regained control of my equipment and was able to start recording again, I made sure to capture a good view of the stage. There were so many dancers on that old wooden stage, too many. Heck, there were at least 100 pounds of sequins alone. As the contestants of all ages danced and swung around to what sounded like the unholy offspring of waltz and polka music, a loud crack echoed through the entire Greek theater. In the blink of an eye, the stage, packed with dancers, seemed to vanish. Gone so fast, I didn't even hear the sound of them falling until they were out of sight. The stage had broken under their weight, and all the dancers, the mayor, everyone on that stage plunged into the depths below. It was quite a fall. There was an underground complex beneath the stage for the various productions to use. Dust rose into the air as people screamed at what they had just witnessed. Panic set in as the crowd began running and shouting in confusion. All I could do was keep filming. I filmed the stage. I filmed the crowd. I wanted to make sure I captured everything, because if this was an important part of the story, we couldn't afford to miss it. My camera stopped working a few minutes after the disaster, and we were no longer on screen. Carousel had gotten its footage. It was a terrible place to be, especially when you knew there was nothing to be done. Amid the chaos, I could have sworn I saw a familiar face, a girl I had grown up with, but I couldn't comment on it. Not yet. Stop Rec SCP-22. 2018 22 hours 53 minutes and 13 seconds 100%. I couldn't sleep. I said into the camera. The police called. They said they wanted copies of my footage for their investigation into the collapse of the stage. I just don't want to look at it again. Once was enough or whatever. I sent them the file. No big deal. But then I started looking through these tapes we found in the wall last week. I finally got the converter to hook them up to the computer. So I was looking through them, reading their titles, and I saw something that freaked me out. Here, look at this. I moved the camera over one of the tapes, focusing on its label, Daylight Dance. It read in simple lowercase letters. I turned the camera back to face myself. What are the odds of that? I asked. Stop Play Deck 21, 1995-05. I put the tape into the adapter and opened the video program on my character's computer. It was simple and intuitive. I pressed play and started watching the tape. And I watched the whole thing. Talk about déjà vu. What I saw was the exact same dance competition I had just witnessed in real life. At first, I worried I had messed up and was accidentally viewing my own footage from that day. But I wasn't. The footage I was looking at was filmed from a completely different angle off to the side of the stage. That wasn't where I had been standing. I had a clear, central view of the dance competition. The person who recorded this tape filmed several segments of the dance competition, stopping and starting again a few minutes later. They were closer than me. They could see the stage starting to buckle as the dancing went along. Suddenly, I heard a scream, followed by a crack, as the stage collapsed. Stop. RECSCP 220 2018 23 hours 28 minutes and 7 seconds 100%. I began filming myself again, this time capturing my pure disbelief at what I was seeing. I made sure to record plenty of footage of my reaction. It wasn't like I had any limitation on how much I could film. I started sorting through the other tapes. This isn't possible, I muttered to myself multiple times. Just to be sure, I grabbed another tape titled River Tour and popped it into the adapter. With the camera still rolling, I pressed play. As soon as I did, the camera stopped. Stop Play April 2, 1996-10. I watched the screen as someone filmed what appeared to be the Carousel River. They were positioned near a small, one-lane bridge covered in rust. The footage showed several shots of the river until, eventually, a large riverboat began moving down the water toward where the cameraman, whoever they were, was standing. The boat was filled with people wearing cheap orange life vests. They were talking and having fun as a tour guide described things over a speakerphone, though I couldn't quite make out the words. There were families and children on that boat. The boat moved slowly as the passengers looked left and right, admiring the wilderness around them. It was a peaceful afternoon, and I couldn't tell exactly what was about to happen. The boat gently approached the bridge, but before it could pass underneath, an engine roared to life from above. A car driving over the bridge suddenly veered off, crashing through the rusty guardrail and landing directly on top of the boat full of people. I jumped up in shock, genuine shock. I had known something was coming, but the sudden roar of the engine was loud, and the horrifying image of all those people being crushed into the water all at once genuinely startled me. Heart pounding, I pressed the space bar on the computer, pausing the video. Stop. RECSCP 220 2018 23 hours 52 minutes and 19 seconds 100%. I didn't have to act like I was freaked out. No amount of preparation could help you wrap your mind around videos like this. Somehow, I hadn't seen that coming, but after it happened, a neuron fired in the back of my mind. I realized I was familiar with that particular tragedy. I had read about it in the town of Carousel. Horrific events through the ages. But that wasn't the only place I had seen information about this disaster. Grabbing the camera, I practically ran downstairs to the jail cells, skimming through them. They had been set up with basic information about the various larger-than-life criminals who had once inhabited them. It was grim, but it was all in the name of education. Eventually, I found a display inside one of the jail cells. This particular cell was quite popular and had several exhibits attached to its metal bars. Rhett Mavis had been the one to do it. He had been driving the car. I read through the display, filming it as best I could while narrating. It is not possible that someone recorded that event on this type of film, I said, zooming in on the dates. That occurred in the 1960s. Long before this technology was developed, they would have had to transfer it over, possibly for archival purposes. I quickly read through the information about Rhett Nevis, born to raise hell or something like that. He had driven a stolen car off the bridge and onto the boat just because he could. He almost got away with it, too. He was one of the few survivors pulled from the river. They didn't catch him because of police work. They caught him because he tried to do it again not a week later. But that time, he missed. I ran back upstairs, intent on finding every event depicted in those tapes. I had work to do. Stop rec September 23, 2018 5:29 100%. It occurred to me that, as much of an obstacle as the found footage format could be, it did give me the ability to explicitly state my objectives and thoughts like a sort of diary. I couldn't waste that opportunity. All I can think about, how that tape of the collapsing stage could have gotten into that box, is if somebody filmed it and then snuck in here and placed it in there with the others for me to find before I got back from the dance. I said in a low whisper, the kind you'd hear on footage of a man wandering through a dark museum in the middle of the night. I continued walking for a little bit. I sound like a crazy person, I said, but what other explanation could there be for a person to do that? They would have to be able to get into the museum. It's not yet open to the public. It certainly wasn't open earlier today. That means that whoever it is. I stopped talking as I heard a noise from further down the hall. On the first floor where the offices were. There's someone here, I whispered slowly. I made my way across the first floor, doing my best to stay out of the way and unseen as I moved toward the offices. I peered into the dark room with all the cubicles. The only light came from my computer monitor, and from the door. I could see a man standing next to my computer, staring at the footage I had left up on the screen. It took me a moment to make out what I was seeing, but on the red wallpaper, I knew immediately who I was dealing with. I reached over and flipped on the light to the room. "What are you doing here?" I asked. The man was startled. He nearly fell back in my chair. It was Bobby. "Security," he said. "I'm the new security guard." I looked him up and down, and sure enough, he had been randomly cast as a security guard, which, in my book, was a huge win. Sitting next to him obediently, at the ends of their leashes, were Bobby's two big dogs, Shasta and Doughboy. "Oh my God, you nearly gave me a heart attack," I said. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize anyone else was here," Bobby said quickly, standing up and moving toward me. "You're Bobby, right, Bobby Gill? Kimberly told me about you. I just forgot when you were supposed to start. You're Michael's replacement, right?" I asked. Bobby held out his hand, and I shook it. "Yep, Bobby Gill, that's me," he said. "I don't know anything about who I'm replacing." "They didn't tell me much." "No?" I asked. "Yeah. Michael was the last guard overseeing the property during the renovation. He was a character." "And what happened to him?" Bobby asked nervously, like he was spooked. "Why isn't he working here anymore? He maced a teenager, I think," I said. "And it turned out he was building booby traps, which is illegal, but damn if he wasn't a good security guard." I started to laugh, and Bobby nervously copied my laughter. "Are you all right?" I asked. "You seem a little shaken." "Heck, I probably seem the same way to you." "Yeah," Bobby said, looking back at my computer. "I'm sorry I snooped, but I saw you had a video queued up and did you watch it?" I asked. I wasn't sure how to play that interaction. "You didn't watch it, did you?" "I did," Bobby admitted. "I'm not sure what I saw." "No. Is that from a movie?" I moved over to my computer, sat down, and saw that he had been watching the scene of the tour boat getting crushed by a car. If my character didn't know Bobby and was just meeting him, there was no way I would confide the truth in him, so I lied. "Yeah," I said, "kind of, about 15 years ago. The Historical Society, you've probably had some run-ins with them, decided that we needed to recreate some of the infamous crimes of Carousel, the historical disasters, that kind of thing. And they took it very seriously, hired a horror director and everything. I'm combing through it to decide if any of it should go on display or be used for social media. It's taking me forever." Bobby was either getting really natural at acting or he was genuinely disturbed by the video he had seen because he was looking at my computer monitor like there was a demon on it. "I don't think you should put that on social media," he said. "Me neither," I agreed. After a lull in the conversation, I had put my camera down so it would film out toward the door and pick up Bobby while not showing me. It was a shot I had seen in a lot of movies. You need to get a static shot of a doorway or similar because, before too long, someone is going to walk past, and you won't know about it until you watch the footage later. "Did you hear about what happened downtown?" Bobby asked. "The stage collapsing at the daylight dance?" "I did," I said, but didn't go into detail about having filmed it. I didn't want to come across as overly macabre or too desensitized, which I feared would make my character less relatable. Obviously, I had to be a little grim but not too much, and honestly, I was not sure how to react to it. "Yeah," Bobby said. "I wasn't there myself, but I did help afterward. It was terrible. And just last week, we had that plane crash, right? I was reading about that in the newspaper. The world is crazy." Points scored for Bobby. We planned to try and find as many disasters in recent history as possible. He had gotten a head start. "These things come in threes," I said, and I meant it. When we had gone through the Town of Carousel book, we noted that disasters really did come in threes, usually. I didn't know if that was an important detail or just Carousel's sense of humor. "Well, no offense, but I hope you're wrong about that," Bobby said. "Me too," I said. And then, after an awkward beat, I asked, "What brings you here in the middle of the night? I mean, normally security guards show up before midnight. You have a key, right?" "Yeah," Bobby said. "I was looking at our security monitors for the museum system, and one of the windows on the backside of this building triggered. It wasn't hooked up to the alarm, so the police weren't called, but somebody was trying to open it. We don't have the security cameras hooked up yet, so we don't know who. But I thought I'd come over here with my hounds just to look around. Some people just can't wait to learn about Carousel's criminal history," I said jokingly. "Well, I'll leave you to it," he nodded, still a little freaked out from the video and possibly from the day he had spent cleaning up from that disaster. "You never said your name," he said. Double quotes Riley. "Riley Lawrence. Well, it's nice to meet you, Riley," he said as he guided his dogs out the door into another part of the museum. I stood up, making sure that I was in the frame of the camera, picked up the tape that had said Daylight Dance on it, and then looked in the direction Bobby had just gone, attempting to imply to the audience that I suspected him or at least suggest I suspected something. This whole storyline was going to have pacing issues. That was a common feature of time travel narratives, constantly finding new places and exploring them, often sidelining the main plot. I needed to give us some breathing room before I settled on the conclusion of time travel being involved. It would play better, I felt. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. We needed to explore the story as if it were a mystery, as if we were dealing with some sort of mundane explanation, like a society of people somehow connected to all these disasters. In order to bolster my credibility, I couldn't jump to the craziest solution, even if it was the correct one. I turned back to the computer and decided to try to watch the rest of the films. Stop. Leela had equipped Bobby's "and that's lunch" trope, which extended the breaks between scenes. Once I stopped recording, I was pleasantly surprised to find that nothing was happening on screen. My quiet on-set trope confirmed that, or at least it confirmed that there was no noise happening on screen. Still, I didn't sleep. I wanted to watch all of the films so that when my character watched them on screen, I'd know how to react, truthfully. These films were quite disturbing. Even though I'd been in Carousel for a year, it was still unsettling to see them presented so casually and voyeuristically. I just wanted to be ready. I watched through the films one at a time, narrowing down which ones I'd show to Kimberly the next day. Bobby came back into the office with his dogs and sat with me. We watched the films together and discussed our plans for how to unveil them. "Anna should be showing up soon, right?" Bobby asked. "She's the main character," I said. "The plot cycle isn't going to move forward until she finds us, not too much, at least. But when that happens, this is going to transition from a strange, vaguely supernatural mystery to a time travel mind freak situation." Bobby nodded. "This is going to be one of the harder storylines," he said. I don't get it. My last storyline had a serial killer in it, and it didn't freak me out this much. And he buried people alive. Oops, sorry, that's spoilers. I kind of figured from the poster, I said. The groundskeeper poster consisted of a recently dug up plot of land shaped like the kind a gravedigger would make. The dirt had flowers planted in a neat little zigzag pattern, meant to look like a heartbeat monitor line from above. Yeah, Bobby said. But all these people dying at once, it's hard to remember that it's just a game. It's hard to remember this isn't really happening. It was happening. It had happened before, maybe even in real life somewhere, and it would happen again, most likely. But I wasn't going to say that. However, Bobby managed to cope. I wasn't going to ruin it for him, and he was right. What I had witnessed that day was truly one of the most stressful and terrifying moments of my life, and I had died some gruesome deaths. It just felt raw. It felt wrong. The people on screen were acting like normal, real people you'd find in your town, not like the exaggerated, cartoonish characters from scary movies. Horror movies were supposed to be a funhouse version of real life and real horror, but what we had just seen felt too real. All the tapes we had just watched were viscerally jarring. We witnessed everything from intentional mass murder to hot air balloons falling out of the sky because a bird collided with them, ripping a hole in the balloon, unlike in horror movies. Our voyeur never cut away from the gruesome parts. He just kept filming and only cut away long after I couldn't stand to watch anymore. RECSEP 230 2018 9 hours 18 minutes and 30 seconds 80%. This had better be good, Kimberly said as she walked into the office the next morning. You called me on the one day I can actually sleep in. What? Does your church start late or something? I asked sarcastically. Oh hush. Just tell me what you found, Kimberly said. You're going to want to sit down for this, I said. I filmed her as I played through the video of the car crashing into the tour boat. She jumped back in shock as the roar of the engine broke through the peaceful tranquility, shattering the moment and destroying those innocent people. What is this? Kimberly asked. When did this? Is this a movie? I looked it up, I said. This event actually happened, and the guy who was driving the car was incarcerated in this very jailhouse before getting executed. This is a real event, she asked. Did he get someone to film him do it? He must have, I said. And then someone transferred it onto a tape format that was invented 30 years later. Kimberly sat back in her chair. We're going to have to bring Logan in on this. Maybe he knows something about it. He's studied Carousel's criminal history. I nodded. How many of these tapes are there? She asked. 50 or so. I said. 50, she asked. And they all have this type of yes, I said. So far. I had seen them, but my character had not yet. She was silent, clearly trying to process what we were supposed to do next. Do we ever get a look at the person filming? She asked. Do they ever speak into the camera? Do we know anything about them? I shook my head. Not that I saw, I said, but I did notice some strange things. Like, watch this. Stop. Play Augusto for 199510. I clicked on one of the videos I had already uploaded onto the computer. The tape had been titled Kitty Ride, a title that terrified me to my core. I braced myself to watch, but luckily, it wasn't what it sounded like. The video began with a carnival ride appearing on the screen, a tilt-a-whirl type attraction with individual cars. Each car had a wheel in the center that riders could spin to make their car rotate faster. Footage from around the area showed what looked like a lively event. Then, the ride started to malfunction. The sound of grinding metal filled the air, and it seemed as if the entire structure was on the verge of coming apart, putting everyone on board in serious danger. The ride operator frantically tried to regain control of the machine. When he finally pressed the emergency brake, something inside the machinery gave way. There was a loud, gut-wrenching crack, as if the very inner workings of the machine had exploded. The riders, thankfully, were safe. The video then shifted to chaos, people running away, screaming, most of them not even sure what they were running from. They must have thought a bomb had gone off. A group of terrified individuals fled down an alley near a downtown building adjacent to the malfunctioning ride. Their fear and desperation were palpable as they pushed against each other in their attempt to escape. The alley narrowed, and the rush of people intensified. What followed was one of the most agonizing displays of crowd crush I had ever seen. I had seen videos of this sort of thing before on the internet, but nothing could prepare me for this. People were trapped. their limbs tangled and wrapped around each other, crushed beneath the weight of the bodies piling up. Those at the back of the crowd, desperate to move forward, only worsened the situation. Compacting the mass of people even further, I hit the spacebar. Stop. RECSEP 230 2018 9 hours 21 minutes and 15 seconds 80%. I looked back at Kimberly and pointed at the screen. Before I could get any words out, I saw that she looked mortified, covering her mouth, on the verge of tears. I reached out and put my hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry you had to see that," I said. "But this girl," I pointed back to the monitor, "this girl right here with the ponytail and brunette hair, standing next to the dude with his Hawaiian shirt unbuttoned. That girl appears in other videos. Both of them do, but mostly her." Kimberly looked at me, her expression projecting that her character wouldn't understand the significance of what I was saying. "This accident," I continued, "was a real-life accident. It happened during the Carousel summer days in 1996. We don't even have that carnival anymore. We renamed it to something else and changed the date." "What other videos was she in?" Kimberly asked. I showed her some other videos, but I never turned my camera off. Kimberly's reaction would be more impactful than actually showing the next video. It was called Teenage Angst. Disturbing sounds of people choking and calling for their mothers filled the air. Tears rolled down Kimberly's face as she watched the video. "Is this real?" she asked. "Did this really happen?" "Yes," I said. "About 10 years ago." I hit the pause bar on the video and pointed. "This young woman and her friend right there, you see. They're wearing the exact same clothes. And she hasn't aged a day." Kimberly looked at me, confused. "See," I said. "These were clearly all filmed within the same time frame. And this background actress was at both shoots." "Thank goodness," Kimberly said, exhaling in relief. "I thought we stumbled upon a bunch of snuff films. That's what I thought." "Too," I said. I was about to be on the phone with the CBI. Kimberly found a tissue and started wiping the tears from her eyes, laughing as she did. "Why didn't you tell me that earlier?" she asked, hitting my arm playfully. "I'm a videographer," I said with a shrug. "It's all about presentation." "But I still haven't explained some other stuff at that moment." Logan walked through the door. We spent some time going back over things with him so his character would be up to speed. Whether or not Carousel would use the footage wasn't clear. "What was it you were saying wasn't explained?" Kimberly asked. After Logan had a similar reaction of relief upon realizing the videos must be fake because the same woman with the same clothes appeared in multiple videos. "Here's where it gets a little weird," I said. I started playing Daylight Dance. They watched intently, but a look of confusion spread across both of their faces as they realized. "Is this yesterday's dance competition?" Logan asked. "Yes," I said. "Why are you showing us this?" Kimberly asked. "This was on one of the tapes in the box," I said. "What?" Kimberly asked, her eyes wide. "I know it doesn't make any sense," I said. "Whoever shot this film must have snuck into the museum and put the tape in the box so that I would see it." They both looked at me like I was insane. "Wait," I said. "Look at this." I switched the video over to the footage that I had shot myself at the tragically fated dance. "This is the footage I shot," I said. "You see where I am? Up at the top." They nodded. "Now look at this," I said, letting the camera pan over the audience after the disaster. I hit the spacebar. "What the heck?" Kimberly said. "That can't be her," Logan said. "It sure looks like her," I said. "And she's wearing the exact same clothes. And I had been captured on film at all 3 disasters, spanning 30 years. That's not possible. Is this a prank? Are you pranking us?" Logan asked, turning to Kimberly. "Is he pranking us?" "This is not a prank," I said, "but check this out." I rewound the film to just before the disaster and zoomed in as much as the computer would allow. The image didn't get any clearer, but it did get bigger. "You see that guy holding a camera?" I asked, pointing to a man wearing a trench coat and a fedora. "I think that's the guy filming this footage," I said, holding up the tape we had found in the box. "Look at him." Logan shook his head. "No," he said, "when we unpacked this, I made a list of every object in the box." He walked across the room to his desk and came back with a piece of paper. "What did you say the title of that tape was?" Logan asked. "Daylight Dance," I said. He ran his finger down the paper. No, I wrote this a week ago. There must be a mistake. You must be messing with us. He turned the page around, showing me that Daylight Dance was already on the list. That could only mean one thing. No one had snuck in and placed the tape in the box. It had been there before the dance even happened. The three of us looked at each other, unsure where to go next with the conversation. To save us the trouble, I reached over to the camera and shut it off. Stop. RECSEP 230 2018 14 hours to minutes and 35 seconds 80%. Kimberly was slumped over in her chair, leaning against one of the desks in clear distress, drinking a glass of wine unashamed. We're off the clock, she had said earlier. Logan was examining the outsides of the tapes on his workstation. I sat just out of the camera's range. We were having a quiet moment. All that could be heard was the construction going on a few rooms down. Antoine appeared in the doorway with an unapologetic look on his face and asked, "Are we disturbing you?" "You're fine," Kimberly said softly. "It's just we tried to get this done on the weekends so that we wouldn't bother you," he added. "I know," Kimberly said, looking back up at him. "You didn't do anything wrong. We didn't realize that we would be in this weekend." Antoine broke his gaze away from Kimberly and looked around the room until his eyes landed on the wooden crate that had contained the videotapes. His eyes perked up. "Did you manage to play those tapes?" he asked. "Not that it's any of my business. It's just a really strange find. And I once found over 100 Barbies behind a sheet of drywall." He was being funny. He had not yet seen the tapes. He didn't have to act worried or confused. Kimberly glanced at me and then at Logan before saying, They aren't anything important." "Well, that's too bad," Antoine said. "I was sure we'd stumbled on some lost history." Logan let loose a restrained chuckle. Antoine, sensing the tension in the room, said, "Well, I'll get back to work. Sorry for interrupting things." "Wait," he said, doubling back. "Did you guys hear about the stage collapse yesterday?" We all nodded. "I talked to some of my work contacts. The stage was rotten. Somehow. It has passed inspections for the last decade. Somebody's getting fired. Heads will roll." Logan said, "Well, anyway," Antoine said and then left. "So it wasn't sabotaged," I said. "For whatever that's worth." Kimberly waved him goodbye. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What are we going to do?" "Whatever you tell us to, boss," I said. She glared at me and then sipped her wine. "Well, my first instinct would be to go to the police," Logan said. "Actually, my first instinct is to confirm and authenticate the find so I can take credit. But my second instinct is to go to the police. Of course, when the police got the tapes, they would need to call in an expert on Carousel's history to authenticate them. And I'm who they would call. So, it's all the same to me." "We go to the police and say what?" Kimberly asked. "We found some disturbing tapes that appear to be historical snuff films or reenactments of snuff films. And we, the brains over at the Museum of Crime, cannot figure out which. We are going to look like fools. We have to know more about these before we say anything." "The old tapes are one thing," Logan said. "But if we show them the tape from yesterday's accident and say we found it behind a brick wall a week ago, what are they going to make of that?" "Of course, we could just throw that one in the trash." "I have an idea," I said. "Do you have a real idea? Or is it a joke?" Kimberly asked. "I'll wait to answer that question until we see if it works," I said. "What?" she asked at the end of her emotional rope. "Well, from what I can tell, all of these films were shot in Carousel, and they deal with Carousel's history. Maybe we could find a person that we recognize from town, and then we can just ask them about it. If they participated in a reenactment, they could tell us." Kimberly sat up straight. "That could work," she said. Logan walked over toward where Kimberly and I were sitting, clearly interested in my idea. "Have you recognized anyone from these videos yet?" he asked. "The ones I've seen that happened recently," I said. "I did recognize the people like the Daylight Dance video. Speaking of, how recent are these videos? Is there a pattern or a cutoff date?" he asked. "Seems completely random to me," I said. He furrowed his brow. "I'm running out of reasonable theories very quickly," he said. "The only one that still makes sense is that you're faking this." "I hear you," I said. "I'm in the same boat, but I have one fewer theory to work with because I know I didn't do it. Off the top of my head, I did find one video that I think is pretty recent because the cars look modern, but I can't find any reference to the accident on the internet. Show it to me, Logan said. I fiddled through a list of tapes I had loaded onto the computer until I found the one labeled Afternoon Nap. Stop play January 12, 1996 16. The film started eerily silent as the cameraman walked through a dark hallway in what looked like a factory. No one was speaking, but machinery was running in the background. The camera panned around a room at the end of the hallway, which contained a machine I had seen before in movies and on TV, but I didn't know its name. Logan recognized it, too, because he whispered, "Textiles." As soon as he did, I realized he was right. This was some sort of textile factory. While the room was larger than the hallway, it was still a very enclosed space, and the windows were very high, with grass poking up into view. The room was underground. As the camera was moved around, I could see lots of desks crammed into the space with sewing machines on them. Most of the desks did not have people sitting at them, but 3 of them did. The people at the desks were leaning over and not moving, almost like they were taking a nap. One of their sewing machines was still on because the worker had kept her foot on the pedal beneath the desk. The camera panned around some more and revealed another worker lying out on the ground. "Okay, does it?" Logan said, enjoying the story. Show your support by reading it on the official site. I immediately hit the space bar. Stop rec September 23, 2018 14. 15:06 80%. Logan pointed at the screen. "See that against the wall?" he asked. "ISQUINTED. Double quotes yes," Kimberly said. "It's a calendar." We had a good view of the calendar, except a fan was blowing near it, flipping the bottom half upward and obscuring the month and year. All we could see was the top half, which featured a photograph of a beautiful house. Moving the video forward or backward didn't reveal the bottom half. I zoomed in as much as the program would allow, but it wasn't like magic television zooming. The blurriness just became bigger, but I could make it out. Raker Realty. I read from the top left of the calendar. "This is one of those advertisement calendars that gets sent out every year," I said. "So if we can figure out what year and what month had that picture, we should be able to figure out the date of this video," Logan said. "It's that easy," I said sarcastically. "It's better than nothing." "When you said that you searched to find an incident like this one, what did you search for?" Logan asked. I could see why Logan was the highest level player on his team. Beneath his veneer of apathy and cynicism, there was a part of this game that he definitely liked. "Carbon monoxide poisoning at a factory in Carousel," I said. He tapped his fingers against the desk. "Maybe we need to expand our search a bit," he said. "We don't know for sure it was carbon monoxide poisoning." "Well, you look it up." I've been looking up terrible, depressing things ever since I watched the first tape, I said. He didn't argue. He just went back to his computer to do research. But before he could make any progress, Kimberly had an idea of her own. I knew she did because she started putting her hair up in a ponytail to transfer some points from Moxie to Savvy. "You know, they hand those calendars out every year. They mail them to everyone," she said. "Yeah," I responded. "Well, this place has been getting mail for decades." Logan and I looked at her and then at each other. We walked out toward the side of the museum devoted to the historic courthouse. The pile of mail was not so neatly stacked in a corner. While there was a lot of it, it was easy enough to separate something the size of a calendar from something the size of normal mail. Kimberly and Logan did most of the sorting while I filmed and occasionally panned around the room just to make sure the audience got a good idea of the physical space and to make it look like I was busy so I didn't have to sort through the mail. "I got one," Kimberly said, holding up a calendar that was sealed closed and clearly bent as someone had pushed it through the mail slot. "What year?" I asked. 2018, she said. "This year." We immediately rushed back to the computer as she opened the calendar and started flipping through it, looking for the month with the right picture at the top. She flipped, and I carefully got footage of her doing it while maintaining a shot in the distance of my computer screen, which was still paused at the image of the calendar in the factory. She flipped it one final time and revealed a matching picture. I focused the camera down on the date, September 2018. I carefully readjusted the focus so that it would show the calendar on the screen, demonstrating the comparison. The calendar in the factory was flipped to September 2018. I got a quick shot of Logan and Kimberly acting slightly slack-jawed at the revelation. I'm going to go look it up. You must have missed it somehow, Logan said as he went over to his workstation. I leaned over, getting a good shot of Kimberly as I said, I didn't miss anything. Stop. RECSEP 230 to 1018 18 hours 4 minutes and 33 seconds 80%. Kimberly and I continued watching the rest of the video, which cut around, showing at least one additional deceased person before showing the police arriving and conducting an investigation from a hiding spot across the street. There were no signs or markings in the footage to indicate the name of the factory. Why does it have that date? Kimberly asked, pointing to the date on the screen from the footage. Is that an error in your program or? I think the camera being used to film this thinks that it was 1996. I said. I filmed her face as she looked at me, her expression suggesting she was coming to the same conclusion that my character had reached. The one Logan was still resisting. The camera used by the bad guy had been hauled through time, or it just hadn't been set to the right date. Either way. Did you find anything? I asked Logan from across the room. Nothing yet, he said. Then he turned around and added, how many carbon monoxide-like deaths of that magnitude could there have been this month? At this point, the most logical explanation is that these are reenactments of some kind except for. He paused. That wasn't a logical explanation, or at least not a complete one. He was playing the skeptic as well as could be expected in this short time frame. Antoine popped in again, comically frustrated that we had not yet woven his character into the main storyline. I'm sending my guys home, he said. I've got to stick around and do some insurance paperwork if that's okay. I smiled at him deviously, knowing I was off camera. He held a straight face as Kimberly replied, that's fine. Do whatever you need to do. The truth was that Antoine, Leela, and Bobby were all just waiting to be incorporated into the story. Dina was somewhere else, doing her own thing. Stop Rec SCP-23. 2018 19 hours 13 minutes and 48 seconds 60%. Bobby's turn was next. He showed up with his two dogs and was soon in the office with us again. Oh, you got another one of those reenactments? Huh? He asked as he saw my computer screen and paused on a shot of some police cruisers. Reenactments? Logan asked. Yes, the reenactments of Carousel's historical crimes and tragedies. You remember them? I said. Oh yes. You're still watching those? How? Logan asked. The rest of us have to work for a living. Well, it looks like they're going to have the closed-circuit security system up and running within the next few days, Bobby said. That's great news, Kimberly responded, though her character's heart clearly wasn't in it. After all this idle conversation, we were not even halfway into the party phase. Bobby left to go on patrol. Logan returned to his workstation, and I continued playing the video. I shot a quick clip of myself just to remind the audience what I looked like, in case they needed to remember it when it was my time to be in front of the camera for an important reason. The footage at the factory was almost over when I noticed something I thought was worth documenting. It looks like the same guy, I said. Check this out. Kimberly walked over to me and looked over my shoulder. Our mystery man was standing next to a building right before he stopped filming. He walked by a window, and in that window, we finally got a good look at our antagonist. He just looked like a normal guy. He had an expressionless face, the kind that could blend into any crowd. His clothing was a little worse for wear, but it would take a few moments to notice that if you were passing him on the street. I couldn't see his eyes very well because of the shadow cast by his brimmed hat. Still, I knew it was an important shot for the movie, so I angled the camera to get a perfect view of him. Loud barking sounded from the entrance to the room. Both of Bobby's dogs were going crazy, pulling on him toward the computer and barking at the man on the monitor. I'm sorry. They're not usually like this, Bobby said. Yes, he commanded. The dogs stopped pulling and barking, but their rapt attention remained on the man pictured in the reflection of the window. Gee, that was strange, Bobby said. The commotion brought Antoine back into the group. Now, all of us were together except for Leela and Dina. We were just in time to hear glass break down the hall. Kimberly looked back at the screen, and I made sure to show the audience what she was looking at before she turned to me. We were all silent. It took Bobby a moment to remember that he should be the one to check on it instead of Antoine. I'll go look into that, he said. He and his dogs immediately left the office area and headed down the hall toward the historic courthouse. I followed closely, getting a good shot for the audience. The others trailed behind me as we made our way down the hall. When Bobby opened the door to the courthouse, his dogs began barking hysterically again, pulling him further inside. I ran behind him, trying my best to keep a steady shot, anxious to see what was on the other side of the doors. I entered as soon as I could without destroying the tension we were building for the audience. Bobby's dogs continued to bark but didn't attack. Bobby had a gun trained on someone standing near a far window that had been opened partially and then apparently broken. Standing with her arms raised was Anna. She was dirty, scared, and on the verge of tears. In one hand, she held a book, one that I recognized, The Town of Carousel. Horrific Events Through the Ages. In the other hand, she held a newspaper. Please, she begged. I didn't mean to get you all involved in this. Please don't hurt me. Bobby's dog sniffed in her direction, then stopped barking and calmed down as if intuiting her better nature. Following their lead, Bobby holstered his gun. Put your hands behind your back, Bobby said. I'm not here to hurt you or do anything wrong, I promise. I'm trying to save you, she said. Ma'am, Bobby repeated. This is government property, and you are not permitted to be. Wait, Kimberly cried out from behind me. She moved forward until she was in frame. That's the girl in the footage. Holy hell, I said aloud, as if just recognizing her. I may have overdone it. Please. I didn't mean to bring you into this, Anna said, holding the newspaper forward. You have to listen to me. If you don't, you're all going to die. Stop. Anna Reed is the final girl. Her aspect is girl next door. The girl next door is genuine and relatable, making her the emotional anchor of any group. High Moxie reflects emotional strength and the ability to connect with others, while Grit showcases resilience, enabling perseverance through challenges and the protection of loved ones. Though unassuming, tenacity and emotional intelligence reveal unexpected solutions in the narrative. Anna has a plot armor score of 21, Metal of 4, Moxie of 4, Hustle of 4, Savvy of 3, and Grit of 6. Free background trope. Current trope limit. Last one alive prevents death until the rest of the party is killed. Who's with me? Buff's allies during the finale. Let's not fight Buff's allies when she diffuses infighting. A kind face makes NPCs more likely to reveal important plot information. Shared experience allows players to gain loot based on her efforts. Stick to the plan salvages seemingly failed plans through a powerful rallying speech. Borrowed from Riley. The heart allows the user to end the game when they are the last one alive and participate in her own rescue. Buffs those who protect her. Anna was sitting in a chair, crying, her hand held out in front of her like she was getting a manicure. But she wasn't. Bobby was inspecting her injuries. Kimberly was by her side as Bobby took off the makeshift bandage she had fashioned. The reveal was stomach-churning. She was missing the pinky and ring finger of her left hand. Even with all of her grit, she was in pain. Bobby, get that thing wrapped up now, Kimberly screamed. I'm going as fast as I can, he said, rushed, nervous. We were off-screen. We had been off-screen for a few minutes. That was not going to work. I hated myself for thinking it. I looked at Anna's fragile, pained expression, her tears, and the blood soaked into her clothes. I'm bringing us on screen, I said. Everyone stay in character. I brought up my camera and pointed it at Anna, and I moved to the side to get a better angle so that Kimberly would share the screen better. Don't you dare, Kimberly screamed. She's in shock. I started to lower the camera, but the sight of Anna's injury reminded me of the stakes. We needed to show the audience that we cared about her and that we were the type of people to help in a crisis. Anna was the main character, and the more we could convince the audience that we cared for her, the more likely we were to succeed. We couldn't skip over this vital character moment. I felt inhuman. I didn't blame Kimberly for wanting me to buzz off. Normally, we could just blame Carousel for pressing record and bringing us on screen at the worst times. Having to do it myself, having to exploit Anna's injury, felt awful. But it had to be done. Establish that we care about her. In character in 5, 4, 3, 2, I said aloud. Rec SCP 230 2018 19 hours 47 minutes and 3 seconds 40%. Everything is going to be okay. Kimberly cooed in Anna's ear as she stroked her forehead. Anna was not moving. She wasn't dying. She was doing her best to stay calm. The tears rolled down her cheeks. Kimberly glared into the camera. "Do you have to do that right now?" she yelled. I took a step back and then focused the camera on Bobby. Antoine was handing him some gauze from a med kit. Bobby took it and began wrapping Anna's hand. "This injury is substantial," he said. "We need to get you to a hospital. I can't treat you. My background is in animal medicine. I can patch up the wound for now." "No," Anna screamed. I didn't think she would speak. I just hoped she was ready. "Not a hospital. Not a hospital. They keep records for years. They'll report it. No hospital. Come here," Kimberly said. "It's going to be okay. No one is going to do anything." "Is there a man after you now? A boyfriend?" Anna looked at her. Too afraid to say. "A stalker?" Kimberly asked. "Is it a stalker?" Anna didn't answer directly. She stared forward, her pain disappearing because of Bobby's healing. But to my eye, it looked like she was lost in a memory. Stop that would work. Stopping on a suggestion that seemed to trigger some response from her. That would be enough. "Good thinking with the boyfriend a stalker thing," I said. Kimberly helped Anna to her feet and wrapped an arm around her. "Come on," she said. "The showers are this way." They walked past me and headed toward the employee bathrooms. I was left with Logan, Bobby, and Antoine. We just stared at each other. "We needed that shot," I said. "It'll matter." "I know," Antoine said. Kimberly was just lost in the moment. He started cleaning up the soiled bandage that Anna had come with. Logan, who had stayed out of the shot, was holding the book Anna had brought with her. It was the same Carousel Tragedies book I was familiar with. He had it open and said, "September 29th. That's when the carbon monoxide accident happens." He shut the book and carried it with him back toward the offices. Bobby stared at me. "How'd I do?" he asked. "You did great, Bobby." I said, "You did great." Anna was talking about hospital records. "This guy tracks you down from any record. I guess he has unlimited time." Bobby bent down and grabbed the newspaper Anna was holding in her other hand. "That's unfortunate," he said. As he stared at it, he turned it around. "Crime Museum and Earth's Gruesome Discovery" was the front page story. It was the paper from today's and the future. "Guess he knows we're here with the tapes," Bobby said. "But the headline hasn't changed." "Could be it won't change until it is too late for the headline to come true, like in Back to the Future," I said. "Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. Or future artifacts are just objects. They don't change at all," he said. I nodded. "Guess we'll see." Anna had appeared outside the museum minutes before she broke in. Antoine found her while he was waiting for us. When he came in to talk to us, he signaled she was here. It turned out that time had been different for her. Out of mercy or in an effort to preserve production value, Carousel had taken Anna off the board after the dance disaster. She wasn't wandering around in pain for half a day. Antoine only had a few moments to prep her for her introductory scene. She had performed admirably. I had pictured the moment we saw Anna and Camden again as being triumphant and cathartic. These were my childhood friends. Anna had lived next to my grandparents and me, and Camden had spent nearly every weekend at my house during middle school so that he could get away from babysitting his siblings. It didn't just feel like we were rescuing people, it felt like we were also rescuing my happiest memories. My innocence, in a way. But as I looked at Anna, and she was crying, all I could think was that there were still so many ways we could screw it up. This was not a victory. It was a tease. We had not saved her yet, but we would. The downside of Anna participating in her own rescue was that she didn't get a break. To her, she had literally just fought for her life across multiple different interactions with a savage serial killer. When she finally got to a place where she was safe, or at least safe-ish, she wept for half an hour. They were tears of joy. But they still felt so painful to watch. Bobby's healing trope, "If you can't see it, it won't bleed," was going to be a real lifesaver. "It doesn't even hurt," Anna remarked. I knew eventually it would start again. But the instant pain relief was wonderful, as I recalled. The museum had showers and even a locker room that was originally for police officers but now was used by museum staff. Kimberly had brought clothes she had purchased just for the occasion, something she thought Anna would like. We camped out in the office again, like we had on the night when we were making the jailhouse our base. But the atmosphere was different. It was all for show. All to help Anna adapt, calm down, and get ready. I knew this part was important, I understood that, but what I really wanted, the only thing I thought I could do to help, was to ask Anna about the lore of the story. The sooner we could determine what type of time travel we were dealing with, the better I could adapt our plan. But I knew it was too early to ask. We had time. Where's Dina? Anna asked. After all the casual conversation we could shove her into. Is she okay? Not sure yet, Antoine said. But we have a lot of letters from her stacked up in the courthouse area. Gotta read them sometime. Dina had brought her trope that allowed her to send us letters and receive letters from a mysterious helper. Off screen, Antoine had pointed out to us that she had sent us about 20 letters. That was just more homework for us. Luckily, we did have time because of Bobby's and that's lunch trope Leela had equipped. We could all see that we had 15 hours before we had to go on screen at all. It was a glorious break. For everyone but me. For me, it didn't seem like long enough. They talked a lot about our time in Carousel since Anna had been gone. It was so strange that when we talked about our experiences, they almost sounded fun, like adventures. That was because no one brought up the bad parts. We had talked to ghosts, in fact. Many of us had been ghosts. We got to meet Benny the haunted scarecrow the early years, and we fought werewolves. Antoine was a werewolf. We had been to outer space. Antoine went on a whole speech about it. I didn't remember him being that poetic about it. It's so quiet up there, you wouldn't believe it, he said, swirling, sipping his drink. Not like here, where there's always something buzzing. Up there, it's just nothing. And the view. Looking at the cosmos, it's beautiful, sure, but it's also kind of terrifying. Like, you realize how small you are, but also how much you're part of something way bigger. Hard to explain. Oh, and the food, total garbage. But I guess that's not why you go. The wildlife will kill you, though, I said. We all laughed. The way Antoine talked about the storyline made it sound like the most remarkable and magnificent moment of his life. Being out among the stars, the infinite potential, the meaninglessness of all of our tiny problems. It wasn't until the end that Anna asked, so what was the enemy? Because he hadn't even mentioned the bed bugs or the IBCS. yet. It was true. If you didn't talk about the bad parts, Carousel could seem like a wonderful world. I wanted to keep my game face on, to keep thinking, plotting, and planning because that had always been my way to contribute. It had always been the way that we found victory. But with Anna there, we couldn't help but celebrate. Anna was not ready to celebrate, not really, but she was too nice to spoil the mood. It felt like we were at one of those parties during the Cold War, where everyone nervously talked about how the bomb could be dropped any minute. We sipped alcohol so that we had something to do with our mouths rather than speak. And we laughed nervously at jokes. We tried so hard to make everything normal. Just an office slumber party. You know how normal people have those. Kimberly and Anna were best friends, and they had their own way of speaking. And like me, Kimberly was always ready to play the role she was given, especially the ones that hit close to home. So even though I knew she didn't feel like lighting up the room, she did. She did it for Anna. Anna was the main character, and we needed her mentally ready. That was going to be rough. What was the last storyline Anna had run? The subject of inquiry. That was probably the first storyline where we actually took our roles seriously. But even then, it was so long ago. And we'd had so much practice since then. Asking her to step up to the plate and take the lead felt so unfair. While she and Kimberly talked, I felt myself overcome with the stress of it all. We had put so much work into planning and preparation that I could almost avoid the reality of our situation altogether. I could avoid the feelings of fear and the certainty of my death. Seeing Anna cut, bruised, maimed, and terrified, truly terrified, brought it all back. I left the office and went down the hall to a small area that was supposed to be a break room but hadn't yet been finished. One thing it did have was vending machines, one for drinks, one for food. I found myself lost in thought as I gazed at the options of what to get. Many of these brands were familiar to me from my time in Carousel. E. Cola was a favorite at Dyer's Lodge, and Lemon Lye was Antoine's favorite. I found myself mindlessly pressing the buttons to no avail as I thought about this storyline and everything that we had to do. It works better when you put money in it, Anna said from behind me. I turned to look at her and mustered the best smile I could. Given the circumstances, the question I was mulling over was whether we should tell her how hard this was going to be. She looked at our levels and all our fancy new tropes and thought we were basically superheroes. Should I have told her how big of a risk we took to come get her in Camden? Not really, I said. This is actually here because of Isaac's writ of habitation. Isaac is a comedian, you'll meet him later. A writ of habitation is, oh, never mind, the point is, sometimes you get free food at your base. At Kimberly's loft, we get saltine crackers and people's leftover food from the restaurant downstairs. I held up my fingers as if I were holding something between my thumb and index finger, but I wasn't. I moved my fingers up toward the coin slot of the vending machine and pretended to slide in a coin. Suddenly, a sharp clink and metallic chatter could be heard as if I had just dropped the coin in. I pressed the button for E. cola, and one popped down into the bay below. I started to laugh, partially because of how silly I was explaining this at a time like this and partially because it was such a silly thing to begin with. She laughed. I just wanted to thank you, she said, giving me a quick hug. They say that you're a big part of this whole rescue operation. You don't have to say thanks until we actually have you rescued, I said, hugging her back. I didn't feel like I deserved any positive feedback yet. I can say thanks whenever I want, she said. I guess so. I stood there awkwardly because when I didn't know what to say, I usually said nothing. We're going to win, she said. I can feel it. Our fearless leader. I much preferred it from her than when Antoine was doing his hyperpositivity thing. I'll hold you to it, I said. Would you like a lemon lye soda? Or maybe a mountain drizzle blowed red? I think I'll take a gray water, she said, walking over to the machine next to me and miming putting in a coin and hitting the button. Gray water was a brand of drinking water in Carousel, so Camden is, I said, broaching the topic no one wanted to talk about. She nodded. I saw some stuff through one of my tropes, I said. Was it as bad as it looked? She looked distant. I imagined it was worse. We can still save him, she said firmly. That's all that matters. He saw it all happening, talked about it step by step. From the moment we found the atlas, he knew everything that would happen until this moment. Planned it all out. I thought he was just coping. Maybe he didn't plan everything, I said. No one had seen the fake tutorial thing. That was out of left field. More than you might think, she said. Yeah? He said there was a way to save a lot of time researching this storyline. She said, thought you might want to know. And what way is that? I asked. We go and get him, she said. It turned out that great minds did think alike. We walked back to the office, reminiscing about Camp Dyer, Rec SCP-24. 2018 0 hours 54 minutes and 29 seconds 100%. We aren't trying to pressure you or harass you, Kimberly said. But if you're telling us not to go to the police, you need to tell us why. Start from the beginning. Convince us. Anna sat in one of the more comfortable office chairs, and we all huddled around her, trying not to seem threatening. She looked at the ground, summoning tears not because of her acting chops but because she was still clearly physically spent and traumatized. My name is Anna Reed, she said. I went to Carousel High. Graduated a couple of years ago. Or, I guess not anymore. I was going to a birthday party at the roller rink. It was for a friend of a friend. But you don't ever need an excuse to go skating, right? Sure, Kimberly said. We had just started celebrating when the ground started to shake, and pictures started to fall off the walls. She took a moment to breathe deeply. I was with my friend Camden, and we were near the doors. So we, along with a few other people, ran for it as soon as we felt the tremor. Wait, are you talking about the roller rink that collapsed in the sinkhole 30 years ago? Up by the airport, Logan interjected. Let her talk, Kimberly said. Anna was quiet for a moment. 1992, she said finally. I thought I was going to die. I thought we all were. We managed to get out into the parking lot when everything started to fall. Everyone behind us, all our friends. All those skaters, they just disappeared. We were on a strip of concrete that was tilting, and it felt like it was about to fall. It was so steep I couldn't walk up it. So, I went on all fours and climbed. Camden was right next to me, holding onto me. Both of us trying to get a grip, trying to stop the other one from falling. We didn't make it. We got right to the edge, but we didn't make it. I couldn't climb any farther. It was too steep, and the ground I grabbed onto just fell away underneath my hands. In reality, Carousel probably had footage of this happening in real time, but I wanted to give it options, considering all of that footage would have been used in the original film. She paused as a strange look came over her face. That's when I saw the man. He just walked up casually, like nothing was happening. He could have reached down to grab us. He could have tried to find a rope or something, but he didn't. He was just holding this necklace in his hand and staring at us like he was watching for us to fall into the pit. I didn't know why he wouldn't help us. I got angry. I got scared for me and Camden. He knelt down so he could get a closer look at us. He was smiling, like he was out on a stroll. So I just reached out as hard as I could and grabbed onto his overcoat that hung down near the ground when he knelt. It was all I could reach. He tried to move out of the way of me, but I grabbed on, and I wouldn't let go. And then the necklace started to glow. The next thing I knew, Camden and I were lying down on the ground. And it was like 2005 or something, I think. There was a building on fire next to us. And then the man started chasing us. I don't know why he wanted us, but he managed to kidnap Camden. I was alone for a while before Camden escaped and found me. He said the guy would find us. There was no running from him. Camden had stolen that box of tapes and the necklace and the book. After he caught up with us and got Camden again, I panicked. I hid those tapes in a place where I thought no one would look for them. I remembered the abandoned courthouse. I thought I could find a way to get back to them before anyone else found them. I didn't mean for you to look at them. But now that you have, he's not going to stop until you're dead. Stop Rec SCP-24. 2018 1 hour 12 minutes and 8 seconds 100%. Off in another corner of the museum, Logan, Kimberly, Antoine, and I had gone to discuss everything. Bobby had stayed with Anna. You cannot be seriously believing this, Logan said. This is just confusing the issue. We still haven't figured out if those tapes are legit. Until we have an explanation. We need to act on the information we have, Kimberly said. Unless you can come up with a reason that we absolutely need to get the police involved now instead of tomorrow or 2 days from now, then I suggest we calm down and treat this like a research project. We vet everything she says. If she's telling the truth, we need to document everything. Let's not forget, at the end of the day, we are historians. Logan was clearly frustrated. He had one arm folded across his front and his other hand covering his mouth. Finally, he started to walk off, heading back toward the offices. What tapes is she talking about? Antoine asked. Well, damn, Logan said. We have to go over this again. He grabbed Antoine and led him away. Kimberly looked at me, unsure of what was going on. But she didn't say anything. Stop Rec September 24, 2018 01. 23 to 58 100% unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Can you tell me a little bit about how time travel works? I asked. Just for the record. Anna thought for a moment. You need one of these jewels. It doesn't have to be a part of the necklace. But you do need one, she said, pulling a necklace from her pocket with a sizable red jewel attached. You also need some historical record. I don't know why, but you can only travel to places that had a huge tragedy. You can travel from any place where someone was injured greatly. It doesn't have to be a huge tragedy, but it's easier that way. Wonderful. We were on our way toward a nonsensical time travel plot. I had been hoping for Back to the Future, but it looked like we were getting something more like Donnie Darko, the director's cut. Traveling to places where there were tragedies, injuring yourselves or others to initiate a jump. Was there going to be a logical reason for that? Or was it just for the gore? If it was just about the blood splatter, I could work with it. I preferred some thread of reason, though. I was wondering more about the time travel logic, I said. Like, how does time travel deal with a paradox? For example, if you traveled back in time and killed your own grandfather, what happens? Or, if you travel back in time with a newspaper saying that we went to the police with these tapes. So, we don't go to the police with the tapes. What happens? Paradox. Anna said. Camden said something about paradoxes. He said there were none, that was just something in movies. Somehow common in real life. They don't mean much. I didn't say anything for a moment, but then I asked, Camden wouldn't happen to be Camden, Ph.D. in physics, would he? I needed to hang a lampshade on just how off the wall the rules were. Anna looked confused. No, he's just a student at the college, like me. He is a physics major, though. He's at the top of the program. Just wondering. Stop Rec SCP-24. 2018 2 hours 53 minutes and 17 seconds 100%. What did you find? Kimberly asked. Logan didn't answer at first. Well, Kimberly pressed. I don't have enough information to make any conclusions right now, Logan said, clearly dumbstruck. I'm not asking you to conclude that time travel is possible. I just want the raw facts, Kimberly said. Logan, sitting at his desk, moved his fingers through his hair and then turned to grab some sheets he had printed off. I was going through the newspaper archives. Luckily, they're searchable. I also went through some police files after I called up the night clerk at the station. He says that you owe him now, by the way. Oh, whatever, Kimberly said. What did you find? Logan started leafing through the pages he had printed off. There was an Anna Reed who went missing in 1992 after the Carousel roller days sinkhole. Born in 1971. This is her picture. He held up a page he had printed from her high school graduation portrait. Oh my God, Kimberly said. That's her. It's more than that, Logan said. I found an article in the archives from 1996 about a woman claiming that a photo taken at a crowd crush incident, the one we saw on the film, no doubt contained Anna Reed, one of her son's friends. Her son's name was. He shuffled through the papers for a moment. Gabriel Cano. Anyway, the article reads as if this woman, Dina Cano, harassed the writer until he eventually gave up and wrote the article. So that's a second point of confirmation that Anna was not only at the sinkhole but also at the festival 4 years later. Dina Cano, Antoine said. I feel like I've seen that name somewhere. Wait, did you say roller days? I asked. I walked back over to the wooden crate and pulled out a tape labeled Roller Days. I haven't seen this one yet, I said. That wasn't true, of course. But in character, I had not seen it. I put the tape into the adapter, booted up my computer, and set the camera so it could capture both my reaction and the reactions of Kimberly, Logan, and Antoine standing behind me. Bobby was watching from a distance, but he wasn't captured on film. I started to play the tape but kept recording, because our reactions were more important than the raw footage. I could film the screen to capture anything important. As the video started playing, Anna walked up next to us to watch. The footage began inside the roller rink, showing two parties, one for a little kid and another for some teenagers. That's us, Anna said. I don't remember him being there filming. He zoomed in, I said. He's at the far back of the building. You might not have seen him. The footage cut to some people skating in circles while music played. Then, the scene shifted to the building, filmed from a crop of trees on the other side of the parking lot, where the cameraman could stay hidden. As Anna had reported, a rumbling began, and people started making a mad dash for the exit. Most didn't make it, as the building collapsed almost instantaneously. Anna and Camden were seen running, trying to get to the edge of the parking lot, but the asphalt was ripping out of place and falling into the earth as they ran. They almost reached the edge, just as Anna had described. He's not walking over there like you said he would, Kimberly observed. He's just standing there filming. Wait, Anna said. We did wait, watching as Anna, Camden, and two others around their age struggled to survive and avoid falling to their doom. As the dust settled, a man briskly walked from out of frame toward a spot near Anna and Camden. It's him, Kimberly said. I thought he was the one recording. There were multiple. Of course, everything played out exactly as Anna had described, though she had not seen everything. Look, I pointed out, as one of the partygoers behind Anna fell into the pit. Another did not. This third character stayed in contact with Camden. Suddenly, a red glow emanated from the man's hand as he struggled to get Anna to let go of his trench coat. The man, Anna, Camden, and the third character, who must have been Gabriel Cano, all flickered out of existence. I don't remember him being there, Anna said. He wasn't with us where we ended up. I had no idea, Cano, Antoine said. I know where I read that. He left the office immediately and walked down the hall. Logan, clearly numb from his inability to reconcile the supernatural events he was witnessing, asked, Do you have that necklace he was holding on you right now? I have one of them, Anna said, pulling the necklace from her pocket. May I? Logan asked. Gesturing for her to hand it over, she reluctantly complied. Just one moment, Logan said, returning to his workstation. Antoine came back into the room carrying a thick stack of letters. I knew I'd seen the name Dean Nakano before, he said. He turned the letters around, and sure enough, they were addressed from Dean Nakano to the museum. We were really popping off with revelations because, right after Antoine revealed that, Logan came back over from his desk. Do you know what this jewel is? He asked, holding up the jeweled necklace. A ruby, Kimberly guessed. Red sapphire, Bobby offered. A blood diamond, I joked. Logan shot me a glance like he might laugh but returned to what he was saying. This is a piece of meteorite. I zoomed in on the necklace at a glance. It did appear to be a ruby, but on closer inspection, it had a glassy, jewel-like exterior interlaced with metallic streaks. How do you know that? Kimberly asked. Because he had a trope for identifying things, especially expensive things. Because I used to work at the main museum a few blocks over, at the site of the Carousel River Valley meteor strike, Logan said with great emphasis. I worked with the scientists who studied it. As if to echo his sentiment, I got up and walked out to the main museum floor. There, I found a large display showing a map of the Carousel River Valley, smack dab in the middle in the place where the town had been built. Where the original Carousel settlement had stood was the impact site of that very meteor. STOP Rec SCP 240 2018 9 hours 2 minutes and 38 seconds 100%. It's time to see what it's like on the other side of the museum industry, I said as we walked into the building right next to Town Hall. This museum had an exhibit on the very meteor that struck Carousel nearly 300 years prior. We were going to try to learn everything about it that we could. It was just Bobby, Kimberly, Logan, and me. Antoine volunteered to stay with Anna to help keep her safe. What kind of research would we actually find in the museum? If the meteor fragments that had been turned into the amulet truly had time travel properties, I doubted they would have a placard that said so. Still, we made our way directly to the exhibit on the meteor. It was the largest and most impressive exhibit there. In fact, the area covering the meteor looked suspiciously like a planetarium, as if some all-powerful entity had just copy-pasted one into this building. Up above us, a colorful sculpture of the meteor could be seen. We did a guided tour. A petite, blonde tour guide nearby named Ashley gave us a good overview. Welcome to our exhibit on the Carousel River Valley meteor. This extraordinary meteor struck the center of the Carousel settlement in 1743, destroying everything man-made within a 10-mile radius. What it left behind was a collection of fragments unlike anything ever seen. The largest piece was roughly the size of a small car, while smaller shards were scattered throughout the area. Even the soil here still carries traces of the meteor's particulates. If you'd like to see what these fragments looked like, we've prepared detailed recreations in the next exhibit room. You'll find a life-sized model of the largest fragment, along with smaller shard replicas and a display showing how the blast spread material into the surrounding area. It's a fascinating glimpse into one of history's most destructive events. Follow me, and let's take a closer look. Before the tour guide could move to the other room, Logan said, "Excuse me, but I was wondering if you knew where the actual pieces of the meteorite are." Ashley looked at him and blushed. "If you look at the back of the tour group, you'll see Drive. Logan Mays, one of the museum system's most decorated historians and a bit of a troublemaker." Logan waved, not quite expecting that reaction. The real fragments are kept in a lab underneath the museum for testing and safekeeping, Ashley said to the group before leading the group into the next room. Logan's character should have had some idea where the originals were, but he couldn't find that information. He just had to bite the bullet and ask. He was a good actor and managed to play it off as if he had been flirting with her. We continued to mill about the museum, looking for any exhibit or sign that might explain more about the meteor or its strange properties. But we didn't find any. All the information we had was very surface level. Luckily, we were employees of the museum system. We found the entrance to the employees-only section and easily made our way inside by flashing our badges. We might not have been employees of that museum, but it was all one large organization funded by the same benefactor in conjunction with the Carousel city government. And fortunately, the employee section wasn't much more helpful. There was no display case with all the real fragments of the meteorite just sitting around waiting for us to stare at them. There wasn't an advanced section revealing all the true information about the meteorite. There was a cafeteria, the one specifically for the employees. We sat at one of the tables, and we all leaned in so Logan could whisper to us. According to the museum database, the actual meteorite is unknown, or at least that's the designation it was given. I can't figure out where it was lent. However, I do happen to know the guy who was in charge of researching it. He still works here, Logan said. All of this information was what we could find in the database for the museum system. But since Logan's character was supposed to be the major historian, we thought he should be the one to relay it. So, we waited in the cafeteria. It took 30 minutes. There he is, Logan said. He always stops to get a cup of coffee. I doubt that's changed. Although, if memory serves, his idea of coffee is mostly milk and sugar. He was ad-libbing, using information he had gathered from different places and wielding it to create a useful narrative. He knew the name of the guy from the database, and his character had received a birthday email from someone with that same name. I followed his eyeline with the camera to show a short, bald man with thick glasses and a cheerful face. Logan held up a hand and said, "Roger." The man turned and saw Logan, a smile growing on his face. "Logan," the man said cheerfully as he walked over, shifting his briefcase from one hand to the other to extend a handshake. "I heard you got put in the jailhouse on account of my rough and tumble past, I'm sure," Logan said as he shook the man's hand. The two men left. "So, what are you doing here?" Roger asked. "Believe it or not, I'm actually here to see you." "Me?" Roger asked. "What do you need to see me for?" "I told you that poker game was not for real money," Logan laughed. "We're doing an exhibit on the Carousel River Valley meteor strike, and I seem to recall you being the foremost expert on the entire thing." Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Roger smiled. "The only people who know more about it than me are the ones who got crushed by it," he joked. We all laughed. Lot of laughing in this horror film. "Say, what exactly does the crime museum need an exhibit on the meteor for?" Roger asked. The gig was up. We could come up with some excuse after all. The jailhouse was built on the cornerstone of the original jailhouse wiped out by the blast, but that was a tenuous connection. Logan was about to relay that reasoning when, luckily, Roger spoke again. "Oh, you must be talking about Grant Leitner," Logan, taking the lifeline, said. "Exactly. Well, I'm sure I could rustle up some info. You know, we used to have an exhibit out here in the main museum, but then somebody upstairs realized it was a bad idea to advertise one of the biggest museum thefts in the history of Carousel," Roger said. More laughing. Roger checked his watch and said, "Well, I can look in my files and shoot you over anything I find." "That would be great," Logan said. "Another thing, when I was looking into this, the database said we don't actually have the meteorite fragments anymore." "Don't tell me we sold them." A sour look appeared on Roger's face. "Don't get me started on that whole mess," he said. "I worked on that meteor for 14 years, and then we loaned it out. Turned out this other group had some fragments of it themselves, and suddenly they needed every piece for their research. I still get burnt up just thinking about it. All I've got left to study is dust." "That's how it is, isn't it?" Logan said. "The guy with the checkbook gets to control our history and our science." "Damn right," Roger said. "And that is so frustrating because the implications of my findings were monumental." Finally on a topic he was passionate about, Roger sat down next to us. After a brief greeting, he launched into a diatribe about the things he discovered about the meteorite and its unique properties. He gave anecdotes about his experiments and day-to-day projects in the lab. "Put it to me straight," Logan said. "What is special about this meteorite?" Roger scratched his chin and said, "We conducted extensive tests to determine the elemental composition of the fragments, everything from spectrometry to crystallographic analysis. While all the fragments are made of the same base material, each one exhibits slight, measurable variations in its quantum resonance profile and isotopic decay rate. These differences are so consistent, yet distinct, that they caught the attention of Kinetic Research Systems laboratories back in the 70s. They've been requisitioning more and more pieces of the damn thing ever since. I was studying the material for a groundbreaking project. developing a clock that could theoretically function with absolute precision, unaffected by phenomena like time dilation or relativistic distortions. I imagine that's what the Carousel science monkeys are doing now. They even got my notes. The unique properties of the fragments, their isochronous decay patterns, and resistance to external temporal fluctuations make them an ideal candidate for such a device. If the material lives up to its potential, it wouldn't just keep time, it would redefine it. Imagine a chronometer so stable it could remain synchronized across any condition in the known universe, perhaps even anchoring itself to some universal constant we've yet to discover. That's the level of precision we're looking at here. We left physics behind and entered quantum physics. It had been a while since we had seen proper science babble. And they're not going to credit you, are they? Logan asked. They aren't going to have a choice, Roger said. Once I'm through with my research on this dust, I'm going to publish. They like to keep their experiments all secret. My principles are different. I think this knowledge belongs to everyone. The conversation wound down after a few minutes, and Roger asked if we were going to release the recording. I assured him we wouldn't release the footage until after he published. Roger, as an NPC, was quite a good actor and summoned a passion for his diatribe rarely seen in Carousel. We got what we came for, though we didn't exactly know what that was. Stop off screen. Roger's email had already arrived by the time we got back to the jailhouse. It contained an article about a theft from the museum over 50 years prior. Janitor shoots officer. Vanishes after stealing meteorite necklace. July 15, Grant Leitner, a 21-year-old janitor at the Carousel Central Museum, is on the run after allegedly stealing the Starlight pendant, a necklace crafted from the famed Carousel meteorite, and shooting a police officer who attempted to apprehend him. The theft occurred late Friday night when Leitner was caught removing the ruby-like pendant, known for its metallic streaks and extraordinary craftsmanship, from its display case. Authorities quickly responded, cornering Leitner within the museum's memorial to the Carousel Valley quake of 1947. Despite being surrounded, Leitner managed to elude capture before escaping. Leitner shot and injured Officer Michael Grady, who is now recovering in stable condition, though there is uncertainty about whether he will regain the use of his legs. It's a miracle no one else was harmed, said Police Chief Frank Callahan. We are dedicating every resource to finding Leitner and recovering the stolen artifact. The Starlight pendant has been a centerpiece of the museum's collection for decades. It's irreplaceable, both in its history and its beauty, said curator Nevin Marks. Despite extensive searches, Leitner's whereabouts remain unknown, leaving the community shaken and the museum mourning the loss of one of its most prized possessions. The article came with 2 pictures. The first was a high school graduation photo of Grant Leitner. That's our guy, Logan said as we looked at the picture. Sure enough, the high school student in the photo was the spitting image of the man we had seen reflected in the window in one of the videos. Anna said the red wallpaper called him Generation Killer. The other photo was of the Starlight pendant. That's not it, Kimberly said. Anna, come here. Look at this, let me see that necklace. Anna handed her the necklace with its ruby red jewel on the end. Sure enough, the necklaces didn't match. Even the size of the meteor fragment looked off. What gives? Kimberly asked. With sudden inspiration, I ran back to my desk and opened up footage I had taken of the daylight dance disaster. I started scanning through it. I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it before, or maybe it hadn't been there before. Look at this, I said. The others came over, and I played the video for them slowly, showing the moments right before the stage collapsed and then those right after. See, I said, there he is. Sure enough, there was another copy of Grant Leitner walking up the steps from the stage. He was also still there filming a few meters away. No, he's over there, Antoine said, pointing to a different part of the screen, and sure enough, another man was wearing the same overcoat and the same hat, walking in a different direction away from the stage. I couldn't attest to whether it was actually him, but it was certainly a similar outfit. They're here, Kimberly said. They came here. We have a fight on the way. That's probably why they filmed these disasters, I said. That's why they need these tapes, because it allows them to see who's in what time period at any given time. The tapes will change when people travel there. Not that they could really tell which of them was there. Well, Cassie said they were being chased, Bobby said. She had. We scanned through the footage for another 10 minutes and managed to find 2 other images of what we thought was Grant Leitner, aka Generation Killer. Finally, I found the type of image I was looking for, one where he was very close, and I could get a good shot of him. "This is exactly what I was hoping to find," I said. "Look at this, look at his hand." I zoomed in on the computer as much as it would go. Sure enough, on his left hand, he had a ring with a ruby red jewel on the end. I smiled and turned to the others. "That's the ticket," I said. "I just figured it out." "Figured what out?" Anna asked. I may be a bit closer to understanding what Camden meant when he said no paradoxes, before I could even explain to them what I meant by that. We received troubling news. Logan, on a hunch, had retrieved the newspaper Anna had brought from the future. "It changed," he said. He turned it around to show us. The paper was from the next day. "Crime museum staff slaughtered, others missing." A shock went through my system. Somehow, in unfolding the rules of time travel and trying to understand the premise of this story, I had forgotten the simple fact that this was a torture and murder storyline. I remembered now. "We have to get this on film," Anna said. "This article says we only have about 12 hours. And I promise you cannot run from him. Not the normal way." "So, time travel?" Bobby asked. Anna nodded. We all looked at each other, and I said, "Great Scott. First blood was upon us." In fact, it may have already happened. We were getting spoiled by having a camera that we could control. After a few minutes of prepping and getting ready, we ran back through everything we had just spoken about, this time on screen. We were doing our best to give the reactions we felt the information deserved. The meteor shards are all different. Oh my goodness. The bad guy used to work at the other museum, and he stole a pendant with part of the meteor on it. How scandalous. Anna was doing her best to stay positive and keep up with us. Truthfully, she didn't have as much experience as we did, and I could see her start to feel a little overwhelmed as we fell into our characters and communicated so easily. "Everything is going to be okay," Kimberly had told her. "No matter how well you do, it doesn't matter. We just have to get to the end." And that was something I needed to remember, too. We didn't need a home run. We just needed to get on base, or maybe some other sports metaphor. As long as we finished this storyline, everything would be okay. It was so easy to second-guess yourself. Were we overcomplicating things with our plan? I had no idea. But Cell had made it clear that we needed to include some time travel shenanigans, or else we would go straight to DVD and all that implied. I just hoped that Carousel liked our taste in shenanigans. Rec SCP-24. 2018, 13 hours 15 minutes and 26 seconds. 80%. "Look at this," Logan said, holding the future newspaper. We had just examined the footage of the daylight dance again and discovered that there were multiple different versions of the meteorite shard and some fedora-wearing killers holding them. The newspaper article changed. He turned the newspaper around, and I got a good view of the title for the camera. "Crime museum staff slaughtered, others missing." "Let me see that," Kimberly said, grabbing the paper and reading the article. "Museum employees Kimberly Madison, Logan Mays, Leela White, and Riley Lawrence are among those deceased or missing," she read aloud. "Wait," she said. "Leela doesn't know anything about this. She's not a part of it." She looked up at Logan. "I don't think Leela has been in for work today," he said, after a quick glance over to Lila's desk. Kimberly started rushing off toward the old police station part of the museum where Leela worked. I followed behind. "Leela," Kimberly called out. No answer. She continued walking, and when we got there, we saw Lila's little corner fingerprinting station had not been set up for the day, and the doors had not been opened. Kimberly looked around in a panic. "I'm going to go call her," she said. But then I said, "Wait, what? Do you hear that?" Kimberly and the others were silent as the grave. In the distance, there was the sound of metal clanging. I followed the sound with the camera over into the dark part of the museum where the original courthouse had been. As I walked into the room, the clanging got louder and louder. "What is that?" I said aloud. I walked further until I got to the entrance to the courthouse, which had long been boarded up except, of course, for the mail slot. I turned the camera and zoomed in on the slot. A little metal door banged as someone tried to shove something through it but struggled because whatever it was just slightly too big. The slot cover could not open all the way. Eventually, they figured it out and got their package to slide through. I cautiously walked over and zoomed down on it, and from its shape, I guessed what it was. It looks like another tape, I said. Wait, is he here right now? Antoine asked from behind me, and I could hear him running back down the hallway. The windows in this room were boarded up, so there was no way to see who had delivered the package. I grabbed the package, and just from the feel of it, I could tell that it was a videotape. Then I began to run after Antoine as he went toward the proper entrance of the building and out onto the street. We looked around at all the people downtown until Antoine locked eyes with one of them, who was in the right place to have just been at the front of the courthouse. Antoine ran up to him, grabbed his shoulder, turned him around, and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Saw that it was a courier. Carousel Courier Services. CCS was emblazoned on his jacket. What's your deal, man? The guy said, clearly afraid. Did you just deliver a package to the old courthouse? Yeah. Why? The guy said. Who sent it? Antoine asked. I don't know. The guy said. They don't tell me that kind of stuff. Look, it was an old package scheduled for shipment years ago. I can't just give random people details. You can call the office. Just let me go. Antoine let go of the guy's shoulder and threw up his hands in a pacifying gesture. Sorry, he said. I thought you were someone else. As soon as Antoine let go of him, the courier ran off. Antoine turned and saw Kimberly. I'm sorry, he said. This has just got me on edge. I understand, Kimberly said. I'm so sorry you got dragged into this. Bet you're really wishing you didn't stay behind to do your insurance paperwork. Oh, I asked out. Antoine rolled his eyes. I was just doing it so I didn't have to come in today because I was thinking about taking my boat out on the water. It's crazy how life ends up. Back inside, Kimberly opened the package and revealed a tape with the words fingerprints written on it. It was definitely about Leela. As she had worked the fingerprint booth, Bobby re-entered the room just as I was getting the tape loaded onto the computer. The doors are all locked, he said. The worst part about being hunted by a time-traveling serial killer, I said, is that it turns out the time-traveling serial killer doesn't know that fingerprints is one word. As soon as I had everything working, I pressed play. Stop. Play January 3, 1997 8. The video opened with Leela sitting in a chair, bound and crying. She was facing the camera, but her eyes were off to the left. I wasn't sure what she was looking at until she started to speak. She was reading. I caught your little friend. She couldn't run from me, she said, tears running down her cheeks. Please just let me go. I won't tell anyone, she begged. Read the words. A man's voice said. Leela continued. I just want the tapes. I need to make sure that they don't fall into the wrong hands, you understand? Those were for my use, not yours. No one else has to get hurt. Just leave the tapes out on the sidewalk tonight. And I'll leave you be. But if you try to screw me over, you'll be history. Leela continued to cry. She suddenly seemed to notice him doing something off screen. She yelled, he's lying to you. He says he wants to kill all of you. Suddenly, a rush could be heard from behind the camera. Leela screamed loudly. Something hit the camera and knocked it away from the view of Leela. All we could hear was the screaming, and I saw bright red light glowing. But before anything else, stop. I stopped the tape, and with that, the first blood had passed. I turned around to the others who had been watching the video with me. Ready for the next part? I asked. Most of them nodded or at least acknowledged what I said. I'll go get Leela. Bobby said. And he did. Leela was waiting in the other room. When Leela walked back in behind Bobby, her dead status was lit up. Dying last scream really was a useful trope. Not only did she have the dead status, but she was also on death watch, which worked a lot differently for wallflowers. The gist was that she could follow us and watch what was happening as long as she stayed out of frame. The camera had cut away because, with the dead status, she couldn't be harmed by an enemy. She couldn't be targeted directly at all. That was the primary benefit that dead had over written off or off screen, assuming you were alive when you got it. Are you okay? Kimberly asked. Did he hurt you? Leela shook her head. Not too bad, she said. You need to tell us everything, Logan said. Anything that you can give us would be really helpful. Leela nodded. She took a moment to collect herself and think about what had happened. We all gathered around her and waited. He kidnapped me off the street on my way to work this morning. I ran, but they eventually caught me. I didn't know when he was going to show up, but he waited until I was almost here. There were 3 of them. They took me to a warehouse that was abandoned and tied me up. One of them filmed. She paused, rubbing a bruise forming on her forehead. I was scared, but I knew that if they started anything, I could just do the dying scream, and it would be over. So I was okay. After I screamed, they just pretended I was dead. They had this book like the one that Anna brought, and they had their red jewels, and they just kind of disappeared. I'm sorry if this isn't helpful, she said. No, that's great, Kimberly said. Did they all have different red jewels? I asked. Leela thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, she said. One of them had a bracelet, another had a necklace, and then the third guy, he just carried it around in his hand. Kept it wrapped in a cloth. How are they as threats? What level are they? Logan asked. What weapons did they use? They didn't carry weapons that I saw, she said. They just used stuff they found on the ground. I think one of them might have had a gun, but he never showed it. He just kept gesturing like he was going to pull it out of his jacket if I didn't tell him stuff. One was level 28, and the other 2 were level 35 and level 39. I just wished that I could have gotten a glimpse of them to see their tropes. The truth was, they didn't sound that dangerous. So what was the angle? What made them a threat? Can you tell me about them as people? Kimberly asked. They're all just the same guy. Leela thought for a moment. Well, they have a lot of scars, big scars, not little scars. One of them rolled up his sleeves. It was awful. Another one had a scar on his chest like he had heart surgery or something. I don't know, but the thing was, they were different. They were 3 different people. What do you mean by that? Kimberly asked. They were all unique, different ages. Leela shook her head. No, she said, staring into the distance as if straining to remember. They were around the same age. One of them smoked. The other 2 didn't. He offered them a cigarette, but it wasn't a real offer. It was like he was trying to annoy them. One of them was smart and in charge, and then the third one was not very smart. The other 2 just ordered him around. I bet the third one wrote the label on the tape, I said under my breath. For the first time, Anna interjected. Camden thought that they were just all the same guy at different ages. Is it possible that they just have an ambiguous age? Leela shook her head. No, they all looked like they were in their late 20s. They talked about another one of them that they called the old man, and some guy called our brother in time or something. We gotta get this done quick, or the old man's gonna have a coronary, she quoted. Maybe things changed because this is a soft reboot, I said. Maybe Camden just guessed wrong, Logan said. Anything was possible. Did they say anything else? Kimberly asked. Anything at all might be useful. Leela thought for a moment. Like I said in the video, they're definitely going to kill everyone who saw those tapes, Leela said. In fact, the way they phrased it was weird. They said they have to kill us before word gets out. Before word gets out. I said, that's very specific. I'm betting that was one of the original win conditions, making sure the right people found out about the time traveler. In Carousel, there were lots of different win conditions. But after you had played enough storylines, you started to see patterns. Sometimes, it was defeat the enemy or escape. The one for this story was survive the night. Just because get the word out was no longer a win condition didn't mean it wasn't important information. We knew they were running from someone. Leela would be our own as the story progressed. She could use her death watch to follow us from sound stage to sound stage, helping in the background. Because Carousel used sound stages to simulate time travel, she could be very useful. The first thing we wanted her to do was find Dina and make sure everything was okay with her. So we sent her on her way as we got ready for shenanigans. RECSEP 240 2018 14 hours to minutes and 47 seconds 60%. There was an uproar in the office as we all reacted to the tape of Leela being murdered for the audience. We needed this to be the moment things got real. The bad guy had yet to reveal himself to us in person. It might be difficult to justify extreme reactions by the characters until they can no longer deny the situation. The fact that Leela was killed off screen didn't help. I've got family out of town, Antoine said. I'm packing a bag and getting out of here. No, Hannah said firmly. They will always get you. What do you think the first thing we tried was? Leaving town. Kimberly stared in disbelief at the tape. having just witnessed one of her employees and friends being murdered. Logan was also in disbelief. We didn't actually see her get killed, right? So she might be fine, he said, grasping for hope. He really played the "this could all be an elaborate prank" angle very well. Bobby sat silently, seemingly contemplating his life while petting his dogs. "Well, what are you suggesting?" Antoine asked. "We run from them through time," Anna said. "Camden said they are very particular about how they travel through time. We can slip away." "Why do we have to keep hearing about what Camden says?" Antoine asked, frustration in his voice. Everything he knew didn't manage to help him. "He sacrificed himself for me," Anna said. "Don't you understand that? He was held captive by them for days. He studied them. He understands what's going on better than we can. So let's just go ask him," I said. "What?" Kimberly asked, incredulous. "Let's go ask this guy Camden," I clarified. "I mean, we have a magic time travel jewel. Time travel seems to work on bonkers rules. But we know enough to use them, so why not?" There was a pause as everyone seemed to consider. "You can't be serious." Logan said. "I am serious," I replied. "Don't you get why they want these tapes? I mean, there are a lot of reasons. But why would they make the tapes in the first place? They need them to see who's time traveling with them. The tapes will change, right? That's how this works. That's what happened with the newspaper. The tapes change to show who arrives at each event. They don't have the tapes, and for some reason, they can't just go back in the past and grab them before we do. Or else they would have done that already. So let's take the tapes, run to the past, and they won't be able to follow us." "You don't know that," Logan countered. "They could very well have other copies of the tapes. They just don't want us to have them too. They might be worried that we're going to expose them, which we totally should do. Surely there's someone who will care that time-traveling serial killers exceed. Oh dear God. What am I saying? Surely someone will care that some deluded murderer is running around, regardless." "Maybe Camden knows who will care," I said. "Because I hate to break it to you, but our original selves did go to the cops, and they got murdered for it." Logan was at his limits, trying to deal with his unbelievable circumstances. "Okay, there's something else you didn't think of," he said. "Do you know how this time travel works? In order to travel, you need to be near a tragic event where a lot of people die, or you need to maim someone. That's what the girl says. Did you think of that? Are you ready to maim someone because you think you can travel through time? What if it doesn't work? What if this is all just a lie, and we end up hurting someone thinking we're going to prevent the Kennedy assassination? I, for one, don't want to be in that predicament." "He was good at this part." "Stop arguing," Kimberly said, holding up the newspaper. "According to this article, we are only hours from getting killed." I grabbed the newspaper from her and sat down to read, keeping the camera on and facing me while the others continued their conversation. Antoine lamented having gotten caught up in this for no good reason. He sat against the wall, wide-eyed in disbelief. "My name isn't in that paper, is it?" he asked. "They don't even know I'm here. Why don't I just go home, and you can call me and tell me how things go? If you believe that, you wouldn't be here," Logan said. "You would have run the first time you saw one of those tapes." He sat on a desk, trying to project some kind of apathy or calm, but his leg was swinging under him in a nervous gesture. I read through the paper, glancing over the article about our murders, and then decided to peruse the rest of it because, after all, who wouldn't want to read tomorrow's paper today? "Who are we even going to hurt?" Logan said. "Do we have a volunteer? Someone who wants their fingers chopped off because somehow the magic gemstone demands it? What are we even talking about here?" Anna had her hand on her hip and was doing her best to stay strong. She stood between us all. "It's about making a disruption in the timeline," Anna explained. "It's not that crazy if you think about it. A serious injury will create huge ripples in the time stream. That's what Camden said." "This Camden fellow better be the smartest bastard that ever lived," Antoine said. "The way we're trusting our lives with him. No kidding. We could draw straws," Bobby suggested, in a demeanor that suggested he wasn't all that bothered by our situation. "Loser takes the sacrifice. The rest of us travel back in time." Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. "No, everybody gets to travel back in time, even the injured," Anna said. "They just have to be touching each other." "Oh well, That's not as bad as I thought, Bobby said. Not as bad as you thought, Logan repeated, standing up straight. One of us is going to have to get permanently injured. And we don't even know why. I told you, Anna said. It's because an injury creates a disruption in the timeline. Time wants to kick you off the timeline whenever you change the way things are supposed to be. And with the amulet, you can leave and go anywhere. No, you can only go to some preselected place where the enemy is sitting and waiting with videotape. Logan said. According to the rules you gave us. Wait, I interjected. I stood up with the paper, careful to make sure I stayed in the shot. What if we didn't have to injure ourselves to go back in time? That caught them off guard. This was a new idea I had just come up with. But you have to, Anna said. You either have to cause an injury that wasn't supposed to exist, or you have to be at the location of a huge disaster where lots of people die, causing the timeline to branch. I held up a hand in acknowledgement. Okay, I said, just hear me out. If causing an injury creates some weird jumping point in time so that you can go somewhere else, wouldn't preventing an injury do the same thing? Anna thought for a moment. It might, she admitted. But how are we going to prevent an injury that's already supposed to happen? I flipped open the paper and put it down on the desk in front of me. Well, we could just read tomorrow's paper. Falling bricks gravely injure an executive was one of the articles in the paper. Kimberly looked down at it and said, that's about 2 hours from now. Logan grabbed the paper and read through it. You don't know if that'll work, Logan said. Just tell me, I said. Because I've forgotten. Do you believe that this is all real or not? For someone who doesn't believe in any of this, you seem to be policing the rules. If this doesn't work, we can fall back to our option of drawing straws to see whose fingers get chopped off. Everyone sort of looked at each other, gauging each other's reactions. Granted, Logan said, but there's one thing you haven't thought about. And what's that? I asked. Say we do travel back in time to rescue this Camden kid. Won't we just be traveling to a point in time where the bad guy has already traveled? Not only will he be there with a camera waiting for us. There are way more events in the book than there are films, I interrupted. We can just find one that wasn't filmed. Hear me out, Logan said. We don't know anything. Shouldn't we take a moment to think about where we're supposed to be traveling to in time? Logan was using his voice of dissent trope left and right, bolstering our plans and giving us friction so we could have a lively debate. We need to go to a point after Camden had escaped capture from the time clones. That way, he knows all the information we need, I said. What was the sequence of events? Anna opened the book and pointed to a disaster involving college kids recklessly and accidentally harming themselves in the woods. The bizarre event left cops scratching their heads and disrupted some citizens working on their vacation home. That's where we went, Anna said. It gave us a couple of days to prepare. Then there was another accident. But I think it was a houseboat. I can't remember. That's where the killers came. Camden called him Generation Killer. So it's easy, Antoine said. We just show up at the same time Anna and Camden did. And we get to Anna's N1 Camden. Now we're back to the question of whether paradoxes exist, Logan said. If we show up at the same time that Anna and Camden originally did in 2010 after they escaped the Generation Killer, then Anna can never hide the tapes. And we never find out about them. I was not sure we should point that out. Forcing Carousel to use actual logical time travel would not be in anyone's favor. Camden talked about paradoxes not existing. But I don't know the details, Anna admitted. He might have meant something else. There was no way that paradoxes didn't exist in some form. What kind of time travel movie had no consequences for creating logical contradictions in the timeline? I had to ask him what he meant by that. We paused and thought for a moment. I sensed they were waiting for me to speak. Well, we can't risk it, I said. It might be true that these meteorite fragments prevent a time traveler from disappearing after they create a grandfather paradox. But that doesn't mean a time traveler can't create a paradox at all. After all, we're using the exact same jewel that you and Camden did. It's possible that there would be a paradox. I hated this rules guessing game. If only we could ask Camden, Antoine said. We can't arrive at the same time they do, I said. We need to find a way to rescue Camden without preventing Anna from escaping. Which led to the event where we discovered the tapes, do we? Antoine asked under his breath, loud enough for others to hear. We needed people to be skeptical. But we didn't need to give that line of thought more oxygen than necessary. Well, we have two options, Kimberly said. We either show up after the college kids die in the woods, or we show up after the houseboat sinks, we assume, Logan said. How? I asked. We don't know if that's the only disaster that happened around that time frame. All we're going off of is, well, this book which I'm going to guess Generation Killer wrote himself. Though he never put his name in it. Logan ran over to his workstation and got on his computer. All I have to do is search for some sort of disaster or other buzzword similar to that during the same period, he said. Well, he was born in the 40s, I said. He probably isn't up to date on Boolean search methods. He could have missed a disaster. Logan typed into the computer several times, which took him a few minutes. In reality, he had already made the search and had it waiting in another tab. Nothing, Logan said. No other mass death incident in that time period in 2010. Sounds like we're back to square one. It was starting to look like Carousel was rejecting our rescue Camden plan. Wait a second, I said. Why can you only travel to moments where lots of people died? Anna shook her head. Because those are points in time where timelines diverge harshly, creating turbulence. Like in a river. Camden had a whole speech about it. Mass death is so significant that it splits a timeline into more than normal events. I looked at Logan, and he looked back at me. We smiled. I picked up the camera and walked toward him. If you can't find a mass death event that Generation Killer didn't list in the book or film, we find a near miss, Logan said, finishing my thought. Exactly, I said. Wait, what? Kimberly asked. Well, timelines are complex, I explained. If the only points at which timelines split in a meaningful way are moments where lots of people die, then they must also split at points where lots of people almost die. That makes sense, Bobby said, standing up and following us. Just because we are in the timeline where the people didn't die doesn't mean that the branching never occurred. Exactly, I said. The split would still be there. We're just on the better side of it. Where was a dry erase board when you needed one? Can we be sure that would work? Antoine asked. No, I admitted. But we can always have a backup plan. If this doesn't work, we could go to another mass death event, something that isn't where we're trying to go. But that also isn't inside his book. Good thinking, Logan said. Here, look at this. The day before the Red Hills massacre in 2010 with the college kids. A drag racer nearly plowed into a crowd at an illegal street race in southern Carousel. There were as many as 50 people in the crowd. And the driver's quick thinking and expert maneuvering prevented what would have surely been a disaster. The driver died, but he managed to avoid hitting anyone. It was exhilarating, like we were chasing Carousel around a tree, trying to find some way for our plans to work. And we might just have found it. I'll also look up a backup, Logan said. Some disaster where people did die, but Generation Killer didn't know about. Are we sticking with Generation Killer as a name? I feel like we could pick something better. We made our plans, and Carousel made countermeasures. With time travel as a weapon, I shivered at the thought of all the terrible consequences it could dream up. We would surely find out soon. Stop Rex September 24, 2018 16. 48 to 13 100%. It's not anything to be nervous about, Anna said. Though I could tell that she was nervous even as she said it. It's not like a blink and you miss it kind of thing. You can feel it happening. As long as you've got this necklace with you, you can feel yourself start to slip. It was a bright and beautiful day. People were out walking their dogs, which distracted Bobbies to hounds. But they never disobeyed him. They sat eagerly, waiting his next command, straining against the script in hopes of getting a sniff of something in the wind. Kids were playing at a playground next to a daycare center across the street. 6 people from different walks of life stood on the sidewalk, waiting for a man in a blue suit to walk next to the historic mercantile building, at which point bricks would fall from the roof, striking and severely injuring him. Nothing to see, just an everyday, ordinary thing. Strangers hanging out. The nerves were palpable. I mostly focused on getting shots of the street. It was really nice out, and I knew that these shots would make a valuable juxtaposition for what had come before and what would surely come next. When is this guy supposed to show up? Antoine asked. He was carrying his duffel bag filled with a variety of goodies from firearms to construction tools. Whatever we might need. It should be any minute, Kimberly said. About 5 minutes, actually, Logan added. How can you know that? Kimberly asked. In the picture of him being taken away on the stretcher in the article, you could see that the shadow of the building was on that fire hydrant. I figure with people around, the ambulance was probably called immediately and couldn't have taken more than a few minutes to get here with the hospital so close. Given where the shadow of the building is now and where it is in the photograph, I'd say we have about 5 minutes. He was holding onto a printout of the news article. He had printed out several other articles. I walked up to him and aimed the camera at the sheets in his hands. Ingredient number 1, I said. A historical document memorializing an event in the timeline. Logan turned the papers and shuffled through them to show the article about the drag race where things almost got deadly. Well, more deadly. Ingredient number 2, I said, moving the camera over toward Anna, who held the necklace with the ruby red jewel on the end. Magic space rock. Highly decorative. Anna didn't look directly into the camera. She just looked at me as if annoyed or unsure about my presence. That was probably the best way to handle it. I had to get a variety of footage at that so that Carousel would have something to cut together in hopes that the audience might miraculously understand the rules of this storyline. But in order to get that terribly invasive, repetitive footage, I was going to have to do cameraman things like getting close into people's personal space and expositing in a humorous, if annoying. I got footage of Bobby petting his dogs. He was playing a good-natured guy, someone who could just go along with a ridiculous plot like this. We couldn't all be in denial. I was going along with it because I was the cameraman. So, of course I was. The cameraman can't be cautious or doubtful. Kimberly played the empathetic mama bear role, focusing on her desire to protect Anna and the rest of us. Logan played the cynic and the skeptic, who despite his great doubts was still curious enough to go along with everything. Antoine didn't want to be there, but he didn't want to be alone either. I felt we covered the spectrum of character reactions pretty well, though I didn't know how much screen time they were going to get to show it off. Most found footage tropes were designed to distract from a lack of characterization and common sense. I kept getting footage from all around, and I did it for one particular reason. I was on the lookout for a man wearing a long trench coat and a fedora. I didn't see him, despite my vigilance. I really needed to see him. I needed to look at his tropes. They would tell the story perhaps even better than Camden could. That might have been exactly why Carousel was keeping him from me. I hadn't seen him at the daylight dance. I had been looking around, but he wasn't there until we looked at the footage. That was fair play, I supposed, because it made some amount of sense with the rules of time travel. When I saw the man in the blue suit, I immediately turned my attention to him and pointed the camera at him to ensure we got a good shot. He was just an ordinary man, talking on a cell phone as he walked down the street. Little did he know that his life was about to change forever after getting hit on the noggin by a falling brick. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings, or at least, it would have. Just as he was walking up to the mercantile building, we were there. Watch out, Antoine said before the man walked past us. He held his hand out. The man, whose name was ironically Ron Mason, according to the red wallpaper, stopped, apparently annoyed at the interruption. Can't you see I'm on the PH? He started to say, but before he could get the words out completely, a loud succession of thuds sounded as bricks fell from the top of the building and landed on the sidewalk right where he would have been. There was a look of alarm on his face that didn't quite go away. Marcia, you would not believe it, I almost died. This building is falling apart right next to me. I almost got squished. He said. Wouldn't have died completely, I said under my breath. Just had trauma. He turned to look at us, to thank us. But he must have felt something odd about the group of strangers who were all huddled together, holding on to each other. Did you see that? He started to ask. Poor guy couldn't get out the sentence. At that moment, I started to see a red tinge in the air. While I thought it would be coming from the amulet, it actually kind of felt like it was coming from everywhere. Suddenly, I got this sensation in my stomach like I had fallen, but I hadn't. I was standing still, holding on to Kimberly and Bobby, who was desperately holding on to his dogs. Again, I felt like I fell, but I didn't. Oh, Ron, the passerby said, tripping over himself and falling forward toward us. Antoine caught him before he could fall completely. And then the falling continued. But this time, when we fell, All of our surroundings started to shift. Suddenly, the day shot upward, and it was the middle of the night. Then it was day again, and we were standing in the same place, with solid ground underneath our feet. And yet, the sensation of falling continued as if we were in a runaway elevator. The next of falls became more turbulent. This time, we didn't just fall, we changed location. We were still standing on the ground, but not in the same place. And I couldn't say where it was we were because it was impossible. Even to describe it would be an unimaginable task. It was as if the place on Earth where our feet were planted was connected to a million different places all at once, circling us. And I could perceive all of them like I was trapped in a kaleidoscope. And as we moved, the kaleidoscope changed. Buildings whirred past. Cars on the street flooded by so repeatedly that they became one solid massive blur of metal, lights, and paint so seamlessly blended together that it didn't even look like moving objects anymore. It just looked like a solid chunk of motion. In the sky, in the million skies, I saw airplanes everywhere, lines of them, sometimes so numerous it looked like the sky had metal prongs running along it. The planes blurring together in my vision. We were moving in space quickly now not just time, but the world itself was shifting around us. I fought through the mental fatigue, trying to understand what was happening. But the only takeaway was that this time travel implied some sort of innate intelligence. Even as that thought entered my mind, I didn't quite understand what it meant. Was this time travel itself intelligent, or did it just appear that way, wherever we stood? It was always in a place where humans normally stood, even as we moved geographically. We were always on a sidewalk, in a street, never phasing through buildings, never colliding with cars. Even people never touched us. In fact, I didn't see other people at all. I only saw blurs of color and shape where people should have been, like outlines on park benches. Fragments of motion. There were so many different things to see in the kaleidoscope of time that my mind simply could not comprehend it. I heard rushing water against a shoreline, but I saw nothing of the sort. It was information overload. My brain saw patterns, and there were patterns to see but not to understand. Suddenly, we were standing on another sidewalk. A solid metal line of cars clogged the street. The colors and shapes I recognized as people began to sharpen, coming into view. As the kaleidoscope became more understandable and less frantic, I started to realize that our new position on the sidewalk seemed dictated by where all the blurs of color had been. We were finding a place where we could fit in without touching anyone. Intelligence. The thought lingered in my mind. This time travel magic is intelligent. Or perhaps it ran by rules that imitated intelligence in the bosom of infinity. It was like we were always in that moment, waiting for everything else to catch up with us. Suddenly, we were standing on a sidewalk filled with people. The solid metal streak of cars had separated. Now, there was just one car, 20 yards away, moving slowly as time became real again. As the final seconds ticked into place and our jump completed, the world started to speed up or slow down. I honestly couldn't tell. It was like the optical illusions where frames in a video slow down enough that you can finally tell how fast they had been moving before. I moved the camera to capture the car, and almost no one noticed us. The crowd was distracted by the race. The race. That's right. We were at an illegal drag race where an accident almost happened. My thoughts finally caught up with my surroundings, and at that moment, I made eye contact with the driver of the red car speeding down the street. Though time had not yet returned to full speed, I could tell the car was handling poorly. The man was about to lose control. According to the article, he would regain control just in time, steering the vehicle away from the crowd and into a nearby building, saving them and sacrificing himself. But I made eye contact with him. I got his face right on camera, and as he saw panic, or maybe realization, flickered in his eyes, he knew we weren't supposed to be there. He saw that we had just appeared out of nothingness, a phenomenon that seemed selective. In all the footage I'd reviewed, no one had ever appeared out of nowhere, but to him, we must have simply blinked into existence. The driver kept looking at us. It was only for a few seconds. His souped-up streetcar was moving too fast. He didn't have time to correct his trajectory, not with the distraction. The car kept going, careening to the left. This time, he didn't dodge the crowd. His red car smashed sideways into a group of people, flattening them. The car turned and rolled, crushing bodies underneath. The noise was deafening. I couldn't hear the snapping of bones, but there must have been. The way those people were flattened, shredded, and scooped up against the building beneath the wreckage, people screamed. I started screaming, yelling in shock. I didn't even remember what I said until I rewatched the video. No, Anna yelled. She was about to run toward the injured people, but we couldn't afford that. Kimberly grabbed her. No one was screaming louder than Ron the NPC. Ron, who was not supposed to come with us into the past. Ron, who somehow managed to anyway. What just happened? He screamed. Marcia, do you hear me? Hello. The guy still had his phone to his ear. I looked at the others. As much as I wanted to panic at the mass death we had apparently caused, as much as I wanted to problem solve the fact that we had accidentally taken a random NPC back into 2010 with us, I knew my job. I was the cameraman, and my job was to get the scene covered. I filmed everything as we walked away. Kimberly ushered us along. Anna was panicking. Logan was dumbstruck. Antoine cursed. Bobby comforted his dogs. They worried so much. My first thought was that we had to keep Ron with us. But Ron ran off, vanished into the chaos of the crowd. And I was too busy filming to stop him, capturing every angle, looking for our friend in the fedora. But I never saw him. We left, running across town to the only place we knew would be safe, the jailhouse. As we approached, Anna ran to a board covering the back door and tugged at it. I'm sorry, she said. When I hid the tapes, that was how I got in. We've got everything under control, Kimberly said, pulling out an old pair of keys. We went to the front, Kimberly unlocked it, and we were back in the jailhouse, at least for a little while. Stop Rec September 24, 2018 10 to 100%. Man, this place is a dump, Bobby said as we walked through the neglected historical building that would one day be the museum we worked at. But there are no vagrants here. I checked the whole place. We could barely see as we walked around. The windows were all still shuttered in 2010. I don't know. Looks pretty much the same to me, Logan said. If anything, the wind doesn't whistle through the walls quite as loud. The building wasn't exactly a wreck, but it was dusty. And there was all kinds of detritus on the floor, all evidence of what these rooms had been used for in the past. From the tiny courthouse to the police station. From back when Carousel wore short pants. The place held a lot of history. Are we safe here? Anna asked. Is there someone that might show up? I don't think so, sweetie, Kimberly said. This is pretty much how it looked when we started renovations. So as far as I know, not many people come through here between now and then. We made our way through the building, looking for a room that was at least habitable. The office was a mess. We settled on staying in the courthouse side of the building because it was the best sealed off and had less stuff on the floor. As we entered, we all gravitated toward that same alcove where we had fatefully found those videotapes. I filmed the bricks that were still stacked neatly and tightly, in case we need any spare tapes. We could grab a hammer, Logan said. What would that even do to the timeline? Antoine asked. That's the worst part about this. I feel like we can't make a plan because I have no idea how this is supposed to work. Lot of possibilities, I said. My money says that since we took the magic carpet ride, we're pretty much stuck this way. Even if we were to take those tapes and burn them in 2010 before we ever found them, we would still be stuck out of time. We would still be here. We would just be on a different version of the timeline, even if I had ideas. I didn't want to share them. Typically, you learn the rules of time travel very early in a time travel movie, but we were pushing on toward the midpoint, and not only had we not learned the rules, but we had been given no opportunity to. There was no convenient time travel manual. None of us were physicists. Even when we perused the internet for theories on time travel, we didn't find anything. We probably needed a special trope for that. Being able to use a search engine would be cheating. I was rapidly coming to the conclusion that we were in a version of time travel where the rules were less important. Perhaps, as the glowing amulet suggested, we were in a magical version, or worse, a cosmic horror version. I waited on bated breath to find out what Camden would have to say. Heck, I waited on bated breath to find out if Camden would end up being an NPC or not. Anna swore he wouldn't. So we need to get some rest, Bobby said. He was talking about him and his dogs because they were going to take the night shift. Try not to make too much noise. Shasta is just way too curious for her own good. We nodded. And I stopped recording. Stop play September 24th, 2018, 16. I sat down with the camera to rewatch footage from the drag race disaster. The footage of the trip through time had appeared as nothing but static, but not the type of static created by the device. It was a visual kaleidoscope, too complex for the camera's lens to focus on, too compressed for its memory to record, and too hectic to make any sense of. Luckily, as soon as we arrived on the street with the drag race, the camera started working again. And as I watched the footage, I started to see the very thing I was afraid of. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. There was a man in a fedora and a trench coat holding an old video camera, one much bigger than mine. He was hardly 50 feet away from us, and we hadn't seen him when we were originally there. In fact, I suspected that he wasn't there when we showed up. It was only later, through time travel efforts of his own, that he arrived and our recording changed to accommodate that. But as I watched the film, the man never paid us much mind. He never focused the camera on us or even stared at us. Was it possible that he had not chased us to this point in time, but rather came here of his own accord because history said that there was a mass death event? Was it that simple? There was an easy way to find out, because we had brought with us all of the tapes that Camden had stolen from them and that Anna had hidden in the wall. I could simply check. Stop, so I did. Sure enough, there were changes. An extra tape could be found inside the bag we had put all the tapes in. And this one said Racing Lane. Of course, that title also appeared on the manifest Logan had written of all the tape titles. But that didn't mean anything because the manifest itself would change as the past did. Clearly, this universe used the trope where human memory doesn't change when the past changed, even though other markers of the past do. That was awfully convenient. In fact, when I checked the book of Carousel's biggest tragedies, I saw that there was now a listing for the drag race accident. I sat back, put my head against the wall, and breathed deeply. Time travel movies were never fully logical. Even the ones that paid attention to the details often allowed themselves some leeway for narrative purposes. I felt so in the middle of everything that I couldn't sort out which of these phenomena had to do with the time travel mechanism itself, and which were simple narrative conveniences. Luckily, one privilege that time travel movies had was that we didn't have to explain everything. That wasn't really our job. The audience could piece things together, but we would surely get a higher score if things were straightforward. This was one film where the audience might understand better than the players. I tried to focus on what revelation Camden could reveal that would straighten everything out. I came up with a few answers. It was time to plan for each one. Time travel demon who enjoys torture. That would explain some things. Metaphorical time travel where the mechanics were not concrete. I would breathe a sigh of relief. I could keep guessing forever, but it was useless. Just because I saw something didn't mean the audience would. When Carousel edited everything together, this story might end up simpler than Back to the Future. I needed to focus on something else, so I reached into my hoodie pocket and brought out my headphones to use quiet on set. Time to listen to what was going on screen. And as soon as I put them on, well, I heard Dina's voice. Gabriel, can you hear me? She asked. There was no answer. I listened for 10-15 seconds, and all I could hear was her breathing. Then I heard a click, something I thought I recognized, followed by another click, then a whir, and then another click. Finally, I remembered where I'd heard those sounds before. She was operating a handheld tape player similar to my Walkman. She clicked again, and this time I heard, Gabriel, can you hear me? But it was a recording. Then dash static. A slow, creeping hiss. Not too dissimilar from the sound of wind whistling through the walls of the building I was sitting in. Bursts of sound, chirps, hums, maybe even a voice, but I couldn't tell. Oh, thank goodness, Dina said. After last time, I thought something terrible had happened. There was another click, a long pause, followed by stop, then rewind, and then play. This time, the static was more violent, louder, and yet, buried within it was a soothing sound. Static crackles that together sounded like waves on a beach. No, that wasn't quite right. They were more violent than that. I don't know what to do to help you, Dina said. I sent letters to the museum like you asked, but nobody ever showed up. No one believes me. The process repeated again. She recorded her answer, then replayed it. I know. I believe you. I have always believed you. Can you tell me more about what you were saying before? Can you tell me about the shores of time? The shores of time. I thought to myself, that sounded important. Time as a metaphor. Time as a physical thing. I needed to talk to Antoine and the others. While I had been busy with the tapes, they had been responsible for reading Dina's letters. We had some time now, time where I could try to understand what it was her subplot was contributing to the overall story. There was a long pause this time. Then Dina played whatever it was she had recorded, and all I heard was static. I tried to hear in between the chirps and the beeps, but there was nothing. Just an endless rush, like water over a waterfall. Dina didn't elaborate. And then, suddenly I didn't hear anything at all. She wasn't on screen anymore. I immediately went to speak to the others and show them that the Generation Killer had already found the drag race incident and filmed it. I don't remember seeing him, Kimberly said as she stared down at the little screen on the camera. I didn't see the other one either. The other one? I asked. She pointed, and sure enough, there was another one of them on the other side of the street. I only got a glimpse of him in the footage. He figured out we were here, Hannah said. I told you. No matter what we did, he would find us. It was that stockbroker or whatever he was, Logan said. I'll bet money on it. He probably went straight to the police, screaming about being teleported into the past and asking to speak to Marcia. Okay, but there's only one of them, Antoine said. If they knew something, wouldn't they send, like 10? We didn't have answers, but we had a plan to stick to. That would have to be enough. I tried to rest, I really did, but the anticipation prodded me awake. For a moment, a fleeting thought entered my mind. After second blood, I could easily be dead, and I might actually be able to get a nap. I had to dismiss that. It was sometimes scary how casual I could be about my own death. Not quite as scary as realizing that one of the lights on the red wallpaper had changed, and suddenly, while lying on the ground in the night, I was on screen. That wasn't so out of the ordinary in a normal storyline, but this was a found footage storyline, and with few exceptions, the only things that ended up on screen were things I filmed with the camera in my magic pocket. But here I was, on screen, trying not to open my eyes too quickly. Still, I took a deep breath, opened them, and then stretched my neck. By the time I did that, I was back off screen. I looked around the room. I couldn't see anything or anyone that might explain why we were being filmed by Carousel. Nothing was happening. Yet, I noticed that Logan had also woken up casually and was looking around. We made eye contact. Then I heard a jingle. At first, I thought it was someone messing with their keys. But then I realized it was one of Bobby's dogs moving their head and causing the tag to ring against the floor. Both Logan and I looked over at the dog. As we did, we realized two things. First, the dog was staring at something in the corner of the room. Second, the dog was on screen, as was Bobby, who was lying down right behind it. Soon, the other dog, the one called Shasta, was alerted as well. She stood next to her sibling, staring at the corner of the room. I tried looking, but I saw nothing, only darkness. I glanced back at Logan, then at the dogs. Suddenly, I was back on screen, but only for a moment. The dogs were becoming more interested as they walked toward the corner, not all the way to it. Stopping about 7 feet away, Shasta let out a low growl. The other dog was putting on a brave face but wasn't quite willing to commit. Shasta, "Doughboy, what are you looking at?" Bobby whispered. Having finally woken up due to the growling. Again, I was on screen, but only for a moment. That was strange. Normally, when Carousel filmed an area, it was overly inclusive when it came to off-screen, on-screen status. If you were in a normal-sized room and someone was on screen, you probably were too, even if, come to find out, you weren't in the final cut. But here, I could look throughout the group and see that we were going on screen and off screen in a pattern like one of those invisible magic cameras that Carousel used was moving back and forth, zooming in until it could only capture one person at a time, and then back out. In fact, that revelation shocked me because I recognized that behavior. That was the same thing that happened when I filmed someone with my camera. And like Carousel's omniscient version, the camera that I used only put you on screen if you were in view. I stared into the corner, into the darkness, and I saw nothing. "What's going on?" Kimberly asked. No one had an answer except for Shasta, who barked. She was a mixed breed with long hair and a serious face. Even in the dim light, I could see her eyes were focused on something she was just daring to misbehave. Bobby had brought the animal whisperer trope, which gave his dogs the trope animals are psychic, allowing them to perceive things beyond their ordinary senses. A common trope in horror movies, however. Shasta and Doughboy were not the only ones with psychic powers in this storyline. Though it was not clear how my psychic grandmother background trope would manifest my abilities. This was a time travel storyline. So, what it meant to be psychic was kind of up in the air. Still, remembering back to the conversation Dina had had with her son, the one I had eavesdropped on, my mind wandered as I stared into the corner, trying to piece together what exactly it was that Shasta was perceiving. I jumped to my feet, took out my own camera, and started filming. Rec. SCP-250 2018-03. 3:15 100%. The corner was empty. There was nothing there. Just a floor and two walls meeting. The nothing moved to the left toward the window but soon moved back to the right. I couldn't see it, but Shasta could, and I trusted her. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Stop. I went on screen when I was filming because I was the one holding the camera. And I didn't stop being on screen when I turned the camera off. Taking a cue from Dina's little conversation, I flipped open the viewfinder and decided to look at the video I had just recorded. Place up to 250 2018-03. And I saw nothing. Maybe a few artifacts because the camera was having trouble filming at night and had changed its settings to night vision automatically. I could have sworn I saw some patterns in those artifacts, but a technological problem could easily explain it. I watched the video multiple times. Artifacts, just rogue pixels, moved back and forth where the nothing had walked toward the window and then back to the corner. Static played, and while it was just static, truly just static, I felt like I could hear something in it. It was hard to be sure if it wasn't just in my head, but I felt like I heard footsteps. Squeaking floorboards were common in the jailhouse. Kimberly and Logan were standing behind me, watching. "I don't see anything," Logan said as he squinted at the screen. And I didn't blame him because I wasn't even confident enough to say that those random artifacts meant anything either. But then something occurred to me. An idea. I knew that within this magic system, physical records that contained evidence of time travel would change as the past was changed, things like history books or snuff films. The past was a place that you could never find, despite how much evidence it left behind. Instead of relying on my eyes to see what was in the corner, I just tried to remember. Had I seen anything in the moonlight? Had I seen a depression on the floor, where these old floorboards had given way to something weighing them down? I pictured the moment Shasta had turned her head toward the window and turned her head back. And as I remembered that moment, a jolt of electricity jumped from my gut to my heart and out toward my fingers as I recalled something that I hadn't seen in the first place. There was a man in a trench coat standing in the corner. I remembered it. My visual memory had recorded it somehow, even though I wasn't aware of it at the time. The man stood in the corner, holding his large 90s camera. The generation killer had found us in a way I never expected. I nearly dropped the camera I was holding. "What?" Kimberly asked. "Something's over there," Bobby said. "The dogs are sure of it." "He wasn't wrong. It's him," I said. I stared at the corner and watched for a few seconds. Then I closed my eyes and tried to remember what I had seen. And sure enough, the scant traces of the man standing in the corner festered in my memory. My head started to hurt. He wasn't there, but I did remember him. "Here," I said. I grabbed a piece of newspaper off the ground that we have been using as very meager bedding and crumpled it up a little. "I want you to watch this paper," I said. "Watch it and remember everything that happens." Then, I threw the paper into the corner of the room. It bounced off the wall and gently fell to the ground, skidding not too far away from where Shasta was standing. "Now, close your eyes," I said, "and try to remember everything that just happened. Try to remember where the newspaper went, how it bounced off the wall." I did exactly what I was telling them to do. And as I did, I saw the paper. It did strike the wall, but it seemed to pass right through the man. He flinched as the paper passed through. Did the paper even register that he was standing there? Did it rock a bit as it sailed through? Maybe. I couldn't tell. Grant Lightner, one of the older versions of him, wasn't angry at all. I could tell he was saying something. But my auditory memory couldn't quite give me the answers. Humans were visual creatures, after all. Kimberly closed her eyes, and as she did, she opened them with a terrified look on her face. "He's here," she said, confused and scared. The others saw him too, one by one. "What are you guys seeing?" Antoine asked. It took him a moment to figure it out, but eventually, he too remembered seeing a man in the corner filming us. I continued to stare at him for a few seconds as the others grabbed their things to prepare to leave. He was old. He was in his 70s, at least. I would stare at the blank space in the corner, then try to remember what I saw. The exercise was exhausting, and I could hardly trust my memory because I feared my imagination was doing the work instead. Still, I remembered him reaching into his trench coat pocket, bringing out an old handheld radio with a long silver antenna. I saw him speaking into it. I noticed something else, too. I didn't see an amulet on him. Not a ring or a bracelet. Nothing. Maybe it was in a pocket, but the other versions always displayed theirs. He didn't seem to have one at all. And with a little bit of practice, I was finally able to do something that I had not been able to do by watching images of the man in videos. I could see him on the red wallpaper, if only for the briefest of moments. Grant Leitner, Generation Killer Plot Armor. Ropes always watching. The villain can obtain a visual of the players at any time. Open book. This villain will not resist most insight tropes, regardless of stats. Home layer advantage. The villain can travel freely and noticed, due to their knowledge of the setting and its passages, both public and secret. It plays with its food. This villain spends its time toying with victims. Often, it enjoys the playing more than the killing. No neighborhood watch. The villain will not be seen by NPC witnesses when off-screen. Tell me you got that. In a found footage film, all major moments will be caught on film in some way. Desperation. This villain is in a desperate situation. The worse their situation becomes, the more desperate and violent they will act. Debuffs Moxie and Savvy. Debuff Metal and Hustle and Settling Manner. Every time this villain fails a Moxie check, the player experiences fear and may become incapacitated very briefly. Bloodjoy. This villain is energized by carnage. Witnessing or participating in murder, mutilation, or similar will buff an assortment of stats. Nowhere to run. The setting for this story is isolated. There is no one to ask for help within the story, and nowhere to go that the enemy will not find you. Fungible enemy. This enemy is composed of countless largely interchangeable units whose numbers will not diminish until the scene is concluded. There always seems to be more to come than scene hand. This enemy is guided by a greater force. This guidance may be a part of the lore or the meta. Strength in numbers. The enemy is at its strongest in groups. Singling its members out will weaken them substantially. Intellectual curiosity. This villain will alter normal targeting to pursue players who trigger his curiosity. Headshots only. Only fatal or otherwise completely debilitating blows will take out this enemy. Minesweeper. This enemy or group of enemies will always lose a stat check related to a trap. Survivors and onlookers will never lose a check against a similar trap again. After a few minutes, I could no longer remember him standing there. I joined the others in preparing to leave. We were off-screen, so I explained his tropes to them. I was a bundle of nerves. I could barely think. We weren't just dealing with basic sci-fi time travel. We were dealing with something much scarier. Rec September 25, 2018 06. 24/7 100% suddenly. We didn't feel safe in the museum. What the heck was that? Logan asked as we found ourselves settling into the back booth at the diner. And why the hell are we in this fishbowl? I panned the camera around so that they could see all the windows in the diner. If there was someone looking for us, they would see us here, clearly. He doesn't have trouble finding us, Kimberly said. So we need to be somewhere where we can see him coming. Maybe, I don't know. She turned her attention away from Logan. Anna, she said. Did he do anything like that before? Anna sat in the booth, eyes wide open, confused. I don't know, she said. I don't remember anything like that. But I told you that he can always find you. Once he knew that you existed, he was always going to be able to find you. You said that if we hid in the past, we could stay safe. Logan said. Did we just cause all those deaths for nothing? I didn't know that would happen, Anna said. We need to find Camden. Maybe he knows something about this. The list of things that we hope Camden knows grows ever longer, Logan said. Logan was really good at the internal conflict part. He could act simultaneously worried and a bit antagonistic. But then he could turn on charm to almost make himself seem more human because of his worry. I wondered if he would show Ramona the ropes because that was something that hysterics also did, especially defiant hysterics. We just need to get to a place where we don't have to worry about that man or whatever he is, Logan said. Look, Anna said. Camden is in walking distance right now. The only problem is that I'm there too. And I don't know what happens if we show up before I leave. They continued talking, and I decided to pan the camera around the diner, showing the individual NPCs. As a reaction to our decision to go there, the NPCs had been changed out. One in particular that I noticed was a cop sitting at the bar area, just out of hearing range of where we were. But the thing that made him peculiar was that he had his police radio. I could hear reports coming in over it, and he was listening to them while drinking his coffee. He wasn't that important of a character. His title was police officer, without even a last name. I assumed Carousel was trying to tell us something. After zooming in on his radio, I turned the camera back to the others and said, "Did you guys notice that the guy had a radio? Generation killer?" Kimberly asked. "Can we stop calling him that?" Logan asked. "Yes, Grant Leitner," I answered. "The boogeyman. The guy that travels through your memories or the past or something like that. He had a radio, an old-fashioned one with a long silver antenna." "Did you guys see it?" "Yeah," Kimberly said. I heard a bark from outside and turned the camera around to zoom in on Bobby, who was outside with the dogs. Nothing else happened, but everyone at the table held their breath. Turning the camera back to them, I said, "I think that's it. I think that radio is a way for him to communicate with his other selves." Was that the hint that Carousel was giving us by putting the police officer there? We knew that he had a trope called always watching, and having one of his alternate selves somehow stuck outside of time with a radio was one way for that trope to be used. He could spy on us anytime now that he had our scent, so to speak. The paper that I threw had passed right through him, which should mean that we were not going to be able to kill him. But the other versions of him seemed flesh and blood enough from Anna's descriptions. Whether or not we could kill them was a different question. Behind me, the policeman's radio started to go off. "All units be advised. We have multiple disturbances. Stand by for details," a woman's voice said over the radio. The police officer stood up and said something into his radio. I couldn't quite catch it because the radio was still going off. Multiple fires reported throughout Carousel. Robberies reported at 4th and Glibly, and at Milk and Dower. Someone's run a car through the entrance of the mall. Stand by, the voice said over the radio, clearly flustered. The cop quickly walked out the door, yelling behind him, "I'll pay when I get back. I have to go." The waitress, who was also the owner, waved him off. She looked very concerned and lifted a small TV out from under the counter, flipping it on. As soon as she did, it went right to the news, but I couldn't get a good angle on it. All I could see was the orange glow of fire being filmed from a helicopter. There was a loud bang on the glass as Bobby tried to get our attention. Outside, it wasn't quite light yet. There was still a rind of darkness in the sky. And yet, as we all ran outside, I panned the camera to see the skyline. The clouds above reflected that same orange that the TV had shown. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. "What the heck is happening?" Bobby asked. It was hectic. I could hear sirens all around, police, fire, and ambulance services in all directions. "Is this about us?" Kimberly asked. What an absurd question to ask in real life, but in this situation, it was the only logical answer. "He's committing crimes all over the place," Logan asked. "To what end?" I made sure to get a shot of everyone as we stared at the glowing fires in the distance, their black smoke trails snaking up into the sky from at least half a dozen locations. "Why would he do this?" Antoine asked. "What's his game?" I knew this one. "It's like Die Hard with a vengeance. He's committing crimes all over town." "Why would someone want to do that?" I said. "Unless you needed the police distracted. If you don't want to have to deal with the police, you act sneaky," Logan said. "You don't start fires all over town." We were racing across the parking lot in the direction of Dyer's Lake. "You do if the place you're trying to do crime at is the police station," I said. I got a good shot of Logan realizing what I had figured out already. STOP Rec SCP 250 2018 7 hours 15 minutes and 14 seconds 80%. We found a cabin that had been part of a motel at some point in time, one that was now clearly abandoned. Antoine had kept my television inside his duffel bag, using his luggage tag, which could now carry more thanks to receiving new tags after the werewolf storyline. We pretended like we had found it at the cabin. We had to plug it in with an extension cord, which we had also brought, running it to an outlet that had been part of the camping area, now overgrown and unused. I turned on the TV, and just like the one at the diner, this one immediately turned to the news. It was a classic trope, and we didn't even have to bring it into the story. Good morning, the news anchor said. We begin with a stunning attack overnight at the Carousel Police Department. A group of men used a stolen bulldozer to smash through the front of the downtown station, overpowering officers and kidnapping a man from lockup. Police say the man wasn't suspected of any crime but was being held for a mental health evaluation. The attackers moved quickly, escaping before backup could arrive. Authorities believe the attack was carefully timed. Officers were stretched thin responding to multiple emergencies across the city. This morning, police are searching for the suspects and the man they took. Anyone with information is urged to come forward. More updates as they come in. I continued filming as the news station cut to footage from overhead. A group of men wearing overcoats and fedoras dragging a man in a business suit out of the police station and into an abandoned warehouse nearby. That's the guy who bumped into us, Kimberly said. The guy that we accidentally dragged back here. He must have gone to the police and told them that he got dragged back in time, Bobby said. No wonder he was up for a mental evaluation. Kimberly turned to Anna. We have to go get Camden. But I thought we had to wait until I left, Anna said. And that's not until tomorrow. We don't have time to wait, Kimberly said. Consequences be damned. If Generation Killer is already here, that means you may have already left. If they came for you already, you'd be gone. But I don't remember any of that, Anna said. It's all we have to go on. We have to go get your friend, Kimberly said. It's now or never. We were in a dilemma. We still had miles to go to get to Camp Dyer, where Anna and Camden were supposed to be, and Generation Killer was liable to show up anywhere along our route, unless someone drew their attention. Someone who had less plot armor than everyone else. Kimberly looked me in the eye because she knew that was the plan. I nodded. I hoped I could escape these guys long enough to make it to Second Blood. But who could know? The real trick was making it look natural. There was a knock at the door, and Bobby's dog started barking at whatever was outside. Did I dare open the door just for the fun of it? Of course not. But that would totally happen in a horror movie. Instead, we struggled to get one of the back windows open. It had been sealed shut with paint. The knocking got louder. I tried to sneak a look out the front window of the cabin, only to see 3 separate Grant Leitners standing outside blank-faced, in a true jump scare. One of the men stepped right in front of the window I was looking out of, as if he'd been waiting next to it. Hey ya, fella, he said in a friendly manner, but his smile did not reach his eyes. I rushed back to the other side of the room, where Antoine had managed to get the window open, and people were starting to get out. As cameraman, it was my job to go last. Antoine was out. Anna was next. Then Kimberly. Then Logan. Then Bobby got out, and they carefully lifted his dogs out and over to the outside. Then it was my turn. I went to leave. But just as I was about to get through the window, Generation Killer arrived. Right next to it, with that same soulless-eyed expression, he said, "Hey y'all fella. I was hoping to talk to you. Stop." I didn't have a lot of options. My oblivious bystander strategy was out the window, and I had no guarantee that I had higher hustle than this Generation Killer or any of the others. What I could do was talk to him off-screen because of the method to the madness. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but it felt like it could act as a distraction. So, I turned the camera off after shaking it, making it look like there was a struggle. I stood in the back part of the cabin. He was knocking at the front door. He was standing at the back door. He was all over. "What are you doing this for?" I asked. "I just want to go home," he said. "And if that is ever going to happen, I can't have you all running around making noise," said the guy who just committed crimes all over town. "You're a time traveler," I said. What could possibly stop you from going home? He started to laugh as if what I had said struck an ancient nerve, one that had been holding back a metric ton of frustration. He was standing right outside the window, but I decided to take the opportunity. I noticed that he was wearing an amulet. This one was smaller than the one Anna carried. While he was distracted, I grabbed at it, simultaneously pushing him back. Then, I was out the window and running as fast as I could. RECSEP 250 2018 7 hours 19 minutes and 41 seconds 80% as I ran. I put my hand up in front of the camera to show that I had just grabbed an amulet, tripped it right off the neck of the guy. I turned the camera to show him regaining his footing next to the window. That would have to do. The others were gone. It was just me and my bright ideas. I ran in the direction of Camp Dyer Pure West. As I passed by another cabin, who stepped out from behind it but Generation Killer. "Hey fella," he said. He was holding a radio like the one the killer we had seen in our memories had. "We need to talk." "I don't mean you no harm, come honest." He was clearly lying. His smile told me that I knew it. Even if I didn't have higher moxie than him, I would have known it. But because of his unsettling manner trope, as soon as I detected his lie, I felt the chill down my spine, a part of the building tension that would eventually lead to incapacitation if I wasn't careful. He was a weird guy, and not in some explicit way, like having blood on his clothes or whatever other obvious signs of being off that movies used. He was strange just from the way he looked at me. He enjoyed how his off demeanor affected others. I gave him a wide berth. He didn't really chase me. He jogged toward me for a bit, but then he stopped, didn't continue running after me. As I continued down the path, I came across a bridge, and as I crossed it, a man who had been underneath the bridge walked up the embankment after me, saying, "Hey fella." I didn't stick around to hear whatever he was going to say. I just ran. STOP Rec SCP 250 2018 7 hours 35 minutes and 2 seconds 80%. I arrived to a Camp Dyer in chaos. I could hear screaming in the woods, and I set myself on filming it. Of course, not getting caught was important too. I did technically have the lowest plot armor. If Camden was really here, that would mean we were tied. In a way, I liked that because it meant I could protect him. I just had to find him first. That wasn't the hardest thing ever. I could see his handiwork everywhere. Canonically, they had been here for a day or so. Maybe a bit more. But as I surveyed the traps sprung around the camp, I realized that this could not have all been done in that time. He and Anna must have worked off screen. One Generation Killer hung by the ankle from a rope. Another one was trying to help him down. In the distance, about half a football field away, I saw a Generation Killer crawling out of a hole and cursing someone in the distance. As I ran toward him, I saw that the hole had been dug into the sand at the volleyball pit next to the forest, right across from Dyer's lodge. Zooming in, I saw a tarp had been placed over it. As I got closer, I saw him clutching his leg, which had been skewered by a sharpened stick. Suddenly, the red jewel he wore around his neck started to glow, and in an instant, he disappeared. Moments later, another Generation Killer walked out of the woods with a slight limp, stared down at the hole, and said, "I'm going to have to make you pay for that, sport." Suddenly, I realized why they had the trope headshots only. Any major damage you did to them would allow them to time travel, recover, and then return. And since they were also immune to any trap they had fallen for or seen someone fall for, they would never be hurt by that trap again. I was far enough away that he didn't see me. He also didn't see when Antoine ran up behind him and pushed him back into the hole. I ran over in that direction, and as I filmed into the hole, it was clear that this time, he was not going to get back out. A stake had embedded itself in his chest. I stepped down into the hole, carefully avoiding the sharpened sticks, grabbed the jewel from around his neck, and shoved it into my pocket. My plan had been to grab them off as many of the men as I could, but ideally, I would be grabbing them off living Generation Killers, not dead ones. Still, I saw the shiny thing, and I grabbed it, following my plan. A strange thing happened afterward. The Generation Killer I had just stolen the jewel from disappeared, but not like he had previously when he time traveled. It almost looked like he was washed away, as if some invisible wave had just pushed him across the ground, dragging the spike that had skewered his heart with him. And as he was dragged, He sank into the ground until I didn't see him anymore. I looked up at Antoine, and he looked down at me. "What the heck?" he said. "I have no idea," I said, shaking my head. "We have to go find the others." Antoine nodded. We started to run into the woods, toward a group of buildings where Anna said Camden would be dot in the distance. I saw a small cabin, and through the window, there was a red glow. That would be Anna, the original Anna, disappearing. She had chopped her own fingers off, or at least one of them. Not far from this cabin was a larger building, a cantina, where the campers could buy food and other treats. There were 4 generation killers standing at the entrance. Camden was somewhere inside. They banged on the door and screamed at him, saying something I couldn't quite hear, but it didn't strike the normal tone. It was that off, slightly friendly manner that would creep anyone out if they heard it. There was no response, so one of the men grabbed the door handle and opened the door. That was a mistake. As he opened the door, something up above them fell out of a window. It had a string tied to it, a simple trap. That thing was a giant pot of boiling oil. It fell directly onto the generation killers standing there. They all started to scream in agony, with 2 of them moving quickly away from the building as they started to glow red and disappeared. The other 2 just dropped to the ground, grasping their faces as their skin melted off until they passed out, whether from pain, blood loss, or whatever it is that kills you when you have boiling oil dumped on you. Then the strange phenomenon I had noticed before happened again. One of them, one that looked like he had died first, started to move along the ground, as if being pushed. He slowly fell into the ground, leaving behind a bracelet with a red jewel on it. Not 20 seconds later, the other one, the one that had gotten the worst of the oil, did the same. He scooted along the ground as if being pushed by a gentle wave until he phased below the earth, leaving behind a necklace with a jewel on it. I didn't know what to make of that. Shortly after, 2 more generation killers ran toward the building, both of them sporting burn scars on their faces. They had traveled to a different time, healed up, and then returned. This time, they entered the building with a vengeance. "Where are the others?" I asked Antoine. "I don't know," he said. "There must be more killers around here," I said. "Hopefully everyone is safe." "Hopefully he's safe," Antoine said, eyeing the building where we knew Camden to be. I could hear him screaming in there, but not a scream of pain, more of rage. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. If you come any closer, I'm going to make you wish you had killed me," Camden yelled. Antoine and I were too far away to get there quickly. We ducked behind a bush when a group of generation killers approached the building. "What do we do?" Antoine asked. "They're about to kill him," I would have agreed, except I saw something that all the generation killers had not. There was a trampoline set up on the side of the building, right next to the side where the boiling oil had been spilled. The trampoline was right beneath one of the upstairs windows. "Quick, follow me," I said. Instead of going directly toward the building, we angled around and circled it so that we could run toward the trampoline. Sure enough, moments after we started running toward it, the window opened, and my childhood best friend jumped out. He landed on the trampoline with a pained look on his face, bounced a few times, then rolled off the side. He had blood all over himself. His Hawaiian shirt had been torn in several places. The blood was largely dried. He looked pale and sweaty. His arm was missing at the elbow, but it had been bandaged up. As soon as he was off the trampoline, he reached into his pocket, withdrew a small silver object, flicked it, and then held it up a Zippo lighter. He gently tossed it through a first-floor window, right next to the trampoline, then turned and ran. The surprise on his face when he saw me and Antoine was genuine and a bit out of character, because his character wouldn't know us. Still, he ran to us quickly. I thought he was going for a hug, but clearly, he was trying to usher us away from the building. And for good reason. We turned and ran with him, just as the building behind us became engulfed in flames with a loud roar of an explosion. The force was so strong that it pushed us forward, and I fell to the ground, protecting the camera, making sure to turn back and get a good look at the wreckage. Only one burst of red light from about 7 men who were inside. Not a bad ratio. As we stood up, Camden started to say something, but Antoine interrupted him. "Your friend Anna came and told us that we had to save you." Camden froze for a moment, then started nodding his head. Yeah, You know Anna. Where is she? Is she okay? She was fine last time we saw her. I said, come on. We have to go. We have to meet the others at the rendezvous point. Stop. I turned off the camera so that we could have a moment with Camden. Both Antoine and I hugged him, and Camden got emotional. You came. I can't believe it worked, he said. I can't believe it all worked. He had theoretically died believing rescue tropes were a thing of the past and had clung to the hope that what he read in the atlas was true. The relief he was feeling was palpable. All because of you, I said. We got it figured out as best as we could. We couldn't have done any of it without you. So, everyone else at Camp Dyer, he started to say. Everything went according to plan, I said. And we have a lot of rescuing to do starting with you. He nodded and stared down at the ground. These guys are fucking crazy, Riley, he said. Yeah, and you're going to tell us all about it too, but first, we have to get out of here. Yeah, let's go, he said. Honestly, I thought that if I asked Anna to bring you guys back here to save me, that Carousel would do something terrible. There's still time, I said. RECSEP 250 2018 7 hours 48 minutes and 5 seconds 80%. My camera started recording on its own. As we made our way toward the rendezvous point, the motel where we had watched the video, for lack of a better place, we started to see 5 or 6, then 10 to 12 generation killers running toward us. But they weren't exactly interested in us. Hey y'all, fella. One of them screamed. You better start running. You don't want these creeps to get you. What creeps? The generation killers just ran past us. They seemed to have lost all interest in us. Right after them, we saw Kimberly, Bobby and his dogs, and Anna running toward us. That was what really gave us pause. We stopped running and waited for them to reach us. Kimberly was holding Antoine's duffel bag, which contained among other things all of the tapes we had found behind the wall. Camden, Anna screamed. They embraced. And then we all turned and started running in the same direction. What are we running from? Kimberly looked at me as if contemplating her words. Carousel, she said. They're hunting us down. They got Logan. They got Logan. How in the world would they have done that? They shouldn't have even been targeting him if they were enemies. This reeked of a subplot. We started running. And as we did, it turned out that the generation killers hadn't completely forgotten us. 3 of them jumped out at us from one direction, and then 4 from another. Antoine instantly and mercilessly pummeled one of them. He may have still had a little wolf in him. Kimberly and Anna ran toward Bobby, who was already running away from the generation killers on our left. His dogs scared the bejesus out of the killers, and for good reason. Shasta and Doughboy might have been good dogs, but they were giant. 2 of the assailants went directly for Camden. We are not done talking to you, one of them said. As he spoke, a look of terror moved over Camden's face. They grabbed him and started pulling him away. I did my best, but against 2 of them, I wasn't able to stop them from taking Camden. Riley, come on, Kimberly screamed at me. Antoine had killed a generation killer, snapped his neck, and Anna's jewel had started lighting up. Kimberly only just seemed to notice that Camden was not with them. If they were going one way, I needed to get to Camden. We didn't come this far to lose him. One of the generation killers pulled out a knife. I screamed. But he didn't stab Camden. Another generation killer standing next to him said, Wait, what are you doing? Just do it to the kid. Sorry, friend, but we still need this one. And you lost your jewel. The knife-wielding killer said. Then he stabbed his doppelganger in the chest. That was the killer I had stolen a jewel from. I was stuck holding the camera. I felt like I was being given a choice. But maybe I was reading too much into it. I had 3 options. I could stay here and try to rescue Logan. I had a jewel, which meant that I could travel through time. I could go with Kimberly, Anna, Bobby, and Antoine and continue with the main story. Or I could go with the choice I was obviously going to make. I could follow Camden wherever that might lead. I ran toward Camden as the generation killer's jewels started to light up. I ran and grabbed Camden's leg, holding on as tightly as I could. The red light of the jewels intensified, and once again, I found myself on solid ground as the world around me began to shift. I saw everything at once, and I filmed everything at once. This time, it was easier to see. I was more used to it. I saw Logan in handcuffs in the back of a nondescript car, surrounded by men in suits. He was quipping. They were Carousel agents, it said so right on the red wallpaper. Carousel had already been name-dropped in the story, so I wasn't exactly shocked to see them here. We knew they were studying the meteorite. Logan's friend at the museum had assured us of that. One of the agents held a little machine with a red flashing light on it. I was sure it was used to detect something related to time travel. I was sorry I wasn't able to get to Logan. I just had to hope that he would find a way to make the best of his circumstances. I could also see, not too far away, Anna, Kimberly, and Antoine, but Bobby was gone. I had to look around to find him. His dogs had pulled him away right in the middle of a time jump. The others looked terrified that he had left them. I couldn't figure out why his dogs would do that until I saw where they were headed. In the kaleidoscope of a million forests and dozens of generation killers, there was one that stood out among the others, because he wasn't surrounded by a glowing red. He was holding the camera and filming us. It was the old one, the one we had seen in our memories, the one on the other side of time. And as I watched him, I began to see something in all the chaos, something I hadn't noticed before. The way time seemed to move, like currents in a river, flowing, ebbing, chasing forward. We weren't moving through that river. The river was moving around us. The voyeur, the one with the camera, was standing on solid ground. And time didn't seem to affect him at all. Bobby, too, was standing upon that ground made of something I didn't understand, as if a million pieces of universes had been ground into smooth black sand. The shores of time. The shores that washed the dead generation killers away from where they didn't belong and pushed them onto those ignoble sands of blackness where Bobby and his dogs now tread. Dozens of bodies. Dozens upon dozens of those trenchcoat-wearing bodies that had died and been swept onto those black shores. The river of time, with its many currents, streams, and tributaries, moved and tricked my eyes into seeing a kaleidoscope when I wasn't focusing. A river that took a blender to my mind just for attempting to understand it. I looked backward and saw a bright light. I looked forward and saw a black light. And between the two lights was everything. And suddenly, a story that didn't really make sense started putting puzzle pieces together. And still, I didn't know what I was looking at. Stop. Camden Trine is the scholar. No aspect has been chosen. Current trope limit. Camden has a plot armor score of 18, metal of 2, moxie of 2. Hustle of 2, savvy of 8, and grit of 4. Eureka. Helps him find important information within text. Right tool for the job. Buff, savvy, and metal when fighting an enemy with their weakness. Zippos are cheap boosts. Savvy for plans that expend a Zippo lighter. Hide and seek allows him to outsmart an enemy during a chase instead of outrunning them. Photographic memory allows him to display visual information committed to memory on the red wallpaper. The immobile genius allows him to send allies off to enact a plan, giving them a temporary savvy boost. Peer review allows him to recognize if documentation has been altered and how. RECSEP 250 2018 8 hours 8 minutes and 25 seconds 80% when we landed. We were standing in a large industrial complex, right in front of something that could have been a cement factory or a nuclear silo. I had no idea. All I could see were giant metal structures jutting into the sky. It had that generic quality, it could have been anything. Immediately, Generation Killer let go of Camden and started running along the path into the structure. Come on, Camden said, grabbing my shirt. So I followed him. You want us to follow him? I asked. We need to run. There's no use, Camden said. You need to see this. So I continued to run as a strange smoke started to rise from the top of the industrial building next to us. Camden, what's going on? I asked. That building's about to melt down, he said, trying his best to keep pace with the Generation Killer in front of us. The killer was on a beeline toward a smaller building that kind of looked like a payphone vestibule. He rushed in through the door, and by the time we caught up, all I could see was him smacking a button on the wall constantly. Suddenly, alarms started to blare around the building. I told you there was no stopping him, Camden said. Generation Killer came back out to us. That was a close one, wasn't it, bucko? You almost tripped me up, he said. Suddenly, the doors around the building started to open, and workers began to evacuate en masse. Steam was rising up in the place where the smoke had been, and the workers who were coming out were gawking at it. One said, "Oh, thank God. Guess again." Wait a second, I said. Did he just save all those people? That wasn't really his mo. Double quotes yes, Camden said. But they weren't supposed to be saved. I looked at him funny, but that, of course, didn't show up on film. Then something possibly even stranger than time travel started to happen. I realized that I could suddenly see the stars. The blue sky was gone. It didn't get dark, the light was still shining on things. And everything even had shadows, but instead of a blue sky, it was space. With no light pollution at all. What in the world? I muttered as I filmed the sky above. Red streaks cracks started to spread around the sky. And suddenly, we were not just dealing with one generation killer. Multiple showed up. What did you bring them here for? One of them yelled out. I started filming from my pocket, trying to hide the camera. So, I didn't get the best shots. Still, it was better than losing the camera. If they saw it, they didn't care. Interrogation. Just follow in orders, fella. The generation killer that had brought us said, could use a hand. If you're handy. The other killers laughed. Did you hear that? He said he could sure use a hand. You see, that one is missing a hand. Another generation killer said. Some of them laughed. Others rolled their eyes. I looked at Camden, and he looked very annoyed. They have the worst sense of humor. No wonder Carousel only showed glimpses of them on screen. Shouldn't we run? I whispered. There wouldn't be any point, he said. I really wanted Camden to start explaining what was happening, but he looked numb. Tired. Still, I needed an explanation. What is going on? I asked. That factory or plant was supposed to explode, have a meltdown, but it didn't, he said. Okay, but shouldn't that just put us on a different timeline? One where the plant never exploded? Normally, Camden said, but this isn't normal. I didn't want to press him. Instead, I just turned off the camera. Stop Rec SCP 250 2018-08. 20 for 25 80%. The generation killers led us to their hangout in this broken world. It just happened to be the Carousel Casino. As we were shoved through the entrance, I saw that there were dozens of generation killers gambling on slot machines, just passing the time. It was a large casino, and despite the generation killers being there, there were also NPCs who weren't completely oblivious but still didn't seem to care about what was going on around them. So, normal degenerate gamblers. We were led to the elevators and then brought up to the 13th floor of the hotel. They took us to one of the rooms, shoved us inside, and closed the door. We're two of the generation killers guarding the door. I ran to the window, just to see if there was some way to open it, but there clearly wasn't. That was fairly realistic. In the real world, casino hotels often don't have windows that open. Back in room 1304, Camden said. He was legitimately upset. He was scared. I couldn't blame him. And I didn't want to seem too jaded. But I knew our best way out was to stay proactive. He needed a pep talk. Stop. We were silent at first. I had trouble reading what was going through his mind. So, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to assume that he had trauma he didn't have. And I didn't want to ignore him if he needed to talk. Finally, he spoke. Plot armor 36, huh? He asked. Yeah, I said. Suddenly, I'm a hard worker. We made our way to the couch in the room and sat down. How long has it been? I could tell that he was afraid of my answer. A year, plus or minus a few time skips, I said. Then, after thinking for a moment, I asked, how about for you? What do you remember? He looked up at me and said, everything. For a moment, he didn't say anything more, but then he elaborated, leaning back on the couch and setting what remained of his arm across his chest as if to relax it. I had to do it all twice, he said. They cut off my arm. I fought like hell. I learned everything there was to know about what was going on. I had a whole battle plan. We were going to get the atlas and send it to you guys. I managed to escape and meet up with Anna, and it worked. We found the atlas. Then she escaped as they caught up with me. I took out a few, and then they killed me. That's what Anna said, I said. And then I woke back up, right back here, with both my arms again. But this time, everything was different. This time I was in a suite, and not a basement. This time, the rules were all switched around. And there were dozens, maybe even hundreds of generation killers instead of the 12 I originally had. I thought that this was what death was going to be like, that we were just going to repeat over and over again until rescued. It all happened over again. They cut off my arm again. And this time, I researched and everything had changed. They were filming things. And the rules are bigger, grander. And this time, you showed up before they killed me. It hurts my head to even think about. Like the memories are raw and touchy. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I had not considered that Carousel might go that route. Anna had a trope that allowed her to perform in her own rescue. Camden didn't. And though the mechanics of time travel allowed him to, there would have to be a price. Well, I don't think we were originally supposed to rescue you, I said. Probably not, Camden agreed. He drew inward when he was upset. You're a scholar, and you were set up to have a lot of knowledge. But then all of the facts changed, I said. So I had to do it again. That was my punishment, you know. As soon as I said to Anna that you should try to rescue me before the storyline was done, I knew it was going to be trouble. I really hate these guys, Riley. It's like they intentionally try to creep you out with their weird sense of humor. I nodded. They have a trope for that, I said. I must have had an awkward manner or something. He took a deep breath. You know, for me, it's only been a couple of weeks, maybe a little more. You don't have to talk to me like we're at a funeral. You're the one that's been missing me. He didn't like pity. He was the first of our group to die. He hadn't handled that well, and he hated when people tried to comfort him. And you're the one who's been on vacation, I said. He smiled. Exactly. So, I don't need any more pity. All right. I didn't mean to pity you, I said. It's just, rescuing you has been on my mind every waking hour in recent memory. It can be a little hard to remember that you have been taking the nap part of dirt nap seriously. He was being tough. Yeah, sure, he said. It's all fun and games. They even let me gamble. No one wins or loses, but they still do it because they're insane. And 90% of them are idiots. No wonder they had such limited dialogue. Discovered time travel. Somehow, they got trapped in our group of timelines, and they don't like it. They're really mad about it, and they want to destroy things just because. Standard time travel serial killer stuff. Or at least it would be if that was a common thing in movies. The one I talked to said he wanted to go home, I said. Oh yeah? And did you know that it's our fault that they can't go home? That any time you beg them to stop hurting you, they'll bring that up as if it's justification. The pain is one thing, but the fact that you can't even debate with these meatheads is worse. He was working to contain not just trauma, but rage. He took a deep breath. Luckily, they're easy to trick. They have a trope where they fail every moxie check, but it ends up coming back to bite you. You get the willies. Camden said. They'll apologize for that. They'll say, sorry if I gave you the willies. I was just checking in. I started to laugh. As soon as we get out of here, we're going to find a serial killer who's actually well-adjusted and articulate, I said. Yeah, someone you could have a conversation with, Camden agreed. A Hannibal Lecter. We laughed and continued with the small talk for a little while longer, but we had work to do. So, about this time travel thing. I hear there are no paradoxes, surely. I misunderstood something. Anna had tried to explain it, but she didn't get the finer details. That is a whole barrel of monkeys, Camden said. That's what they call it, a barrel of monkeys. Every time you try and work on it, one will walk up. Look at what you've been researching, and they'll say, oh, that's a whole barrel of monkeys, one after another. He really hated these guys. That sounds like torture, I said. And I can't even cover up both of my ears, he said, straining against the pain in his butchered arm. We laughed again, and laughing hurt his stump. So, he tried not to do it for too long. If you want to know how time travel works, look behind you, he said. And I did. What I saw was a drawing on the wallpaper of the hotel room. You did this? I asked. He nodded. They wanted me to explain it to them, just to check their understanding. And they have none. The smart ones get it but pretend they don't, just to mess with you. The dumb ones don't get it but pretend they do. Well, it is a whole barrel of monkeys, I said, straining. He got up from the couch and went over to the diagram he had drawn, trying to walk me through it. It started out pretty simple. On the far left, there was a node labeled Event A. On the far right of the diagram, there was another node labeled Event B. Between them was the typical diverging branches timeline illustration you would see in any time travel movie. The only difference was that, eventually, These branches started to converge at one point event B. Any of the branches that did not lead to event B were crossed out. Alright, so buckle up. We need to practice this so I can say it on film, Camden said. I'm all ears, I said. Good. Event B will happen. Always, Camden said. There is nothing that can possibly prevent it. Any reality where event B is no longer possible ends up like this. He pointed out the window to the stars in the sky. Despite the daylight, broken, set aside, the rules don't matter anymore. These guys made it into their own little kingdom. This is their hideout. A place out of time, I said. So if the planet doesn't melt down, event B can't happen, right? But hold off on calling this a place out of time. The place out of time is something else. You might have seen it when we were traveling to get here. The shores of time, I said. Yes, he said. How did you know that? Dina has this whole subplot where her teenage son, who was your friend, Gabriel, got lost on the other side of time at the same time that you guys left the roller rink. Gabriel, Camden muttered. I'll have to make note of that, he said. Yeah, she's got her own thing going. As always, I said. I copied this diagram directly from what the smart ones already had written, Camden said. He had a trope that allowed him to copy visual information onto the red wallpaper directly. It was quite the cheat code. So, here's the thing about event B if it doesn't happen. That is the paradox of all paradoxes. That's what I meant when I said there were no paradoxes. It's because, oh great, I don't know how to explain this to the audience. Well, just try to explain it to me, and then I'll work with you on it. We did the same thing with Anna, I said. Okay, he said. You know how gravity works, right? How everything puts off a gravitational field. This couch and that desk over there are both putting off gravitational fields. You and I are both putting off gravitational fields. So why are these things not attracting to each other across space? It's because we're just friends, I said. Oh haha. What I'm talking about is why does this couch not gravitationally attract to that table over there? He paused, but not long enough for me to answer. It's because of the Earth, right? The Earth is so massive and has such a big gravitational force that all of these other gravitational fields are basically cancelled out. Yes, I said. Robin Williams explained that in FLUBB or go on, right? Well, I think that this paradox, the forces of physics that we can't even begin to understand, work substantially the same way. He paused for a moment as if struggling to put it into words. The physical forces that work to prevent the paradox of event B not occurring are so massive that other paradoxes basically don't mean anything in their wake. Right. They're not causing any problems because they're in the I don't know paradoxical field of event B. I already lost the audience. This doesn't even make sense. But it's how things work here, I swear. I thought for a moment. I understand, I said. So it's like if you're at a river and you throw a giant rock into it. It could cause all kinds of ripple effects. But if the river is about to go off a waterfall, nothing ends up mattering. That's good, he said. Anyway, that's why you can go back in time and do pretty much whatever you want. You won't trigger a real paradox because the forces pulling all causality toward event B will fix anything that you break more or less. Like when you kill a copy of the Generation Killer, and he gets washed away to the shores of time, I said. That's it, Camden answered. You're right, that is confusing. Maybe we shouldn't try to explain this to the audience. Just leave it vague so that the nerds can pretend to understand it for clout. The word time anomaly will come in handy. He shrugged. So what happens if you go back in time and kill your grandfather? I asked. You and your jewel enter a timeline where you were never born. When you leave, that timeline just kind of stops existing and the main branch timelines are all that are left. For some reason, there are only a finite number of stable timelines, a big number, but not actually infinite. No, if you kill your grandfather in a lot of different timelines, you might be able to change something. You might change a whole branch. These guys ran a lot of experiments but weren't exactly geniuses. It's a meteorite. I said, not a jewel. Meteorite. He repeated. Even if you can change a stable timeline, the forces at play are so strong that causality will just stitch together some alternate reason for everything that needs to happen to happen. That's why only mass death creates perceptible timeline branches. He stopped and thought for a moment. We view time as being this delicate thing. where a butterfly can flap its wings and cause a hurricane, but that's just not true. Time is powerful. It's all consuming. It's inevitable. He looked at me seriously. Riley, I think it's the real monster of this storyline. Yeah, but that's cheating. I said, time is the enemy in every storyline. No, I mean it, he said. Here. There is one rule: event B happens. Always. And these guys, they're scared out of their minds about it. Go more into that, I said. They're different ages because when they came to this group of timelines, some of them stopped time traveling as much, so they aged in whatever year they were left in. A lot of them took a while to figure out how time travel worked in the first place. But any of them that lives past the year 2025 never comes back. So that is when event B is supposed to happen. 2025, I repeated. Massive inevitable event that must happen. They think it's the end of the world, he said. I just don't know. What do you think they mean when they say they're trapped and they want to go home? I asked. I'm still working on it. There are pieces of information I haven't had time to sift through. Look at this, he said. He pointed to another illustration he had made. This one was a map of the Carousel River Valley. He grabbed the marker from his pocket, took off the cap with his teeth, and started drawing little squiggles all over the map. Then, taking the cap out of his teeth, he said, I don't know what these squiggles are. They've got this map inside of their little study area. I got a good look at it, and I have it on the red wallpaper, but I don't know what they mean. This wasn't there the first time. In fact, the wall that it was on was just blank, which leads me to believe that it was supposed to be there. But maybe we didn't do something, so we didn't get that information. We're learning a lot about how stories work, I said. If you don't activate a subplot, it just isn't going to be there. And some subplots are really necessary. So, what do you think the squiggles are? Camden asked. There are more. I could draw them all day. I looked at the map. Well, this squiggle here is right on top of the original Carousel settlement, I said. You can tell because it's right there where the river hooks. I stared at it a little longer. I still wasn't sure. We tried our best to come up with theories, but we were running short. The good news, if you could call it good news, was that we were technically not part of the main character group, which meant we had a lot of off-screen time. I spent a lot of it wearing my headphones and listening to what other people were doing. Logan was sassing a Carousel agent who was interrogating him. Interestingly, the agent didn't seem aggressive or mean, just curious, almost friendly. Maybe they were playing good cop, bad cop. Or maybe they weren't antagonists, which would be wonderful. It made sense that they would arrest Logan. Not only did he have a criminal background, which would make for a good back and forth, but he was the one who activated the Carousel subplot by talking to his museum scientist friend. When it cut away from him, it cut to Anna. They were mostly in a hideout phase right now, planning how to rescue the rest of us. I also heard dogs barking a lot, and I recognized the dogs. Bobby's two hounds were leading him around on the other side of time, and he was so polite to those dogs. When he talked to them, it was like he thought they were people. Heck, if they helped us win this story, I'd let them eat at the dinner table. I stared at the diagrams Camden had made and asked myself how important an understanding of the time travel rules was for us to win. Event B. Something that occurred in all timelines but would not occur in this one because the plant didn't melt down. Curious. It was a whole barrel of monkeys. Rec September 25, 2018 13. 512 80%. So, is it safe to assume that right now we're between events A and B? I asked. I'd hope so, Camden said, seeing as right now, event A is the most likely the Carousel River Valley meteor strike. That had actually been my insight, but we were going to let Camden have it. There was no way that the meteor had been brought up this many times without at least being one of the major events in this temporal anomaly. I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around this, I said. You're telling me that between event A and event B, logical contradictions can exist with minimal resistance by reality itself. I'm not telling you that I understand it. I'm telling you that I observe it, Camden said. And what you observe trumps what you understand every time. That had been something Camden was struggling with. He wanted to understand everything. In movies, that just wasn't going to happen. I told him to just embrace it. So, every copy of this guy has their own fragment of the meteorite. And as long as they have that, they can jump around time and do whatever they want, and it doesn't matter. It would seem so, Camden said. I had to do some quick and dirty exposition. Just to patch some stuff. Camden had said there were no paradoxes. When it came to our team's battle plan, we needed that statement to be amended. Suffice to say, I had to do some damage control to set it up. This was part of the back and forth that came with improvisation. But the individual time traveler does appear to have some type of restriction within their own personal timelines. I said, I mean, those men that you named would disappear and then reappear after healing. They must have been at the same place and time as their past selves, but they never tried to help their past selves. Yep, Camden said. They don't try to prevent themselves from getting injured. They just step in after it happens. It's pretty confusing, doesn't it? The fact that a specific generation killer wouldn't act to prevent himself from getting covered in scalding oil implied that they couldn't. That meant there was some restriction. Or Carousel just thought it was a cool way to present things. So, outside of this anomaly, time works normal as far as you know. Every decision you make puts you on a different path than the version of you who made the opposite decision. I asked. I have no way of confirming how it normally works. But that is my understanding. Normally, every decision you make matters. But in this group of timelines caught within this time anomaly, only big things matter at all, and they don't end up mattering all that much. As long as event B happens, I said. As long as event B happens, he repeated. We have been going back and forth, just feeding lines to Carousel, hoping to give ourselves some flexibility. After all, the decisions we made in the future would depend largely on what we set up in the past. I had never been more overwhelmed, and that included the werewolf storyline, where there was a trope that made it so the lore could adapt. I just needed to get it across to the audience that while logical contradictions in the main timelines didn't matter and would soon be corrected one way or another, logical contradictions in a time traveler's timeline did matter. That's why scarred generation killers couldn't prevent themselves from getting injured in the first place. I just had to hope the audience would get that point. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the other side of the door. The generation killers had mostly left us alone up until that point. I quickly moved to a shelf where I could set up the camera to film everything that was about to happen. And if Camden was to be believed, a lot was about to happen. The door burst open, and I went to stand next to Camden. 3 generation killers walked in. Do you think that they can help us? One of them, the apparent leader, asked. Another one, who carried a handheld camera and a large radio, said, I hear the whispers of our brother across time. He says that they will guide us on our path. The leader looked us up and down. How? He said. He seemed skeptical. And did our brother across time tell us exactly how they were going to do that? Our brother across time speaks when the moment is right, and only gives what information is needed, the cameraman generation killer said. He had an almost religious reverence for this brother across time, and I had to assume he was referring to the generation killer on the other side of time who had filmed us in the jailhouse. The other side of time, the place where Bobby was now trapped. Just don't hurt us, and we'll tell you everything you want to know, Camden said. The 3rd generation killer, a slightly beefier one, said, You said that last time, and you believed me last time, Camden said. It's not like I would trick you twice. That wouldn't be very smart, would it? The beefier one seemed to consider this and started to nod. The leader was not amused. The fact is that you seem to have a knack for all of this, like those of me that came before, he said, eyeing the timeline and map that Camden had drawn on the wall. Do you know what it all means? Camden was hesitant. Some of it, he said. But I don't know what it is you want. We want to go home, the leader said. That's all we've ever wanted. I had a pretty good setup back home, had a girl named Jasmine, dumb as a doornail, pretty as a princess, but here, she was never born. I can't tell you how inconvenient that is. Look, we're trying to figure it out, Camden said. We just don't have all the pieces. Give me a minute with him, the beefy killer said. I can convince them. The leader smiled and then said, You know what? Let's do things your way for a minute. Then dropped down into one of the chairs near the door just to watch. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. The religious generation killer started to film as the beefy one walked toward us. He didn't go for Camden. It was really a 50-50th shot. He went for me. He had high enough plot armor and likely had very little of that devoted to savvy or moxie. So his hustle and metal were enough to stop me from being able to get away. I felt like a ragdoll. There was no escaping it. If I got away, they would just hurt Camden. There was no avoiding what the beefy killer had in mind. Stop on screen. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the red light on my camera had cut out. So Carousel was likely using footage being filmed by Generation Killer himself. Carousel would likely cut this dialogue down. It wouldn't want to reveal too much about these enemies. The unknown was scarier than any other force in horror. It was very clear that these were three distinct entities. They weren't just the same person at different ages. Leela was right, they diverged a long time ago. First, he strapped me down to a chair using duct tape. Camden was helpless to do anything but watch, though he begged from the side for them to just let him work on the problem. I wasn't even sure what they expected Camden to do, but these weren't exactly the type of guys who would think about that. Even the smart ones seemed thrilled by the idea of cruelty. Carousel sure did know how to pick him, more than anywhere before. This was the introduction of the killer that the audience would see. As much as I wanted to try to trick my way out of things, slip my hands through the bindings, and run away, I knew this was an important scene, and my odds of getting away at that moment, with so much attention on me, were low. The odds of Camden and I getting away without a scratch were virtually zero. After I was affixed to the chair, Generation Killer started pulling implements from his trench coat pockets. He started with a hammer. I bet you're wondering about the difference between me and my brothers over here, my other selves. The leader said, "Big G, why don't you tell him about Grimshaw?" The beefier Generation Killer asked. "Yeah, I can do that." He took the hammer and rested it against my mouth, pressing it hard, flattening my lip against my upper teeth. "You ever had some old hack try to boss you around? Tell you what to do like you're some damn dog?" Big G leaned forward, a grin spreading across his face. That was Miss Grimshaw, my math teacher back in school. Mean, ugly, always yapping about rules, about discipline, about how I needed to straighten up if I didn't want to end up a nobody. Like I cared. Holding the hammer to my face, he reached into his pocket and brought out 3 nails. Suddenly, I started reconsidering whether or not I could get out of there. Maybe if I made a big enough commotion, Camden could get out, and then. But my escape artist trope did not activate, meaning that plan wouldn't work. Every day, it was the same thing. Big G continued. 7 times 8, grand. What's 7 times 8? Like that was gonna change my life. Like I was gonna roll over and wag my tail cause she told me to. So I looked her in the eye and said, "I ain't learning nothing from you, hag." He chuckled, shaking his head. She about lost her damn mind. Face went red, hands shaking, clutching that ruler like she was thinking about using it. And I just sat there, smiling, day after day. She tried to make me listen, sent me to the principal, made me stand in the corner, kicked me out of class. Thought she could make me do what she wanted, but she couldn't. I never learned my times he stopped my deeds. Nothing. Big G's fingers tapped against my arm, his grin widening. And one day, I let her know real clear. She stops me after class, real serious. Like she's about to change my whole life. Like she can control me by being nice suddenly. "Grant," she says, "don't you want to be something someday?" And I get real close, right up in her face, and I laugh. And I say, "I just want to live long enough to see you as worm food." She didn't say a damn thing after that. Just stood there, stiff like a corpse, looking at me like she finally got it. She lost. He leaned back, stretching his arms behind his head. And guess what? Never learned anything that whole year. Not one thing. She thought I was just lying, but I showed her. Too bad I wasn't there to see her die. Not the first time, at least. He started to laugh, with that blank look in his eyes. Was he trying to scare me? He was trying to impress me. Sincerely, Bossman here, Big G continued, pointing to the leader in the chair by the door. He got Miss Johnston for math. Man, she was stacked. So that's why he graduated. Heck, I probably would have to if I got her instead of that old bat. Grimshaw. He was waiting for me to speak. It is crazy how the little decisions in life can take us to new places. I said, "So how about you and Timmy? And we figure this whole timeline thing out." The leader got up from his chair, walked over to me, pointed at Camden, and said, "We have a scientist for that." I really didn't want to get tortured, not that anybody did. So, I decided to see exactly how much mileage I could get out of their trope that made them lose every moxie check. But I'm a physicist, too, I said. I thought that was why you brought me here, Bossman, as Big G had called him, got close and asked, "You're a physicist?" I nodded. I started thinking up some of the things Camden had said to try to make it sound legitimate. But Bossman had different plans. Well, too bad we only needed one, he said. It didn't matter if he believed me. He was a sadist. Then Bossman nodded to Big G, promptly grabbed my arm, teed a nail up right above my wrist, and drove the hammer down, clean through, nailing my wrist to the wooden arm of the chair. I cursed and screamed, struggling against my restraints. "Remember back when you had your arm still?" Bossman asked Camden. Camden just watched in horror. The cameraman filmed. Big G laughed. Those few extra points and grit were a godsend. It hurt, but soon it became numb. "What do you want me to tell you that I haven't already?" Camden asked. "I told you," Bossman said. "We want to go home. No matter what we do, no matter which events we travel to, we can never make it back to our homes, to the ones that we left. The versions of us from here don't know what's going on either, and we don't know how to leave. I need more information from you," Camden said. "You can't just keep hurting him and expect me to understand the situation better suddenly." "We can't," Bossman asked. Then he flashed Big G a look. I got another nail in my arm. All right, Camden said quickly. "But you have to answer some questions, right? Because scientists take information and then turn it into answers. So you have to give me the information. All right. Can you do that?" Bossman considered it, then said, "Yeah, ask away. I'm an open book." He laughed. "You said something about there being grants before you. You mean there were other people like you that you didn't meet?" Camden asked. Bossman nodded. "The older ones, they were here first. And they figured a lot out. But then they got found out by Carousel. When I showed up, we were at war. So we hid and did what we had to do. We wiped them out. Killed a lot of them when they were kids just to make sure that the new version of Carousel would never know we existed. You have no idea how many times you have to kill a person before the universe just gives up on them. Our brother across time told us it was necessary. Told us that time itself wanted them gone," the cameraman said. "And what happened to the older ones?" Camden asked. "We lost many before we found our solution," the cameraman answered. Camden thought for a moment. "So the older ones, they were the ones that drew this. The thing I saw downstairs?" he asked, pointing to his recreation drawn on the wall. "Yeah," Bossman said. "They didn't leave any notes for us. But they had books and research papers on the subject downstairs," Camden said. Bossman continued looking at Camden. Perhaps Bossman wasn't as smart as Big G had advertised. Meanwhile, Big G drove another nail into my arm. I was starting to think that he actually enjoyed it. Camden was thinking. And suddenly, I had an idea as I stared at the drawings Camden had made on the wall. I stared at the map and suddenly had an epiphany. "Back in your timelines, before you started traveling around, was there a meteor that struck Carousel?" I asked. I must have sounded desperate. Bossman looked at Big G, who looked at the cameraman. "Yes," Bossman said. I looked at Camden, then flitted my eyes over at the map he had drawn of the Carousel River Valley. He took my meaning. "Wait a second," Camden asked. "In your timeline, where did the meteor strike?" Big G shook his head, not knowing the answer. The cameraman didn't seem to remember either, but Bossman did. "The mountains," he said. "It struck in the mountains. My father once took me on a hike to see where they excavated it. I almost forgot about the throbbing pain in my arm out of excitement." "So that is what these squiggles were," Camden said. "In your timelines, the meteor struck different places than it did in ours. So," Bossman asked, "what does that mean? Before you got stuck here, did you ever travel back to before the meteor struck, back before the 1740s? I asked. The three-generation killers looked at each other. Then, almost in unison, they said, "The burning witches." "The burning witches?" Camden asked. "They burned witches back in old Carousel?" Bossman said. "I thought I'd go see it." "And after you went to see the witches, were you able to get back home?" Bossman thought for a while. "I don't think so," he said. "I didn't go home right after. But next time I tried I couldn't." Camden looked at me. We both realized what had happened. We realized why Generation Killer couldn't go home. I'm going to explain this one more time, Camden said to the room full of Generation Killers. They were all paying attention, at least that could be said of them, but unfortunately, the bottom 40% of Generation Killers were just not getting it. The only thing these guys had in common with each other was DNA and psychopathy. The smart ones figured it out as soon as Camden enlightened them. The dumb ones didn't figure it out, but they were too proud and egotistical to ever admit it. They just stared at you with those blank eyes. We had been off screen for at least an hour, and I was still nailed to the chair while Camden tried to explain things. In horror movies, the less you see of the bad guys, the scarier they are. And in this horror movie, that went double, because while these men were individually terrifying due to lacking a sense of right and wrong, listening to the dumb ones trip over basic logic for hours ruined the mystique they'd had at the beginning of the movie. Carousel wasn't going to use footage that showed that part of them. All right, Camden said. In order to travel in time, you need what? Anybody. Does anybody know the two things you need to time travel? Some of the smart ones were in the back of the room, smirking as Camden struggled to get the big, beefier ones to understand. You need a piece of the meteorite. And you need a physical record of past tragic events, right? You guys use that book. But you could use a newspaper or something like that, right? Camden asked. They seemed to understand that really well. They had to, or else they wouldn't have been there. And the physical record of past events, it changes every timeline you go to, right? It changes to match the historical events of that timeline, right? It becomes the version of itself from that timeline. You've seen that happen, haven't you? They nodded. So, when you were in your home timelines, you traveled back to a common event. An event that happened in both your timeline and ours. Something that happened before the meteor strike, right? You went to see the witches burn. But when you left that event, you didn't go back to your home timeline, you came to ours for some reason. He was getting close. I was wondering if he could land it. The 10 or 12 Generation Killers who still weren't understanding sat in the room, their full attention on him. But in our timeline, we don't know anything about the witches burning because the meteor strike wiped out all traces of the past. Because in this group of timelines, the meteor hit dead center at the original Carousel settlement, right? And because we don't have any historical evidence of the past before the meteor strike, all of your books got rid of those references when they came here. And now, you can't travel back to the common event, because we don't have records of it here. Our timeline was a roach motel for time travelers. They traveled back before their event and could never return. Silence spread among the crowd. In the back of the room, one of the smart Generation Killers cackled with laughter. If I hadn't been nailed to the chair, I probably would have laughed too, but not out of sadistic pleasure. I would have laughed out of the pure absurdity of watching Camden struggle to teach our captors time travel. So, you can't go back to that common event because we have no record of it happening. And you need a record. So, you need to find a piece of paper or a history book with a description of a disaster that happened before the meteor wiped everything out. The Carousel settlement existed for years before it was destroyed. Surely, there is some record of what happened there. You just have to find it. That's where he was wrong. In our timeline, we famously had no idea what happened before the meteor strike. Still, we needed to get them out of the room so we could escape. This was a great trial run for when we were on screen. Finally, the last remnants of Camden's eager students claimed they understood what happened and left the room. Camden didn't quite understand why there were so many dim Generation Killers. Since we were off screen, I thought I would spare him the frustration. This is how Carousel handles hordes, I said. Grit made my arm injuries less painful, but I still wanted to puke when I thought about them. What? Camden asked once his students had waddled out into the hallway. From a gameplay perspective, Carousel only needs a few smart Generation Killers because they can give orders and make plans. Putting points into savvy on the others is a waste. That's just how the game works out. Normally, in hordes, you're dealing with things like zombies. So, it's not as obvious. So when Carousel filled out the ranks of its horde, it mostly picked versions of Grant Leitner that were physically strong rather than witty. There were still Generation Killers in the room who could hear me, but they didn't acknowledge me to speak. I was using method to the madness, which allowed us to speak to the enemies in character off-screen. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Camden needed practice for later. He was improving, I thought. When Carousel wasn't scripting them, they didn't come across as mysterious and all-knowing, not most of them, at least not instead. They came across as cruel and arrogant and devoid of any emotion other than anger. Still, Camden did a great job at teaching. Because Leela had the "and that's lunch" trope equipped, we had an extended break where no one was on screen. And that would have been great if I wasn't literally nailed to the chair and unable to become nailed. Because the torture scene wasn't technically over, my whole left arm was numbed out. I hated this storyline. Why did Anna and Camden have to get trapped with these goons? Camden came over to me once we were finally alone again. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked. I shook my head. "Not until we're on screen," I said. He nodded. "I find the dumb ones creepier than the smart ones," he said. "Yeah, you like to think that serial killers are smart, that they won't take unnecessary risks because they don't want to get caught. Once you meet a dumb killer, that's terrifying." I stopped talking because I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Well, technically, I didn't see it. I remembered it. "What is it?" Camden asked. "Bobby's here," I said. I explained to him how he could teach himself to see the other side of time by checking his own memories. Once he finally figured it out, he said, "That is super freaky." "Yeah, it is," I said. "That probably would have been a lot better of a mechanic in a smaller story. Why the hell did we have to try and travel around through time? Oh, I could be sleeping inside the jailhouse right now." I closed my eyes and tried to remember what was in the corner of the room. And I remembered Bobby being there with his 2 dogs. He was holding up a thumbs up. It looked like everything was going good elsewhere. "Bobby," I asked, "how is Dina?" I waited a moment, and then tried to remember. Another thumbs up. He was nodding his head. He was also saying something, but I couldn't tell what. No matter how many times I tried to focus on lip reading or hearing, we sat and talked for a while, with Bobby basically observing. Because communication was so hard between the planes, eventually, I found out what Bobby had been trying to tell me. Someone was coming, and I didn't know who until she opened the door and scooted in past the guards. It was Leela. She was walking casually. "They just ignore you?" I asked as she made her way toward us. "They won't even make eye contact," she said. "It's pretty great. They probably feel guilty for killing you," I said. She shook her head. "I don't think these guys feel guilty about anything," she said. "Oh yeah. I was just making a..." "Never mind," I said. "Anyway, Bobby's here in the corner if you need to talk to him." She looked over her shoulder, and for a moment, I could see her focusing on the memory. They must have had run-ins already. "So Dina is going to show up in the finale?" I asked. Leela nodded. "She wants to get stuck on the other side of time with her son, as a bittersweet ending, or something." I thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure that'll work out, but we'll see. We have to chase a lead." "Do you know where Logan is?" "Did the others go find him?" Leela nodded. "That's where they're going now." I looked over at Camden. "Maybe we should join them. You know, after the torture." "Don't want to miss the torture," Camden said, trying to make a joke, but his voice cracked. Suddenly, I felt like I should stop being so casual about it. He had less grit than me. Less grit and less experience. After a long time, I realized that Bobby was trying to get our attention. Thus commenced the longest and most annoying game of charades ever. "Just go get my camera, and we can play back what he's saying," I said. "I think he's telling us about the chem plant," Camden said. "What chem plant?" I asked. "The chemical plant," he said. "You know, the one that almost melted down." "Oh," I said. "I thought that was a nuclear plant." Camden looked back at me. "A nuclear plant? Do you not know what a nuclear plant looks like?" I shrugged my shoulders. "It looked enough like a nuclear plant," I said. "There were no cooling towers or anything similar to a nuclear plant," he said. "It looked like a generic industrial plant of some kind." How was I supposed to know what they were doing there? Of course, Camden would know. "Maybe that's the reason that it melted down," I said. "Because they forgot the cooling towers." Camden laughed, or at least smiled like he was going to. Laughing hurt his arm, and he was still emotionally drained. Meanwhile, in the corner, Bobby was pointing to Camden enthusiastically in our memories, saying yes, yes, the chemical plant. Eventually, I got Leela to go get my camera off of the shelf where I had hidden it. We did the old trick of recording what invisible body was saying and then replaying it, trying to decipher it from the static. All I heard was gibberish, but Leela had a better ear for it than I did. "Logan's at the chemical plant," she said. That wasn't all of what Bobby had said, but that was what she could decipher. That was a bingo. Bobby seemed to indicate as much. "No," I said. "Logan is in custody with Carousel. I was just listening to him earlier." Bobby just nodded his head enthusiastically, as if what I said wasn't a contradiction. He even held up a thumbs up. Double quotes. "Oh," I said, suddenly realizing what it was Bobby was saying. "That's why the chemical plant has to melt down," I said. I looked at Camden to see if he had figured it out yet. I couldn't quite tell. The Time Travel Secret Society version of Carousel's facility is built in the same spot as the plant. Logan is in 2010. We're in 2002. "Right?" I asked, looking at Bobby. He nodded his head. "So that's why the chemical plant had to melt down. Whatever Event B was, it was related to the facility where Logan was being held, a facility that was in the same physical location as the chemical plant. And if the plant didn't melt down, the secret facility would have been built somewhere else, and Event B would never have happened. Somehow, it was basic time travel movie logic. So Carousel is behind Event B," Camden said. "And they seemed like such nice people last time we met them," I said. "I could go try to scout it out," Leela said. "But it might not work if they have too many cameras. I'm supposed to be dead, after all." "You've done great," I said. "Besides, we have a security guard on the other side of time who can help us out." I looked at the corner where Bobby was. We talked casually again, just running through some plans and old info. I thought for a while as the conversation drifted back to our plan. "Are the finale and Second Blood plans still on?" Leela asked. I nodded. "Can't deviate now," I said. The wheels were in motion, I said, and thought about what we were going to do next. One obvious play was to go help rescue Logan and use it as an opportunity to see what exactly Carousel was up to. We were at the point where we had all the puzzle pieces except for those. At the end of the day, this was a survive the night story. And unlike other stories, we had very good control over which night we had to survive. Not everything had gone according to our original plans, but I still had a strong feeling that, by the end of the story, we were going to do something the audience would remember forever. Leela ran off and left when the break was over. Soon afterward, the 3 Shades of Generation Killer re-entered to continue the torture. I was ready. Camden and I had a plan to get out of there. Things were about to start coming together. Rec September 25, 2018 13. 23 to 58 80% we had gotten greedy. In what was supposed to be a torture scene, we had gone on a fact-finding mission, and Carousel had decided to just pause the scene. We had gotten to casual with our captors. While they were still terrifying to us personally, they had revealed too much information about themselves in our conversations to still be scary to an audience. That meant that this torture scene was going to last until Carousel got the footage it wanted. There was no avoiding it. There was no distracting our enemy. I had no idea which footage would end up in the final cut, but I did notice that occasionally, my camera hidden back on the shelf where I had put it would light up, indicating it was recording. I had been nailed to that chair for hours. But how much actual screen time had I filled for all of my suffering? "Tell us what to do," Bossman said in a disarmingly friendly voice. "Tell us what we need to know." I screamed as the big one clamped his pliers down on one of my fingernails. "We gave your friend 3 new nails, and now we're going to take 3 nails back." Big G yanked out, I yelped, pleading for my grit to kick back, and so I could just feel numb. "I told you," Camden said, after having explained the entire thing again but this time on screen. "You have to find a way to travel back before the meteor strike. You just need a history book or—" I screamed as I lost another fingernail. "Stop that," Camden said. "We're helping you. We aren't resisting. We travel back before the meteor strikes." "And then what?" Bossman asked. They had returned to their more disturbing manner. They were no longer the individualistic psychopaths. Instead, they were all portraying the same creepy, uniform entity without humanity. The version the audience would see. "I don't know," Camden said. "I don't know how you ended up in this group of timelines. But it had to do with you going back to before the meteor strike. That's the only thing that makes sense. Bossman got closer to Camden, looking him up and down, almost with a friendly expression on his face. You had better be right, he said, because when we find a way to travel back to the original Carousel settlement, you're coming with us. And if you're not telling us the truth, we just might leave you there. He left. The three of them started to leave, but then Bossman looked back and said, I said 3 nails. Big G walked back over to me and yanked out a 3rd fingernail. When I did not give a satisfying enough scream, he took a knife from his pocket. Replacing the pliers in his hand, he grabbed onto my earlobe and started to cut. He was going to remove the whole ear. I cried out in pain, and a cruel smile moved over his face. He didn't finish cutting off my ear, but he did watch me squirm as he walked away. We had practiced explaining everything to them multiple times, and this was the payoff. While I didn't appreciate the torture, I was sure glad that Camden had found a quick way to explain it, something that would work for a movie. It was an important lesson for him, I was certain. Wait, I said. The last generation killer stopped in his tracks and turned. I need to know something, I said. He looked at me blankly. There was no way I was going to be particularly realistic. But if I played my character as a curious man, maybe it would work. Or maybe we would get dock points. But I had to establish this on screen sufficiently. Some of you got injured earlier, I said. Some of you got really badly burned. So you time traveled away and then came back after you had healed. He still looked at me blankly. Why didn't you save yourselves? I asked. Why didn't you use your future knowledge to prevent your own injury? We're in a time anomaly. It shouldn't have mattered. Why not save yourselves the suffering? Big G was certainly one of the dumber generation killers. But now he was being fed information by the script, which allowed him to approach the same menacing qualities as the others. Don't want to get washed away, he said. What does that mean? I asked. He started to laugh as if keeping me from understanding was satisfying to him in some way. What does that mean? I screamed after him. Most of our discussions about the shores of time, if not all of them, had happened off screen. At that moment, I wasn't thinking clearly. But I knew I needed to get some reference to it, and that was the closest we were going to get. But what I really needed was to establish that there was a reason Generation Killer was being relatively conservative with his powerful time travel abilities. After all, I had not found a satisfying explanation for why they hadn't just wiped us out from the beginning, and I was starting to get it. While paradoxes like the grandfather paradox might not have caused you to cease existing, logical flaws within your own personal timeline as a time traveler did seem to matter. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. They couldn't prevent themselves from getting injured. That was useful information. It could explain some of their odd behavior. So many of their choices revolved around their fear of getting washed away into the shores of time. Meanwhile, we were back in the room with the doors locked. We have to get out of here, Camden said. Do you still have a piece of the meteorite? Yes, I said. I had 2 of them on me. And they didn't know that. So I've still got one in my sock. But I don't have any record of a past event that we can travel to. They took the pages I had printed off. Camden thought for a moment. Don't worry about it, he said. I have an idea. Does your idea involve getting these nails out of my arm? I asked. Grit or no grit? I had been nailed down for a ridiculously long amount of time, and just thinking about my injury sickened me. All right. Well, can you grab my camera off the shelf over there? I asked. Why are you filming all of this? He asked as he grabbed it from me. At some point in time, it just isn't worth it. Every found footage movie needed some explanation for the gimmick. I used to think that I was going to be a filmmaker, I said. I thought I was going to capture people's imaginations. Maybe make the world better in some small way. I ended up filming weddings and promotional videos for governmental organizations. Some filmmaker I turned out to be. This may be the last opportunity I have to do something important to show the world something that matters. And I'm not going to miss it. I actually got emotional as I said that. Camden nodded and then got to work. The first thing he tried to do was help me get my arm off the armrest of the chair I was in. But that wasn't likely. The nails were sunk deep into the wood. He tried to help pry me off the chair. Bite this, he said, shoving the end of a throw pillow into my mouth. With his only good arm, he did his best. but there was no way those nails were coming out. Luckily, the second best option was just to break the chair. We had to go about it slowly and horrifically painfully even through my grit. We couldn't make any noise, but we managed to get the wooden part of the armrest separated from the rest of the chair. Fortunately, it was not the most expensive hotel furniture in the world, and the connection was made with some loose wooden dowels and staples. Still, it hurt terribly, even after we managed to get the armrest off. I could barely move my arm. Anytime I accidentally bumped the wooden armrest on anything as I stood up and tried to move, it sent painful reverberations all the way up my arm right to the bone. "All right," Camden said. "I have a plan to get a book. Let's do it," I said. First, we took the string from the blinds in the hotel room and cut it away from the window. He then tied it tight one end around the little door stopper spring on the wall, then to keep the hotel room door from hitting the drywall, and the other tied around a vent fixed at the bottom of the wall. It was a simple trip line. Anyone walking through the door was liable to trip over it, and these guys were guaranteed to. He then moved one of the desks approximately 5.5 feet away from the trip line. The next step was easy. He grabbed one of the chairs and used it to break a window. It was hard and took several swings with him only having one arm, but it gave a very loud crash. I filmed as best I could, but that wasn't easy. As soon as the guard outside heard the crash, he tried opening the door to get in and see what had happened. But I was there, holding it back, my shoe wedged under the door to try and prevent him from being able to open it. I wouldn't be able to last for long. Luckily, his behavior was pretty predictable. After being unable to open the door immediately, he stepped back and started to ram it with his shoulder. I could hear what he was doing on the other side. The first ram didn't quite work. Then he backed up even further, yelling at us to get away from the door. The second ram nearly threw me back, but I was able to keep him from getting in. His metal versus mine was going to have him as the winner every time, but that didn't mean there wasn't room for a little bit of pageantry, as I did my best to hold him back. His third ram was definitely going to work. He had gone to the other side of the hallway, and I could hear him rearing up to ram the door again, as I heard him running toward it. I did my best to time everything correctly, turning the doorknob just as he was getting to it. He tore right through the door, tripped over the tripwire, and fell exactly where the corner of the desk Camden had moved was now sitting. The results were gruesome. The desk corner had hit him right in the eye socket, dislodging his eye, breaking the socket itself, and causing blood to go everywhere. Unfortunately, the injury wasn't enough. The red stone around his neck started to glow. He wasn't dead, he was just injured. And even though he was clearly dazed as he got to his feet howling, he was about to use his own injury to travel to a new time so that he could heal up and come back to get us. Luckily, Camden was right there, and he saw the Carousel history book tightly packed inside the pocket of Generation Killer's trench coat. Seeing the red glow from his necklace, Camden pounced on the opportunity, grabbed the book from the man's pocket, and yanked it away from him. Generation Killer managed to realize why that was a bad thing as the glow from his necklace continued to get brighter. "Give that back," he started to say as the red light began to envelop him. I was afraid he was going to be able to reach out and grab me. But before he could, something strange happened. Something invisible clamped down on his arm. Something that growled. Then another something grabbed his leg. He screamed in agony and fear as the red light grew brighter, and he eventually disappeared, being washed away, leaving behind only the sound of the dogs growling and something that sounded a lot like the roar of a river. Camden held out the book, a job completed. Suddenly, I could feel the pain from my arm again. All that commotion, all that trying to keep the door closed, had caused a great deal of vibration. But on the bright side, one of the nails in my arm was starting to come dislodged from the wood of the armrest that I carried around with me. "What was that?" Camden asked. "What was it that attacked him, Shasta and Doughboy?" I said in disbelief. "What?" Camden asked. Taking the book from him while the jewel was activated must have condemned him to the shores of time with Bobby. "I'll explain later," I said. "Give me that before more show up." He handed me the book. I put it down on the desk, the very same one that had done so much damage to the Generation Killer, and flipped through it until I found a familiar passage. "A hospital fire?" Camden asked. "No, we need to go to the event right before that," I said. "We need to get healed up so that we can go rescue Logan." "Who's Logan?" Camden asked. "He's my coworker." We could hear noise as generation killers started walking down the hall toward us. They would notice the open door very soon. I reached down, grabbed my remaining meteorite necklace, tossed it into the pages of the book at the entry we needed, and then picked up the book. It was difficult only having one arm, but I couldn't exactly complain about that around Camden. The camera was in the hand of my nailed arm. No one could say I didn't suffer for my art. "What are we going to do?" Camden said. "We need some sort of injury or something. Maybe ripping that wood out of your arm, nails and all." "I don't know if we can do that," I said. "Then what?" he asked as the voices got louder. I looked him in the eye and said, "I need you to rip my ear the rest of the way off." The big generation killer had already started it. Camden looked at me in horror. "I know it's gross, but you gotta do it. I don't see any other way out of here. We could try to hurt another one of them," he said. "There's too many of them coming. We don't have time for that, just do it." Camden grabbed my injured ear while I did my best to hold on to him, the book, and the necklace, all while filming with my injured appendage. "Don't worry," I said. We're on our way to the hospital." He nodded. Just as the generation killers started to get in view of the open door, I screamed, "Do it! Do it now!" Camden hesitated. "Do it!" I screamed. Finally, he pulled down on my ear, and in one stroke, managed to, separate it from my head. The red light started to glow, and I could feel us detaching from this broken timeline, starting to move. Getting your ear ripped off really hurt. I almost dropped the book. Heck, I almost let go of Camden. That would have been a hard one to explain. My biggest problem was how bad that footage must have been. The camera was in the same hand that had been nailed to the chair. It was hard to get good angles, but between us, we only had two arms. Carousel would just have to deal with it. "Stop." I shut the camera off for this time. "Jump." We had already described what we were going to do, and frankly, it was possible that our entire detour to the hospital would get cut from the final film. So, I didn't really see it as important to be filmed. I was also tired. So very tired. While we had technically had a night's sleep, in theory, it had not been a full night. Time moved forward as Carousel deemed fit, and while we had some breaks, I had never rested my mind. So, as we slid through time with my camera off, I could focus on nothing but watching the infinite shores of time. Once my brain was able to comprehend what was going on beyond the kaleidoscope and start to see the overall structure of everything around me, I started to see the true beauty and ferocity of the network of timelines we were a part of. I was mentally drained, and in pain, and numb. I just stood still, opened my eyes, and stared at infinity until it stared back. I couldn't describe to you what it looked like. I could feel my brain seeking to comprehend it, to reduce it down into dimensions of height and width, to describe its shape, its color. But it didn't have any of those things. Time was time. Time contained all of the scary things and the endings of all the good things. Time contained serial killers and hopeless college kids. Time contained blood and despair. Time contained haunted scarecrows and mutated bedbugs. Time contained a little boy who saw the reflection of a dark figure in a TV screen and thought it was his father. Time contained no happy endings. Plot armor, tropes inevitable. Don't all stories become horror stories in the end? Infinite additional tropes not perceptible. And when my brain was done failing to comprehend it, what it looked like rivers in the sky, like the many-fingered god of death. I traveled down one of its streams, holding tight to Camden, holding tight to a terrible little history book about tragedies. Time was a lattice like a rainbow stretched every which way across the sky. Time really did contain everything. And if someone was standing on the black shores, they could look up and see it. But I wasn't standing on the shores. I was moving in the currents. Bobby stood upon the shores. His dogs stared up at me. Dead generation killers lay at the shores. Every black grain of sand was a broken thing, something that didn't flow where it was supposed to. Something that didn't flow to the end. To event B. To the moment that had to happen for reasons I didn't understand. Time contained a bridge collapse. Wreck September 25, 2018, 13 hours 52 minutes and 2 seconds 80%. Come on man, let's go. Camden screamed to me as the earth beneath us started to shake. My camera had turned on its own. I supposed Carousel wanted this footage after all. Camden pulled at me. I snapped out of my cosmic daze and began to run after him. We were off the bridge long before it collapsed. But that couldn't be said for everyone. More death. More destruction. I was so sick of it. It was worse than the torture. It was inescapable. But I couldn't dwell on that now. If I was still alive, then I was still playing the game. And people counted on me. We ran halfway across town on nothing but fear and fumes. This story originates from Royal Road. And sure, the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. That little kick of grit I had added really made a world of difference in a lot of ways. Not only did I not feel as much pain as I should have from the torture, but I didn't even feel pain as I struggled to get air into my lungs when we finally stopped running. We were at the hospital. According to the book, we had around a week and a half before it burned down. Now, my theory was that because the hospital was about to burn down, maybe the records of who went there would also burn down. That might buy us some time. I saw the possibilities. Either that would help hide us from Generation Killer, or he had figured out this exact thing before, and we were about to walk into a dozen of him getting treatment for various ailments they had incurred over an infinite, loopy timeline. But as we ran into the hospital, I didn't see him. Stop finally. I could rest. Rec October 5th, 2018, 15 hours 35 minutes and 11 seconds, 80%. So you're saying that these Frenchmen in tracksuits pulled you off the street and tortured you, but didn't take any of your money? The police officer asked as I lay back in my hospital bed, freshly bandaged. Yes, I said, with as much conviction as I could muster. The Frenchmen. The police officer didn't look like he believed me, but I had more moxie than him. And I didn't care if we were docked points for not coming up with a good excuse. I was going to say we had gotten the injuries in the bridge collapse. But having a wooden armrest nailed to your arm is not a common injury from such a disaster. I still should have done it. Instead, I needlessly slandered Frenchmen across the multiverse. They were in a white van, I added. If that helps. Yes, I'm sure that it will, the officer said as he closed his notebook and went to have a word with the doctor. Honestly, I felt great. They had pumped me full of whatever cocktail of pharmaceuticals was appropriate for my condition. They had sewn my ear back on, which I wasn't even sure was medically possible. The wooden armrest was no longer nailed to my left arm. I was doing great. Best of all, my hair was long enough to cover up an ear injury, so I looked good, too. If there were a makeup department for this shoot, they would be really glad. If this was a movie, of course. I looked to the table left of my bed, where my camera sat. Having turned itself on, I wanted to believe that Carousel just wanted to hear the tail end of my lame excuse to explain away my injuries. But I knew the drill. In horror movies, you hardly ever got to check out of the hospital. Instead, you'd sneak your clothes back on and run before the monster caught up with you. That was just how it worked most of the time. I sighed, removed the needle from my arm, and quickly found my clothes. I grabbed the camera, and I was off down the hall to where Camden had been placed. He was already dressed. Without missing a beat, he pointed to the window. I made my way over to it and filmed outside. Finally, a Generation Killer had shown up. Even from the 4th floor of the hospital, I could see that he had bullet wounds. Even then, I couldn't risk him seeing us and remembering us. I didn't want to stop and think about whether that was a logical fear. It was time to go. There was a screech over the intercom. And inside that screech, I could have sworn I heard the barking of dogs interrupting an announcement calling for a nurse in the echo. Perhaps Bullet Hole Generation Killer wasn't the only one there and Body was somewhere around to warn us. Why can't they just go to the hospital in their own broken hideout timeline? I asked. They do, Camden said. But that doesn't mean they always did. Of course, it was possible that the Generation Killer outside didn't even know we existed. It was best not to think about it. It was around that moment that I realized there was another reason the dogs were barking, and it had nothing to do with the Generation Killers. With a quick glance at the time displayed on my camera, I realized that our week and a half before the hospital burned down was gone. Carousel had just skipped us ahead. The audience would have no idea. On the bright side, that did explain why my wounds felt like they had healed longer than they had. The downside was that we had to get out of the building. I grabbed Camden and said, "Get the book. The fire should start any minute." He wasn't exactly on top of the acting department, but he was pretty sharp. So, after a brief look of confusion, he understood what I was saying. Our little medical oasis was about to go up in flames.